Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think it's the detail in that, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, separate components. It looks so interesting.
Do you know, I love it. I absolutely love this.
It's so effective. If you do want to get hold of that one, again, only $23.99. You've got some cracking prices. 969750 is your item number if you'd love to get hold of your astrolabe. Now, next we've got for you your butterfly woman. And again, she's amazing. You've got the wonderful detail in her wing. I'm going to bring her in because look at her. See, they are magical. They are very strong characters.
Yeah.
A lot of the Surimos, you've got some strong characters, haven't you?
I mean, she could be magical, she could be evil even.
I think she looks a bit ratty.
She looks like she means business, doesn't she?
She does. She does. I mean, she's taking no rubbish, is she?
Yeah. Do you know, this is another lovely one because you see the leaf that's in her dress. Yeah. If you take that leaf out separately, which you can do quite easily, you can extend on a dress or use that totally separately.
Beautiful.
I've made flowers, exotic flowers out of that leaf to make them look like beautiful petals. So always look at how you can break these down as well. It's not just about using them exactly as you see them.
That is, yeah. Yeah, I love that as well because it gives every mould has got so many possibilities. She is fabulous, but yeah, she's a strong character. Only $22.99. 96707092 is your item number. Now, yay, Ian, you are a hero. He sent in his video. Look at that.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
That is well cool. Wow. Ian, that's well good. He is really good, isn't he?
Do you know, and I don't want to take anything away from Ian, but everybody could achieve that because if you get hold of a little tiny motor, it only has to run off batteries.
Yeah.
You know, you can pick up these little motors quite easily. You just need that pin in the centre, the mechanism there.
Yeah.
I mean, you could turn that into a clock as well.
Oh, wow, yeah, of course.
Don't forget that, if you've got clock hands and you can put the mechanism behind there. Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it?
But
I love him because he was up for the challenge and he really brought it home, didn't he?
Honestly, he's brilliant. Yeah, he did bring it home.
He did.
Brought it home. Ian, amazing. Thank you. And thank you for sharing the video. I love it because it's like, oh, yeah, I can do that. I found it. It's here. Amazing. I mean, that'll take me 3 days just to find the video, Ian. Now, next we've got for you. Oh, we're going to go back to Catherine because we're halfway through the show already. Catherine, back to you, love.
Okay, right. Well, we're going to work a little bit with Libra. I'm sticking with the air dry clay briefly, but then we're going to pour some resin, and I've got another reveal to do as well. Now, just to bring this one in, Derek at 8 o'clock last night, we were looking at Libra and said, well, it doesn't have to be scales at all. And then Derek said it looked nice if it had a clock face on it. It was like a very fancy pedestal.
Oh, yeah.
So the clock face has come from a little bit of everything. It's actually a pocket watch, but I didn't bother with the top bit.
Amazing.
I've not painted this in yet because it's still drying. That's air dry clay. It's still a little bit moist underneath there. But also, if I bring in this piece here, now, Medusa is available if anybody hasn't got her yet and you do want Medusa. She's available.
Fabulous.
Yeah, she is, isn't she?
Yeah.
I used the ornate gate there. Instead of using it as a gate, I've used it as embellishments behind her.
Amazing.
And I thought, you know, there's so many ways you could use Libra in the same way.
Yeah, yeah.
So, again, the clay is a little bit wet because it's part of what I had earlier on. I've still got a piece drying out for the lunar calendar, and I've managed to get one out just as you were going down the counter. But just using the top area of Libra, obviously, you know, you want to compact this down as much as possible to pick up the detail. If you're not filling in the whole of the mould, it will not, you know, you'll kind of keep spreading it down, but you can just cut away what you don't need, or if it makes it easy, fill the whole mould and then cut away what you don't need.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to stop around that point there.
Excellent.
So I'm going to try and bring in, just tidy up the edges a little bit, doing this as quickly as possible.
Jane has emailed in about the astrolabe.
Yeah.
And she said it was an ancient instrument, a sailor's instrument for finding where you are on the sea. And it was used in Tudor times by the sailors.
Ooh, do you know, that's not what I discovered when I looked it up.
Really?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because when I looked it up, it said it was all to do with the planets and aligning the planets, and it was an ancient Greek instrument. So that's very interesting.
Maybe the Greeks did it first, and then the Tudors used it for their means. Those cheeky Tudors. An astronomical instrument. Well,
yeah, we have got all the months and the dates on it, so it is more for the, you know.
It's astrological, but how interesting.
Maybe there's two things that sound very, very similar.
Maybe there is. Maybe there is. Or maybe they repurposed it. Whatever it is, it's right pretty. It's a lot more interesting than the watches, the phones they have these days that do everything. I mean, that looks way prettier.
It does.
Although it will quite weigh you a bit. Carting that round with you. Yeah, you book. I'd definitely lose it. I mean, I go out, I walked the dog the other day and I had 3 things in my hands. I had poo bags, I can't remember what the other one were, and then my phone. And I came back with 2 ththings in my hands.
Oh, you didn't lose the phone, did you? Oh, thank goodness.
It were poo bags, treats, and my phone. I came back with my phone and treats. I'd left a whole roll of poo bags somewhere. Honestly, 3 things, Leonie, 3 things. So yeah, my astrolabe, I wouldn't have a chance. I did actually come back with the dogs as well. Good point, Meg, I didn't lose the dogs.
Oh dear, I don't know.
Yeah. That was important. Anyway, sorry.
Right, I've just released the clay that I was putting in the mould. I've released it. I've just trimmed that down a little bit. So straight away, you can see how you could start to build, you know, another frame or something. I haven't really got anything appropriate to put in the middle of there as such. So just obviously you can hide the centre. But I mean, straight away, that you wouldn't even think Libra or scales at all there, would you?
No, you wouldn't.
You know, so look at how you can break this down. Just taking the centre point as well would be perfect.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely look how you're going to use these moulds in different ways, and not just for their original use.
If they're squished together even more, would one of those go in the centre prettily?
It would have. Yeah, that's what I would have used if it was at my end of the counter.
Which it could be.
Right. Okay.
Boom.
Let's just.
Oh, look at that.
Do you know,
That's
anybody
lush.
that was lucky enough to get the flower festival as well, if you're going for the violin magic, the flowers, to put extra flowers around there would be absolutely stunning.
Yeah. It's so interesting how you can change it, because even the plaque has got its own frame, but even the plaque could look good in the centre of there, because again it changes the design, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
It's so clever. If you do want to get hold of that one, remember there's so many ways for using each mould. The one that Catherine was just using was the Libra, of course. So if you did want to get hold of that, with that incredible frame the scales that you can use in multiple ways, you just need to play. 852225. And the lovely thing is, when you're using your clays, they're just so versatile, and it really allows you to mix and match your designs as well. Now we're going to talk, and this one is well cool, the machines. This reminds it had so many wonderful steampunk things that you've already got out there. So think who's done steampunk? Obviously Stamperia. You know, I look at this and of course I think a lady and Sir Vagabond, obviously, because it had worked so beautifully. But there's so many gorgeous steampunk collections that this is going to go with. Or of course it's standalone. This is seriously cool, isn't it, Catherine?
It really is. This, you can break. Do you know, I read somebody had posted about this. They bought it the last time when it was the one-day special, and they're still noticing detail in it. And that is so true. I mean, there are areas, little tiny hidden cogs in there. You can break that apart in so many different ways. I mean, the pipe work you can extend.
Yeah.
You've even got the cracks in the pipe there as well. The word machines at the top, if you look at the lettering, you can see screws and nuts and bolts and cogs again in there. It's just amazing.
It's superb.
I mean, even just taking the little cogs out there and using separately, you've got so many different styles.
Yeah.
Have you noticed the light bulb?
Yeah. Even just the top of the head there, and using it as a mask.
Yeah.
Honestly, that is such a superb mould. And when you look at your price, just £34.99, it's absolutely incredible. 964730. Now, when we were looking at the machine, so you got 40 plus words out of it. Good grief. you can get man, you can get other words. I'm rubbish at this game. You can get, I get things like in, I-N.
Mache?
Yeah, I get ace. I can't get any rude words out. But
Chime?
Chime. Yeah.
Chimes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I am seeing just rude words now. Chin. Chin. I mean, I don't know why you'd want a chin. But anyway, £34.95 is your price. 964730, your item number. We've got this one, a little bit of everything. It's actually called that. It's called a little bit of everything. And this is superb because you've got a little bit of everything in here. I mean, straight away, look at that. That is absolutely gorgeous. The sun and the moon, that is beautiful. I like this because you've got so many incredible elements, haven't we?
Yeah, definitely. This is where the clock face came from as well. You can see the pocket watch.
Ah, yes.
So that's what I used on Derek's clock last night, but didn't use the top bit. The cameo I absolutely adore on this one. In fact, you've got the word adore there as well. Adore forever. The cogs again are in there. You've got motifs. It really is a little bit of everything. It's the perfect name for it.
Yeah, it's fabulous. The wings are beautiful. I mean, it's one of those really, really handy embellishments as well. Look at that again. That is sensational. 323-777. I reckon this is a Catherine favourite. In it. They
were actually pieces from the one-day special we did last time to show different ways of working with the mould. So the first one was resin, and then I shaped it around a bottle, so that can actually still fit on the bottle because it is curved.
Yeah.
Then the second one that you showed, that is air dry clay going in with two different colours and then doing an acrylic wash over the top to bring out the detail.
Beautiful.
Which is so easy to do again, and that is one of the blends.
That's lovely.
That really could do with the detail bringing out on it, but you can see the blend of colours. That's with the air dry clay.
Yeah, just insane. That's lovely. OK, if you do want that little bit of everything, £34.99 is your price. OK, pictures and numbers time. So we have got for you, you know, Catherine mentioned Medusa. We've got Medusa. Oh, this is nice. It's £21.99. Look at that. I love that. I told you they have some incredible, strong women. Oh, she's a beautiful. Yeah, I really, really, really like that. 043117 is your item number. If you'd love to go for that one. You've also found the ornate gate. Do you know, this is why I love these shows, because people will come back, and maybe people who've never seen the shows before, and find ones that we've had on again and again. But honestly, because if you've never seen a Zuri show, that might be brand new to you, and it is incredible with, again, so many ways of using it. So please do shop by brand. 098616 is your item number if you want to go for that. Now, busy as well today. It's a wonderful medieval gear. I like that. Got a bit of cheeky bit of medieval gear here. Yeah, do you want a bit of medieval gear, mate? £22.99 is your price. What have you got? A right big sword. I've got a ball with some pokey things on it. That's amazing. Limited stock. What? I'm a medieval gear dealer. 777812 is your item number there. What have you got? Oh, I don't know, but it's really sharp. £22.99. I do apologise. This is because the coffee is now kicking in.
Break that one down again, Leonie. If you look, you could put an eye. You could actually put an eye in the top of the helmet there, and take the bottom half. Again, the beautiful feathers, the embellishments. Use that in so many different ways. It doesn't have to be even medieval gear, does it?
I mean, the feathers on the side are sensational.
They are. They're beautiful.
Absolutely incredible. The crown. Yeah, there's loads. It is limited stock though, so you do have to be quick if you want a cheeky bit of medieval gear. It's the name, it just makes me titter. 777812 is your item number. Catherine, back to you before I then talk about tittering. Right.
I'm going to try and do a little bit of a resin pour, but I've got one or two other things to show you as well. So, this is actually the astrolabe. You know the Violin Magic with the two colours? I'd already got, and it'd been sat in here for some time actually, some yellow mixed resin, so it completely cured, and it was only, I'll show you how I do it when I mix some more, but the reveal of this will show two different colours. So again, still malleable because I only poured this last night.
Oh, look at that. Catherine.
So just break
tremendous.
it. Look at that, yeah. So you can see the two different colours.
Man,
Let's have a
that's
look
cool.
at the hand as well.
That yellow works so well. So the resin, are these colours that you mix in the resin? Is
Yes,
that what
the
you've done?
Resin Max, we'll mix a little bit of that in a second. But look at the detail.
That's amazing.
You get incredible detail from the clay, but I don't think you can better the resin.
No.
And the thing is, if you mix the colours directly into the resin, you're not building layer and layer and layer of paint on top. So you're not filling in that detail.
That is sensational. Do we sell the tints as well?
We do have them on a pick and mix.
Oh, you need to check the website out. So it's what are you? What
It is. I always get mixed up, which is Max and Resin. Let me just get some out. It is the Resin Max.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Check those out. They are on the website. And yeah, I mean, they look phenomenal. You are choosing 2 for £23.98, and you've got a huge selection of colours. And again, I presume you'll only need a little bit of those in your resin, will you, to actually get your colour? So
I will.
Last
Yeah,
ages.
I will definitely show you how to use that.
Superb.
So now we've
973.
Sorry, we've released that now. I'm looking at the time, and I know I'm going to run out of time to do everything I wanted, so I've got to kind of make a choice now.
I'm going to shut up and just let you demo.
No, it's fine. I just, you know, when you get going and you think, I want to do this, I want to do this. Because I've got the liquid paints, the waxes, all those different things. What I have just very quickly got out, I wanted to put some wax on this, really, and some paint, but we've also got the rusty patina, so rather than using that bit, I'm going to go with something I've already got. Here's a blend of a frame. It doesn't matter what I'm using it on. But I think with the cogs, the machinery, the astrolabe, the lunar calendar, if you want that aged look, the rusty effect is absolutely fantastic. Now, I do love using the liquid metal with this as well.
Beautiful.
And with this, you do get a two-part system. So you've got the rusty effect, but you've also got the patina as well.
Yeah.
So you can bring that green in as well. Now, this is on a really good price at the moment because, yeah, we have got a reduction on it. And it's Viva Decor, which you know I absolutely love.
Yeah.
Love, love, love. If I just bring a little bit onto the machines,
amazing.
actually.
So it's literally, I mean, these are nice big tubs as well.
Yeah, I love Viva Decor, you know I do.
Yeah.
Look at this here. This is the machines. This is resin. It's a little bit of wax on there. But again, if I just want to pick out a little bit of the rust, you know, I can go a little bit more orange, a little bit more of the green if I want more patina on there. But you can decide the areas where you want to apply that. And I think it goes hand in hand with these particular moulds because the effect is just so authentic.
So phenomenal.
Yeah. I just wanted to try and get that in because I know we're going to be limited for time on all the shows today. But it's well worth, while we've got that on offer, popping it into your baskets.
Yeah, because of pots, because you have got... you've got the big sort of pot with the sort of rusty orange and then that beautiful kind of wax, isn't it, the patina?
Now, I'm not sure with this one because I've been given the sample that was on a show that we'd already got here, but I've got a feeling you might get the sponges with it as well if it's a kit.
Yeah.
And the sponges are brilliant. If you don't, you can use a paintbrush, you can use a spatula, you can use any sponge. If you get them, it's a bonus. If you don't, I'm sorry.
Then there's something else anyway. 411051 is your item number. Only £9.99. It's a really good saving as well. 411051, your item number if you'd like to get those. And yeah, that's really, really popular. Off she goes.
It's resin time.
Resin time.
Got to get the gloves on.
Got to get the gloves on, Catherine.
Yeah. I've got liquid metal on my hands as well, which is not helping because it's made them go sticky.
We do kind of want you to do the snap. You do realise that?
Oh, the snap.
Yeah,
Just a minute.
the snap. Oh,
I normally have to blow in these. There you go.
Boom.
There you go.
She's ready for business. A snap of the rubber glove.
Right, the resin itself is a two-part system. So you've got resin and you've got hardener.
Okay.
I'm using the little jug, the silicone jugs. I can clean them out very easily. I don't have to keep throwing them away.
These are amazing. You can get those on the internet.
The resin that we use for the moulds is the Total Cast from Elichem. You can use other resins, but I just love this resin. It's 1 part resin to 1 part hardener.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring in the Resitint Max as well in a little while, but there's a couple of things I want to just show you. So that was the resin. Now I'm putting the hardener in.
I love this because I love a 1-to-1 part resin because it's ridiculously easy.
It is,
You know,
yeah.
you're not weighing it. You're not, as long as you've got the right measurement, you're done, aren't you?
Yeah. So I've got little markings on the jug there. You can use scales. You can weigh it, and of course it could be if it's 20 grams or millilitres of one, it's 20 of the other, or whatever, you know, whatever you want to mix it at.
It's great because there's just no faffing.
Yeah, I've mixed about 80 millilitres in this little jug here, and that's actually going to go a long, long way. It's going to do far more than finishing off the lunar calendar.
Yeah.
Now, you do want to give it a good stir. And just to explain again, at home, I mean, you can fold it a little bit more steadily than I am, but I always purposely put bubbles in this to show the best ways of getting rid of the bubbles.
So at home, you would be a little bit more gentle so you don't get quite as many bubbles.
Yeah, you will always get bubbles.
Yeah.
Always, regardless, but there are ways you can counteract it. But if I make them on purpose, I can show you various different ways of getting rid of them when they do happen. So one thing would be, when you've mixed it, is to stand the resin mix in some warm water, not hot.
Oh, really? That's
warm
a good
water,
tip.
yeah, because it helps bring the air bubbles to the top, so they'll disperse. You've got a good 15 minutes working time to be able to pour this, so it's got a good length of time before you know, it's even going to start reacting in any sort of way. But what you can do, and I'm going to just do this with, oh, do I do it? Yeah, I'm going to try it. Oh, I don't want to spoil my little lunar calendar, but because you've got the matte finish of the mould, while this is clear, and I do this normally when I've got a clear piece, but I think I've resined them all now. They will all come out, even if you're pouring a clear in with no resitint. Because the moulds are matte, you'll get that matte look. That's why it looks shiny on the back, but not on the front. But then if you add some resin over the top once it's cured, and you must use a glove to do this because you don't want it all over your skin. But look at the difference of the colours that are coming out there. And you only need a very, very small amount because you don't want to fill all that detail in. But you can see the difference. If I hold that to the...
That's ridiculous.
And as that sets and cures again, that's going to be really, really sharp. You can see the mica coming out.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah. You will need to allow that to set properly because it is resin. It's still got to cure. But you can sort of bring that to life really, really easily.
That's fabulous. They're really good resin, really easy to use. You've got your 2 sizes as well, so you can go for your 250, and of course that's the resin and then the hardener there. That's £27.50, so 500 essentially. 851456. Or you can get the bigger one as well. So you're getting 1 kilogram of each one, so 2 kilograms obviously in total. So if you're doing a lot of this, then definitely the big ones are the way to go, especially as you do get 2 payments, £39.48, and you're not paying postage if you're a Freedom member, which is important. I mean, postage, I'm not sure what that would be, but anyway, it is, you know, a Freedom members no postage on that, and they're big old tubs. 290488. I mean, it's only £4.98 anyway, but you know, you're saving that, Freedom. 290488 is your item number. Okay, back to you.
Okay, so we've got about 5 minutes, haven't we? I'm just going to get some Luscious powders as well, just to show how I work with this. So straight into the mould, and this is the one that I've just put the resin on as well. This is the way I did it. Mixing those colours. Look at the sheen on these. Look at the... Oh, these are absolutely gorgeous.
And I mean, you are going for it. So you're not worried about having excess Luscious powders, because you're really working it into the mould as well.
The reason being, I just love these colours and how they mix, but also if you put a little bit more of the powder in, some of it will lift to the surface and it will mix, but it will also stay there as well, and that's exactly what I did with that other piece. So that's ready for pouring again. This is the one that's already cured with the Luscious in, but there's a layer of clear resin. Now I've just separated... Just move those out of the way a little bit. I've just separated some of the resin here so I can mix 2 different colours. So using the Resitint Max, just going to give that a stir. I'm scraping off as much as I can there because you only need a tiny, tiny bit.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so you're just using your stirring stick.
Yeah, this is just a paintbrush.
Wow.
And I could have got away with less than I did as well. But look,
gosh, that gives you such a solid colour.
It really, really
and
does.
That's almost like, if you were cleaning your paintbrush off, that's the stuff you'd have cleaned off your paintbrush.
Yeah.
That's
and then
amazing.
if I just get another paintbrush and just to show you, again, this is the black. Just give that a bit of a stir. Again, I'm taking off most of that, so it's just on the end of the paintbrush. This is black into clear.
Boom.
Look at this.
Wow, yeah, that is really effective.
It really, really is. So if you want that crisp detail, then, you know, the Resin Tint Max is not going to lose any of that detail for you, because you're going to mix this, you're going to pour it, and you're going to pick up every single scrap of that detail.
Honestly, they are worth it. If you're doing your resin, they are absolutely worth it, because you do get a lot a lot of applications for your money. $23.98 is your price there, and that. Oh, doesn't it always look so good? I mean, it does look like you're just pouring beautiful hot tar on there.
Now, I've got plenty mixed, so I can refill this, and probably Libra as well. But this is the one where I wanted that third layer.
Yeah.
So just very quickly, because I know we're almost out of time. We're not going to get to do that air dry clay again. I have to keep that for next time. Watch the bubbles. I know it's black. I've probably overfilled that a little bit as well. If you do overfill, don't worry, because just get a spatula.
Yeah.
And scrape it over.
Okay.
Okay. Doesn't matter if it's on top of your mould. That will come away very easily.
Yeah.
That's better. And then let's
so
just.
Really, you don't want it filling it out.
You don't want it overflowing.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to put the heat gun over this. You can almost see the bubbles. It looks like they're dancing, but they're actually clearing.
And it's just so smooth, doesn't it?
Yeah. And although that looks as though you've got that area that's not covered, you've got all those joins in between.
Yeah.
Okay, if I just blow this one a little bit with the heat gun as well, you'll see a few bubbles. You can also see how the powder is starting to come to the surface a little bit more. So with that one, as well, if I wanted to do a mix again of different colours, then you can let it do its own thing. You can mix it on purpose. You can marble it.
Amazing.
But yes, do use your heat gun first of all. Well, not first of all, when you've poured it, to help get rid of those bubbles.
Amazing.
And give it a minute or two, and you'll see more come to the surface. So you can give it another blast as well. After it gets to a certain point, you don't have to keep adding the heat to it.
Will it self-settle?
It will, It will. You can give it a little bit of a helping hand, because, again, if there's any, especially with powder in there, it can cause those areas to trap air.
Right.
So, especially if you've got something with, I don't know, this piece here, for instance, see with the spikes on there?
Yeah.
Use a cocktail stick or a paintbrush into all those little areas. Because sometimes it looks like there's no air in there, but they will be trapped in those points.
Yeah.
So this one, I'll not be able to demould until 4 o'clock, if we're still here at 4 o'clock. It won't be set enough for 12.
Right.
But if we're still here at 4, hopefully we can demould it then.
Amazing, that's exciting. I hope you are, sorry. Right, you have to check your baskets out. We did have loads of pictures. We're going to try, can we try and show them at 12 o'clock? Yeah. We're going to give it a go, because honestly, thank you so much. I'm dying to see them, so we are absolutely going to try and show them at 12. Catherine, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, do you know, I could stand here for hours watching Catherine work. Please check your baskets out. Make sure you tune in at 12 o'clock for more demonstrations, but most importantly, make sure you get these delivered to your door. Yeah, thank you, Catherine. What fantastic moulds as ever.
They are, aren't they? They just seem to get better and better.
Yeah, don't they just?
Wait till see what's coming for the birthday week.
Don't you dare, don't you dare. Right, thank you, everybody. Oh, she's a tease. Do check your baskets out. Bye-bye. Catherine teasing us again. Next, Stencil. We've then got Liberty. It's your Cornerby collection. And then Sweet Poppy Stencils. What a lovely day here at the craft store.
Did you know you can watch the craft store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm a founder of Craftbox UK. Craftbox is a box full of craft supplies that we send to our customers monthly. I wanted to find a box which I could receive every month and would be full of craft supplies. As I couldn't find such box, I decided to create it myself, and that's how Craftbox started. Every box contains at least 15 products, which are beautifully hand-packaged by a team based here in Cambridgeshire. All products are placed in a beautiful, sturdy box, which is ribbon-tied, and we hope that by receiving this box, you will feel like it's Christmas every month.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? I have no idea which day of the week it is, but who cares? It's sunny, it's gorgeous, and we're all very, very happy. And you've got a brilliant hour coming your way because Ali Reeve is with us, who now has her own sauce bottle in the kitchen. She's such a resident here. It's lovely to see you, Ali, again.
And you?
I tell you what, you've always got... No matter, I mean, this is a bit of a last-minute show, wasn't
Yes.
it, if truth be told? A change to the advertising listings. But you always come up with some absolutely genius ideas, super, super cute, and the best ingredients to put them all together with.
I try, but yes, definitely super cute this time because this is something I love working in miniature, so this was just match made in heaven.
This is, honestly, this is so, so cool. If you want something that is a manageable project, that is cute, that's in a really, really nice scale, I always think actually starting, if you're starting on album making and things like that, starting small is really good because you haven't got that massive hurdle to climb.
No, it's manageable because you can fill a page, some of them you can fill a page with a postage stamp.
Absolutely, literally.
So it's ideal for those. But when you get into it, they also will fit into bigger pages. So if you enjoy making scrapbooks, these will become elements that you can open out, or memory books and things. But great alternative to gift tags. Make them Christmassy, hang them on the Christmas tree. There's so much you can do with a mini book. Mini book.
I'm so sorry, but on the other side of the studio, Leonie's on her hands and knees. Crawling out of the set with Zuri, honestly.
Well, otherwise you'd have seen me trying to sneak past.
You need a lie down lady, I think, to think about it.
In a dark room.
Yeah, in a very, very dark room. Right, let's talk about, I mean, this bundle that we've got here is brilliant. Ali and the team are just brilliant at putting together pretty much everything you are going to need, so you don't need to worry about anything.
No, and then you've got plastic templates, so once you've mastered it, you just go off, raid the cupboards, see what you've got in your stash box, and away you go.
Yeah, of course, because you can start utilising things like old cereal packets and all sorts, can't you?
I've done old maps, all sorts of things.
So it's great for the thrifty as well. And I love that's incredibly generous as well, because that's a genuine crafter talking to you as well, to give you templates so you can do the whole thing forever. So it's not a kit where you make one lot of the things, and if you want to make more, OK, well, the shop's open, the till's ready to take
Yeah.
your money again. Do you know what I mean? It's like you don't have to keep buying and buying and buying, and you've got a lot of pleasure out of this as well. So let me run through everything that we've got, and we've got, of course, one of your famous DVDs.
Yes.
You've got such a massive collection of DVDs
Yeah,
now.
my husband really likes making me do DVDs.
Yeah, yeah.
But it is so much easier to show than it is to explain, because especially when you're doing folding and things like that, you know, how do you say fold that to there? It's a lot easier to go fold that to there with
Yeah.
hands.
Absolutely. I think you should rename it like Stamps Away Flicks, because it's got like a massive, massive range of different
It's because
projects.
he did the logo with the TV, he needed to use it on every disc.
Absolutely.
You know, he's put 10 minutes into designing that logo.
Brilliant, and it's worth every single one of those. Right, let's see what we've got then. So we've got all of the templates to make the mini albums, and can I show you one? So I'll show you one from this little bookshelf here, shall I? Because you get the little bookcase as well,
Yes,
don't you?
you
Which is
do.
so, just the sweetest
It's
thing,
so
honestly.
cute.
It's so beautiful. And this is the kind of scale that we're working in here, which I absolutely love, because it can be little photos, it can be little snapshots of your life. I was thinking this morning while I was putting my face on, and you know how long that takes, so I had a lot of thinking time, and I was thinking, you know what, if you've got somebody in your life that, you know, you can't be with, or I tell you what I was thinking. I've got a member of the family that's going through a bit of a dementia journey, and I think actually a way of capturing little memories and just keeping the imagination and the mind going, actually putting together a little album of the family members even.
Yes,
you
and
know.
this one has little tags in pockets, so that would be perfect, because then if somebody's coming to visit, that tag could come out, so they're getting that little reminder.
It's really sweet. I've got to show you this one as well, because it's just the sweetest. I just love it, and I love their delicate.
There's Marvin.
There he is. Look, and look, the little tags and the little pockets.
And you get the
and everything.
templates for doing the tags as well, so you don't even have to measure those bits.
It is honestly just the sweetest thing, isn't it? It's so lovely. Yes, you could track the journey, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Of a family pet there, from little puppy to, yeah.
And these are small enough, you could actually tie that up and put it on a key ring.
Oh, yeah, of course you
Because they're
could.
small enough, or bag charms or things like that. So if the kids do little, you know, send out the tags to the grandkids and each of them do a little picture.
Look, and I love you get the ribbons as well, which is so sweet. Now you get all of the papers and all of the templates. Oh, this could track all the places that you've lived through your life as well, couldn't it? From first flat to your, you know, to the big.
This is what I say about postage stamps.
Yes, from everywhere that you've been, and you can pop those also. Oh, are they little holiday memories and things like that on tags? What a brilliant idea. And that's nice because it's in small scale. It's not going to take you forever, and you can build up a really nice little reference library. Talking of which, you get the little reference library with it as well.
Yeah, you get the little shelf.
Look at these, how
It's so
sweet.
cute.
It is just the sweetest thing. I love it. Now, this comes to you all kind of flat packed, and you literally just slot it together and glue it together and away. Look, you've got your own little vintage bookcase there. Now, it comes in the nude like this, and then you put it together, and then, of course, you can colour it up and give it that kind of vintage feel, or just make it max in. It's beautiful. Right, now, listen, I've got to take you through what is in, because you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, is it 5? 4 of these huge sheets. Now, it's folded up because obviously the scale of everything on this show is slightly smaller. But let me just take this one, because it's the most colourful one, and just show you it's not that. So that's kind of bigger than A4, isn't it? It's 4 times bigger than that. You've got huge sheets, and this is really substantial paper.
It is. It's paper, but it's sturdy enough for making the books. But the reason I like this is it's on craft paper.
Yeah.
So if you don't like the design, you just use the back.
Yeah, it's superb, and I love the fact that you've gone for some colourful, some kind of metallic, nice geo pattern on that one with the gold, which
yes,
I love.
that's very sort of Art Deco almost.
Yes. That is a very go-to kind of, you know, look, it's brilliant. And your ribbon down here, you've got 2 lots of, it's 5 metres, isn't it? And this is, well, you might recognise, you know, where this ribbon came from. And I think for it to be included... Oh, was it from there? Oh, was it? Was
How
it?
was that?
Blimey, the clue was there somewhere. And if you look at the overall price of what you're getting here and how much you could have been paying for lengths of ribbon like that...
It's 5 metres on each reel.
It's brilliant. This is such a good buy. Actually, to be honest... Oh, and I've missed something, haven't I?
Ephemera.
Because we've also got... Sorry, I don't know where I'm pointing here. You've also got your ephemera pages as well. And there's a fair few of those. And they're the ones that are on, like, a clear background, aren't they?
We've shrunk some of these. So these are ones you might be familiar with, but we've shrunk them down so they fit on the pages.
Oh.
So you've got keys, you've got locks, you've got the rivets if you want to make it look a bit sort of metal and sort of like a vault almost. And then you've got panels that you can decorate up and things like that. But they're all shrunk down to fit the mini pages.
See, that's why you're a genius. That's why it's a true crafter at work here, putting these collections together for you. All of that for £17.99. Listen, go for your life on that one. If it's the only thing that you get today, grab it. 507 804 is your item number. £17.99. 10% of the stock already sold out and gone. You can see it's so complete, isn't it? It's really, really good. And we've got a replenishment pack as well. What I would say to you is even if you're buying the first bundle for the very, very first time, get one of these as well. Do yourself a favour, because Ali's got this little window of opportunity where she can put all of these goodies together at an extremely favourable price tag.
Yeah, it's not a bottomless pit, unfortunately.
No, absolutely. And you've got some real quality essential ingredients here as well.
Yeah, and I've got a bit brighter this time. So the 2 ribbons you've got there are ultraviolet and vivid blue. So if you like a bit of colour, the 2 in the first kit are quite neutral. These are really bright and vibrant.
Yeah, so different ribbons in this one, which I think is really, really lovely.
And you get the paper string. Have you seen that?
Oh, OK, right. Oh, OK. Oh, now that feels lovely. Yes, it's almost like, it feels almost a little bit like a candle wick.
Yes.
A little bit.
Yeah, but it's actually made, it's paper that's been twisted into a string.
Oh.
So really nice for tying up your books and perfect for on the tags.
Oh, cool. And that's super strong, I take it, as well. That's really good. I love that. So you get ephemera with that, and you get the 4 sheets, 2 different ribbons, and the paper string there as well. That's just £9.99. So that and that. So for under £30, I mean, you'd just be making albums forever and ever and ever, couldn't you? Think of school holidays as well, because they aren't they happening now? Pretty much now. I don't have many kids. Yeah, I mean, that's activity for the kids to get involved in. Although this feels like a little bit too good to get the kids involved. I don't know.
Well, you could get them to do things and you can cut them up and put them in. But you can,
true.
Because some of the mini books are folded, you can use their drawings because they fold out and things like that. The star books, they're brilliant for things like that.
Yeah, definitely. I love it. Right, let's hop on then, shall we? I'm hopping now, Hannah. I'm hopping rather than I'm bouncing. Right, OK. Next up, we've got your bookbinding cradle. OK, in essence, for someone that hasn't seen this before, that would be me, talk to me about how and why.
Right, so basically, when you're traditionally bookbinding, you stitch the pages together.
Right.
So the cradle sits there, you put your pages in, you've got a funny thing that looks like a very short comb. That is a guide to help you spread your holes out, and basically you put your papers in and then you pierce along and you get a hole all the way through, which will allow you to stitch your pages. You get the needle, you get the thread, you get some clips to give you an extra pair of hands, and you can stitch and make any books. So all the books that are right where you are are stitched and made. So if you so the acetate one is a good example, because obviously acetate is really hard to pierce through. So by having the cradle, it holds it so your piercings go on the fold. Because if you were trying to do it without a cradle, you might find that you're going off to an angle, and then I just stitched beads in when I was doing it.
OK, right.
So it just makes that stitching...
So the holes are where they're...
It's the holes.
It's a bit difficult to see, but the holes are, if I just point them out, where the stitches are there, and then you've put beads in between, because you're Ali Reeve, and you like to decorate.
It's acetate, so you need to see it from the inside. But yeah, the cradle allows you to do the piercing, and at the end of the day, with bookbinding, that is the hard bit.
How super
How you stitch it together is relatively easy.
Oh,
but it's the piercing the holes, and the cradle just makes it so easy.
Oh, and it also keeps the pages nice and close together, doesn't it? Because you can see on this one, now we're approaching 20% of this already sold out and gone, by the way, because what you've done, I guess, is then covered the stitching here in paper. But look at how neat.
When you stitch through, you put a bit of fabric, which so you pierce through that, stitch through that, and then that is what you attach inside your book. Oh,
and look at how neat it is on the pages on the inside as well. That's so, so gorgeous. So they almost disappear. I love it. Very, very nice indeed. Let me tidy up again, because you did all this beautifully, and then I come in with a recommendation. So almost 20% of that sold out and gone. I'm not surprised. £9.99. That's your book making capability forever, isn't it, really? Right, OK, next up. Album, another DVD, Ali?
Yes,
wow,
so
blow me down.
Me do DVDs.
These should have numbers on them as well, shouldn't they? DVD number 752. 844753 is your item number for this one.
No, that is the number of DVDs. It's not the item number.
Oh, is it? All right, this is DVD. Yeah, 844,753. £9.99. So this is you talking to us about album and book making.
Yes, so basically I take you through using the cradle and making books with spines, but then I also give you some instructions on things like the Jacob's Ladder, which is the one you're holding there. Now, if you hold that up and let all the pages drop down...
OK.
And then if you flick it... I'm trying to think... To the top one, if you flick it forward... No, it might be the other way. Flick it the other way. That's it. And let it drop down. Do you remember these as a kid?
Oh! No, I don't, but I love it.
The other way. Take it the other way so that's it.
Oh, I see. Oh, I love it.
It's called a Jacob's Ladder. Used to keep us entertained as children before we had technology.
Oh, OK, so you just keep doing...
And it will keep... So when you put pictures on it, the pictures will change as you flick it over. So there's instructions on how to do that. There's hours of entertainment.
Sorry,
the kids...
you may have lost me for the rest of the show. I may just be standing here doing this all day. OK, so the DVD talks me...
through how to do spines, how to make accordion books, all sorts of different things. You might have gone the wrong way.
Did I go the wrong way then?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go, yeah. Oh, I love it. Right, I've got to stop, because I'll do that for the whole hour, otherwise, and you'll never get anything done. 844753 is your item number then for that, which is wonderful. We also have the sari yarn as well. This is really, really interesting. So this is recycled saris made into a yarn, which I think is ever so clever. I mean, really, really clever, isn't it? And the colours are absolutely gorgeous, Ali, aren't they?
They are. So the colours will vary. You'll get two different ones, but obviously because it's a recycled product, even if we said you're getting a blue one, it would have so many different shades of blue, because they literally shred the sari and then spin it into a yarn.
That's awesome.
So it's beautiful. So you can use that to like you would ribbon on your cards and things. It's just got a beautiful texture. It's
lovely, isn't it? It's really nice. It feels gorgeous as well. 438044, and you will get two of the 100 grams... We wouldn't call them balls, twists.
Skeins.
Really, skeins, thank you, correct answer. Well done, 20 points. 438044. It's almost like this is your product. Right, the ephemera. The ephemera. Right, now, there are a huge number of options here in your ephemera. Let me just show you. We've got some of the new todays here as well, which are lovely. Now, all of your ephemera is on, like, a clear background, so it melds into your project, doesn't it?
It means that you can put it over anything. So this one's really good to create that sort of grungy look. You've got three different designs with... So you get 3 sheets the same, but there's 3 in that sort of same... feel, if you like that look.
Yes.
So there's the squares you've just seen. This is called Distress It. So you've got the sort of scuffing. You've got a fingerprint for those of us that don't manage to get fingerprints on things anyway. You can make it purposeful.
Lovely. And then there's this one.
These are the journal tabs. So these are designed to fold over down the edges of your books.
Oh,
so
cool.
that you can do your little journal tabs.
Lovely. And these are all new today, aren't they, the ones that we're showing right now?
Yes, or available in the pick and mix. So this is your journal extras. So this gives you things like paper clips and staples, because I love the look of a paper clip in a journal, but it's actually a nightmare because it will catch on the page before. Yeah, pegs. But it means they're all flat.
Yes.
Which is perfect for the mini books as well, because you're not adding bulk, but you're adding that interest.
I love it. Right, now we're going to go to the website, just so we can have a quick look through the pick and mix, because we're just showing you some of the new todays, and there is a huge amount. It's almost like you're a huge fan of
the one you've just seen is the mini words. So we've taken one of our most popular ones, which is Type It, and made it smaller, again for the mini books, and added more words in, because I use that such a lot, that one.
Fabulous. So you pick any 3 of those. So you'll have 9 sheets of ephemera in total. And listen, don't limit your pick and mix to just 3. If you want 6 or 9 or whatever, then carry on and take advantage of that while it's there.
And also it means you can buy multiples of the same pack. So if you know you're going to use words a lot, you can get yourself 2 or 3 packs of the same one, which is really handy. That's why we do it as a pick and mix, because I know that there's certain ones I'll use lots of.
Fabulous. 262145 is your item number then for that. So pick 3 packs and you've got that for £11.99, which is a special price. Every price is a special price from Stamps Away, let me tell you. Right, Ali, what should we start with?
OK, so we're going to do a very simple one of the mini journals. We're going to do the little notebook one, which is actually the simplest and most sort of basic book. It makes a little 4-page book and it's just folded. So this is a good one. You can make these up quite quickly and they can become little notebooks, but I'm going to make it into a proper journal. So one of my small pieces of paper. So I just pop the template down and draw around it. If you're batch making, these are all designed to go on A5. So you can just get some A4 paper and chop it in half. But if you're using big paper, you can position the template and do it this way. Also, because the templates are not clear but see-through, it means if you're using a patterned paper or something like a map and you want to pick a particular area, you can move it about and choose the exact area you want to have.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
I love the fact that you develop everything here and you make everything, don't you? It's such a such an organic thing, isn't it? And it's all like locally done. It's like very artisan what you do, isn't it?
Yeah, makes it sound the posher than it is.
Yeah, no.
But it's like I'll do something. So I've made books. I used to make books for my teddy bears as a child.
Yeah.
But you know, and when we did the bookbinding recently, you know, they're all big ones, but then I had some little scraps over, so I made a little pendant. It's like, oh, I wonder if I could shrink some of our other things down. And that's how it came about. And also, small is also handy if you don't have much space for storing when you've made things, because we take a lot of photos, and now because we print them out ourselves, you can print them any size. So just, print them small. So I just want to make sure. So on this one, there's a middle line there, which I've marked with a pencil. Don't worry, you don't have to remember all of this. Everything else, I'm just running my embossing tool.
Yeah, it's all on the DVD, isn't it? How to do all of this.
And then we cut this one. Okay. And then I'm just going to fold all my lines. So you can see, because I've scored it, the paper's going where I want it to. I'm not having to measure. Just fold them all. And then because it's going to be a book that I'm going to open and close, I'm going to go back on itself as well, just so that everything's stretched and creased how I want it.
This paper is fabulous, by the way.
It's standing up on its own, but it's not too. When you're working small, obviously everything increases. So if you're using thick card, that makes everything a little bit too bulky. So that's why we chose these. And I say I chose the 2 craft ones. I mean, I love the hexagons on that side anyway, but also I just love the craft on its own. So at this point, you can then decide, do you want the craft showing, in which case you fold it that way, or do you want the white showing, in which case you fold it this way. Okay, so there's my little book.
That's just the sweetest, isn't it?
Okay, so...
And that means that the decorating bit you get to quite quickly, don't you? And that's the fun bit, isn't it?
Exactly.
That's where you can really be creative.
So, I'm now going to make some little panels to go in here. So the reason I've chosen the white side to go is because I can then create some little panels and use some of the spare craft paper I've got using the back, and I know it's going to be perfectly coordinated. Okay, so I'm going to use, we've got, one of the new ephemera we've got is called Vintage Collage, and Paul's designed some little panels that are all collaged up. But I said, please, sir, can you do me a sheet within the pack that doesn't have the elements in? Because then I can make my own.
Okay, so just
you've
the background,
got some, you've got some pre-done ones, which, you know, for quick things, really nice quick cards. And these stuck onto craft looks fabulous. But they also look really nice in the papers you get in the kit. You get this one, which looks really boring, but actually when you open it up is a beautiful pearl. I don't know if you can see.
Oh, yeah.
So they look fabulous stuck on those as well. So I'm just going to treat myself to the corner of that and stick some on there so you can see. So let's take...
Yeah, because of course that backing is just going to disappear and meld into the paper.
But you just get that lovely cream of the pearl. So the pearl I've not really used to make any books, but I've used it to make the elements to go inside.
Oh yeah, that just pops the colour a bit more, doesn't it?
So and there's the one on the craft. But then we're going to we'll make our own one as well to pop in the books. So I'm just trimming using the actual outline of the ephemera to give me my little mats and layers.
You're going to lose days just diving into this, aren't you?
This is the only problem with moving it from next week to today.
Yes.
I lost the weekend I'd got planned of playing with little mini books. Right, so I've taken a page out of an old encyclopedia. Okay, and I've just taken one of the black and white photos because these look fabulous. So I'm going to take him with his hat. I'm going to position that over there. And it doesn't look, it looks good, but it doesn't look brilliant until you cut it out.
What a good idea.
So this could be, and I've done them with, I've used postage stamps, bits of map, but look at that. And now it matches the other ones really nicely. And if I can just find, I've only got my big words there.
That's very dramatic, that middle one now, isn't it?
It is, and you, I mean, you just start looking at old black and white pictures because it adds the sepia look. I think we'll add a little, so these are the new mini words, so let's add some joy. So now I've got some little panels that I can just stick inside, and they're sort of pre-mat and layered.
Yeah.
So into my book.
This is like your condensed weekend of playing.
Yes.
You've got 2 hours today, haven't you?
I have, so I'll be all right.
I think I'm doing both of them with you.
You are, sorry.
Brilliant. No, I'm sorry for you.
No, it's... but yeah, I got lost. Although I was joking with my husband, because the running joke is normally my car is full of samples, because I'll do quite big pieces and things. And it's like, they're all in these little tiny bookcases. Doesn't look like... But actually, when you start looking, it might only be a mini book, but you can get lost for hours in there. The ribbon you get is super skinny. It's 3mm. So that's really nice. Oh, that reminds me, I need to get a fork ready for the next show.
A fork?
A fork. Remind me before the next show, we need a fork.
A fork, right. Okay.
You'll like that. Because
It has to be a metal fork?
No, it can be a plastic one.
Okay.
Just needs 4 prongs. Or 5 prongs. How many prongs does a fork have now?
I've got some plastic ones in my on my roadshow bag.
Okay, so it's really nice. The ribbon is perfect for that as well as for tying up. But you can see, you can just get lost. And there's a little, I mean, it just makes a little 8-page book.
It's so gorgeous. And to be honest with you, if you've never ever made albums of any sort whatsoever, what an excellent first kind of, because you've kind of got everything here, and it feels like it's the, I'm going to say it again, and forgive me, you're chewing the same carrot again, but it feels like the best of ingredients you could possibly wish for. Do you know what I mean? Everything is there, and then, as Ali just did there, if you want to take your ephemera pieces and make new ephemera, just the way Ali did there, and you can do that from absolutely anything in your life, an old recipe book, a green shield stamp, you know, like anything you want to.
Yeah, because you've got that clear, so you'll see it through, but then it also ties things together. You could also use little bits of something. You could you can actually do a little collage, then stick that over the top, and it makes it all look like it's one piece.
I'm fizzing with so many different ideas now. Are you there? Approaching a quarter of the stock of this bundle has sold out. And what I would say to you is, if you're going for this bundle, make sure you go for the next one as well, for the top-up, because you're just going to love this. Even comes with the little shelf as well, the little bookshelf for you to, and let me bring in the made one, Hannah, I'll bring it into there, because when you've put it together and you've coloured it up, it is just the most, isn't it? It's so gorgeous. Now, what's the finished size of the book, Ali? Do you know offhand?
Right, OK, so that little one is about 2 inches tall.
OK.
OK, so the smallest one is 6 centimetres tall, or about 2 inches.
Yeah.
The largest, which is the Star book, when shut, is 3 inches square. 3¼ inches square, which is 8 centimetres.
We love it. I just think that they are just the cutest thing. They really are.
You've got a Star book on the shelf. It's the bigger one on the bottom shelf.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I haven't been to the bottom shelf. I've only been on the top shelf.
Oh.
Typical me. Typical me.
Because this is actually the smallest template that makes the biggest book.
Oh, OK.
Now, this is using graphic 45, but, you know, again, this is how you can extend. But that is the Star book.
Oh, yes, and I just keep going round and round and round.
And then it ties
in the
back
name,
to
Derek, look. It makes a star. Actually, that could then double up as a... You can make decorations with those as well, can't you?
You do this out of vintage book pages or vintage sheet music. They look fabulous on the Christmas tree.
Yeah. Well, and hanging around the room as well, you know, in various places. Sometimes you've got the other side of the room from where the Christmas tree is that you think, oh, it needs something over here.
There's always something hung on our pictures at Christmas.
Yeah. How cool is that? I love how dimensional that is.
So you can either do it dimensional where you cut the holes through, or you just leave it, the page is solid, and it gives you a nice layered book. There's one at the front along on the display in the middle there, not the sunshine one, the one next to it, which has just got photos in.
Oh,
it just adds some little...
yeah.
But it just, again, because of the shape, it just catches the eye. Because things are at an angle, so so there, you're actually seeing 4 pictures, you know, rather than just the 2.
Oh, yes.
Because but again, it's quite an easy one to make, but you can get lost for hours decorating it.
I love it. Liz, can I just quickly show you what's in this? Because honestly, just very quickly, and I know if you've been with us from the top, you know, and you probably have yours in your basket already, but if you haven't, do yourself a favour. If you have this in your basket right now, please do check it out, because it's moving really quickly. Approaching 30% of the stock of this is sold out and gone. Now, you don't even really need to have paid attention to the show, because you get a full DVD which explains everything that you can do with this. You've got your templates to make, so it's to make the little 2-inch album that we've been showing you.
So the smallest is 2 inch, the biggest is 3 inch square. So you make a mini notebook like I just did.
Yeah.
A mini portfolio, mini tag accordion book, and a mini star book.
Right, so four different...
4 completely different books.
OK, so 4 sets of templates which will do all of that for us. Ali, you are too good for £17.99. I'm telling you that right now, because you would expect, wouldn't you? OK, DVD and template, £17.99. Go find your own bits and pieces to go with it. That would be fair enough, wouldn't it? No, Ali supplies these 4 massive, massive sheets of fabulous paper as well. So the pearly white, the geometric, the one with the hexagons, and this one that's full of colour. And of course, it's 4 times as big as what you're seeing on the screen because they're folded into 4. You've got all of the ephemera there as well, so 3 sheets of ephemera that we've just been seeing, which is lovely. You've got your 2 skinny ribbons there as well, which are 3mm, which is just the right scale for the projects that we are there. A bit of a brand that you might have heard of as well, which, you know, just adds to the mix very nicely, thank you very much. And the little bookcase, which you can decorate up. You can put your rice papers on there, you can put your ephemera onto that as well. Decorate it as you want to. In fact, let me show you Ali's decorated one again, because as well, I just love it. And this has just been coloured, hasn't it?
Yeah, just with stain.
Yeah. And doesn't, how awesome does that look?
A bit of black gesso at the edge to give it that aged look.
Yeah.
You use the scourer to get a little bit of sort of scratching to give it an antique look.
You want to get a few of these, and you want to have a look on the show as well, because you've got a top-up pack which gives you more of the papers and more of the ephemera and different ribbons as well. So get that into your basket as well. Please be as quick as you possibly can, because this is such a... Again, it's a limited time kind of offering this as well. Because it's just a unique opportunity to just grab all of these goodies while you can at such a good price tag. I can't say too much, but it is so good, Ali, it really is.
Well, the reason we chose the papers, I say, don't necessarily look at the designs. We chose them because they're the perfect weight. They're not too thin, but they're not too thick. But
and
also, even if you
huge.
don't like the pattern, the backs are brilliant.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, we forget and we only focus on the front, but the back is really, and it's the perfect weight, and that was what it's about. Because when you're making mini books, if you've picked the wrong weight of paper, if we'd have just given you the templates and sent you on your way, you might have picked the wrong weight of paper, and they'd be too flimsy, or they don't fold up because it's too sturdy, and then you're going to be disappointed.
And can I just say very, very briefly, these were originally designed as wrapping papers, and I've had experience of these as well, and they're actually too heavy for a wrapping paper.
I wouldn't want to try and wrap a present with them.
I've tried many, many times. Anyway, Ali, back to you.
Okie dokie, so we're going to do the little portfolio, and it's a tiny one. These would make really nice gift tags at Christmas. If you were doing, you know, a very sort of simple present, and then maybe tickets to something, or, you know, this is perfect for this. So again, I'm just drawing around. You'll notice on this template, you've also got 2 tags. You do actually get the tags in them, but then you pop them out so that you can draw around them.
Yeah.
But by having the hole there, if you accidentally lose your tags, by cutting them out of the main template, you still have that tag shape if you've lost your little templates in your craft room. Because there is nothing more annoying than losing the little template that goes with a kit. It's like, if we cut them out of the main template, even if you lose them, you've still got them, if that makes sense.
Yes, completely.
Right, so...
Do you know, again, a crafter talking. Like, I love this, when you can see the passion of the person who is
and also
making...
It's like, I like that one because it's easy to cut out, but it's like, well, we might as well give you a fancy one as well.
Yeah, why not?
But also, because that's a template with a stencil, you could actually do faux tags.
Yes.
You know, so if you wanted to have a tag shape on your front, you can just ink through that and you've got a...
Yeah.
Okay, so I've cut out, I've put my template back on, and I'm just scoring. So at this point, you want to ignore the tags, because they are...
Is this just a ball tool?
Yeah, this is just a... It's not even a craft one. I confess it's a nail art one.
Oh, OK.
So they're called dotting tools if you're looking at nail art ones.
Okay.
And I'm just going for the one that fits nicely. You don't want to go too skinny when you're scoring on paper, because you could go right through your paper.
Right.
So you want a fairly chunky one, or a run-out ballpoint pen works quite nicely. So all you're doing is sort of easing the paper a little bit. Again, when you're working with paper, don't work onto a soft mat, because it will just be...
Just go through it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and it just helps you. So I'm going to fold And that.
So nice, honestly. How many ideas have you got at home right now for this? Things that you want to do, gifts that you want to make, getting together with the kids in the holidays, while they're on holiday maybe. You know, maybe you're going on a camping holiday or, you know, caravan or stuff where you're getting away from all the Wi-Fi and technology and all of this kind of stuff. How good is this?
Well,
what a lovely show and tell this would be
yeah,
back
and
at school.
they're so dinky, you can, you know, you don't need a huge amount of paper. So there's your little folio, which folds over like that. So you've got your 1, 2 pockets there. If you don't glue the top, you've got extra pockets there.
Yeah.
All I do is I run a tiny bit of glue along there and stick that down.
Looks like you made a mini wallet, isn't it?
It is like a mini wallet, yeah. And this is really good for, even if you're not making mini books as mini books, this is a perfect one to include in a larger album, because this is the one that you can tuck your receipts or your tickets or any little sort of bits and pieces. I mean, I saved all sorts. I remember as a child collecting the sugar cube wrappers from Hyde Park Cafe because they all had different pictures on. So that's the sort of thing you would keep in there. So you've got those, and then you can start making up your tags.
Gosh, sugar cubes in little wrappers.
Yeah.
You don't see those anymore. It's
You
all
don't.
sachets these days, isn't it?
Oh, I wish I'd have kept those because they were lovely.
Emily's just had a really good idea as well, actually. The kids could make these as little wallets for when the tooth fairy wants to make a deposit.
Oh, yes. Perfect. So you make your little tags.
In the hope it'll be a note, I guess.
I think you can fit a pound coin in there, 20p.
Yeah.
I mean, I
don't
don't
know
know
what the going rate for a tooth is these days.
I think it's quite pricey,
Yeah, I think
to
it's
be
at
fair.
least £2 these days,
I think it's
isn't it?
actually starting
Yeah, I
to
think
get
so.
cheaper to go to the dentist than actually
Yeah,
pay the tooth fairy.
no, absolutely.
I'm so out of touch with that.
Well, I don't know. Like a trip to the dentist is like it's quite a mean feat these days.
Yeah, it's not.
Because you pay for a gown and stuff now, don't you?
Do you get to take it away afterwards? Because it's a lovely material to
Oh,
alter.
I suppose, yeah, you can craft with it, can't you? But you have paid £10 for it. And actually, if you put that in context of the price of your whole album-making kit here, it does seem a little...
It does, doesn't it?
Well, you get the most value out of it, I suppose, wouldn't you?
So you can see I'm started making little tags. But I was also going to do, you know, with the ephemera, another little bit to go in. I found, again, in this encyclopedia, look at these pages.
Oh, see, that's a piece of history sitting there, isn't it?
Yeah. So,
where did you get all these books from, Ali?
right,
Did
you
just go
get
to
out of
second-hand-
date encyclopedias because obviously they go out of date quite. And this, I don't know when this was from. Well, I think that ages it slightly.
Yeah, just a little.
So actually, make friends with your library because they have to turn books out quite regularly when they go out of date. Yes.
Oh yeah, of course. I suppose they do.
Yeah. So.
So you offer yourself as a recycling service.
But yeah, you just make friends with people like that, and it's amazing what you can pick up. Right. So we're going to do a collage, which we're then going to put the ephemera over the top of. So we're going to take a bit of a front of a car.
I bet there'll be job lots on those auction websites as well, where people are getting rid of a stash of old, you know, whatever magazine.
Yeah, encyclopedias and things like that.
Yeah.
You can pick them up, and you know it's out of date. You've got to remember that although some books are recycled,
yes,
a lot go to landfill. So
some make up roads, don't they?
Yeah,
wasn't the M6 toll made out of Mills and Boon or something?
It is Mills and Boon, yes, because
Other books are available.
They pulped tiny little bits here.
You'd be great at a pub quiz, Ali. For the obscure.
Useless pearls of information.
Your specialist subject be
just random
the makeup
things.
of the M6 toll.
That's definitely a mastermind thing, isn't it? So I'm just piecing these together. So at the moment, you can see I've stuck it onto a white piece of paper.
Yeah.
I've got a black and white photo. I've got an age. So everything looks... Oh, I quite like that side. It's not the bit I chose, but everything looks very random at the moment.
Yes.
So this is where my ephemera comes in. Where's my plain sheet? There it is. Because this is like the unifier. Because if I put that over the top
Do we get the plain sheet in the main bundle?
You get, it's
Ali?
not.
Is it in the top up?
It's.
I think it's in the top
No,
up, is it?
the ephemera is the same in both. The one you've got in there is a slightly different shape, but you use it in exactly the same way. This is the vintage collage set from the pick and mix.
From the pick and mix, right?
But
okay, cool.
in the bundle, let me see if I can find my one you've got in the bundle. Is like little panels which you can use in exactly the same way. Bear with me, sorry.
Oh, is it this one with the hot air balloons and?
Yes, so there's.
Yes.
So you've got these ones, which is the hot air balloon ones, and then you've also got these. You can use these in exactly the same way. That's why we put these in.
So which one do I need to go for the pick and mix to get lots more blank?
Vintage collage.
Vintage collage,
because you get pre-done ones.
Yeah.
And
plains.
Plain ones, so that you've got
options.
Yeah, so you've got speedy things if you need them, and you can spend time and make your own little panel.
This would be a good time to go and visit the pick and mix, by the way, for the ephemeras. You've got the details at the bottom of the screen there. You pick 3 packs. They've got 3 sheets of each. So if you want just the, what was it, vintage?
Vintage collage.
Vintage collage. If you wanted vintage collage 3 times over, you could do that in the pick and mix, couldn't you? And it would be still just $11.99. And there are all some of the options that are going through. So it's 3 sheets of ephemera, whichever option you go for, and you pick and mix any 3 sets, or the same sets if you want to. Check, not all of those are available, by the way, that we've just shown you.
They're not available at the moment.
No. But have a look, because the ones that are will be on the show page. Obviously, we've got a massive library of pictures. You've got a rather large collection, Ali.
I know, I kind of realise, but they're so useful because obviously being called Stamps Away, there's a clue there that we did used to do stamps many years ago.
I know, I was looking for the stamps today, and
but Catherine joked, are we called Stamps Away because we've put our stamps away? And it's like, yeah, that's actually true. Yeah. But I find the ephemera so much easier to use because I can, for example, I've now stuck this. So this is a little bit lumpy bumpy now.
Yeah.
Not that it shows, it doesn't matter for what I'm doing. But if I wanted to add a greeting and I was stamping, that would be really, really hard to stamp on because you've got things at different levels. But if I take my ephemera, I can overlap,
wherever you want
press it down, and it's perfect. So, and you know, how much fun have I had just creating a tiny little panel? I've still got tags to do in here. So even though these books and everything we're making is small, doesn't mean you can still spend hours and you can get lost for hours in them.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised. I have to stop you briefly there because I need to remind you at home to get this sorted, because lots of you have this in your baskets right now. Remember, your baskets do expire after a short time as well, and I don't want you to lose the chance. And I'm not saying that for any loaded reason. This is just such a darn good deal that everyone here in the room, I can hear people chatting in the gallery, Lewis, our floor manager, we're all like, right, OK, we're buying after the show, because this is really, really good. 40% of this bundle has sold out and gone. And again, remember, this is not going to be around for months and months and months at all in this kind of configuration and as affordable. I mean, the DVD on its own, DVDs like this retail on their own anywhere from like £6 to £15 for an instructional DVD. It shows you how to make all 4 of the different types of albums. The other DVD we have on the show today is £9.99, so that's included in this bundle, and that's only part 1. You get the little shelf for you to make up as well, to store your mini albums. You get the 2 skinny ribbons, which are the 3mm one from a name that you might well recognise, and you've got the templates, which you can use forever and ever and ever. It's not like a single-use template. You carry on making these albums forever out of whatever you want to. You've got your 3 sheets of ephemera, which is brilliant, with the option to go and buy more on the pick and mix, which I know you'll be doing, especially the vintage collage, definitely. And then you've got these 4 massive sheets of really, really high quality paper, different designs. You've got the pearly one, the geo, you've got the hexagons, and you've got the colourful one, 4 times bigger than you're seeing on the screen because they're folded down into 4. And that's all for £17.99. No wonder I'm so giddy about this. It's brilliant. £17.99. And you need to check that out as quickly as you possibly can, because that kind of configuration is not going to stay around forever and ever and ever. Now, I also, if you're getting this, do yourself a favour and save yourself some money and get yourself the top-up pack as well, because this is brilliant. You could buy this standalone if you want to. If you just like the look of everything you've got there, if you like the look of what Ali's been doing with the ephemera, etc., etc., there are different ribbons in this one as well. So you've got the 4 papers, you've got 3 sheets of the ephemera, and you've got 2 different ribbons there, so they're brighter ribbons, and you've also got the paper string there as well, which is brilliant. I mean, really, really good. So slightly different configuration, but well worth buying, even if you're buying the album making bundle, because you know you're going to carry on making these forever and ever and ever, and you're going to love it and get lost in it. And you can always add to it in terms of ephemera, because one thing Ali will always have is ephemera. I'll tell you that for now, for nothing. But the bundles in this configuration right now, they're not going to be around forever. And are they ever going to be as affordable? Again, £9.99. It's just brilliant. It's really, really good. Am I carrying on? Yes, we're doing the cradle now, aren't we? The bookbinding. See, again, this is another genius idea. If you've not seen this before, the cradle, to be able to do your own bookbinding and come up with these kind of gorgeous results here, and everything you need is there as well. Does this cradle come with instructions, Ali?
Only on how to put it together, because basically you'll see in a minute, it's for making holes. So once you know what it's for, it's...
So the instruction manual is about to come in words and pictures, which is brilliant. So if you're buying this, you're about to see how to use it as well. 527172 is your item number at £9.99. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is your instruction manual for your bookbinding cradle.
OK, so basically the cradle is there to help you make the holes to stitch your pages. So all I've got is I've got some paper here, which I'm just quickly folding in half, and I've decided I'm going to do myself a very trendy gold geometric notebook. So I've just cut a little bit of the gold geo because I just think that's a bit funky.
It's so nice.
So all you then do is you put everything, all your pages in together. Right.
So you can go as many pages as you want then.
Yeah, you don't want to go. You don't want to go too many pages because then it starts to. But in front of you is the sort of variety of things I've used to make books out of.
Oh gosh, yeah. Oh, I love this. Oh yes, and of course you can bind it portrait or landscape as well, can't you? Oh, really, really sweet. I mean, look at that. That's lovely. And the different kinds of papers that you can use within it as well.
Yeah, you can literally recycle anything. So this is the basic one we're going to do now. It's just a simple little notebook.
Could be a little sketch pad for you to take away or whatever. And I love the way that the stitches just kind of disappear. You know,
It's because the holes are right on the crease, and that's what the cradle's about.
So you've got your pages in.
I've got my pages in and open, so they're sitting flush up against the side, so it's a 45-degree angle. Now, you use this. It helps you hold your pages in, and also if you want to evenly space your holes, you use this. So all you do is you pop your little comey thing in so that it's roughly even, and I'm only talking roughly even, gap there. Because of the way you stitch, it doesn't matter if it's slightly off. And then you use a needle, a pokey tool, anything, and you just start making holes until you get to the end of your book. Okay, but that actually helps hold the pages for you. It's amazing. And now, can you see those holes right on the crease? And that's what the cradle does. And then all you do is you take your needle and your thread, you start at the middle hole.
And you get some thread with this this kit as well, don't you?
And occasionally, concentrate what you're doing a second. Occasionally, I might use something else, but that is my original ball of thread that I've made all these books with. So it does last a long time.
Just to let you know, Ali, we've got about 5 minutes left.
Oh, that's plenty of time. So all I'm doing is I'm going up and down the holes. So because the holes are already pierced, and look, they're nicely even spaced, so you start in the middle and you go towards one end.
Okay.
Once you get to the end, you go back and you start going back through the same hole. Okay.
Okay.
And because you've used the piercing cradle, everything's nice and even. When you get to the middle, you're going to skip the middle hole and go to the one above it. Okay, so because the holes are already done, it's just like those stitching kits you used to get as kids, you know, that had the holes pre-punched for you.
Oh, yes.
So that you had the pattern to follow.
Bookbinding cradle and accessory kit, 40% of the stock now sold out. Again, the power this puts in your hands for $9.99 is just ridiculous, isn't it? If you think about it. $9.99.
Okay, and then you come up the middle one and just try and make sure you go the opposite side of that long stitch to the end thread, so that when you come to tie, that's going to catch across that long stitch in the middle. And for some reason my fingers aren't working this morning, so tying a knot seems to elude me. And then there you go, one lovely little hand-bound notebook.
That's so elegant as well, isn't it? And how quick was that? You always imagine making a book, you think, oh, yeah, but it's going to take forever.
The whole point is trying to get things done so that you get onto the decorating.
Yeah.
But that could be a little book that, you know, and then I could fold a corner up to create a pocket and put one of my mini books in. You know, you just then start expanding and creating whatever you want.
Do we use glue when we're building the cradle? I know we get that instruction, but...
Right, you can glue it if it's going to be on your desk all the time.
Yeah.
But if not, if you need to pack it away, you just dismantle it, and then that takes up very little space.
Fabulous. So that can go in your staycation bag, and then away you go. And you're not taking, you know,
it's not bulky. It's easy to put together. I tend to have mine sort of set up at the back of my, because I can then grab it whenever I want. But it takes 2 seconds to put back together. You just... Obviously.
Half the stock of the cradle now are sold out and gone.
So you just, it all just pops together. So you can just...
You know what, you guys don't realise your own genius as well, because, I mean, like, you know, you would not make that of something inferior, because it wouldn't last for you, and if it wouldn't last for you, you wouldn't sell it to us. And I love that. It's really heart and soul what you do, because actually... You put it through its paces and make sure it's rigorous
and you know, and
enough.
we joke because we'll build prototypes, and sometimes there's prototypes kicking around the factory and it's like, must put that in the bin because it's not right. You know, things like making sure that they're flush to there, so that the paper, when it's in, if I hold it at that angle, sits flat there, so that you know you're getting that nice crisp angle there.
Yes.
And little things like that. But I'm going to confess, when Paul designed that, I was like, are you sure? Because he actually worked out how... This is the maths involved, because we want it to be out of 6mm so that it becomes an extra hand. It holds your paper for you, so it holds that paper so it's not bouncing up and down. So it needed to be out of 6mm. So he had to work out how long the slot needed to be, so that when you put your needle in there, it lined up with the underneath. And it's like, that's quite a bit of maths involved in that.
It's genius. And I tell you what, I mean, the proof of the pudding is in the eating as well, and you can see from the end results that what you get is something professional, because it's been put through its paces amazingly. Get the cradle, because really, really good. 527172 is your item number for this one. Right, okay. This as well, like, I'm not telling you've got to, but you would do yourself a huge, huge favour in terms of your enjoyment of your craft as well, to get something approaching half of the stock of this checked out, sold out and gone. If you want it, it comes with the DVD. I mean, DVDs, we've got a DVD on the show that's $9.99, so you know you could easily be talking $9.99 for an instructional DVD. You don't even have to have watched the show. You can always come back to the show and rewind as well. But you get the papers with this, you get the ephemera, you get all of the templates that you can use forever. 4 different designs of little album and book you can make. You got the 2 ribbons as well, plus the little bookcase, which you can decorate up beautifully and enjoy forever and ever and ever. Now, I know you didn't know you were going to be here today, Ali, but when are you actually back officially then, now? 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, yes, with me. I should know that.
I told you I can't remember things.
Back here at 2 o'clock. That'll be with both of us as well. Anyway, back to the rest of today. Between now and 2 o'clock, where me and Ali are back together. Liberty Carnaby collection coming up next, and then Sweet Poppy stencils. Lots to enjoy.
Hi, I'm Abs from All and Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. All and Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dyes, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and format. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the All and Create shows.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. We decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new.
Welcome. I was chatting there to our lovely Susie. She still had a mask on, but it's okay because it's Liberty. Now, what a show we have got for you. Look at that fabric. Is that not the most beautiful fabric you've ever seen? Oh, gosh, honestly, these fabrics are sensational. We are talking Liberty. The prints are stunning. The quality is amazing. We are talking about the Carnaby collection. And, oh, wow, when you get hold of these, just a small bit of Liberty, and, wow, your project just sings. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Of course, it's not just myself. All these wonderful finished samples, and the lady herself is sat right over there, in fact. Oh, lovely Susie. Oh, lovely Susie. Susie, oh, wow.
I know.
I mean, this looks gorgeous.
It is absolutely stunning. And I don't say this very often, but I think this might be one of my favourites.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? What is it that makes this one so special for you?
I think, first of all, the colours. The colours are so vibrant.
Yeah.
The designs are unbelievable. And I love the smile it brings to me, and
Yes.
the feeling of happiness and sunshine, and yeah, it's just such a glorious collection. There's something in it for everybody. If you're a ditzy person, there's ditzy prints. If you're a bold, big statement person, there's that there as well. There's interest in every single fabric. There's something of interest to find.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just glorious, and in the 3 different colourways, just makes it amazing.
Yeah, and the Carnaby Street, that one that takes my eye. That is your Carnaby Street.
Your sunny afternoon.
Yeah, it's your 60s vibe. It's your Beatles vibe. It's that kind of, oh man, that kind of design that is just timeless. It's superb.
So that particular design is called Sunny Afternoon, and it really is the sunny afternoon in one of the London parks with that rainbow there, the sun streaming through the clouds. In all 3 colourways, that's the one that really works and is a great focal fabric.
Yes, absolutely.
But you can fussy cut it as well, which is what I love.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. That's my favourite. Again, I'd wear... Oh,
exactly. I want to make myself a blouse in this collection, but I want every element of the blouse to be different. So I want these 2 different front panels, different sleeves, different backs.
Yeah, that would look so cool.
I know, but my family think I'm totally nuts, but I just think it would work so well.
That. Yeah. Oh, okay. So now you've got choices. So you can either go for a set of 5 or you can go for all of them. I'm going to tell you straight away the full bundle is really, really busy. However, we'll get onto that in a second because this is your first set. Now, this is your retro indigo. You are saving £2 on this. With the big collection, all those, so it's £2 saved off everything. So that is carried forward. So if you're going for your big, because I know the big is the one that's been busy, or I do believe the one that's been busy, the £2 are carried forward. So all of these 3 are together. So it's a £6 carried forward, and then you get another £4 saving. So on that big collection, you're actually saving £10. That's 2 payments of £24.99. So if you do want to go for the bigger, it is that saving. It's not just your £4 because the £2 is carried forward. Right, okay, that's if you want your bigger. But let's go to the beginning. Now, this is the beautiful indigo now. Oh, stunning. I'm not opening these, but our lovely Susie has got them ready to flick through. So please, can we go through these? So these are your fat quarters, aren't they, Susie?
They are, yes. These are the fat quarters. So for fat quarter, if I hold it out, you'll see how much you get. And I've just dropped all my demo on the floor, but never mind. There you go. So that's what you're going to get.
Stunning, stunning, stunning.
So they're imperial fat quarters. So that's 1/2 metre by 55 centimetres. So you can do loads.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We're looking from the top, our lovely Susie.
Okay,
so we'll be looking on the top. So if you can spin it round so it's just right to you.
Round.
So
there you
they're all going to be on the right to you.
But this is the only one that makes a difference. This is the only directional print. Stunning. So this is Sunny Afternoon, where you've got your trees, different trees. You've got your parkland. You've got your sun popping out from behind the clouds.
That's
and
amazing.
You've got your rainbow effect going on as well, just above here, look.
Oh, yeah, that's amazing.
Just love it in that denim blue, peachy pink, and that corally red, a scarlety red. It's not a deep red, it's quite a scarlet red. It's really pretty. So there's that one.
That's
then
gorgeous.
You've got this Bloomsbury silhouette, which is just glorious ditzy print. Great as a blender as well, because it is such a small scale print. You can do a lot of blend work with it if you're quilting with it.
Yeah.
Great for a bag lining.
Beautiful.
Although I think, to be honest, any of these work as bag linings.
Yeah.
And then you've got Portobello Paisley. So you've got that Paisley icon shape, but if you zoom in close, can we zoom in really close?
So, I can't tell.
Challenging now. You can see that Paisley is made up of the tiniest little flowers.
Oh my God.
So delicate.
That is absolutely stunning. I didn't realise that with little flowers.
How glorious is that? It's absolutely beautiful.
That is so pretty.
So if you want to fussy cut, you're doing EPP, or even wanting to cover a button, or you just a focal piece within a tiny design. If you're making dolls' clothes, or quilts for a doll's cot, or a little person's dress. This is such a glorious print to do that with.
Yeah, that is stunning. Next.
And then the next one is Westbourne Posy, which, I mean, what's not like to like about that? I mean, there's just so much going on.
Yeah, yeah,
that is beautiful. A beautiful English garden with all the big flowers and pops of colour, which is what you see in summer, isn't it? You see that beautiful...
Yeah, absolutely.
Colourways going on. Again, great for fussy cutting, great for lining things, just to add elements of detail. And if you're doing a lot of half square or quarter square triangles in a quilt project, a print like this means you're not going to lose out on detail.
Yeah, yeah.
It's really good.
Sensational. That's, oh, look at that as well.
And then Piccadilly Poppy.
Amazing. Look at the detail.
This. Yeah. So you've got those, all the colours go together, and that's what I love, that I can pick up any of these in the Retro Indigo set and know that they'll all work.
Yeah, yeah. And that's it, isn't it? Everything, it all works together, those prints. And this one is a combo, isn't it?
So that's the log cabin design, put with one of the Wiltshire shadows, the Midnight Ink, as the other half of the log cabin.
Yeah.
But we've used all of the Retro Indigo within the design, which is
incredible.
Just, just looks so cool.
And it's when you get, I mean, you only need a tiny bit of that fabric, but because the prints and the colours are that strong and beautiful.
I mean, they're only 1.5 strips.
Yeah.
I mean, they are tiny strips.
But it looks so good.
Exactly.
You can see other, but that is beautiful. So there are other prints that we haven't got in this selection for you, but it shows you how well these work together.
Yeah.
Now, if you do want that first bundle, only £17.99 is your price. That's your Indigo. Please remember, you can get this in the big bundle, but already on its own, a third of the stock has gone. 259385. The next one that you've got, oh, look at the colour of that, absolutely divine. So this collection is your Daydream. Oh, and even the titles are wonderful. Can we have a look at a Daydream, please, Susan?
Daydream. Right, well, this is my version of the Daydream, or rather Liberty's version. So these are your... Imperial purples, your royal blues, lemony yellows. So these are quite citrusy colours.
Yeah.
And what I call the real lay back and daydream.
Yes.
You know, lying in a meadow, this is what you're going to see.
Yeah.
So here you've got those beautiful flower designs going on. With the nod to all the colours. So this one will work as a blender for all of them.
Beautiful.
And then if you remember the previous one where we had Westbourne Posy, this is the same design but with this glorious dark, it's not black, well it doesn't look, well it could be black, but it's really, really dark background, but doesn't that make everything pop off the fabric and just looks so awesome? You've got your foliage in there and that lovely green, really fresh green.
I love how you've still got the yellow coming through as well.
Exactly.
You know, it just, that's a lovely thing. The attention to detail is incredible, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, that's what I love. You can take, that's why fussy cutting this or cutting small elements means that you're not losing any detail, which is great for any of your projects, because if you're only making just a tiny little bow as an accessory or a hair scrunchie or just a tab for something, you've got all that design and detail there, so it makes your project look even more special.
Yeah, it really does.
It
always, I think, a little bit of liberty always makes it look expensive.
Absolutely.
Doesn't it? Makes it look rather posh.
Yeah. Well, I have the poshest face masks, as you can imagine.
Next.
So this one, this is the Bloomsbury, it is, Bloomsbury Blossom. This one. Sorry, there's so many, I forget which they are.
I tell you, I don't know you remember any of them, I'm terrible.
So where in the retro we had the Bloomsbury silhouette, which was the red with the white flower. This is similar flower shapes, but these are coloured. So you've got your lavender lilac in the background, you've got your amethysty imperial purple here, you've got your citrusy yellow, your white, so that you can see they're all going together to make projects.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah?
Yep. Next.
And then this
I love
one.
that.
So this is just 60s, isn't it?
It is.
I mean,
it's so
this
super
is
retro.
so 60s
Oh
retro.
my gosh, that's well cool.
Isn't it just?
And that pop of yellow again. Isn't it
Exactly.
interesting? Because that yellow on there, it almost looks like neon,
Yes,
doesn't it? It's got such
It's a real
vibrant...
limey, yellowy.
Yeah.
It's a very, very cool yellow.
Yes.
And as you say, with this, because the blue seems to be focal, it really makes the yellow look even more
Yeah.
citrusy. It's an incredible piece, this
I
one.
love that.
But
yeah.
can you imagine this as a little dress?
Oh man, can I? That would be so cool.
It would be really lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah, for a little skirt. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it would be
I
really
love
lovely.
These. I want every single one. What's next?
And then the last one in the set, give me them all. Then you've got Piccadilly Poppy. Now, in this one, we've introduced another element. So there's this glorious rosy pink coming through here. So again, it's one of those. Now, this is a directional print. Let me turn it this way, because you've got your stems going up.
That is
not
so
from selvage
cool.
to selvage, this goes the other way. So
Right.
these are almost like your primrose style flowers. But you could do some amazing extra embellishment with this if you were doing home decor projects, because you've got circles here. So sew in a bead.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you do that?
That is sensational.
It is
absolutely
so cool.
They're your daydreams. I tell you, that is so beautiful. And of course, you are mixing and matching other fabrics with this, because that's the lovely thing about the Liberty collection, how it all fits together so well. But if you do want your daydream, £17.99, absolutely stunning. Okay, last but not least, your Bohemian Brights. I must admit, this collection, this has all. I can't have a fave, because I love them all. I absolutely love everything. I mean, oh, right. Can we look at this one, please?
So we're going to start.
I love this bit. I love this bit.
We're going to
watch
start
you just look at fabric for
with
hours.
Westbourne Posy.
Oh, look at that.
So here we have, so this is one that we've seen in all three colourways.
Yeah.
But again, it looks completely different. It almost matches my top.
It does. We were just saying, you kind of, it all blends in beautifully.
I've tried to look a bit retro. But again, you've got that dark, it's not quite a navy, it's what I would say was a French navy background.
Yeah.
Then you're moving into the royal blues, a more mustardy yellow with this colourway. Yeah. So more in tune with the mustard colours we're seeing in fashion and home decor at the moment in retail. And then you've got that lovely scarlety red that appears in the retro indigo. So this particular fabric would marry really well with the retro indigo.
Yeah.
Really cool. But again, great for fussy cutting. I mean, you imagine if I just took, a snapshot piece, I've got so much detail in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's it, isn't it? Again, you can take the smallest element out. And I do believe the one we were looking at, that was possibly, no, it wasn't from... Anyway, next one, please.
So the next one is your Bloomsbury Blossom, which is just stunning. There's just so much detail in here. And again, you've got that scarlety red background. So I actually want this in a tea dress.
Yes, wouldn't that look sensational?
I think this would look amazing in a tea dress. And because you've got that denim-y blue coming in, so partner it with a denim jacket, sorted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely
I
lovely.
love it.
Obviously, I'd need a little bit more than a fat quarter to make a dress.
But we've got choices anyway, haven't we?
I could make the pocket.
Yeah, you could have a cheeky little, maybe just one.
It would be very cheeky if I made my dress.
That would be very cheeky. You'd be getting comments. I don't think the kids would let me go outside with that one.
No,
They'd be like, no, Mum, not that one.
No.
Not that one.
Yeah.
No, my favourite.
This is my favourite.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. So this
that
design
makes me happy.
So you can see this design runs selvage to selvage. So it is directional. Although, you know, based upon the 60s, if you turned it upside down, would anybody know?
Yeah, that's stunning.
It is just glorious. I love that. It's not an emerald green. It's not, I don't know what you call it. It's just such a fresh green, married in with that mustard and the scarlet red is just glorious.
Yeah, the colour combo is phenomenal.
It is, and this is featuring heavily in my work cream.
It's so retro, but it's modern
fun
as well. It's just sensational. And obviously, you need so much of that because it's the best material in the world.
It is. Yes, you will need to buy several of the fat quarter bundles of this one. Now, this one, the ribbons, is just brilliant. So and these run horizontally. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so look at that.
What I love about this is it makes a fantastic standalone fabric. You can easily fussy cut and ditzy print style, and you can cut your squares, you can do all that, and you can do your small scale. But even better, and you've got the cushion behind you, Leonie, on your top right. If you cut down the ribbons, you've created your own bespoke ribbon band.
These are oh my gosh.
So to accessorise...
Because they look like real ribbons.
Exactly. And you can accessorise plain fabrics just with strips.
Yeah.
And I think that's a genius idea.
That looks so pretty.
Yeah.
That looks so ridiculously effective. And it means, my gosh, one piece of fabric you can make go such a long way.
I know. Just imagine how many I can get out of a fat quarter.
Yeah. That
just
is amazing.
Phenomenal. I could almost make my dress back up.
Just in ribbons.
Yeah, just in ribbons.
Be okay for summer. What's next?
So this one, Daisy
this is
Dot.
my other favourite.
And I think this is really sweet. There's no other term. I don't use sweet and cute very often, but this is a cute fabric. You've got such a tiny, perfect daisy flower on here. But from a distance, it just looks like dots.
Yes.
So I think for that reason, this one I use a lot for blending and for borders, for binding. As a binding, it is amazing, as was the ribbon one.
Yeah.
Great for binding because you've got so much detail in a small space.
Yeah. I tell you what, it's the colour of this one.
I know.
That colour is just divine,
and
isn't it?
Yeah, and it's a green that suits everybody and everything, doesn't it? It's really fresh, clean.
It's an
just reminds me of, I don't know why, but it reminds me of Wimbledon.
Yeah, that lovely freshness.
Yeah, the fresh green, but also it reminds me of sitting in a field, or in our case, the back garden, because our lawn used to be covered in daisies.
Yes.
So sitting and making daisy chains.
Oh, on the lovely field.
Just lovely.
That is beautiful.
It is really pretty.
We've done them all, haven't we?
Well, we've done the fat quarters, but there's more, Leonie.
There's more.
There's more.
Okay, so first of all, the fat quarters. So, which one? The boho brights. Okay, a quarter of the stock has gone already. The indigo, the first one we saw, half of the stock has gone with indigo. That one is in the lead, but obviously they marry together beautifully. Your complete collection is where the biggest saving is. So each bundle has a £2 saving. Those £2 are carried forward, so £6 saving is carried forward for the big collection. You've then got another £4 on there, so it means in total you're actually saving £10, and you've got your flexi. Today, to get all those fat quarters delivered to your door, it's just 2 payments, £24.99. Your postage is added to your first payment, of course. It's going to be dispatched from the 29th of July, so not long to wait, but the big one is the busiest. Almost 40% of the stock has gone. We're 20 minutes in, and almost 40% of the stock has gone. 906 471 is your item number now. You know, we've been saying about getting the big pieces. We've got the half meters, and this This is like a little slice of heaven. The colours, the prints, oh my gosh, it's amazing. Then you've got these to show us as well, haven't we, Susie?
I have.
And I will let Susie run through these as well. Oh, Susie, I mean, again, because it's a full collection, and this is what Liberty do, isn't it?
Yes.
They'll do a full collection.
Yeah.
But it means, yeah, you can pick and choose your favourites, but it also means they go together so well, don't they?
Yes, they all marry together. You've got, obviously, as with most designer fabrics these days, you've got that selvage edge that gives you the colour match. If you want to take it, rather than take metres of fabric with you, you can take the selvage and colour match your colours in it. But within a collection, you've got colours that work together.
Yeah.
So you don't have to think. So if you're a beginner to any form of sewing or any form of decor, because these aren't just for sewing, you can use them for anything. Make yourself a notice board. Very easy. You don't have to sew it. But you've got that instant, you know it's going to work. You don't have to be a colour theorist.
Yes.
You can easily match things together and it works.
And it makes your project look good. Because that's the one thing when you're doing a project, if your colours don't work, it can just look so, it doesn't matter how beautifully it's sewn. If your colours don't work together, it just goes wrong in your eyes.
Does,
ugh. Yeah. But when with something like this, it makes you look good because it's sorted, isn't it, for you?
Absolutely, everything's there. And then to have the stories behind them and to know what the inspiration is just makes it that much more special.
Yeah, I think that's it with Liberty. There's always such a beautiful backstory.
And that's before you even come to the quality.
Yes.
I mean, the quality of the Lazenby cotton is just second to none. It's just glorious to work with.
Yeah. It feels amazing.
Exactly,
yeah. Right, take us through what we've got there, lovely
so
Susie.
you've got Piccadilly Poppy. So within this one, so this is with the retro indigo, but it's got that nod to that rosy pink that we had going on in the Bohemian Brights bit as well.
Of course. Yeah, gorgeous.
And then one that we haven't yet seen is this one, Cosmos Cloud.
That's well cool.
So this is, exactly, I mean, they look like little cloudy flowers, don't they? Are just such fun. Glorious print, really beautiful deep red, goes really well with the retros.
That's S.
And then you're back to the Bloomsbury Blossom, the ditzy tiny little print. So again, this is a great little filler or blender, great for your bindings on projects.
Beautiful.
If you want to make little mats, you know, for glasses or coasters.
Yes.
We call them mug rugs, don't we?
Yes.
Well, it's an Americanism, but we used to call them coasters.
Yeah, yes.
I'm not sure what happened to the word coaster.
Let's bring it back.
Let's bring it back.
Let's make some coasters.
Let's make coasters with these. They're glorious.
With
and
a bit
then
of
you've got
Liberty.
the same print, but I'll just do this so you can see. But this is colorized.
Yeah.
And then here you've got the silhouette. So it's a coloured background with the white detail.
Yeah, yeah.
Same designs in there, but again, great blender, great background fabric, great lining fabric.
Yeah. Also, because it's got the white, it kind of lifts. So when you've got quite a lot of pattern, it breaks up a little bit of pattern for you, doesn't it?
It gives your eye a bit of a rest.
Yes, yes,
because some of these are so busy and detailed, you need that break sometimes. Yes. And then, this is just glorious.
Yeah, that is lovely.
Really glorious with those huge sort of icy grey-blue flowers popping behind your meadow. And it's got like a trellis shape running through it as well, so it even looks like a summer garden running in it. It really is fabulous.
Stunning. It's stunning. And when you do look at it from a distance, you can see the trellis design in it. It's really interesting.
Really cool.
Ooh, next, go on, of course.
So that's all those retro indigos. So where are we up to on the chart?
So we are up to our wonderful sunny afternoon.
Sunny afternoon in the daydreams. If we had it before in the Bohemian Brights, so now we've got it in Daydream. Let's get it the right way around for you guys.
Oh, look at it. Yeah.
It's just so fun, isn't it?
Yeah. It's my favourite in every single colour. And
it is. I don't dislike it in any of the colourways.
No.
In fact, I don't dislike any Liberty fabrics, but
No.
this, I'm not a purples person.
No, me neither. However,
But actually, I really like this.
yeah. However, I'd
For
be dressed
some
in
way,
that.
it really works,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
absolutely.
Really works.
Yeah.
So that should be summer afternoon, and then you've got this one.
I'm just going to say half the stock of that has gone.
Oh,
That
has
is-
it? Oh, my
yeah,
goodness.
that's a favourite with
and also,
everyone.
I don't know if you've mentioned, I may have missed, but if someone orders multiples of the same, they
Yes.
will get a continuous piece. So if
Amazing.
you order 2 units of sunny
Perfect.
afternoon, you'll get a metre.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So if you are using it for clothing, perfect.
Yeah, so I
Perfect.
can make my dress to fit. I don't have to be Barbie sized.
Amazing.
Perfect.
Right.
So
Next.
this is Piccadilly Poppy. So you've got that trail of poppies
Oh yeah.
across the fabric.
Lovely.
Really pretty.
That's gorgeous. Absolutely
Yeah.
gorgeous.
And then
Oh,
you've
the
got
ribbon.
ribbons in that Daydream colourway. So you've got the purples and the cornflowery blues and the citrusy yellow and
That's
fresh
nice.
green. So again, imagine how many projects you get out of that one, because
Yeah.
that's double a fat quarter, remember?
Yeah.
Half a metre, double
That's
a fat quarter.
amazing. It's actually
And then
Soho stripe. Oh, the cloudy one.
finally, you've got Cosmos Cloud. So that's the same as that bright red one we saw, but in this
Yes.
muted blues, the denim blue variety. I think this would make an awesome dress as well.
Yeah, it would.
Not that I'm obsessed
Yes,
with dresses,
it
but
really would.
you know.
Honestly, I just want to. Oh yeah, they all would make amazing dresses. But
They would.
that is divine.
Yeah. But it also would be a really good blender. It would be a really awesome border or binding, backing even, just to add a bit of
Yeah.
interest. It'd be really cool.
That's lovely.
And I'd like any one of these for my lunch bag. Especially, I'd love sunny afternoon to be the outside of my lunch
Yeah,
bag.
wouldn't that be nice?
'Cause
It's
it would
just
just
your work bag, and then it just feels nice. But yeah, a lunch bag would be amazing.
Exactly, because
Yeah.
you'd smile while you ate your dinner, and I think that's much better for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Oh, next. So now this is lovely because this is that lovely ditzy print, but again with the colour taken out.
Yeah,
But
so
you've
you-
left that wonderful
Exactly.
yellow.
So we've got the Bloomsbury silhouette again, but that mustard, well, it's like a custard. Well, my custard comes out this colour when I make it anyway.
Lovely creamy custard. Lumpy.
This is
generally
made
mine.
by hand custard, not the famous one
yeah,
in a
that I
box. Yeah. Yeah, this is
that's
the one
the
I
one.
have.
Mine's the tub.
So, but glorious. I just
Yeah,
love
it's
that.
glorious.
In fact, my school uniform dresses used to be this colour.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Lovely.
My little school uniform dresses, you know,
that's so
primary school.
cute.
Well, one of them. I had 2 primary schools.
Oh, that's really nice. Mine were dark blue.
Yeah,
Can't see
the
the
next
dip.
one was navy.
yeah, it went boring. This is my other favourite.
No, this is definitely one of my favourites.
That's amazing.
And I have fussy cut and covered buttons in the dahlia.
Oh, wow, I bet that looks well cool.
It looked incredible. Insane.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
amazing.
incredible design, this one. And in this colourway, those flowers just leap out, don't they?
It's so nice.
And then
is
your
that?
eye gets shown to the swirls
Yes.
and whirls behind.
Yeah, you see
It
those
is
swirls 'cause of the dark
beautiful.
blue.
I mean, this is Carnation Carnival, and it really is a carnival piece.
Yeah, that is beautiful. Meg wants a face mask in it. Oh,
Face
Meg,
mask,
I
yes,
love
that
her.
can be arranged,
Just have
Meg.
a face mask. She doesn't ask for much. We're all wanting dresses. Meg's happy with a face mask.
Well, that's all right. Well, I can accommodate that order. Yeah.
See, Meg, you've got more chance than me and me dresses.
Well, you have on fat quarters, yeah.
She's been quite specific now. She'd rather have it in the green.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Meg.
So shall we...
last but by no means least.
So we're back to Bohemian Bloom. So we've seen this
Beautiful.
in the other colourways before as well. But this, let me just bring that one in. The other one is this one we've got it in.
Oh, yes. Don't they look different?
So
different
different.
colourways.
Yeah, I mean, this one looks... They're still sort of summery spring type designs.
Yeah.
For me, it's summer garden.
Yes.
But this one looks almost like the beginning of the day when, you know, when the garden hasn't quite got the sun in it.
Oh, yeah, and they're
So-
all still a bit shy.
Yeah, and they're a bit cool coloured
Yeah.
and almost like relieved that they're not baking in the sun, whereas this one is like, yay, the sun's out, let's get busy, you know. But you've got that nod of orange coming through, and it's not a naval orange or
Yeah.
Seville orange. It's a sort of almost like a lipsticky orange. It's quite warm orange.
Yeah, yeah. That is
And then
so
the big
nice.
scarlet red, the royal blue, that rich green, and that beautiful mustard. And then the pink is quite a retro-y type pink.
It's a
not a
lovely
baby
pink,
pink,
is
it's
that?
not a subtle pink.
Yeah.
It's a really awesome pink. But yeah, I love this print, and I love the way you could do so much with this.
Honestly, every single one of them.
Yeah.
Every single piece of fabric we've looked at is beautiful. So you've got your half meters. Now look at this. You are picking any two for $14.99. It might be the same one. It might be two of the same one that you're going for if you then want a metre piece, because that's how it will come to you. So much choice. What are you doing with yours? So go on, email us in. You've seen all the fabrics. What do you want to do? You're buying your Liberty. Have you already got a project in mind, or are you just going for it and putting it in your stash until you see something that utterly screams Liberty at you? I would love to know what you've got. You know what your intention is with your beautiful fabrics when you're purchasing. Are you making dresses? Are you making beautiful things for around the home? Gorgeous quilts, gorgeous bags. Oh, the choice is endless. And yeah, brilliant prices as well. Now, if you do want any of these, the choice is yours. 616493. Okay, demo time.
Okay.
What are you planning this hour, our lovely Susan?
Well, I thought, because we've got so much inspiration on the set with
Yeah, it
us,
looks
I
amazing.
thought I would just quickly show, because the fabrics need to be showcased, not me. So I think we will look at the block that's in this fabric.
That's
so
lovely.
It's probably one of, not the simplest ones you can do, but it is one that's quick and easy to put together if you just want a quick project. But once you've learned to block, it's then turning your block into different things.
Yeah.
That means that you're going to use your fabric, because what I really don't want people to do is to buy the fabrics and then them sit doing nothing other than gathering dust.
Yeah, no, that would
That
be
is just
such a shame.
Well, it'd be criminal.
It would be
Absolutely criminal.
And I love that one behind you, actually,
Yeah.
Susan, because it looks really achievable, but it's also, it's one of those designs that it's really eye-catching, and I like it because it really celebrates the fabric.
Yes.
You know, you're really seeing a good proportion of the fabric, aren't you?
Yes, you are. And obviously you can scale it whatever size you want. So basically it's each... if you're doing a quilt, or if you're making it into a table runner or a wall hanging, you do it row by row.
Yeah.
But I'm going to do it as a block, a 2x2 block.
Yes.
Because then I can use that to make a pouch or a small bag.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
use it to make a pillow front.
Yes.
So once you've learnt those two, and it's just literally a square and a half square triangle. That's
Perfect.
all you've got to learn.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you're new to quilting, it's a really nice one to,
Yeah, it's really
to
achievable,
get to
isn't it?
grips with. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Right,
I
where
thought
do we
we'd do
start?
that, and then I'd chat you through how you can extend it as well.
Super.
So what I've gone ahead to do, and I'm doing it all in the Bohemian Brights colourways from the Fat Quarter Bundle.
Lovely.
And I've gone ahead and done some of it, not very much of it, ahead of schedule. But just to give you an idea, so our layout will be a square, and then we've got a half square triangles. Now, for anyone who doesn't know what a half square triangle is, it's basically half a square that's cut diagonally. It says what it does on the tin. You know, it's one of those. But sometimes people give them names and it's not what it says on the tin.
Yeah, just a fox is all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, the great thing is so to do a half square triangle, there are lots and lots of ways of doing this. And everyone has their own favourite. This is the way that I like to do half square triangles, but it's not the only way. So please feel free to do your own thing and don't take this as the only way. So what I do, if I want my finished half square triangle, I want to be 5.5 inches.
Right, okay.
So I don't like messing about with little bits and pieces and eking bits and not quite getting it right. So I allow myself an inch more.
Right, yeah.
To create a half square triangle.
Cool. Okay.
Some people do 7/8, some people do half an inch, but I go for an inch. I'm not messing about. I just exactly, for the sake of half an inch, it's not worth it. So you take 2 fabrics, because bear in mind they're going to fold back and create half and half. Now I've chosen to use one of the Wiltshire Shadow White, which is one of the colours that it goes alongside these collections.
Right, okay.
And the only reason I've done that is because I want to showcase the fabric that's next to it, and get more of the fabrics within my project.
Yes, of course.
So what you do on the back of your fabric is you're going to find your centre line, which is the diagonal, and then you either draw that diagonal and stitch 1/4 inch away from that line, or what I like to do is to mark my 1/4 inch with a heat diffusible pen, and so I've got a guideline to stitch on.
Perfect.
Because I tend to do things at pace and chain piece, so I don't want to have to think too much.
Yeah.
So perfect. I'm just going to set my machine, and we're going to stitch down those lines. Now I'm just stitching a normal straight stitch, nothing fancy, down both sides.
Cool. I like projects like this because they are nice and achievable. The white fabric, I don't suppose we've got that one on.
Not on this show, you haven't, no, but coming soon.
Oh, sneak peek.
There may be. There may be.
Maybe something similar.
There may be. But no, there was just so much to get on this show that we didn't put it on, but I needed to use it for this, because otherwise you wouldn't have seen the design come through.
Yeah, you want it, you're framing it, aren't you, essentially?
So we've sewn down those 2. I forget that this machine hasn't got an automatic thread cutter. So. I know. My one at home that's in my workroom has got an automatic everything, and you just get used to it, don't you? It's a bit like when you haven't got...
How many machines have you got? Meg was saying you might have quite a few.
I haven't actually, no. I've got my own one, and then this one is on loan. Oh, and no, I have got another one that I've loaned out. So, yeah, I've got 3.
3. That's not too bad. So, yeah, Meg, we're writing you off as having 14.
No,
but
no,
it must
haven't got 14.
It'll be so... We will... I mean, Lewis has got 6. You've got 6 machines.
Yeah, you see, I'm not that bad then, am I?
No,
I'm quite good.
Not at all.
Yeah, perhaps I ought to get a few more. Don't know where I put them, but yeah. Okay, so once you've done that, what you're then going to do is cut down that diagonal. So you're going to cut these 2 in half. As simple as that. Okay, then we need an iron. Now, for anyone who hasn't quilted before, your iron is your best friend. But unlike when you do your shirts and dresses, you're not ironing, you're pressing. So you're going to start by setting the seam, pressing, and then I'm going to press towards my coloured fabric.
Okay.
So I'm going to lift and push the fabric away towards that seam.
And that's so, because if you did it the other way, you'd see it
You'd
under the
see
white.
your colour. Yeah, so look at your fabrics and see which one works.
Yeah.
So I've got 2 of those to do. They are going to go on opposite sides of my project, but because this is, I'm going to make this into what I call a thread tidy belt bag. for my desk at home or
Yeah.
wherever.
Oh,
but
lovely.
I tell you what else these are really good for. These style bags are really good to have on the hall table or on your dressing table as a quick chuck-in bag. Or you can put them in the car.
Yeah.
And then you've got them. So I only need, let's just do 2 for now. So once you've got those pressed, you need to make sure they're trimmed down to the right size. Now you can do this with a square ruler, but I've got one that makes life a bit easier. But I am going to have to stand up because I'm not used to sitting down.
Do you normally do this standing
I
up
do
then?
everything in life stood up. I don't sit down at all. 2.5, 3.5.
You can stand up if you want.
I'm going to have to, I think, because I just... You don't need to see me. And right, so all I'm doing is lining up, and then I'm going to cut it down to 5.5 inches.
Okay. While you cut yours down to 5.5 inches, I'm just going to give you a little bit of updates because, they have been super busy. So our first one, the beautiful indigo option, on its own, 60% of the stock has gone. Remember all those beautiful prints. I mean, it's a touch of luxury every time we have the incredible Liberty on. It's one of those. It's an ooh and an ah show. £17.99, saving 2p. We've also got, of course, the Daydreams. Now, on its own, a third of the stock has gone with those wonderful, bright summer colours. The colours are just, I mean, they pop off the fabric. And that wonderful ditzy print, that one. Oh, I love that fabric. It's just so cool. Beautiful. So yeah, a third of the stock has gone with our Daydream. We've then got the Boho Brights. Now, almost 45% of our Boho Brights has now gone. If you'd like to get that, I mean, yeah, this is just exquisite. And of course, there's so many in this one, isn't there? Yeah, that is, oh gosh. Now, £17.99, 259,385. However, if you're going for all of them together, you get the £6 carried forward. You then get an extra £4 saving. So it's a £10 saving altogether. And of course, you can split your payments. 2 payments of £24.99 to get the whole collection of 15 fat quarters delivered to your door. Almost half of the stock has gone on this one. 906471 is your item number, and they mix and match beautifully. I mean, they have been designed to sit next to each other, to complement each other, and to allow you to create something that looks stunning. 906471 is your item number. Right, back to our lovely Susie.
Okay, so I've cut them all down to 5.5 inches. So all my squares are now 5.5 inch squares.
Marvellous.
And then if you wanted to create the quilt that is behind me, what you would do is alternately stitch together a half square triangle and a square. So you put them right sides together and stitch them together, which we'll do in a second. But before we do, what I wanted to show you is with just half square triangles, if you wanted to stick with that, what you can create is the most amazing patterns. So you can put them so that they oppose. You can run them into different blocks. You can do different things with them. So you can create all sorts of patterns going on. So you get like a chevron if you do that way with arrows.
I can see it. Yeah.
You could put these into the middle, so you get squares.
Yeah.
Or you can do a pinwheel effect. So you get, let's do the next one and the next one. So, no, I've got that wrong. Hang on. Let's do this one, then that one. That's it. There we go. We get there eventually. There you are. So you get a pinwheel effect. Dear. But the thing is, once you know this design, you can then mess about with your blocks. Do your simple blocks first and then build it up. So we're not going to do that. We're going to join them together. Now, when you're joining these, you're going to do right sides together. Now, I want these to lay like this eventually. So I'm going to put these two right sides together, and I'm just going to stitch 1/4 inch down there. Now, whatever seam you start sewing, when you sew in quilting and in dressmaking, you do all the way through your project. So test your machine first.
Yeah.
Don't just wing it, and then don't halfway through change something and do something totally different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because your project won't work, particularly when you're doing things like half square triangles or 1/4 square triangles, if you get to that point, or anything. They just won't work and come together to meet, and you'll get wonky seams, and one side will be bigger than the other, and it'll just all be horribly pear-shaped.
Yeah. Yeah.
So check your machine and see what your machine is doing. Ooh.
Yeah, and what you find easiest, I suppose.
Absolutely.
As long, and I suppose that's it, the golden rule, whatever seam allowance you're using, it doesn't matter, well, I suppose it will, but stick to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just stick to it.
So then we're going to press these. Now, you can choose how you press. People do different things. I'm a great, because of, well, I press seams open quite frequently, but see what the fabric wants to do. I know that sounds really daft, but in this occasion, because I've got this bulk running here, my seam naturally wants to come to that side. So why am I fighting it? Let's go for it. So press your seam first and then press towards that fabric.
Right, yeah.
And remember, it's a press. You're not taking out creases. You're pressing a seam in. And you've got that nice crisp seam line. So this one is the same. So if you look at the back, you can see it wants to go that way. So let's make it go that way, or help it go that way. So we're going to press that seam out. Now we've got the fun task of joining these together.
Fabulous.
And you can decide which way round they're going to go, but I'm going to have them this way round.
See, it's a quick project, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. So I'm going to have my bag or thing made in no time at all, and I'm actually going to have them this way round because I want to get that line there.
Oh, I love that.
Because I've pressed the seams in opposite directions, when I come to put them together, and hopefully the overhead camera can pick this up.
He's on it.
He's good, isn't he? He's not bad.
He's all right, isn't he?
He's not bad. Not bad at all. I'm going to get a pin, and this is where your press mat is handy. So I'm going to push it through the seam of that first one. Push it through the seam of the second one into my mat, and then I can line up the edges so that I get those points coming together when I stitch.
Okay, yeah.
And they've nestled together. There's no lumps and bumps. I'm not fighting seam allowance that's hanging over an edge. They are all lining up nice and crisply.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to put my pin in to hold. And if you want to pin the other end, you can do. It's entirely up to you how you sew. But just remember, sewing machines don't like pins. So let's not sew over the top of them.
Whatever you do, avoid the pins.
Yeah. You don't want bent pins, and you don't want a broken sewing machine needle.
No.
So avoid the pins. And then, using the same seam allowance as we have been, we're just going to sew those together.
Wonderful.
And in no time at all, we've got something that can become our pillow front. It can be the first part of a quilt. It could be the side of a bag. And look at that, beautiful.
Yeah, that is so lovely.
So this time, you see you've got quite a lot of bulk in the middle.
Yeah.
So this is actually a seam that I would press open. Just watch your fingers when you do this, that you're not taking your fingers out. And those ones in the middle, if you just undo the stitching there, you usually find if you haven't fixed your stitch to start with, they come undone anyway. But just undoing them will make it lie flat. And the other thing you do is always press from the front as well. Give it a bit of heat. Now, I have a dry iron. It's not got steam in it. Yeah. Because if you steam your fabric at this stage, you're going to warp the warp and weft threads. And you're going to get distortion. Yeah. So don't apply steam until the end if you're going to steam it. But how glorious does that look?
That's absolutely stunning. It's stunning, and it's super achievable.
Absolutely.
You
So
know-
what I do then
Yeah.
to finish this off, if I was going to make this into a little pouch, is make an identical one. I know we haven't got much time, so I won't try and do that now.
6 minutes, apparently.
Oh, 6 minutes, so we possibly could. But then I would make a lining. Now, my lining, I've chosen to use the ribbons, because I think that's such a fun fabric.
Yes.
And what I've done is cut it to be, so this ends up at 10.5 inch square.
Right.
So I've cut a piece that's 10.5 inch square, but twice.
Right.
And I've stitched them down the sides, and because I've got a fold in my fabric, so it was 10.5 by 21.
Okay.
In effect, I folded it in half, right sides together, but I've left a gap in one side. That's going to be my turning gap when I fold these, put these together.
Okay.
And then, so what you would then do, you'd stitch your two panels together here as well. If we've got 6 minutes, we could probably do it, you know. Should we just do it?
Now we've got 5 minutes.
5
maybe
minutes,
4 and a
right.
bit.
Let's challenge accepted. If we haven't, then we'll talk it through. So I'll quickly cut this down again. So this is making the same as we did before. And we can change it up. We can set it up the other way around, couldn't we? That would be awesome.
Oh, yeah, that'd be nice.
Because that's what you can do. You can do whatever you like. And don't throw scraps away, because if you can't use them in a project, they make awesome stuffing for pincushions and anything you might need stuffing for.
Yeah.
Don't throw them. They're cotton, so they're not going to do anybody any harm.
Yeah. Use them for stuff and everything.
Yeah.
While you're cutting down, we can
Yeah.
have a little look at gorgeousness. I mean, we've got so many beautiful finished samples as well round our Susie, which looks amazing. Have we only got one show of the Liberty today?
We have.
We
Total.
have, folks. So if you do want to get hold of this, please check your baskets out. I mean, this is lovely as well behind Susie, because it shows those big pieces of fabric. So you're really celebrating good-sized pieces of fabric. So again, absolutely achievable. I love that because it's quite modern, and yet the fabrics, those wonderful florals and the beautiful prints look sensational on that. And of course, the binding's done with Liberty as well, so it really enhances the white fabric. So many gorgeous choices, and this is it. There is so many different ways of using these fabrics. I mean, yeah, that one on the wall, that is amazing. All the little squares, and it almost looks like a pixelated picture, doesn't it? You know, because there's that many, that much detail in those incredible designs. Stunning, absolutely stunning. You've got so much choice. I mean, yeah, we're surrounded by beautiful finished samples, but they've been made out of the Liberty fabrics. Liberty fabrics, both a joy to work with, a joy to look at. You know, seeing them before they're sewn is amazing, but obviously once you then transform them into a beautiful project, they're absolutely sensational. It's the colours, it's the print, it's the backstory, the history of Liberty, but also the quality of the material. 2 payments, £24.99. That's if you're going for the big bundle. You've got 15 fat piece quarters here, 15 pieces of fat, anyway. A 15-piece fat quarter bundle. Well, just say it fast and try not. We've got loads of fabric. 906471, that's your item number. Going to be dispatched from the 29th of July. 2 payments, £24 and 99 is your price. Back to Susie.
Right, so if you want to do your bag, I'm going to bring in this one that I made. This is the quickest shopper bag ever. And it folds up to go in your back pocket, whatever you want, coat pocket.
Like those.
It's fab. But with your fat quarters, so this is made using your fat quarters.
Fabulous.
And I've still got some left over.
Oh,
same principle, I've just not done the blocking on it.
Yeah.
But when you come to do this bit at the bottom, boxed bottom.
Yes.
Again, there are several ways of doing it. I find the quickest and easiest way is what we can do with this now. So I'm just going to do it to the lining. on this point. So you imagine this is your bag. So we've sewn the sides and the bottom. That's fine. All you're going to do is cut a square from each of the bottom corners of your lining and your fronts. Now, they must be the same size, otherwise it won't work. And what you want to do is cut one and use that as your template for all the other three.
Right, okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And then you're going to open it out like a frog's mouth and marry them together. Now, the other way you can do it is to open it out so that your seams lie together. So you make a triangle. And then draw a line at a specific point that you know what it is. And again, make that the same for all of them.
Okay.
And that will give you this boxed bottom.
Amazing.
Which means your bag will stand up and also be easier to put things in.
That's beautiful, Susie. Oh, what good timing. Thank you, Susie. Please check the baskets out. Bye-bye. Oof, we were cutting it fine, but she did it. Next, the wonderful Sweet Poppy stencils with some more gorgeousness. We've then got your Zuri One Day Special, and then Paraffle Embroidery. See ya.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything's perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
A wonderful hour with Sweet Poppy stencils right now. Lucy Ellis, good morning and nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
You are a very, 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 very popular company here at the craft store, are you not? I'm not surprised.
We've come quite a bit over lockdown and everything, yes. Keep you busy.
It's awesome, and you do stencils in a slightly different way as well, don't you?
Just with a little twist. The material that they're made of is a stainless steel mix. Which allows us to have a real good quality design to them without affecting the design the designers give us too much.
They are wonderful. They really are. Now, we've got lots and lots of new in the show today as well, haven't we?
Yes.
and we are talking at the time of the year that we love making for as well, aren't we?
Yeah, I think we make the most, don't we, for this period?
Yes.
So I know it's a little bit hot out there, but we weren't able to come at the beginning, so this is the only time that we could bring our Christmas.
This is no better time to escape the heat outside, because a lot of people find it too warm outside, so actually this is quite good to get inside in the sun. And the irony of making Christmas cards is great. It's great fun. It makes you more creative. Let's have a look at what we've got on the show then for you. We're going to start with the aperture stencils. And I love these because they're nice, big, open shapes as well, which you can use for a variety of different occasions as well. This is a pick and mix on this one, so you choose any two on this for $15.99. Nice broad range of big shapes, and I guess lots of flexibility, Lucy, as well.
Yeah, originally I didn't want to do apertures. My husband had suggested them years ago, and I said, oh, no, boring. What are you going to do with an aperture? It'll never sell, and at the end of the day, we do have to make things to be able to sell them, to produce more.
Yeah.
So we brought a circle and a square out, and oh my gosh, it just flew out. So then we grew and grew, and we've got a real lovely collection of big spaces for you to put your stamps on, your stencils on. Just put, you know, if you're very good with your writing, write your words in. It gives you, these are what I would say are your bases, so they're never going to date. You're going to use them all throughout the year. Even with a heart, you'll still use it at Christmas. So I think they're your foundations, so everybody needs these.
And I think people might think that actually a basic shape for a stencil might be simplistic, but you realise the joy of making inky backgrounds and how precise your stencils are, and that's what's really key to this, isn't it?
Yeah, because we use a magnetic sheet, so it hugs your cardstock or your fabric tight, so it's not going to lift. You're not going to get the bleed underneath as long as you control your inks or your fluids that you're using. So when you lift off, it's such a simple joy to know that it's lovely crisp with just a hint of ink, and it gives you that base, that foundation.
Do you know what? This is my first show with you, and I hadn't a thought about that's one of the biggest bonuses of having a metal stencil, isn't it?
Exactly.
Sitting it on the magnetic sheet.
And it hugs.
And you also, you don't have any kind of messy tape bits and pieces which could, you know...
We still use the tape, so we still use because sometimes your cardstock is bigger than your stencil.
Yeah.
So you still want to protect your cardstock, so we use stencil tape. We don't use masking tape.
Oh, OK.
We searched for years to get this stencil tape, and it's one of the products that we just don't have to push.
Yeah.
It sells itself. Everybody knows it, which is... It goes without saying it's a good quality product, and that's the most important, is quality.
It's lovely. I love it. 641460 is the item number. I know it's a little difficult on the shots to see the shapes clearly, but if you have a look, actually, let's do that. Let's go through the ones stills as well. So you've got the stars, you've got a slim heart, there is a full heart, circle, square, what's that, pastel, triangle. And your slim triangle as well. So you pick and mix any two of those for $15.99. Brilliant. OK, lots more on the show as well for you. Next up, we're talking the mediums. And I love, straight away, Lucy, what attracts me to this is actually you've got good, generous sizes as well. So you are thinking batch making, aren't you?
Exactly.
With this? Yeah.
We've tried the little pots, and we're steering quite away from the little pots because they don't last very long. A couple of scoops and you're gone. So we're going back to the big pots. We've reduced the colours, that range that we do, because we're going back to the old way of showing you how to change your colours. So going with a white or a translucent, with acrylic paints or mica powders or brushes, you've got a whole range of colours yourself. You wouldn't want a huge pot of pink. You wouldn't use it, but you would use your gold. So we've kept the gold.
Yeah, especially at Christmas time.
Yes, exactly.
Wouldn't you? Absolutely, you definitely would. That's fantastic, isn't it? So we get... have we got the right details? Oh, yes, we have. Yes, sorry.
Yep,
I read the top bit, which said stencils. Instead of keep reading down, Derek, and eventually it gets right. So any two of those for £18.99. So just briefly, Lucy, the fundamental difference, in fact, if I just put the labels forward, all of them.
Yes, so they all look white,
Yes.
but we've got a translucent, which starts as a white, goes to a crystal clear, so it doesn't go like a wishy-washy clear. It goes a nice crystal clear.
Okay.
You've then got a bright titanium white, a glossy white, and it dries a beautiful glossy finish.
Okay.
You've then got one of my favourites, a pearlescent white.
Okay.
And that dries a beautiful, almost off-white pearl finish.
Okay,
And then you've got your gold, which doesn't look very pretty in the pot, but it dries a real pretty
it's
gold.
gorgeous. That's what's on this sample here as well, isn't it? Which is lovely.
Yes, that's it, yes.
It's lovely. Beautiful. 741231 is your item number, so pick and mix any two of those for £18.99. Right, OK. Let's talk stencils now. So some are brand new and some are returning favourites, and some you're going to be so super quick because we have pretty much all the supply that there is right here, which is lovely. So this, you pick and mix any two. They're all on the same item number. Let's start with... Oh, sorry, I'm moving the wrong thing, aren't I? They're down there, aren't they? There they are. Let's start with the bell. I'll try and get you a good view of these as we go through. So there is the bell. Beautiful, detailed ribbon in there as well, which I love. I think that's really, really cute. That is lovely. Now, does the bell has a die coming up later as well, doesn't it?
It does. So the bell is new to our collection, but so is the die as well. So the bell came first, and then people said, well, are you going to create a die? So we looked at it, and we were able to produce the die for it. And it is amazing. It's last year everybody knew us for our snowflake bauble, which is on the show.
Oh yeah.
This year they said to us, well, what are you going to top it with? How can you manage to top? And believe me, we've sold thousands and thousands. We physically couldn't bring it back to the craft store because we couldn't get the stock. Because every time it came in, it went.
Yeah.
This is the first of what's matching the baubles. So there is another coming sort of September, October. So you will want to add it to your collection because we just can't keep them in stock.
Stunning. Really, really nice. So from the bell, we'll go along to... yes, it's the poinsettia wreath, which is this one here. That's beautiful. That's got a lot of detail in it. If I just drop a sample into there very, very quickly as well. Look.
It's by the same designer as well, Emma Cronin.
Awesome.
So Emma is our in-house designer, and she has drawn a lot of these, almost all of the designs that we brought with us today.
It's beautiful. It's got so much detail in it, hasn't it? This Christmas tree is really fun as well, isn't it? Because this is lovely. It's called Wonky Fir Tree, and I love it because it's got great life to it. It's got action within it because... You can feel the wind.
Well, I said to Emma, well, I want a tree. Can you do me a fir tree? And she said, well, what sort of tree? I said, a wonky one.
Wonky one,
and that's
absolutely.
What it is. It's a wonky fir tree.
How much fun is this? And again, with your decorating mediums, you're just going to go to town on this completely. I love it. So that's called Wonky Fir Tree. Next, we have...
the elegant pine sprig.
Pine spring. And again, that's got quite a lot of movement into it as well. This is one definitely to add lots and lots of sparkle to. Look. Oh, sorry, I must credit these wonderful, wonderful design team because they're all so brilliant.
Do you know what? I give them the stencils and I don't really give them a brief. I just say create for me. And this is what they do. And there's about 13 on the team and they are our backbone. They are amazing.
This is Martine. This is Mary. The first one was... Is it Deck?
Janet? Oh, Dot. That's
Dot. Sorry,
Dot.
I beg your pardon, Dot.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't read your writing. I beg your pardon. There you go. Beautiful. So that's that one. Next up is Snowflake Bauble.
Oh,
Returning favourite, to say the least.
Yeah.
This will be the very, very first one, I think, I predict, that we probably say goodbye again to.
Gosh, well, you've got all the stock of it.
Okay, absolutely everything.
Yeah, all the stock that we could possibly give you, and especially the matching dye. We literally had to halve our stock. We've got a little bit, we haven't got much ourselves, but we can't get it back in till September.
But most of it for the telly, which is wonderful. And this is perfect time of the year.
That particular sample there is what set the craze off for it, and I mean it was phenomenal. It just went crazy. We couldn't believe it. We've never had a stencil.
It's amazing for scene building, isn't it? Because you've got so much space within it. Right, I am going to keep on moving, and don't think that I'm just doing this because I know that as soon as you see that, it will go before you know it. So make sure, remember, you're pick and mixing any two here. The next one, again, I think this is brilliant. This is Snowflake Trio. This is just beautiful. And for your mediums, because you have got quite a lot of depth in these stencils as well, haven't you?
Yes.
So throwing your mediums at it, it's just perfect, isn't it?
So this is drawn for us by Lavinia Stamps, Tracy Dutton from Lavinia Stamps. It's one of our oldest designs. It will be retiring this year. So get it whilst it won't come back on TV. I know that for a fact.
Oh, so you retire your collections as well?
Yeah, we have to, because we have to make room for new, and we know what's coming, and we just, because we're an exhibition company that go up and down the country when shows are happening.
Right.
We have to have room for each design that we can hold, and we just haven't got the room anymore. We've brought on about 30, 40 designs this year so far.
Crikey.
So, of course, we have to retire some. Some have had their day. And this one, we've just decided that it's been on TV 3 times. So that's it now.
Really? Just 3 times? OK, listen, grab this before it goes. This one was called? Snowflake Trio. OK, grab that one. That's really, really nicely. And the last one, classic. Absolute classic snowflake, but a really, really interesting, gorgeous, stylised snowflake. And again, there's the potential for you. Look, I don't think you need to see any more than that, do you, really?
That's Eileen. She does layering, so she'll layer her shapes and her colours, and she'll build up, and then she uses the stencils to showcase it all. And it's just amazing. I
love that, and that design you would want to replicate, wouldn't you? Because that's Christmas for people who don't really do Christmas, isn't it?
Exactly.
Love that.
I treasure all of the samples. Some I will put up on my shelves in the office and things, and they're just amazing. Every single one that comes through the door just amazes me.
They are adorable. Honestly, I could spend the whole show showing the samples because they're absolutely beautiful. Next, we've got stamps for you. So really, this just gives you a nice breadth of different sentiment choices for Christmas. First one is called Joy and Peace, which is lovely. So you've got Deck the Halls with boughs of holly and Merry Christmas and Christmas greetings, and Joy and Peace, of course, which are a really nice sort of neutral sentiment that just say it in a nice modern contemporary way. Let It Snow, and you've got the holly there as well in different scales. £9.99, which is wonderful. And the second set of stamps we have is Noel. So you've got the big Noel there, big snowflake to work again with your snowflake stencil if you want to. Joy to the World, Season's Greetings, Winter Wishes, really nice mix of fonts, all classic, really, really nice fonts that you can read. They're all legible and clear, which again is beautiful. £9.99, 909 007. Then we have got the buddy dies, which go with the larger stencils, and these will be straight out of the door, I think, this one. First one is the Snowflake, the Christmas Snowflake, which will just get the details up for you in just a moment. So that goes with the new Snowflake, or the returning Snowflake. Returning Snowflake stencil. Yeah. So it's the buddy die to go with that. £10.99. Brilliant. So, you know, the two just do buddy up together. It's perfect.
You could even use the die on its own as well, and it will give you, whereas the bell will just give you the shape, the snowflake will give you a detailed snowflake. Yeah. So, yeah, definitely get that.
And you can make your own decorations with that as well.
Gosh, yeah.
You're going to have to be very, very quick for the dies, though. I'm just telling you, when the stocks are gone, that's it. We have all that we can have. Next, the bell. Now, the bell is the new. It's one of the new.
It's one of the new.
Yes, one of the new.
New.
So there's a buddy die to go with the bell, and that's brilliant for decoupaging up and just adding the dimension to the bells. And the bells, of course, can be for Christmas, can be for other celebrations as well, can't they?
Well, we brought it in. Eileen, one of our designers, our head designers, she didn't want a bell that had sprigs and Christmas and as such.
Yes.
So when she said to Emma, could Emma do a bell? Emma, we chatted and Emma put a bow on it. And when it arrived, I sort of thought, have we made the wrong choice? Have we made it too big? Have we not sort of... My inner gut was put sprigs and things on. That was my inner gut. But after seeing what they created, it's
Yeah.
the right choice,
Yeah.
because it is weddings, everything.
Well, I tell you how right the choice was. Half the stock of that die is sold out.
Wow.
So I'm going to move on swiftly. So that goes, of course, with the new Bell stencil as well. And finally, this is like a legend. It's the die to go with the snowflake bauble.
Yeah.
Okay, so say again. Of this? Okay. Just so that you know, 80% of that, you were so shopping ahead of us on that one, 80% of the die
I thought it would.
already gone. Of course, people will be partnering up the two while they're still around. It's as simple as that. £12 and 99 pence. 940044. There's plenty more on the show as well. I'm going to show you the brushes. I think this is the first time I've been on a stencil show where I've seen brushes, a collection of brushes. Maybe that's the same for you, I don't know. But these are lovely. These are going to be the right brushes for the right stencils. So if you love your sweet poppy stencils, in fact any stencils, these are the softest, most gorgeous, gorgeous stencil brushes. Sizes 1, 2 and 3. Let's call them small, medium and large, shall we? £11 and 99 pence. 387478 is your item number. And the Essential Tools bundle as well from Sweet Poppy Stencils, which is your spreader for your mediums over your stencils, which is made out of the same material as the stencils. The magnetic sheet and 2 rolls of your stencil tape as well. 683492 is your item number there for £12 and 99 pence. And a quick update straight away. And Christmas snowflake bauble die going, gone. There you go. 940044. Yeah, can't get any more until, Lucy...
September. Yeah, looking at September before they come in.
So well done if you managed to get yours.
We are shut from the 11th of August. We close as a business for holiday period. We decided we're worn out.
Good for
We're having
you.
a shutdown, the whole warehouse, everything. So you're not going to get them. So
good for you. I think that's a lovely thing to do, actually, because you work hard as a business, and sometimes you can just be on a treadmill. It's nice to take that pause. Actually,
it's been a bit crazy, what with TV and everything.
Yeah, I can
and
imagine.
it's been different because we're normally on the road and we're normally hitting the shows. So it was a different way of doing business.
Yeah.
But it's been crazy. Everybody's found their love with craft again, which is amazing.
It is. It's lovely.
Yeah.
Please show us some magic, because this is the first time for me, as I say, so I can't wait.
So we can do the bell.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
we can.
So we're going to do. You could put wedding. You know, it depends what sentiment you're going to put on it. So I'll do my take on it. So I'm going to use 2 bells. It's a good job I've already prepped with cutting because I've forgotten my die machine. So I do apologise not having to show you how to do the die cutting, but I will do demos.
The die won't be around long enough, to be honest, I don't think, Lucy.
Well, I'm really pleased that the snowflake bauble's gone because I didn't cut one of them, but I did cut the bell out,
okay.
so thank goodness. Right, so I'm going to pop him on and onto my magnetic sheet, okay? And I'm doing it at a little angle, and I just want part of the bell. I don't want all of it. So I'm going to mask off. So with our stencil tape, and in the essential toolkits that we bring for you, you've got 2 reels of this. So masking tape, what would happen is it's got a lot of tack, and when you pull off, you're going to tear your back card. You've gone to all that work, created all that beautiful creation, and then you damage it.
And
so
the reason I was mentioning tape on regular stencils is because some of the tack from the tape actually is left behind on my last stencils and things like that.
Yeah.
That's going to happen a heck of a lot less with this.
And what you'll find is with when you're using micas and things like that, if you're using masking tape, every time you go like that, you're warming the glue up. So you leave a residue. So when you use a mica, you get this dirty frame around it as well, which is so frustrating.
Yeah.
So we're going in with our stencil brushes. So I want... Now, with your stencil brushes, if you're using oxides and distresses, you need a set for both.
Okay.
Because oxides do not like mixing. They're
Right.
the only ones. With like your distress, your permanents, your pigments, that's fine, you can mix those. So these ones are really densely packed as well. So it took us a long time to find the right brushes. I had so many brushes coming from suppliers.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't right, that didn't do right for me. So I finally found one. Nightmare to get in, but
Right.
they're the best ones
But
that I've
worth
found.
it.
Yes, yes, they're worth all the grief.
Yeah.
So on mine, I've just marked. So I've got a blue oxide and a red oxide.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
So we do another brush, which we brought last time, but that's sold out, and we haven't got enough stock to bring you for that one this time.
Okay.
But we're
You're
building
going to need
up.
that pause, aren't you, to try and get anything
I
in?
know, my gosh. I will pay for having 2 weeks off. I know I will. So nice and light. We're just going just over. Now with your bell stencil, I will stress these 2 bars are very fragile. So when you're washing it, make sure it's flat and it's a gentle brush over with a nail brush over. Never use your fingers, you'll cut yourself.
Okay, right, yeah, because they are sharp, yeah.
Yeah, they're like knives, and if you think, you wouldn't wash a knife with your hands, so
No.
it's exactly the same with, you know, our stencils.
You know how, and forgive me, I just ask you questions as they occur to
fire
me.
away.
You know, a lot of people use regular mylar stencils to emboss onto cardstock. Can you do this with these?
Okay, you know your plates, your embossing plates, when they come through, you sometimes see they're really warped or they're really beaten in.
Yeah.
That's what will happen to your stencils because they're metal.
Right, so best to avoid.
Yeah, I've got some damaged ones that I will use.
Right.
But my real good ones, my fragile ones, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I just know what I can use them for.
Yeah.
And I've got mylar ones I see designed. I'm a bit of a stencil freak.
Yeah.
And I'll fall in love with the design. I think, oh, I need that. And I will buy mylar ones as well.
Yeah.
But I am conscious about little bridges and things that might lift. For example, this here, if this was mylar, this would lift up as I was working with it.
Yes.
Because it's metal, it's nicely stuck down. So we're just building up.
And that means you could be a bit more vigorous with your inking as well.
Yeah.
I've got an update for you. On the bell stencil, half of the stock has sold out and gone, just so that you know. It's on the pick and mix, as you can see on these details here. So again, if you want this, then please be quick, because there will be updates coming left, right, and centre in this show. I can just feel it. And we've got 2 shows booked in today, Lucy, haven't we?
Yeah, and I can't go home.
No.
Because the car's in the garage, so I'm stuck here till.
It's more demo playtime, even if we have no product later. Let's see.
I'll have to wing it. Okay, so we're happy with one, so I'm just lifting off. You can keep your tape. The only time I wouldn't keep my tape is if I was using the mediums. So I'm quite happy with that one. Okay, so put that one to one side.
Yeah.
And then I have die cut, if I can remember what I did with my demo pack. So I've already die cut my bell.
Okay.
So if you're going to die cut an inked image, it is easier, or I find it easier, to die cut it first, and then, so if I try to die cut that and line it up, there's a chance that I'm not going to get it quite right.
Oh,
I'm going to
right,
hit an area that's not quite right.
Yeah.
If I die cut my die first, and then I line it up, I need to take my glasses off for this. So I'm just going by the little points. So I tend to line up, turn over, can't see any space, and then start securing it to my stencil.
Just talking about the die cut as well, 3/4 of the stock of the die cut has gone for the bell. We've lost the snowflake bauble one already. The bell's not far behind. 679038 is the item number. If you want it, if you do want it, do be quick.
So now you can line them over.
Fabulous.
Okay. So we've got our first one. Oops, pop that out. I don't need to mask off because I've got no cards showing around the edge.
Yep.
So I can just go in with my inks. So again, taking off, and we're building up. And we're gentle. You're better to build up lots of little layers than go in with one big heavy layer. What I will stress is if you're pasting through your stencil, that way with it, because of the channels, if you try and paste with the stencil medium, you're going to hit these bridges, it's going to creep under.
Right, yes.
So try and be kind to yourself and work with it.
Okay, right, yeah.
Always make sure, if you know that you're going to be die cutting, your writing has to be facing upwards, otherwise your die won't fit over.
Okay, right. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
And I've got one of my bad stencils. I was really rushing. The worst thing you can do, rush, and I bent this stencil in half. So I did manage to get it slightly flatter, but I know it's got a kink in it.
If you do have an
accident,
a mishap with it, what's the best way of trying to recover that?
Okay, a couple of ways. You can put heavy objects on them. Right. And try and flatten them out that way. It depends how bad they are. Yeah. You could warm it up with a warm iron. So on, say, a flat breadboard, warm it over very quickly, warm, turn it over, warm, and then between heavy object. Yeah. Make sure that object isn't plastic, because it will seal to it. Yeah, of course. But try not to warm it too much, because you stretch the metal.
Okay, right, yeah.
So even if you've got perhaps flat embossing boards, perhaps try that way. Run it through once, turn it over, run it through the other way, the opposite way.
What are the colours? You're using oxides at the moment, Lee?
I'm using oxides.
So what colours are you using?
Salvage patina and kitsch flamingo.
Kitsch flamingo. Love the names of those. They're brilliant, aren't
they? They go so well. They really do. I do like oxides because they're easy to blend so well. They're pretty foolproof. Yeah. You know, if you're not good with your inks, and I'm not the best, I'm like everybody else. I'm doing workshops with people, and I'm learning. Which is great. So, you know, build up, have a play, and see what you get.
Can I be nosy, Lucy? Because I'm very, very nosy here. What's your crafting journey in a nutshell?
Oh, always crafted right from little, like we all did. People of our age. Sewing, things like that. Yeah. But I was never into the card making. Yeah. My sister was, and she said, you know, watch this shopping channel, have a little look. Yeah. I fell in love with it. And then we were lucky enough to have some money. So we decided everybody loves craft, we'll open a shop. Yeah. So we opened up a shop. Lucky enough, my husband was able to fund me. Yeah. And my sister was going to run the shop for me, and then she was unable to, so I had to pull out of my job as a buyer. Right. And started running the shop. And then we started the shows. And then
the rest is history.
Yeah, it went from there. It's just snowballed.
I love hearing people's journeys, because it's funny, isn't it? Some of them are happy accidents, unintentional. You know, I never imagined this would happen, but you can see the happiness that people get from this, and actually that must radiate back to you as well. Your love of crafting, seeing what other people do with what you love doing.
Yeah, it takes away the bad when you're working all the hours God send, you know. It takes away all that badness when you're at a show and you see the buzz, you see people. That's what I've missed is the buzz from
seeing
customers.
Those people coming back again and sharing the stories. Yeah.
Oh gosh, and saying how much they love this and how much, and you know then that you're doing something right when someone says they love your products, or you know, they're really enthusiastic, or they show something on social media. That's when you think, yeah, I am doing something right.
This is why I absolutely love this channel, because it's all about heart and soul. It's actually lovely to meet the people behind the name, rather than just looking on, you know, in shop shelves. You're just looking at generic packaging. You don't know anything about the people behind the company, who they are, whether they're even crafters or whatever. Where with this show, it's just brilliant because it's living and breathing in front of you.
And it's, I think as well, you allow us to demo, you allow us to show the products at their best. Yes. And it's when the products are shown that you can do, and how you can get it, and the samples and things like that. Yeah. That's when people can see it's not just us that can do it, they're able to achieve it as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So we can make it look fabulous and do the most difficult techniques, but that's not going to help customers when they get it home and then they put it in the drawer. Nothing worse than hearing someone's put it in the drawer, they've never ever touched it, they didn't enjoy it. Yeah. So yeah, we're full of, if you're not sure, then go onto the Facebook pages and just ask the questions. We're there, that's what we're there for. So we've die cut the bow because you get a separate bow as well. Pop that. So we now need to put some background on it. So I've die cut all my pieces. So I've got a silver background. I've then got, I die cut a silver and I cut it in half.
Yeah.
Because if I just did the silver, what would happen is you wouldn't see anything, but if I cut it in half, you're going to get that little shadow edge. Yeah?
That's clever.
It doesn't matter about the space in the middle.
It looks like two halves of an angel as well, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah,
when you
wings.
split it into two. Just to go back, I know I've asked you this already, but can you just remind us of the two oxide colours? Because we've just had somebody ask the question.
Kitsch Flamingo,
Kitsch Flamingo,
which is the beautiful pink, and Salvage Patina.
Fabulous, thank you very much. Quick update for you. I said there'd be lots of them in this show. The large bell in the stencil, the die, should I say, is now limited stock. OK, so that will be gone before long, and that'll be 2 of the 3 body dies gone. We're only halfway through the first show. Anyway, listen, we'll worry about that later. Right, OK, so...
So we've got the little snowflake that comes in. It's the Noel set. It's one of my favourites.
In the stamp set,
In the stamp set. I'm a stamp platform girl. I'm not brave enough to do it on its own. So...
But they're so
I'm
good,
not the best
why wouldn't
stamper.
you? They're so good.
They are amazing, they really are. And I haven't brought my anti-static, but that's fine. So we're going to go in with holographic. So clear holographic.
Okay.
No, I definitely haven't got me, or it's somewhere in my stash. So we're after... So we'll go, I think... about there, lovely. So with your, when you cut out, you've got your waste. So what I don't want is I don't want a stamp over this side. So I'm just going to cheat. I'm using it as a mask.
Oh, OK. Perfectly fair.
There we go, that'll do. So when it stamps, it's not going to stamp all over.
Ah, right, I see, yeah.
Lovely. So pull down.
So you keep that illusion of the round of the bell.
Yeah, if you know, if you didn't have it, that's fine. Just use your masking tape. If you've not got the die, then just use your masking tape to mask off areas. You can do that.
Yeah. So in with the clear ink.
And I think we'll go a little bit on there. And we're just building, because it's you're embossing, then it's not going to dry instantly.
Lovely.
So we're just building it, and then we'll pop our clear embossing. And I think we'll have a little one there.
See, isn't it nice with the luxury of time? Here we are in, what is it, the end of July, or you know, the sort of the last third of July, let's say. The time to sit down, enjoy making your Christmas cards. I was talking yesterday about making Christmas cards. It's like writing Christmas cards, isn't it? Your intentions are absolutely there. When you write the first of your 50 Christmas cards, you're like, ah, dear so-and-so, what a wonderful year it's been. I hope you've kept well. We've done this, that, the other, da-da-da-da-da. Let's catch up in the new year, etc., etc., etc. By the time you got to about number 13, you're like, love, Derek.
Yeah.
That's it. Stamp the sentiment and just like, love Derek, kiss.
Love Derek, yeah.
Kiss if you're lucky. Do you know what I mean? So it's the same with card making though, isn't it? Because you want them to all look super smart. You want to be proud of them. You want people to be happy with them. But sometimes, you know, you leave it just that little bit too late or whatever, and then you start rushing. Whereas, look, right now, I know it's, you know, some of the hottest days of the year so far that we're enjoying, but get in, out of the sun, get the fan on, maybe not with the embossing powder, bad combination, but you know what I mean. But, you know, just be nice and cool and relaxed. This is the perfect time of year to be making Christmas cards.
So normally every Christmas we'll, obviously with my granddaughter, she lives with us, she's 7.
Yeah.
So of course they have an abundance of cards they have to give out to school.
Of course.
So last year it was, we did a postcard and she wrote to Santa with a postcard.
Yeah, yeah.
This year it's going to be the wonky fir tree. So there's a sample there that's got eyes on it. That's what she's going to do. I happen to have in moustache eyes. So she will be inking through, which she's quite capable of doing. She's only 7, but she knows to be careful. And then she'll be sticking eyes all over them. And they're just so quirky and so fun.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Let me show you. This is brilliant on the working tree.
So the girls have just
love
you
it
know, with the eyes and making them, and then putting other things with it as well. You know, not just putting your eyes and things.
I've just got to show you. I was just flicking through the samples there on the wonky fir tree. I've just got to show you. I'll show you just a second when I get to it, because it's just one of the most amazing samples I think I have ever seen, and it just has to be seen. I don't know how, Julie Rose, you did this, but honestly, it's one of the most glorious.
Isn't it lovely?
And we had a gnome show last night, actually at 9 o'clock, which was hilarious with gnome stamps on it. That is just, isn't that one of the most delightful things you've ever seen?
It's just, I didn't see that until she sent it, and it just, doesn't it make you smile?
Yeah, it's just beautiful. That would so be pride of place in the Christmas cards, you would never want to take it down, would you?
No, exactly. So we're just stamping up our second bell that we cut out.
Okay.
Oops. Obviously you will anti-static yours. Oops, helps if I... Let's pop him there.
Gosh, your design team. Seriously.
Amazing. They are they're my backbone. We think we have one of the best products, as you do, as a company.
Yeah.
But without our amazing design team, they're nothing. Because they showcase the products.
There's such love goes into these samples.
They're amazing. They just rally round me. Doesn't matter how stressed I am. They pull it out the bag every single time.
I can't imagine you being stressed.
Oh
You like a cool as a cucumber character.
Oh no! You should have seen me today when the car broke. I didn't even think I was going to be here for this show.
Oh really? Oh bless you.
Yeah, so I was a little bit stressed. My poor husband, bless him. So yes, I'm not the calmest of people.
You would never know it.
Oh dear.
You would never know it.
So we've got our embossing on our last bell. Nice and simple. And the thing is, you'll batch make these as well.
Yeah,
so,
of course.
you know, you'll die cut all your bodies, and then you'll just sit and have a nice relaxing ink through. So the dies are made, so there's a slither of white around, so they're not that you cut directly on the design that Emma has created. They are meant just, it's almost 1 mil, you know, surrounding.
Which is good, because then you can choose what to do with it. You can choose whether you do a little bit of inking around the outside, or whether you lift up the whole thing and put some foam or some 3D glue or something underneath it. Leaves you with lots of open choices.
Definitely, definitely. So with our little, whoops. So get rid of that. So now we need to build up. If I can find my tape.
The show is so busy, by the way. Do make sure, I know we're all loving watching the demonstrations, but do make sure if you've got an intention to get something, I would snap it up as quickly as you can. And you might think, oh yeah, you always say that, Derek. I really don't. But this show, I know how busy I'm getting updates in my ear the whole time. In fact, actually, there were probably 3 times more updates I probably should have told you verbally, but I just didn't want to get in the way of the demonstration. But everything moving really, really quickly. We'll do some recaps in a wee while when we've finished.
We know
here.
We're not going to magically give you another, you know, certain amount of stock. We just you had it all. So yeah, I'm not going to come off screen and say, here you go, here's some more. There is no more. Cupboards are bare.
For quite a while as well.
Yeah. I was hoping it would come in a bit sooner, but she wrote this week to say no, she couldn't do it. So unfortunately, I can't give any extra stock. It will come back, but again, we don't know how long it'll last. It's especially, you know, the dyes and things like that. Dyes are so expensive to produce that they're a considered manufacture. So he freaks out a little bit when I do the manufacture for the dyes.
I can imagine. That's good. It's good. It's win-win all around, isn't it? Everyone's happy.
And I want. I know what's coming, which we will bring. So you know, you will want these. I can guarantee 101% you're going to wish that you'd bought these when you see what we bring. In September, October.
Are we, dare I ask for clues?
Right, so we're launching our own stamp range. We have a small stamp range, but we've a new designer on board, and she's amazing. So you're going to want them, I can guarantee. Yeah, they are stunning. I've seen the first drawings.
Brilliant.
So all we've got is a little bit of background, and I've dropped my base card. So what I'll do is I'll just show you. All we've done is a little bit of matte layering.
Yeah.
Because you don't need to see me stick it down. And then that would go on top. Okay. And then with your bell, you will overlap your bell just on the page. Yeah. And then one of my little gems I will have stuck in the middle, a couple of sequins.
Stunning.
And that is it. It's
I
as simple
love
as
it.
that.
And I love that it doesn't have to be in Christmas colours to have that real class feel about it. I love it. I'll be back in just a second, Lucy, because I've now got to catch up with all the things that, while we've been enjoying the demo, all the news has been happening. Right, let's talk to you about the stencils. We've got both new and returning favourites in this collection, and you're going to need to stack them up really, really quickly. So these are Pick and Mix Any 2 for $18.99. You've got the bell. I don't know if I'm pointing in the right place, but we've got the poinsettia wreath, which is brilliant. Quarter of the stock of that one has gone. Wonky fir tree. Wonky fir tree, really, really busy. That's approaching 40% of the stock of that one. Shall I show you some more wonky fir trees? Because they are, honestly, the samples here are just delicious. I want to show you as many as I possibly can. Oh, here's a little rabbit looking up at that one. That's very, very nice. Have a look at these, though, because these are really, really cool. Well, they all are. They're just absolutely gorgeous. And I'm going to whiz through these so I can just show you more, because they are beautiful. Look at how this one has been layered up by Mary here with decorations and all kinds of gems and all sorts. And this one by Amanda. I don't know if that's some kind of, like, sort of glossy drops or something. It's awesome for the baubles. It's really, really cool. Here's another one from Tracy. Look, again, completely different feel. There's that rabbit again. Where's that rabbit come from? That's twice we've seen that.
That's Pippin. That's a Live in Your Stamps.
Oh,
he
fabulous.
has appeared on the craft store.
Ah, brilliant. Yes. So we might have it. Here's one from Janet with a fake snow look, which is, again, really, really cool. Love, 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 love it. And one more for now, because wonky, look, anything which sparkles naturally. So as you're walking past it, you're going to have just that lovely, gentle sparkle. Beautiful. And that one's for, by Rosemary Rogers. Thank you. Well done. They are amazing. Right, let's go through some of the other options that we've got here. The next one is the Pine Sprig. Now, let me... a quarter of the stock of that has sold out and gone. Forgive me, I'm losing my words here. Let me show you a couple of samples of that, just so you can see how that transpires and how the different looks that you can achieve. That's really clever. It's almost like a layered sort of fir cone look. Very, very clever there by Martine. Here's another one, which has a very, very different background to it. I love that. It's really, really jazzy, isn't it? And I love that. And combining it with the bell that Lucy was just using there by Martine here, just gives you something really, really glorious, doesn't it? So that's that one. Then we've got Snowflake Bauble, haven't we? Have we still got Snowflake Bauble? Over half the stock of the stencil, so it is still hanging on, but we have all the stock that there is to have. So just know that that is one of the most popular returning favourites of this range. So grab it now, because over half of the stock has gone. We have got another hour this afternoon, so if you're going out where that other show will be on later, don't leave this to chance. Order it now, and then it's sorted, because you might find coming back at the end of the day, nothing left. Then we have, this is Snowflake Trio. Is Snowflake Trio a new or a returning?
It's a returning.
It's a returning, and so beautiful.
But it's the last time it's with you.
Oh, right, okay, so it's the last one, it's retiring. So, a couple of quick samples then. 60% of this is sold out and gone on its last appearance with us here. Here's one by Julie, which is, again, very, very beautiful. And another one here, which is very, very colourful. Love that. That's really nice, because lots of very, very subtle kind of... I'm not sure what that is. It feels like a lovely... It's like a glitter, but it's not a glitter. All at the same time.
It's glass beads.
Is it?
Yeah, with translucent medium. And then, so ink through the stencil, translucent medium, and glass beads, clear glass beads.
How clever. It's really beautiful. They must be very, very fine.
They are. Super fine.
Right. OK, so that's that one. And there's one more. Oh, the new Snowflake. The new Snowflake, which is awesome. I'm going to... Oh, it's returning Snowflake. Yes, sorry, I beg your pardon. Yes, it was the die that was new. I'm just going to show you again this one sample here, because it kind of says everything. That's so lovely. So you can go very, very traditional Christmas, or you can go very Christmas for the people who don't do Christmas. I love it. 170854 is your item number, and you pick and mix any two for £18.99. Right, website is here as well with everything else. So the blending brushes are there. Those two die sets have gone. The bell and the Snowflake Bauble, they've both gone. But the Snowflake one is hanging on there. You've got the two stamp sets, there's the new aperture stencils, the mediums, the brushes, the essentials kits, they're all on the website right now. Do it now while it's in your mind. Right, OK, Lucy, we have got just under 10 minutes, which is great, so we've got more demo time.
So we're using translucent medium.
OK.
I've already masked off my stencil on my cardstock. With my pine sprig, we fitted it on the stencil at an angle, so you may want to twist it slightly, like I've done, to get it straight on your card. So your mediums, when you first get your mediums, they'll look like they've set. Don't stir them for the first, say, 3 or 4 times, because you'll make them too sloppy.
OK.
After about 3 or 4 times use, then give them a good old stir, but always keep the top of your pot nice and clean. So, spreader at a 45-degree angle. You're not pushing it down, you're pulling it towards you.
OK.
So we're gently, and we're lifting up.
It's a bit like screen printing.
That is it. That's it. Exactly right. It's all you're doing is screen printing with a stencil medium. Years ago, we used to use a palette knife, and we would back and forth, and then you'd wonder why it crept underneath. Screen print. It's much easier.
Yeah.
You're going to take off everything that you need. You're not going to leave big chunks on there. And you're going to get a cleaner application every single time. So we're taking off, so you're not ripping your cardstock, and taking off. And then we're going to lift up, straight off, straight into your water to be washed at the end. So that can stay there all day. It's not going to hurt it. And you've got your body. So, in with our piece of paper. And we're going to be putting, so this is where you can put your mica powders, your micro beads, glitters, anything that you want to put as a finish, you can put over the top. I'm going to pop embossing powders, so I'm using the Wow embossing powders. So I've got one of the trios and a little bit extra. I've got a Merry and Bright, it's called, and I've also got a Capri in one of their sparkle ones. I just love their embossing powders are beautiful, such good quality, and they work so well. You get such a beautiful fine finish, and that's what you want. Is you don't want this great big chunky finish that's going to detract from the design.
Yes.
So you're hiding all the beautiful design that you've just gone to all that effort of getting. So we're just sprinkling, building up. So you would do this twice, okay? Because you'll want to layer your bow. So we're going to take off.
Right, yes.
So, and then we're not wasting this. Don't forget, you know, you're just making a special mix.
Yeah.
So you would save all of this. You would have anti-static your cardstock.
Yeah.
Don't know where my anti-static bag is. It's somewhere. And we're going to add a little bit more. I think we'll go with a little bit more pink on there. I just prefer using a brush rather than tipping from the pots. That way I can be a little bit more precise with where I want it to go. You do have a time limit as well. You know, you haven't got all day. You've got about 5 minutes with your pastes.
Okay.
And a skin will form. It won't be bone dry,
Yeah.
but a skin will form.
Okay.
With this technique, you've got 2 ways of finishing. Leave it to air dry and then set it off at the end with a heat gun, because the embossing powders, the thermo powder, you have to heat set off.
Yes.
Or you can dry it as I'm going to do now. So just make sure all my bits are clean. In with my heat gun. So I'm just using this because I don't want to bubble my paste.
Okay.
With translucent, it will bubble slightly.
Yeah.
With all the others, you will get a real bubble to them.
Okay.
But they were created, and all the pastes that we do were created for that bubble finish. So we're going underneath and back.
So it's kind of equal time both ways?
Yeah, just drying inside the paste as well as
okay, yeah.
on the top of it as well. You will warp your card, but to be quite honest, you could whip it through an embossing machine if it stresses you out that much. But by the time you put a little bit of tape and that down, it'll flatten down. Because you've got to remember, the cardstock has taken the moisture from the paste. Now it's taken the heat as well. You know, it takes a bit of battering, so good quality cardstock straight off.
What do you use? What do you tend to use for cardstock?
I've got. I'm getting to my stash. My stash is looking very bare at the moment. I will use Pink Frog. I'll use Jelly Bean as well. I'll use other manufacturer ones that I've, you know, seen over the years and I'm friends with. So, you know, about a 300 plus.
Okay.
The black from Pink Frog is a little bit thinner. I can get away with it.
Cool.
Yeah. So, you know.
Just word to the wise. We have got Pink Frog Happy Hour coming up at 7, I think it is, tonight.
Fabulous.
There might be something that goes nicely there.
So we're just building up until we're happy. Getting it dry. If you see it rise and bubble, just move away from it, heat another bit, let it cool down, and then you can go back to it. But as I said, you could batch make these, leave them all dry, and then go and give them a quick finish with your heat gun. How are we doing for time? Are we okay?
We have got about 2 minutes with you, Lucy.
So
I'm just going to show you some other samples while we're doing that, because they are so beautiful. It's really nice to kind of showcase as many as we possibly can, because you can get lots and lots, as you can see, of different finishes. Even bring in that stencil in from the corner. You don't even necessarily need to showcase the whole of the stencil. Here's one from Karen there, which is very, very pretty indeed. I love that. Very, very nice. Oh, and look what Mary has done here. And I couldn't even begin to even work out how she's managed to do the raised letters in the Noel. Oh, has she die cut the letters? Oh no, the letters are... Oh, I don't know, I can't even work it out. I think it's genius.
You would ink or paste through, then you would die cut.
Yeah.
And then you tend to put a darker layer underneath the die-cutted bit that you've done, and then just build up your layers. So your Julie Hickes that were on the other day, perfect. The alphabet that she had on would work a dream.
Yes. And here's another. How are we getting on?
Yeah. We're just doing the final bits.
Fabulous.
So we've just matted and layered. A little bit of cardstock. That first show I'm going to be running around grabbing all my cardstock. So, and...
The other show's at 3 o'clock this afternoon, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Wonderful.
Yes. So we've cut a bow out as well. So we're just... So it's not going to crack your mediums or anything. I've got... Let's use a little bit of tape. Normally I'd use 3D gel or something like that to stick it down, but needs must. There we go. And from one of the stamp sets,
here comes Season's
Christmas greetings, because you have to do your inside as well as your outside.
Of course. Love it.
There we go.
Lucy, thank you so
Lovely.
much. What a joy. I could watch you craft all day long. I'm so glad there's another hour.
Oh, bless.
And I think you're with Janice then for that one. But I'm going to be watching it and enjoying it with a nice cup of tea as well. Please check out your basket. I don't need to say that because actually you've done it left, right and centre. But if you have something in your basket, do make sure that you get it. Back with Lucy and Sweet Poppy at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Gosh, that was so lovely, wasn't it? And the day continues with the one-day special. Well, with no one-day special, but lots to see with Zuri after the break.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. We have a wonderful in-house designer called Sue, who hand draws all the images, which we then transfer into rubber stamps. We have very elaborate designs. We have everything from steampunk right through to beautiful florals, and then we have scenic and we have words. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media or art journaling, join us for our journey into everything creative and messy and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry. The Easy Matte Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Take it away, Catherine. Right, hello everybody. Have you done it? Thank you. Okay. If you want to know why I didn't want to stand there, have a look at the website because there is a Zuri mould available for you. Just not something... Sorry. Anyway, good afternoon. How are you? We are here with the Zuri One Day Special, but we did sell out the One Day Special last night. And we do have some sensational moulds left for you. So do stay with us throughout the show. I would recommend... if you see the moulds you like, put them into your basket and check out, because I'm sure we're going to have yet another very, very busy show. I am, of course, not alone. I'm with the wonderful Catherine Sturrock.
You weren't calling me that earlier.
What? Don't let the secrets out.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I always call you wonderful Catherine Sturrock.
Do you?
Well, no, I was calling you that character from Cambric Green with all your dogs. But you said she wasn't very nice. I didn't. Anyway, great to have your company. Let's not air our laundry.
Nobody's got a clue what we're talking about.
No, they haven't. No, neither have I, actually. Neither have I. Right, Catherine, Zuri,
Hello.
can we talk about Zuri to anyone perhaps that's not seen the brand before or even seen the shows?
Zuri, relatively new as a company. We've just celebrated their first birthday here at the craft store, which is fantastic. It's a company that a lovely lady called Sophie is behind. It's based in America. Of course, we've got the stock here, so it's immediate dispatch, which is fantastic. And what can I say about these moulds other than they are just incredible? They really, really are. Such a high-grade silicone has been used to create them. They're food safe. They withstand temperatures of up to 240 degrees, so you can put them in the oven if you so wish. So for something like polymer clay that you can bake in situ, or you can use it even if you want to make cookies or put a sponge mix in that you could do. Also, these will go down to, you can see it says minus 104 Fahrenheit there. I think it works out about minus 70 to 75
Is that
degrees
for like ice
centigrade.
And ice cream and frozen yoghurt, or is
frozen
it indeed
yoghurt
for
would be
different
great.
mediums that you have to put in the fridge?
Do you know, sometimes we do advise, if you're having trouble with some of the clays, it depends on the brand, that you can always try put them in the freezer a little while, But for me, it's more for if you want to make ice cubes, yoghurt, as you say, ice cream. Not all of the moulds will suit to create something like that. It depends on the size of the mould and the depth, the detail and the depth of it,
If you are doing that, we would recommend, of course, you buy 2 different moulds. Don't cross-contaminate. But they are at great prices. So 969279 is your item number for your lunar calendar, £23.99. Now, we do have a sample here. Have you got one there, Catherine? Of one that you've already...
Mine are not in full pieces at the minute because we've still got a section that's curing, which will be ready for 4 o'clock.
So this is one that's been sent in. So
Yep.
this is with all the pieces already put together, painted and creating. Will this actually move?
You do get... I've got a bit of information for you, actually. You get the twisting component. That's how we've named it, but there's an official name for this, and it's not spigot. This is a Chicago screw.
Okay.
It does sound like a cocktail.
Where did you get that information from?
A lovely lady called Jennifer sent me the information.
Jennifer. So
and
it's a Chicago screw?
Yes, and I checked it, and she is totally correct. So if ever you want to buy any more of these, you can do quite readily.
Just need to look for more Chicago screws. Wow, so you get that included. So the first one you make will be moving, it will work, and will give you your very own lunar calendar. £23.99, but over 40% of the stock has gone. We'll be taking a look at this in the demonstrations. In fact, what demonstrations have we got coming up, Catherine?
We'll probably start with that one, actually.
Okay. Excellent. Right, now let's talk about star signs. Always popular, whether you are the star sign that we have available for you or whether you know somebody who is of that particular star sign. This one is your Sagittarius. What we love about this is that you've got your 2 separate images here. So you've got your Sagittarius, but then you've also got a script about Sagittarius as well. And again, just looking at that picture, the detail is incredible. It really is. So you've got the bow and arrow there, or what's it called? Not a bow and arrow, an archer, a crossbow. a crossbow, and you've got the gentleman and the horse. Absolutely incredible, sensational detail in this one. £23.99, 273129 is your item number. Can we make, sell, can we make and sell with these, Catherine?
You can, as long as you're making a project itself, so working with the castings and making something physical, you can sell those, no limit to that as well. What you can't do is take castings from the moulds and sell the castings.
Right, perfect. Well, that's cleared that up. Fantastic. So that's your Sagittarius, if you want to get hold of that, 273129. We've also got Libra for you. Now, what I like about this particular set, if you wanted to, you could actually just mask out the Libra sign, and it then just could be a pair of scales for you, you know, for the balance in life maybe, or just something that looks absolutely spectacular. Again, the details are incredible. We'll show you a picture of that. Here they are. Catherine, on this particular picture, I really like the finish.
Yep.
What would you say has been used to create that lovely tone of grey, or what could be used?
I can tell you that these are actually 3D graphics, so they're computerised.
Right.
But to get that exact same finish, or that look, you can do a number of things actually. One would be the black air dry clay, the hearty clay.
Yeah.
Then you could go over the top with a wax, a silver wax, or the liquid metal paint that we've got. My favourite way would be to use the resin with the blackout Resin Max in it. That's the pigment that you mix into the clear resin, because you get a true black, and then again over the top with wax or your metallic paints.
I just really like that finish to them. 852225 is your item number, £23.99. Just imagine if you know someone who is a Libra or a Sagittarius and you make these out of chocolate for their birthday. Wouldn't that be absolutely amazing? It really would. Remember, don't cross-contaminate. Right, we're moving on. We've got more for you. Oh, this is gorgeous. This is your violin magic. My days. Just take a look at this. So you've got your violin there. You've got your script for your music, and you've also got the flowers in there. Wow. This really is beautiful. Has this been made with... Yeah, it's been made with resin. Look at that. Absolutely incredible. Was that green resin, or did you paint that?
That was 2 layers of resin, so I did. And you've seen me do this process, actually, Janice. I mixed some turquoise resin first of all, or I had some spare. It was spare from a different casting that I did.
And how did you do that? With some pigment?
With some of the pigment, some of the Maxi, the Resin Max. And then just with a glove on my hands, I used a little bit of the turquoise resin and put that into the detail of the mould without filling it, just into the deeper detail. Let that cure and then poured on top the black resin.
Isn't that lovely? You know, on the front of... Maybe you actually do play the violin. That would be lovely on a violin case. Or maybe a journal, something like that. Or as a gift for somebody. How amazing. 597072. Our producer can play the violin. My niece plays the violin. She does that for a living at weddings. Incredible. £22.99. Yeah, if you want to hire her, you can.
Oh.
You get married?
Who knows? Who knows?
Ooh.
Who knows? Maybe not. Again.
Well, a certain person, if you're watching, that could have been an invite. Right, £22.99, 597072 is your item number. Absolutely incredible. Right, next up, we've got the Astrolabe. What's that? Does that measure the moon, the stars?
Well, when we brought this as a one-day special, because this has been on previously, I discovered that it was an ancient Grecian instrument.
Okay.
For measuring, you know, it's all about aligning the planets and working out all the planets and
so working out where the star constellations are, maybe for travel.
Well, you've got your months on there as well. You've got your dates on there as well. Now, another lady did email in earlier, and she'd looked it up, and she said this dates back to Tudor times, and it was used more like a compass. But I think there must be 2 different things.
Well, you can use this as a compass, because if you are guiding yourself via the stars, then that's how you navigate around. It's how people navigate when they're on boats, through the stars. Yeah, like the North Star, or you know where the planets are, if you know where Jupiter is, or if you know where Neptune is, or if you know where Saturn is, and you know the different ways that they move around, it could be a way of travelling. £23.99. Can't think of any more planets at the moment, but I'm sure you can. 969750 is your item number, and it just looks fantastic. Now, could we put a Chicago screw in here and use this actually as a working instrument?
The centre pivot area, the piece of mould that forms the hole, is smaller than the lunar calendar, so I don't know if you can get different threads on those. I presume you can, so possibly, but if not, you can use something like a paper fastener, a brad, a little bit of wire, or if you're in stock, you put a motor in there.
Oh, a motor?
And you make it work. Yeah.
Wow, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, we set him a challenge, and he did it for us. He bought a little motor and turned the astrolabe into a motorised mechanical in Stott, one of our viewers. He sent us a video in, we saw it earlier. It lights up and everything.
Can we play it again?
I presume we've still got it on the system.
Oh, if we've got it, and we can play it on air, we'll have a look. We'll have a look, so that's interesting. And if we can find it.
It was sent in at 8 o'clock this morning. We did show it, so hopefully it's there somewhere.
Oh, OK.
We showed it live on air.
Did we? Well, we will see if we can get that for you again. Love that. 969750 is your item number, £23.99. Again, it's a substantial mould for you. Next up, a lady that is as popular as Catherine, and that's our butterfly woman, for different reasons, of course. This is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it, Catherine?
Do you know, again, the detail, and she's a character that, you know, she could tell so many different stories. She could be very kind and magical, she could be quite evil, she looks quite domineering, but look at the detail in her dress. Absolutely beautiful. The leaf that you can see, or the leaf effect that you can see there on a dress, you can take that piece out of the mould individually. Yeah, I've used that for making very exotic leaves and also petals for flowers as well, or you can extend it onto a dress. You can chop that one apart, take the wings off, and just as a lady, you could turn her into a mermaid. So there's lots of different things you can do with it.
Wow, that's astonishing, it really is. £22.99, 967092 is your item number. Absolutely stunning, that one, it really, really is. £22.99, you can head to the website and give us a call to buy that. Right, next we have something that has proven to be very, very popular. Am I right in saying this was a one-day special once?
It was,
yeah. I love this. $34.99, and you're getting 14 impressions. Now, with the 14 impressions, is that calculating the large one and cutting that into it individually, I wonder?
That's one.
That's one. So it's the letters that we're counting into that. The reason why I ask, let me show you the larger mould. I'll just pick this up. Because if you've got 14 impressions, and that's including each of those letters individually, that you can rearrange and create other words, you could cut your owl off. So that's another impression. What bird is that?
It's a woodpecker.
Woodpecker. You could cut that. That could be separate. And then you've got the steam there, the piping.
Yeah.
So that could be another element. And then you've got the cogs that could be another element. So you could keep going. You've even got the clock there as well.
You have. So you've even got a little light bulb as well, which I absolutely love. Have you spotted it?
Just at the top there.
Yeah.
Fabulous, isn't it? It really is. And again, the detail, absolutely stunning. £34.99. Do you know where I see that? If you can get this protected, maybe outside on a bird feeding station or something like that, that would look really cute. Or maybe on one of your hanging baskets just at the top. 964730 is your item number. I remember when this was on last time, we set a challenge to see how many words people could make out of machines, and I think our producer came up with 50 words.
Yeah, there's
amazing.
a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of words that you could make from that. So have a think about that throughout the programme. £34.99. Right, now, do you fancy a little bit of everything? Well, that's what we've got right here. It really is a little bit of everything for you. So we've got different images in here. I think my favourite from this particular set of moulds is this one right there. Quite haunting, isn't it? But absolutely incredible with the detail that you've got on there. But that's just one of the elements. You've got 22 impressions in total. 323777 is your item number. Very, very useful. You've got your wings in there, you've got your stars, you've got your fleur-de-lis in there, you've got your clocks, you've got the crown, you've got that wonderful moon and sun images as well. And you've got that heart with the little locket in. It's really sensational. $34.99. I think that's excellent value for money. It really is. 323777 is your item number. Now, we did find that video of the astrolabe, and this is from Ian. So Ian created this with the Zuri mould, but then put a motor in there. That's fascinating. Wow, look at that. Does it light up as well? Is there a light
It will do.
behind it?
The lights will come on in a second.
That is fabulous. Yeah, the lights are on that one. That is amazing. Absolutely love that. Right, the astrolabe, if you want to go for that, 969750 is your item number. We've got clay on the show, so go and have a look on the website for that. We've got mediums that Catherine is going to be using throughout the demonstrations as well. If you do have any questions, please do email in. It's studio@thecraftstore.com. There's plenty more on the website to go and treat yourself with as well. And if you've got any examples of previous moulds you'd like to share with us, or you want to show Catherine what you've been up to with the moulds, then please send them in. It's studio@thecraftstore.com. We love to hear from you. So the website is where you can head to, see all the moulds available. And remember, if you really are treating yourself and you're going for some of the mediums, some of the clay, some of the moulds, and your basket comes to £60 or more, we'll divide that cost into 2 payments over 2 months. So it'll only be £30 today. It's interest-free. And it's really easy to set up as well. And remember, Freedom members, you don't pay any P&P. Right, Catherine, what we're going to have a look at first?
OK, well, we'll have a quick look at the lunar calendar. Now, I have got resin setting. I'm hoping this is going to be ready for 4 o'clock. We poured this morning at 8 o'clock. So if I just bring in my resin mould. I just did this with some of the Luscious powder, first of all. Well, that one wasn't. The base one wasn't. I've got ones that are demoulded that we did last night that you saw me do, but you didn't see me demould them. The only layer that I haven't got finished is the third layer, which is this one. If you remember last night, I dusted the mould with the Luscious powder and put some clear resin in, but I wanted that to set before putting the colour, so that it didn't disturb the Luscious powder. So I won't be able to demould that one at this point because it's not set enough. But just to bring in, and we'll continue working with this to a point as well, this is what happened to the base. So if I show you the back first, and then we'll explain what's happened. There's quite a few fingerprints.
That's
I
the
think
one that
people
looked
just
like
keep
a
coming
flower.
on. Yes, it
when
is.
It was all sort of
yeah,
like mixing
and we had
together.
no idea what the front was going to look like. So as I spin that around, just to remind everybody, because these moulds, they're a matte finish. That's why the finish looks more dull on that side. So on the back, because it's not touching the mould, there it is. But if you want to bring that out into a clear or a shiny finish, well, I did show you how to do that with the second layer this morning, but I've had a little bit of an accident with it. I will explain. So it's not quite as shiny as it was. You can probably see. I'm going to put another layer of resin on this.
I like that.
Again, from the back. Yeah. There we are. It was very matte. I put some clear resin over the top, which made it shiny. What happened, just before I went live this hour, I used one of my gloves that I wear for pouring resin, and it was inside out, so I blew it to get it the right way. And it had dried concrete bits in it, and all the concrete dust landed on it, so I had to wipe it off. So I'm going to put another layer of resin on there.
I can't see any concrete on there.
Well, I've wiped it off, but it's kind of spoiled the resin finish a little bit.
I like it because it
you can see how it's gone shiny though, can't you?
It almost looks like a very famous brand of pottery beginning with a D.
I know the one.
That kind of finish. That kind of finish.
You can definitely see the difference between the base and
you know when
that
you put
one
the
there,
clear
can't
resin
you?
on there to make it more shiny, do you have to then leave it to set again?
Yes, so that's still very sticky. Even though I've wiped some of it off, it's very, very sticky. So I can't really touch it any further than that. But there's more you can do. Now, the third layer, as I say, hopefully we can demould that at 4 o'clock. So layer 2 would go onto the base layer. Of course, if you want to keep these separate, you can, you know, put them onto a canvas or a box.
It's amazing.
I know it is. It's a wonderful effect, isn't it? And I do want to just show you that rivet, that Chicago screw, because you've got the barrel, and obviously this is long enough to go through 3 layers, and then you've got the little screw end as well, and they literally just screw together. You can tighten it up with a screwdriver. But yeah, if you wanted to apply a motor or something like Ian did, then obviously you can do that. You'd need some sort of pin in the centre there, or the motor itself might have a pin that will work. I think a clock a set of clock hands would work really well.
A clock would be amazing,
Yeah, you could have hands on, then turn it into a clock. So there is another layer to go on there, but because that one's sticky, I'm going to put that to one side for a second. We'll just bring the detail out with this one a little bit more. I'm not going to bother with the resin on this one because we're going to hide most of that base, but we haven't even brought the waxes in yet. So, do you know, I'm just going to go with a little bit of, I think, the tealy colour. You get all of these, I believe.
Yes, we're going to bring the details up on the screen. Now, with the waxes, Catherine, can we use these for other projects or just for the resin, just for the clay?
All sorts. MDF,
Brilliant.
card paper.
Excellent.
They will work on so many different surfaces.
And they're going to go a long way as well,
Very
because
long
you only
way.
need a tiny bit. Now, these are going to be dispatched from the 27th of July, so it's not long to wait. 27th of July. Is that your birthday, Catherine?
It might be.
See, I remembered. £21.99, 743733 is your item number. I still might book the day off, though. It's a great price, and you get all 6 of them. How are you using them on this project, Catherine?
I'm using a little bit of the teal. I'm using my middle finger and just dabbing that onto the glass mat so I haven't got too much wax on there. You can use a brush. It depends, you know, how much coverage you want on there. I don't want this on too heavy, and it kind of works with the colour rather than sort of contrast against it. But actually, straight away, I can see that there's detail I didn't even realise was there. If I just put a little bit more wax in that centre bit, that little triangle, I didn't even spot that. Can I just hold that to camera 1 so we can see that? And so just adding that tiny bit of wax has really brought the detail out.
Yeah, it does make a big difference.
Yeah, and again, I don't think we'll see the edges, but, you know, you could just add a little bit of wax on the edge as well. I also want to bring in the rust effect because I'm loving the patina rusty pat we've got, and it's on a really good price at the moment. That's on Viva Decor branding. So we'll bring a little bit of that in a second as well, and we'll also work with the metallic paints. So you can mix these colours as well. You don't have to go with one colour. You could mix them together, but I kind of like the teal on the turquoise and the black there. That's just brought out enough detail. Now, because I haven't got all of the other components ready to work with, I'm going to bring in the astrolabe instead, which works in a similar way. Remember, with this one, you've got 3 layers again, but you've got the hand as the 3rd layer. You do get, in this particular set, in with the mould, instead of getting the rivet, you get, it's like a cabochon. Because the hand there, on the original instruments, it would have been a magnifying glass.
Yes, so you could see all the details.
Yeah, so you can actually apply that. Once you've used that, you can probably buy cabochons. I think it's quite a universal size, or you can buy a mould and make your own out of resin as well, or create a mould even.
What does that say? Light of joy? Light of...
Light... Lindifoy.
Ah, sorry.
Now, we did, yes.
Lindifoy, which is Latin for...
We did find this out.
Guide the way? Is it guide the way?
I think it is something like that. I think it's something like that.
We
will find out.
Find out.
Now, these are the ones that I poured last night. So we demoulded these this morning.
Okay.
Very malleable still. So at this stage, when you can take them from the mould, if you wanted to mould around something, you can. So if that went round a bottle or a jar or a bucket or something like that, or a pot, then just mould it around, put some cling film around it, hold it in place, and when it's fully cured, it will stay in shape. I want this one flat, so I'm just going to flatten it down again. But, you know, because I've got so many castings now and so many mediums, I'm going to bring some of those mediums in.
We've just tried to translate. What does it say again?
There's a different meaning. Okay. We found it last time.
We've translated it into household linen, but I don't think it is household linen. That's in French. Maybe we've spelt it wrong. Try Latin. What was it? L-I-G...
L-I-G-N-E.
Yep.
Yes. Yep. Oh, we know what's happened.
D-E...
Yeah.
L-O-Y?
F-O-Y.
F-O-Y. Lignifoy. Guide the way, I would have thought, or light of day. Of foy.
I think it's light. I think it is light the way.
I think it could be light the way. If you know, if you speak Latin, please do email in studio@thecraftstore.com.
Okay.
Maybe it's Greek. If it's from it might be Greek.
It might be Greek.
Ancient Greek.
Yeah, because it was. Yes. ancient Greek instrument, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. That's right. See, I remember. It is an ancient Greek instrument.
Right, I'm going to bring
might
in... You might. I'm going to bring in the liquid metal paints. Now, these are not water-based, these are solvent-based. They've got little mixing bowls in there, so give them a good shake till you can hear that's mixing around. I'm not going to tip these too much. In fact, I'm going to keep this one under the overhead so you can see... Oh, no. Maybe I'm not.
Wow, look at that.
It is really liquid.
Yeah, it really is.
Now, before I do use it on that particular piece, I just want to show you how lovely this is again, for anybody that's missed out on these.
But it's not metal, is it? It's a liquid paint, but it's called liquid metal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
OK. The line you can trust. That's what it
that
translates.
makes sense.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
In French, the line you can trust.
I don't know where we got light the way from then.
I just made that up. I'm just trying to be clever.
It sounds right anyway. So what I've got here, this is from the machines mould.
Yes.
And it looks a little bit of an odd colour because it was just scraps of resin, you know, because you can, don't ever waste your resin. You can mix them together. You can even let parts cure and then fill it up later. But if you use it and you don't like the colours, the liquid metal, I just love doing this because one coat,
wow,
look at the coverage
that.
you get here. And I'm going to use all 3 colours because there are 3 of them.
And you're not using a lot?
No, and you know, I thought I'd have to go in with another coat afterwards, but I found that one coat just works beautifully. Now, this is the copper. Now, I am mixing these. So
are you cross-contaminating your brush when you dip?
I am. Yeah.
You don't want to double dip. I got in trouble for that once. Caused the right storm on Facebook.
You can use these individually, or of course you can blend the colours together. So I've gone from the silver to the... is it copper or bronze we've got in this set?
It's copper.
It's copper. I'm not sure if I've got copper or bronze, but they're both beautiful anyway. And then we've got the gold as well. So the gold mixed in. You can get almost a rose gold effect coming through as well when you mix the colours together. So you can see straight away with one coat how well that has covered.
That looks amazing.
They are brilliant paints, absolutely brilliant. So what you can do there, obviously, is leave those to dry. You can still put your waxes over the top as well. That will dry very, very quickly. You've got that lovely sheen. I'm going to hold it to the front camera if I may as well. I can see it's drying already. It doesn't take long to dry at all. You can probably see the areas that have dried more than others. But
love that liquid metal.
Yeah, I'll be able to put some wax on that shortly.
£14.99. Is that being dispatched? Yes, it's being dispatched on the 27th of July. Not long to wait. It's only Monday? 27th of July? Only Monday. 134602 is your item number for that one.
OK, and then I'm just going to add a little bit, rather than with the brush, I'm going to go with a sponge. I love using these sponges because you get that kind of stippled effect without overdoing it. So if you don't want sort of streaky lines, if you don't want to cover something totally, a sponge is brilliant for that. So I'm just applying a little bit of the metal effect paint to the mat there and picking up with the sponge, and you can build up that colour.
I bet the silver would look nice.
Yeah,
as well.
I'm going to mix all 3 again, I think. So again, it doesn't matter if I cross-contaminate the sponge because I like how they mix together. Let's just, and again, I can see these are drying
look at that
very,
silver.
very quickly.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that silver really does.
Look at this here. Yeah, I don't want to cover every single bit of the pink, actually, that I've used for the resin.
We can use these liquid metals on pretty much anything, really, can't we?
Yeah, yeah. I've got a jar, actually, a glass jar that I covered in the chalky paint that we've got on the show as well, and I've kind of mixed and blended the metallic over that as well. Let's just have a little bit of the gold because I've gone quite heavy with the silver.
Oh, yeah, that's here. Wow, this looks good.
Yeah, I haven't finished it yet. It's not fully coated. I was just sort of testing it out to see if it worked, and it did.
That looks amazing.
Really, really nice effect. Now, I'm leaving a little bit of the pink at the top. A lot of that will be covered because, when we put the next layer on, we are going to cover a lot of that up. So,
I do like that silver on there.
The silver's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think the silver's my favourite out of them all, actually. Yeah. And we've got the Luscious powders on as well. You can actually mix the Luscious powders into the metallic paints. It will give it a very slight difference in colour. It won't give it a lot of difference, but you can see the colour change, and it'll give a lovely, lovely effect.
I'm just thinking about fixing my alloys with it, with the silver paint, with the liquid metal. I think, oh my goodness, that might work.
It might work.
I'm not a boy racer or a girl racer by saying my alloys. It's just the alloy wheels on a car. Just to clarify that.
Right, I am going to put some wax on these as well. So I've just gone with the silver, because you like the silver so much. I've gone with the silver on that one, Janice.
Yeah, I like
Let's
the
have
silver.
a little bit more of the copper mixed with the silver.
Because I think the original instrument would probably have been made of like a silver style
Do you think?
metal, stainless steel.
We're going to rust it up a little bit as well. So, just again there, adding, these are a little bit bendy at the moment because it's still curing the resin, but it doesn't mean you can't put those mediums on. So you can see there, I don't know,
Like
we can
that.
see from the overhead best,
Yeah.
can't we? You can still see the pink coming through from the resin that I mixed, but we're going to add to this. So we'll bring in the waxes next. I love these waxes so much because not only are they just brilliant for everything you use them on, they're such good value and they go such a long way. Now, I'm not certain if the bundle I've got is exactly the same. I think most of the colours are.
Right, we'll bring up the still on the screen. We've got magenta, purple, blue, turquoise, green and graphite.
Magenta, purple, blue, green. It's these two I'm not sure about.
Yeah, I don't think those
We
two
don't
are in
have
it,
the
but
gold.
what you see on your screen is what you're getting. It's a great set. £21.99, 743733. Is that green in
I think
there?
we've got, is it that one?
Yeah,
Right, we'll
that
go with
looks
a bit of that.
sensational. That
We'll
really
go
does.
with a little bit of that then.
These are also proven to be very, very popular, 743733. And again, they'll last you a long time because you only need, and it's important to know, you only need a tiny, tiny amount. So a tiny amount goes a long way.
We've had these on before, you see, but sometimes the colours vary in the different packs. So even if you've bought them before, check what colours you've got. So let's just add a little bit of the wax on top as well. I'm going to go with some of the green just on the top there. Again, I don't want to hide every bit of the resin colour underneath, otherwise it is pointless that I applied it at all. Kind of make it work with it. And you can add those little bits of colour over the top. The paint is probably a little bit wet still here, but it might blend with it. But
So
we'll
that
just
green gives
add-
that rusty effect, doesn't it?
It does, but I'm still going to go with some rust on top as well. Why not? We've got all these mediums to work with. Let's just play with them and see what we get. I'm still loving that teal, you know. Just bring a little bit of the teal in because it gives you that blue tinge against the green and the pink. And I've got the hot pink, the magenta here as well. So just add in a tiny bit. I don't want to go too heavy. And again, in the centre there's not much point because I'm going to layer these up. So why put it in the middle if you're just going to hide it
a
all?
great effect. Talking of rust,
Yeah.
I've got a DIY show on Sunday all about
You
painting over
have,
rust.
haven't you? Oh.
Yeah, so if you don't want anything rusty in your garden or your home, then join me on Sunday at 5 o'clock.
Can't wait to see what you've been painting.
Should I have painted stuff? No, I haven't.
Are
Been
you
very
not
busy.
prepped?
Not prepped? My goodness, spent 6 days prepping.
I know you did. I know you've been very, very busy. I will say that.
Say what?
That you've been very busy.
I have been very busy.
Painting lots
If you
of
can
things.
say one positive thing about me today, Catherine, it'd be that I've been busy.
You've been
Thank you.
very busy. Look, I didn't just say busy. You've been very busy.
I've been very busy.
You've been
I've been a very
extremely
busy girl. Anything else to say positive about me, Catherine?
Not really.
No. Didn't think so. Yeah. Can we just confirm that I have got Monday booked off?
That's all right, 'cause Tuesday's my birthday.
Oh my... Is it?
You've booked the wrong day, Janice.
Thought it was Monday, your birthday.
No.
Oh, yeah, beauty.
I am working on my birthday. I'm coming in.
Oh,
I'm
bless
coming
you.
in on my birthday. I've actually taken a day's holiday to come to work.
Have you?
Yes.
Oh, I've just
If you're
taken a
wondering
day's
why,
holiday.
it's because I've got sugar buttons shows.
Oh, yes, you show what
So
time?
I'm 11 o'clock.
Yes.
And 1 o'clock. Are you in on that shift?
I don't know. I might book it off. Yes, I think I am. I think I'm the show after.
Are you?
Yes.
I think I've got Adam and Alex for my
Yes.
shows. That was requested.
Don't worry, I'm used to this.
I would have requested you, Janice, but you told me you'd booked the day off. So I couldn't, and then I found out that you booked the wrong day off, so I could after all. Right, now, we can see the colours there, but I am going to bring some of that rust in as well, because I absolutely love this. If you haven't got this already, do treat yourself to this. If I can find where I've put it. Where's it gone?
Is this... OK, I've got it. Now, these are two elements that when you bring them together give you that lovely rusty... I guess you can use the rusty on its own,
you can,
Catherine.
Yeah.
But by using the patina as well, it just gives you that aged patina look, which I just think is fantastic. So you can recreate that. $9.99. It's Viva Decor as well, so you know it's excellent quality. Again, you don't need a lot. 411051. So this is going to go a long, long way. Have a bit of fun with this. Love it. $9.99. 411051. So how do you apply it, Catherine?
It's very, very easy to apply. It is wise just to give each of the pots a stir first of all. Oops, my paintbrush broke, never mind. Jumping out at me now. Give it a nice stir. It's a lovely creamy consistency. You can see obviously this is the rust effect. It's quite an orange colour, but when it dries it goes a little bit darker as well. And of course the patina, you've got that green effect, so it is lovely. Again, the sponges that are provided with Viva Decor in some of the kits, and if you can't get them, you know, you can use other sponges as well, but I love, love, love the texture of these. So if I just go back to the first layer, and we'll just add a little bit of the rust in areas. I'm not going to go everywhere, and again in the centre that's going to be hidden, so it doesn't really matter how it looks.
Can you use this on outside
You
stuff?
certainly can.
Do we need to
Yes.
seal it with anything?
No, you don't actually. You can do, but it's not necessary. I'm not saying it would last forever, but it will withstand the elements.
I suppose what would be nice if you've got some kind of texture underneath it, like some form of something that's a little bit harder, a bit more dense and powder.
Yeah.
And then put that on top, so then that would really look like you've got a bit of
Yeah,
rust.
it looks very authentic when it's set, actually. I'm just adding a little bit. I have covered or gone over some of the numbers there, but I want to sort of fill those because rust would do that, wouldn't it? You wouldn't see things clearly.
No,
the
that's
rust
true.
would kind of...
Yes.
Yeah, you'd lose a little bit of the detail, but it just makes it look more authentic. So we'll have a little bit on the hand to the astrolabe as well. Try not to lose all the wording on that though, because it's quite nice to see that. And then if you want the patina, what I tend to do is go with the rust first. You can let that dry, then go with the rust again if you want it a little bit heavier, or you can just go straight in with the patina. And don't worry about mixing more rust once you put the patina on as well. You decide on the effect that you want. You decide how much of the green, how much of the rust effect you want. Whether you want the green effect at all, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. You decide. You'll get a different result every single time. And you could still, even when this is dried, you could still go over the top again with your wax. If you wanted to pick up the texture of the rust effect with maybe the teal or something like that, that would look really nice. So if you do go a little bit heavy with the patina itself, as I say, if you want to add a little bit more rust, you can do that as well. So just a bit more orange there. It's not dry, but let's put this back together. Let's try and get those in a way that all the rust isn't lined up together. That looks quite good, I think.
Wow, look at that.
It's a really, really lovely effect. And it's not dry yet, so as that dries, that will get better and better.
Does it go a little bit darker as well? Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks amazing.
Yeah, I love this stuff, and it goes such a long way.
Yeah.
It's a great buy as well.
Textured, Catherine, or is it?
It's the
smooth?
texture is coming from the sponge.
Yeah, got you.
So you can stipple it on with a brush. You can do it with a spatula. You could put it through a stencil. So if you want effects from a stencil,
that'd be good.
Use it as well. I've got a stencil under here. Actually, I might do that.
That really does look amazing. I'm hoping it's coming across through the cameras, because here in the studio, that is rusty.
Yeah.
Not Catherine. the item that we're looking at the moment. That really is amazing. Really, really, truly is. Right, what we're going to have a look at now.
Do you know, while I've got it out, I've just mentioned rust. I'll bring this in. Now this, you see how this is when I do look after you. This is an old sample, or a part finished sample with Medusa on. There was a creature on there that I removed, and I was going to use the Lover of Darkness moth, but we sold out of it, so I can't do that. So you can bring in things like the cogs from the machines,
Yes, the cogs look far better than what you were going to put on there.
Yes.
I think, anyway.
Yeah, so, you know, you can add that, but just because we were talking about the rusty effect, let me just find, I've only got certain stencils here. I'll just go with this one, just to show you. So you could go with the sponge and just stipple that through and keep it, you know, quite... Don't build it up too much. Or
Are
you
these
can spatula
water-based,
it as well.
Catherine?
These,
So
yeah,
clean
this
them
is
is just,
water-based,
you know,
yeah.
yeah.
I'm using a sponge that's gone a bit dry here now, but if you want to use the patina mixed in, you can mix the two together. But it's just a lovely, lovely effect.
You know, with the sponge, once you finish with it, if you've been using it for that particular medium, you could break up little bits of the sponge because that would look like rust as well, if you could adhere it to your projects.
Yeah, definitely. Wash your sponges out, though, because it's water-based, you know. Especially if you've got these sponges, you don't want to waste them because I love them. The vase that's got the flowers on that we sold out of on the one day special, if you look at the texture on that vase, that was done with
a sponge.
One of the sponges,
yeah. Do we have the sponges on the show?
No. We have them in a kit with the chalky paint.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know whether we've got stock of that. We'll find out for that for later.
Lots of people might already have them. I don't know. I don't think there is anything in a brand shop because Viva tend to send out directly.
That is brilliant. Love that. Love that. Way. No, I'm only joking. Stop it. I will drop it if I do that.
So, yeah, use it with a spatula, with a sponge, with a brush. Apply it however you wish. So we'll have a look at that at the end of the show and see how it's drying off, actually, to see how it's looking. Great on your glass as well.
Yeah, if you do want the Medusa mould, we do have that available. Head to the website for that because it is a remarkable one with lots and lots of detail on there. We'll bring up the information for you on the screen if you want to go for that. If you don't want to go and have a look at the website, there it is. Wow, look at that. I didn't notice the cracks around her eyes before. That really...
Don't look too long,
Mind you,
Janice.
don't look too long. Don't look too long. That's what I say about you as well, Catherine. £21.99. 043 117 is your item number. Don't look at Catherine for too long, everybody.
Never work with children, animals or Janice.
I'm all three of them. An animal,
I'm just experimenting while you're just...
Well, I think you're doing that very well. It looks great.
Well, I've picked up some of the metallic paint as well with the rust, so you can bring in your gold in there, your silver, you know, so your different mediums, even if they're different brands, try them, work with them together. I mean, that's a lovely effect on the...
Did you put anything onto the glass before?
There's some of the chalky paint on the Viva Decor, but it wasn't all covered, so...
I really like
these. I
might have to get some of this.
The metallic paint and also the rusty will go directly onto metal, onto glass, onto wood, onto card, on multiple surfaces, porous or non-porous.
Love that.
So inside or outside. So yeah, just experiment it because it's well worth it.
You had a glue gun as well. You could put some blobs on there and then go over that and it'd be like rivets, like metal.
Yes, in fact.
And use string as well.
You've just made me think of something. Oh, have I got a spare glue stick? I'm going to turn the glue gun on. One thing that I'm always asked, and we always run out of time and don't get to do it, is showing the hot glue in the moulds.
Yes, great idea. Oh, our producer likes that idea. Yes, yeah, yeah. Can we do that? That'd be great to see.
We'll do that.
OK. Let's just have a quick reminder of the lunar calendar that's available to you. Very, very popular, actually. It's a beautiful set of moulds. £23.99, 969-279. Those are the moulds as they will turn out to look like. And then you place that all together to create your lunar calendar. And I do believe we're coming up to a full moon in the next few days as well. It looked absolutely gorgeous last night. It was a lovely orange colour. 969-279 is your item number. If you know anybody that loves astrology, loves the moon, studying the stars, they're going to love this. They really, really are. 969-279 is your item number. Right, we've got about 13 minutes left, Catherine.
OK, well, I'm still waiting for the glue gun, but while we wait for that, I'll just show you something else then, because I've only got one each of Sagittarius and Libra, and Libra's got resin in at the moment. But I did, from Libra earlier, they're scales, aren't they? Libra scales.
Yes.
Well, these aren't scales at all. Look, I've just taken the top of that very decorative area, and you could put something like the butterfly lady in the middle or the violin. So don't just look at... I know it looks a mess on the mat there. Don't just look at things as they are. Always look at the ways you can break them down.
Now, they'd look good on furniture.
They would, yeah, definitely. They would, actually. They'd look nice behind... if you put a doorknob on the front, you know, so it was a back plate.
Yes,
Or
door
it could just
knocker.
be or it could just be a motif.
Or, do you know what would be great? If you've got a doorbell, one of the old traditional doorbells, or how about this? Your light switches at home, if you, on the outside, of course, of your light switch, and they have your light switch in the middle. That would be amazing.
Now, something else, Derek said this last night. Using the scales without the scales, but using the rest of the base. Derek said, oh, I think that'd look nice with a clock face in it. So I took the clock from the pocket watch, which is on a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
This is air dry clay, but that doesn't mean you can't use these paints and waxes on here as well. So let me just... I might put a little bit of the Luscious in here as well. As I say, you're not going to see an enormous difference in the colour.
Yeah.
And I am using the brush that's contaminated, so it's not going to be a true gold this either.
It looks like the clock tower in Leicester, or the one
Does
in
it?
Or the one in Skegness, because they are the same.
Are they?
Ish, pretty much. Ish.
Oh,
I don't think it's exactly the same.
I've never seen the clock tower in Leicester.
Have you not?
No.
Oh, we used to
seen the one
always
in
meet around the
Skegness,
clock
though.
tower in Leicester. It's a beautiful clock, and it's a tower.
Well, I'd have thought so.
That's why it's called the clock tower. It's where we all used to meet in the 80s, meet you by the clock tower.
Oh. Oh, look at the colour I've just mixed. So this is the Luscious with the gold. So
What have you mixed for
what
that?
we'll do-
Gold and...
The Luscious powder. I've
What
gone
colour
with
was
the
your Luscious
blue.
powder? Blue.
Out of the blue it's called. But what I'll do, I'll just keep adding a little bit more of the gold in there so I get the different tones coming through. That's a really nice colour, actually.
That is nice, isn't it? It's like a deep midnight blue.
Yeah, and because the air dry clay is very, very porous, of course.
It will drink it up.
It's... Make sure you do let the air dry clay dry. I used the resin when it was part cured, but that's fine. But with the air dry clay,
yeah,
you
look,
want
you
to
can see the
make
colour
sure.
now.
Yeah, we'll bring a little bit more of the gold through. Then I think we'll go over the top. We haven't got gold wax in that bundle, have we? But we've got different colours. We've got that nice green. That'll look nice on it.
That would look good.
Okay, so we'll let the paint dry in this a little bit, and we'll do the glue gun, then we'll come back to this with the wax, perhaps. Okay, I think the gold paint wanted a little bit more of a mix, to be honest. Let's just have a little bit more at the bottom.
Like that.
Okay, but you can see how well, again, the air dry clay will cover with those paints. So let's just put the lid on there before I knock it over. Let's see if the glue gun is ready. Where's this hour gone?
Wow, it's going quickly.
Right, okay. Now, I'm not going to say that with a glue gun, your detail is going to be as crisp as it would be with resin, because it won't be.
Could you, if you're doing the glue gun, could you put some pigment powder in before you put the glue gun?
Shall we try that?
Yeah, can we?
Yeah, what colour do you want?
You wouldn't put liquid metal in there, would you? Because that'd be
No.
hard to get off the mould.
No,
Okay.
but you can paint it afterwards.
Yes, you can. So, let's put some pigment powder. So we're
Okay.
going for the glue gun. Because you can get different coloured glue for your glue gun, can't you?
You can, yeah. So you can go directly in with your colours. I've no idea. I've never tried this before, so we'll see what happens. I'll just put some glue in a couple of the smaller moulds here, just so it's not taking too long to set. Obviously, with a hot glue gun, it is that. It is very, very hot. So I might need to put the new stick in a second.
I wonder what the official temperature is of a glue gun when the glue melts. I wonder.
I don't know. The moulds will stand up to 240 degrees.
I mean, it might depend on the glue.
I've got a Dremel glue gun that you can set at 2 different temperatures because you get different melts of glue.
Really?
Yeah.
What are the temperatures? Do you know off by hand?
The lower one of them is 130, but I can't remember that's the lower one. I think it's 130 the lower one, and the higher one about 160.
Oh, so, I mean, the moulds will take up to 464 Fahrenheit. That's if you're talking in Fahrenheit.
Now, at the minute, because the glue is very, very hot, put the new stick in. It looks clear. It looks like resin, actually. But as it cools down, because you don't want to try and get these out when it's hot, it will go a little bit cloudier. Okay. So if you look at the colour of the glue stick itself...
Could you put that in the fridge to make it set quicker?
You could do, but to be fair, as hot as that is, it doesn't actually take too long. Let me just see how that paint's still a bit wet. So we'll start to see that go a little bit cloudy. If I flex that now, you can see it's still stretching, so I know it's too hot.
Yeah.
If I flex the mould, you can see that the glue is just stretching. I don't know if you've got a bit of a recap while we let that set, rather than watching it.
No,
I'm not going to cheat.
No, I haven't, Catherine.
Well, you'll just have to stand there and watch this go cloudy.
Story of my life. Right, so let's have a recap. This is the mould that Catherine is using. There are 22 impressions in this particular mould. Now, you don't have to use them all at the same time. It's recommended that you go for a couple in the same area because the mould is flexible, and that's how you're going to get your air drying clay out or your resin. So it is recommended just do a couple in the same area, flex them, and then they'll come out very, very easily. The images in there are, again, very, very extraordinary when you take them out, and then apply all your different mediums. And I think in this set, there really is a little bit of everything. There really, really is. So you've got the moon, you've got the sun in there as well with the faces, you've got the love heart with the lock, you've got the wings, you've got the flower, you've got the star. So very, very handy and a great set to have. Here's another fantastic sample made on an MDF heart, which looks great. 323777 is your item number if you want to go for that. £34.99, and you're getting 22 elements. What's 22 divided into 34.99? Well, 10 is £3.40, £1.60 per element, £1.59 per element. There you go, it's close. Close but no cigar. So it's a great deal. And remember, if you want to get these, you can use them with food. So you can use them with your chocolates, with your ice, for example. They would make very, very good chocolates, but don't cross-contaminate. If you want to maybe do chocolates and then just move on to your different mediums and never go back to your chocolate, that's absolutely fine. But if you did want to continue, get 2 sets. So never cross-contaminate, but they are food friendly. 323777 is your item number, which is fabulous. Now, we do have lots of air drying clay available for you on the website, so you can go and take a look at that. Perhaps this is your first venture into moulds, but this is a pick and mix available for you for your hearty clay. You've got black, yellow, magenta, blue, green and red. You choose any 3 and it's £13.99, but you can mix, so you can start to create your own colours. So think about the prime colours in there if you want to start mixing anything, but choose 3. You can, of course, choose the same colour if you want to as well, and you can paint it when it comes out. 516165 is your item number for that, and that is a great, great deal. Right, Catherine.
Okay, you can see, before I release it, you can see, can you see how it's gone much cloudier now?
Yes.
It's still not quite cloudy enough in the centre, I don't think, but, you know, let's give it a go. Let's see if it comes out. Yes, it does.
Yes.
So there you are, the other one as well. Wait a minute, we get this one out and then, right, there's still a little bit, you can bend these still, so there's still a little bit warm, actually. It has picked up the powder.
That's great. Yeah. And that's with the mica in?
That's the Luscious powder.
Luscious powder,
yeah.
Sorry.
Or what you can do, again, if we go back to the liquid metal, there's a couple of things you can do. With this one, I'm just going to go directly over the top. So if you have got your glue guns and you just want to, I wouldn't recommend using the glue in one of the larger moulds because it will take, it's false economy really, because you would be better off, as much as you might think, well, resin is more expensive.
Yeah.
If you put in lots and lots of glue in a mould, you will use a lot. But little things like this, do you know, it works really, really well.
And it works quickly as well.
It
so
works
if you're working
very
on
quickly.
a project, you need some embellishments very quickly, this would be an ideal solution. And that liquid metal works perfectly.
It would. Now, I'm just taking off some of the paint there as well, because I'm just going to sort of flick across the top of this one and pick up the detail, so we're not losing all of that colour underneath. We're not filling the whole of this with the paint. So you've got that dry brush effect, which I absolutely love. I prefer it, to be honest with you. So that little bit of colour that was underneath, hopefully you can still see that. Wow. Now, you know the images you were talking about, you know, when we see it on the packaging, how do we get the the colour with the silver? That's exactly how it would be done. So if that was resin in black, I would just dry brush over the top with that metallic paint.
Yeah,
and you will
I
get that same look.
Every single detail. Remember, that's using hot glue.
Yeah,
that really is amazing.
You can see the two together there. So one, you can see it's not quite filled with paint, but you can see overall. Yeah, it is actually, and I didn't even realise that until we just painted it up.
Look at that.
So you don't even notice the detail on some of these until you bring that detail out.
Buttons, They'd make great buttons.
Make amazing buttons.
So how do we do that? If we wanted to put the holes
with
in,
the
would
resin?
we? Yeah, but would we? How would we get the buttonholes in? Would do it afterwards?
I would use my Dremel. The
Would
drill
you?
bit.
Or how about
drill
this?
bit.
Because I like to just use anything that's around me. How about 2 cocktail sticks in the mould as you pour your resin in, so it keeps the holes in there? No? Why not?
Because cocktail sticks are made of wood, and the resin will grab the wood, and you won't be able to pull them out.
Oh yeah. Well, sorry, I was just trying to fix that. Sorry. It was, it's one of these where you put them up and then they just keep falling down again. So I'll just struggle away with this. Is there anything else you want to show us,
Resin
Catherine?
will not stick to silicone.
Yes.
But yeah, the resin would stick to it. So I think you would find it much easier to... You can get little hand drills, actually. What are you doing?
I'm trying to put the clay back on. It just keeps falling down. It's like that sketch. It's like the porthole sketch. Oh dear, with Tommy Cooper, do you remember that? When he kept on opening the portholes and all the water used to come in. Anyway, I've done it now. No, I haven't.
Nearly.
Listen, it's not about me trying to put this together. You just carry on chatting away.
I'm going to find a piece of resin now and put a hole in it.
I've done it. There you go. Yes, perfect. You would use your Dremel tool, or you would use
Dremel tool. You can actually get little hand tools that have drill bits in them.
Yes,
as well.
you can. Yeah.
So they're quite. If you look online, you'll probably find.
The
I
ones
don't
that
think we do them here.
You pump and they go down like a screwdriver.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah. So there's lots of different ways. But I agree with you. I think buttons would look wonderful.
They really would. They really would. And with the little bit of everything, you've got quite a few elements in there to make buttons with. You've got a clock face in there. You've got the one that Catherine just took out. You've also got the cogs as well. All of these actually would make great little buttons. You can. There you go. There you go. So there's another little idea for you. I guess we could sell them if we make them into buttons.
Oh yes,
because that's we're not selling the actual
something with it. Yeah, that would work.
Yeah, we're making. Don't forget jewellery as well. Right, we've got 45 seconds left, Catherine. You're back at 4 o'clock today.
I certainly am. Just very quickly, you've just mentioned jewellery. I can tell you that Sophie, who's behind Zuri, her original idea was to create moulds suitable for jewellery. That's why she wanted them really, really intricate.
There you go.
And it's gone much larger than that, but perfect for jewellery.
Yeah, it certainly would be. Right, you can watch Catherine again at 4 o'clock today. You can, of course, buy in between the shows as well. Don't miss out on these magnificent moulds that we've got available for you. And also, go and check out the mediums and the clay that we've got available, and the resin as well. Treat yourself. It could be a whole new hobby. It could even be a whole new business for you. So do go and check out all of those elements on the website. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
We'll see you again at 4. We'll see you guys in a few moments' time. Right, coming up next, we're going to learn how to make our own clothing and also learn how to do embroidery onto that. Stamps away after that, and then we're back with Sweet Poppy Stencils.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me. They're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring you.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand whether you're on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting is all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time. So I hope you can tune in and join the Clarity team.
Hello and welcome. Lovely to have your company yet again. Really looking forward to the show. First time I've worked with Sammy, and actually it's been a while since we've had Sammy live in the studio. So welcome to the studio again, Sammy.
Thank you.
Because I know you've been doing a lot of Skyping, haven't you, with us?
A lot of Skype, so it's nice to be here in person.
It's so much easier, isn't it?
Yeah. So
yeah,
much.
we can actually talk properly without going, and then everything goes freezes. We can still do a bit of that if you want to, just for comedy value. Now, brilliant brand. I love the concept. Tell us a little bit about it and the name, of course, because I was just saying paraffle. Am I saying it right?
Yes, yeah, it's paraffle, and paraffle means embroidery in Scots.
That's it.
Yeah, yeah, and it also means an extravagant display as well, which is kind of fancy. I quite like
that. Embroidery and an extravagant display.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to attempt to remember that word. And obviously, because when we listen to you, don't sound Scottish.
No. No, I'm from Plymouth originally. Yeah. I moved up to Edinburgh in 2008 when I went to uni.
Amazing.
And I've stayed there
never
ever since.
returned.
Pretty much.
Yeah, fell in love with the place.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm so envious. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Tell us a little bit about your company then. So when did it all begin?
Sure, so I started Paraffle, it was about 4 years ago now. And it was whilst I was doing a PhD. I was extremely stressed at the time and not having the best of times. And so I started sort of teaching myself embroidery, and at the same time it was sort of Christmas time was coming up. I wanted to get my mum like a nice gift.
Yeah.
Had my student budget going on.
Made the gifts.
Yeah. And then, my mum was the one who taught me to sew in the first place, so I thought, sure, I'll make her a nice piece of embroidery.
Yeah.
And then started designing my own, and
it went from there.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And it's so lovely. I mean, the concept is gorgeous. I love everything about it. The packaging's lovely, but it's such a nice concept. If we show you, so basically, I'll show you the jacket, because these look like, I mean, I love the texture of them, but they look shop bought, or it looks like that's part of the jacket, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks like an applique piece, but you're actually sewing this onto the jacket yourself, aren't you?
Yes, so that's a little embroidered patch that I made with one of the kits here.
That's so lovely. I'm going to spin the jacket round, because on the back, look, that one's your little embroidered patch, but you can, with the imagery, you can design your whole beautiful big motif.
Yeah, you can put them together however you like.
So good. And again, it looks so ridiculously professional. But it's easy. And it's interesting, because when you look at this, you might think that is just sewn directly on, because that's what it looks like. That literally looks, because there's, you've no paper, there's no pattern, so it looks like, you've just hand sewn it, doesn't it?
Yeah. We've got the paper to guide you.
Tricky bit. Let me show you, because it's so easy to do this, because of Sammy's ingenious idea. So, have a little look at this. So this is a tropical kit. So essentially, you're getting your beautiful designs. You're getting 10 designs in here. So Sammy, these are your designs. So how would you do it? You cut one of these out?
Yeah. Yeah, you cut them out and then stick them onto like wherever you want them to go on your clothes, because they're sticky, self-adhesive ones.
Amazing.
And then you just stitch over the top of it, and at the end you can wash it all off. The paper totally dissolves, so there's no trace of it.
And that's brilliant. So it does look like you've literally worked without any pattern, without any guidance.
Yeah,
and
it looks really impressive.
Clever. Yeah, whereas really you've worked off this, which is amazing. So you're getting your 10 beautiful designs. You're then getting your gorgeous embroidery thread, which is lovely. It is DMC, so top quality, and I love the colour palette in the tropical. That's so bright and beautiful.
It's so jazzy, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, that is proper tropical, proper tropical. You've even got your needle as well, and I presume you've got your instructions.
Yep, there's instructions in there as well. And
Superb.
the envelope for these ones as well is made out of recycled rags.
Oh, the envelope's beautiful, actually.
It can be reused as well, yeah.
It's really, really nice. That's lovely, because it does mean, again, if you're buying this for a present, everything you need in there for only £12.49, but it's quite conscientious as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like that. Really, really pretty. And obviously something like that, a brilliant gift, but you're absolutely decorating your own things, which is amazing. So that's your first one. That's your wonderful tropical. The next one, what did you say, our lovely Ems, who made them? Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Can you go onto any material? Is there anything you recommend you don't go onto?
You can do pretty much any material, as long as it's not really light and sort of able to catch. So I've done it straight onto the denim jacket there. And then at the front of the jacket, it was a bit thicker, so I thought it would be really hard to stitch onto.
Yeah.
Which is why I just did it on a patch. So just a piece
cool.
of felt, and I stitched it onto the felt instead and then cut around it.
So that, again, makes it dead easy, depending what fabric you're using.
Yeah, really
that's a
versatile.
really good idea. And it does look, I'm going to spin the jacket again, and that's so on. So, yeah, onto the felt and then onto the jacket. And it's a lovely, lovely design. Yeah, absolutely exquisite. So that's your first one. That's your beautiful paradise kit, which is gorgeous. Sorry, your tropical paradise. So please do not miss out on that one. It's stunning. The next one that we've got, and again, this is just exquisite. 10% of the stock has already gone here. Oh, look at the designs. You have got, this is your wonderful ocean. Yeah, I think beach towels, think any, this is brilliant. And especially because it's so sunshiny. But you know, you get your plain tops, like your plain little t-shirts. And I picked a couple up the other day, because you can get them, a few quid. This is lovely to actually make them look a bit different, a bit personal.
It's like a bit of holiday wear, isn't it?
Yes.
Even on your towel or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Your towel, your beach bag, even your shoes.
Yeah, I've seen it on sort of white trainers before as well.
Yeah, it looked well cool on your canvas trainer, because you could do a different little design on each one, so it looked fabulous. Again, you've got your threads, so proper beachy threads. And I'm going to bring forward we have got a little mannequin behind me in a second. So lovely colours in your threads. You've got your needle, and then behind me, let me bring her forward. Come on, love. Shit. She's a bit wobbly. She's got some new heels. You can see here, that is such a nice design. And it looks good. I'm glad you put it on a stripy one, because it doesn't have to be plain fabric.
Yeah. I thought it looked sort of nice with the nautical stripy vibe as well. You can put it on a neckline or like at the bottom corner as well. It
looks really cool. And I love it because, again, it looks so professional. Like the paper, there's literally no sign of it whatsoever. It's gone. It's utterly washed away. Yeah, that looks so professional, doesn't it? And the stitches are gorgeous. So in the actual kit, do you recommend what stitches to use?
Yes, yeah, I've got a whole bit, and there's a big part of my website as well. It's just advice on stitches to use, tutorial videos. You can go as basic or as complicated as you like, really.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So it's a brilliant way of learning the stitches as well. Hold on, she's going to go out. I'll just leave her there. It does look like the invasion of the mannequins, but it'll be okay. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Who's your mate? Who's your mate, Leon? She's not a head.
She's not very talkative.
Yeah, no, ignorant. If you do want to get hold of this, please check your baskets out. £12.49. Again, brilliant prices. And yeah, the way the package, I'd like everything about it, because everything you've used, I mean, the paper's beautiful as well that you've printed on. Do you know what I mean? Everything's really well thought out. It feels gorgeous.
Yeah. Recycled paper as well. We've tried really hard to make everything like in the spirit of upcycling old things.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, it's really nice. That feels gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. You know the little, because behind us we've got a little. It's really pretty. When you're checking out your baskets, this is one of your options when you're checking out, and it goes with this kit beautifully. And this is your little needle minder. So does that mean it's magnetic?
Yes.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, so you can keep your needles. You can even sometimes wear it as a pin. Like, it's quite a strong magnet.
Yeah, because it's actually a mag. Oh yeah, it is. That is literally just. They are proper strong. Yeah, there are different options, so select which one you want. You've got your gorgeous wheel, which matches this one perfectly. They're really strong magnets. My favourite is a fox, obviously. And then you've got, I must admit though, look at the beautiful bee. They're so gorgeous. They will be checking out your basket. There'll be a little drop. There'll be a drop-down menu. There's strong magnets. There'll be a drop-down menu, and that's going to give you your options. I'll play with that in a minute because I've got magnets everywhere now. Tell you, that's Leon. So next we've got, and this is pretty. This is your fanciful. Oh, I love. As soon as I look at that, look at him. Beautiful.
He's cute, isn't he?
Yeah, that is really cute. Very cute indeed. What kind of ages do you recommend? I bet it could be any age.
It could be any age, really. Yeah, I mean, with kids with a bit of supervision would be able to do it. They're quite, because they're so small, they're quite a short project as well, so it doesn't take too long.
Oh yeah, I think this might be my favourite because I do love the lovely bee there. I adore the sunshine as well. Really pretty. Again, you have got your threads. I bet you've got way more than you actually need in the threads as well.
Tons. But just in case there was any particular colour you really wanted to use lots, there's plenty of it.
Yes. So you've got all your thread. Again, you have got the bee pin if you did want to get hold of that. But this, for instance, right, a set of dungarees. Loving the dungarees. Mad old dungaree fan at the minute. And then on the pockets at the back, look, we've got the beautiful little rainbow. Again, you cannot see any paper. It's literally just gone. And that one, that's been stitched directly on the pocket, hasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that looks so good. And then on the other pocket, look, the pretty butterfly. And again, that's stitched directly on the pocket, so you can see there, which means you're not going to have any problems with washing because obviously it's there, it's part of the garment.
Yeah, these have been through the wash a fair few times already. And because it's DMC thread, it's all colour safe as well, so
perfect.
It won't be running.
Yeah, that's lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, really, really affordable kits. £12.49 is your price. Now, last but by no means least, maybe this is my favourite. This is your countryside. Oh, no, this one's just pick the post because you've got your fox. Yeah, it's pick the post. You've got your fox, you've got your rabbit or hare, the beautiful swan, the dragonfly, the frog, the beautiful butterfly. Oh, yeah, no, this is my favourite. That's so nice. The fox is going to look fabulous. And the shape of them is really interesting because when they're broke down like that, does that mean it's easier to stitch into the actual shape?
Yeah, you can sort of choose whether to fill them in or just do the outlines.
Yeah.
And most of the customised kit designs are based on some of my bigger ones that always use like paisley patterns.
Beautiful.
And so they've been sort of shrunk down into the mini version.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, they look absolutely gorgeous. Again, you've got your beautiful threads that match the theme perfectly. So all of that will just make it so much easier for you to actually start decorating. And again, everything's been thought of. You know, the beautiful packaging, the wonderful instructions, and of course, as Sammy says, you have got instructions and videos to help you through. If you do want to get hold of that one, £12.49. 152614 is your item number. Now, some more kits for you, and these are such a lovely idea. Because something like this, that is, Leona, it looks really pretty, but again, I bet it's really achievable.
Really achievable, yeah. I think this is the one that people think always looks really difficult, but absolutely not.
Yeah, it looks gorgeous. That is so pretty. And I love it because it's really getting you used to stitching.
Yes.
Isn't it? Your beautiful embroidery stitches. I mean, it's super tactile.
Yeah.
And the colour palette. I love the way that you use the colours to create the shading and the blending.
Yeah.
It's really effective.
It's only 4 colours as well. It's just sort of in the ways that you mix them together.
Yeah, it's very clever. So, what do we get within the kit? It looks like everything again.
Everything, yeah, and the instruction booklet there, it's got tons and tons of photos of every stage of the project, just so you know that you're sort of coming along okay.
Beautiful. Oh, yeah, and the pictures are gorgeous. That's really, really informative. So you've got your gorgeous instruction manual. Again, it's teaching you how to do those stitches. So it's not just for this project. You're going to use those stitches again and again. I love that you've got the display hoop, because they're really cute and they do look good, don't they? You know, yeah, you can work with it, but of course you can display as well. You've got your stencil. So, what is this? How does this work?
This one, that's the dressmaker's carbon paper. So it's really simple. You just sort of layer down your fabric and the carbon paper, and you can draw over the stencil, and it sort of prints out onto the fabric.
Fabulous. I've never seen the carbon paper. What a cool
Yeah, it's
idea.
really simple.
And then, of course, a beautiful fabric. That colour is amazing. That is so bright and fabulous.
It's really summery, that.
Yeah, yeah. And then, of course, all your threads. Yeah, what a lovely kit. That is such a nice beginner's kit. It doesn't have to be a beginner, though. I bet you get a lot of people who are in the middle of big projects, but then they want to do something nice and bite-sized.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And these ones, they sort of only use 1 or 2 stitches, really.
Yeah.
So if you are a beginner, it's great. And if you're a bit more experienced, then it's a different technique to other embroidery that you can sort of start learning as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. You've got your choice. So you can either go for the bright pink, or, of course, you can go for the navy. Either one looks absolutely stunning. And for that price, only $17.49, brand new today. Really affordable, and obviously you've got everything in there. Makes beautiful gifts as well. 678597. Now we've got some more gorgeous kits for you. These are bigger kits. Now you have got a new option, which is the beautiful frog there. Again, these are exquisite. I've not seen these before, so I'm absolutely going to take you through every kit. Now again, really nice packaging. So they come in the boxes. You know, I think for gifts, these really tick the box, don't they?
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
it
It's just
also
lovely,
feels special when you get it for yourself. You know, so if it's a gift for yourself, it's lovely. So in the actual kit, again, you get everything, don't we?
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely everything, even if you're a total beginner.
Yeah.
You don't need anything else to get started.
With the rings, we don't get 2 rings here, do we?
You do, you get 2.
Wow.
So we've got one sort of working hoop, the screw top one, for you to sort of do all the stitching in. And then the other one is a display hoop.
Oh, how
so you can sort of hook it up on the wall. And then you've got the other hoop for doing other projects with later.
So you can use again and again.
Yeah.
And the beautiful hoops, the beautiful wooden hoops. So you're getting your 2 nice large hoops. You're getting the needle again. You get your gorgeous felt. You've also got your fabric. Of course, you get your threads again. And your transfer paper, the carbon paper. So with this one, and of course you have got, if I show you behind, let me show you this. So with this one, how do we actually do it? Is it another one where we get the template and transfer that on?
Yeah, that's the one. So there's a stencil, and then there's a key with all the different stitches up there.
Yes.
And then there's a booklet with the 10 different stitches that it has in it, with loads of pictures.
So you're learning 10 different stitches. Oh, that's a really nice kit. And there's your booklet again. And you can see the booklet, see everything, the quality is wonderful. You know, this is a really well put together kit. And I love the photographs are so clear and crisp.
Yes, yeah, I always prefer seeing photographs rather than sort of diagrams of things. I seem to understand it way better.
Yes, it makes, that makes all the difference.
Yeah.
It's, yeah, and I think that's such a good idea. Beautiful kits. Okay, so obviously within your kits, it's the same kind of contents, but of course the design is going to change. So the hair, that's my favourite. Oh, I love that.
He's lovely,
the designs are beautiful, really pretty.
Thank you.
And gorgeous use of different stitches. So you're learning all the stitches, and I like it now because of you know, our job. you start recognising, like, you know, lazy daisies and your chain stitch and your French knot and your straight stitch.
Yeah, perfect.
Showing off. I remember some stitches. I love that. That's my favourite. Absolutely gorgeous. You've then got the fabulous frog. That green on the blue looks amazing, doesn't it?
It's so bright, isn't it? It's great.
Yeah. That is so nice. And again, I love your use of stitches and the open space. It looks so effective, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I thought sort of with the paisley shapes as well, they work so well with, because animals are sort of all curvy and yeah, they seem to suit really well.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because when you see them blank, made up of paisleys, you don't look at them and see paisley because they fit together so beautifully, like you say. So that's your lovely frog, which is brand new today. The other one that we have got for you is the wonderful botanicals. And again, this is so, so pretty. Something like this, obviously you've got your display frame, but again, that would look beautiful on a bag. It would look beautiful on clothing. I mean, this is a kind of design that you can use on multiple surfaces.
Yeah, definitely. Something like a cushion in a lovely, cosy living room.
Yeah,
would be great.
That is so pretty. Absolutely stunning. And $12.49, really good prices. You're getting everything in the kit. Remember, sorry, not 12. I'm absolutely getting my numbers mixed up. That would have been ridiculous. Because you are getting 2 hoops. You get the display hoop and you're getting your working hoop that you'll use again and again and again. You get the full contents, including your instructions, including, of course, the stencil, so you can use that again and again. 464-885, your item number. And then last but not least, now look at this, the beautiful Christmas one. Oh, that is such a gorgeous, gorgeous design. And do you come up with the designs yourself?
Yes, yeah, all of them.
That's lovely.
This one, it just had to have jingle bells, didn't it?
Yeah, it'd be rude not to. That is beautiful. And the green on the red, it's traditional, but it's not. It's different.
Yes, yeah, and I think there's such a huge trend at the moment for people making their own wreaths or making slightly different crafty wreaths. So.
Yeah, yeah, I really like that. Can I give them a jingle? Emily's on the roof. She's nearly running out then. It's like, Em's left the building. Where is he? He's on the roof. He's not. He isn't. That's Mr. Sunshine. Oh, I love the sound of bells. So again, within this one, you are getting both working hoops. You're getting all your threads, including, obviously, it's Christmas, so you need to have some metallic there because it's rude not to. You've even got the wonderful proper jingle bells, which are gorgeous. Remember, you will get your full instructions. You're also getting your the template to work off, the wonderful pattern to work off. It's again a gorgeous kit, and at just $22.49. That is such a good gift, whether it's for yourself, whether it's for a loved one, someone who's maybe wanting to get into stitching, someone who's already loving creative stitching and wants a different kit to have a go at. Really beautiful, and the designs. And that design, you see, when you look at that, it's a really handy design, because something like that, you can obviously put writing in there. You know, you can incorporate it into so many different other things.
Yes, yeah, if you wanted to customise it and sort of write maybe your family's name or your name in the middle or something like that, you could write it in, stitch it out.
And different colours means it's not Christmas. Because that isn't automatically Christmas, is it?
Yeah, it's true.
It
just lovely floral.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, because you can start combining them. You know, if you've got a couple of kits, you could have this one, but if you've got your floral kit, your botanical, you start sort of combining things, and then before you know it, you've spent lots of time. 886099 is your item number, £22.49 is your price. Now check out the website, and that's where you're going to see all the kits that we have got available. Yeah, absolutely exquisite. If you've any questions, please email in. It is studio@thecraftstore.com. But if you have got any Sammy's kits in the past when she joined us, we would love to see what you've created. You know me, I'm nosy, but I would love to hear from you. I'd love to hear from you if you were brand new and you got one of these kits. Or, of course, if you're a seasoned stitcher and you just wanted something different. We always love to hear from you. Studio@thecraftstore.com. If you do want to place your orders, you can give us a ring, 01733 6023. 6,000. Right, over to lovely Sammy. OK, so first demonstration, what are you going to show us, Sammy?
Well, I thought I would show you how to do a bit of customisation with clothes with the kits.
I think that's it.
Yeah, there's so many things you can do with it that I thought I'd just show an example.
Amazing.
So I've got one of my old T-shirts here, which is sort of the same as the one I'm wearing.
Yeah, it's the fabric, isn't it?
Yeah,
I like that fabric.
But I thought, like, I've worn it a few times. It's a bit plain, maybe.
Yeah.
So I sort of thought I'd customise it with something from the tropical kit.
Beautiful.
And it's super easy. So you can sort of think about where you want to place it, maybe up at the neckline, maybe something down in the corner.
Yeah.
And then choose which design you want to do. So I'll probably do this flower one here, just because it's quicker, really.
Yeah, is that the nice speedy one?
Yes. And so you just need to cut out your design. You can be fairly rough, just leave like around 1 centimetre around the edge of the design, something like that.
I like that, so you don't need to cut it out perfectly or anything like that.
Gosh, no. All of the paper around the edge will be washed away in the end. So.
What fantastic product.
And then you just want to peel it away like that, and then line it up to wherever you want it to sit on your clothes. So maybe there, something like that. Just a little accent in the corner, you know.
That's really cute, because then it'll look a little bit designer.
Yes.
Doesn't it?
It's like a fancy label or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for customising clothes, you don't always have to use a hoop. So I haven't included them in the kits, but you can if you want to.
Yes.
So, because
so you might find it easier.
Yeah. So this fabric's a little bit stretchy, a little bit thin. So I'm just going to pop it into a small hoop just to sort of keep it a bit sturdy while I show you.
So those little hoops that you get in the kits, I mean, I know you can use them as display hoops, but actually they're really practical as well, aren't they?
Yes, yeah, they're great for tiny ones. And especially if your fabric's stretchy as well, it sort of keeps it nice and tight as well, rather than the big ones.
That's what you want, isn't it? You want the fabric to be nice and taut.
Yes, yeah, that's it. Yeah, so if it's a stretchy fabric, just sort of make sure it's not all warped out of position. It's just sort of laying generally flat.
Perfect.
And then I've got some thread here, and I think for this one I'll probably just stitch around the outline of it, so keep it kind of fairly subtle, maybe.
Yeah.
And so I'll sort of go around it just with a simple back stitch.
Beautiful.
So there's all of my booklets have instructions on how to do back stitch. It's just the easiest way of creating a straight line, basically.
And with this then, how many threads? Because is that just a single?
Yes, I've got one. No, sorry, it's not a single. This one is 3 threads that I'm using here.
Right, so 3 strands.
Yeah, I thought that was a sort of nice length, or sorry, nice thickness to stick out on this sort of top.
Yeah, because you don't want it too bulky, but you want to be able to see it.
Yes, yeah, and so if you wanted to do loads of tiny details, you could use 1 strand, but I tend to go for 2 or 3 usually.
Yeah. And that green's beautiful.
Yes.
It's a really good tropical green, is that one?
Especially against the sort of red coral colour as well. It's really standing out.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, really nice, easy pattern to follow.
Yeah, so sometimes you try filling it in. I think I might do the flower shape, maybe in a pink, maybe in a yellow, something like that. But you've got so much choice.
Bright pink would be quite fabulous.
Yes.
Because this is, what's the flower called? Is it a
Totally forgot.
I've forgotten too. I know it. Passion, no, it's not that.
It'll come to you in about 4 hours.
If I drink coffee, everything starts to feed to my brain then. Oh man, that'll really bug me. Bird of Paradise, that is exactly what I'm thinking of.
Oh, there we go.
Hooray! That was Emily. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you. And with this one, because sometimes I sort of stitch out a design and it's a small one like this, and sometimes I sort of think, I can add to it, so maybe I choose to like put the hummingbird next to it as if it's feeding off the flower.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, and that's it, isn't it? You've got quite a few designs that'll marry up beautifully next to each other.
Yes, yeah, I've started seeing people sort of tagging me in social media and that sort of thing of how they've chosen to arrange all the bits and pieces and what they've chosen to stitch them on, and it's really cool. Everyone's got their own ideas that I never would have thought of myself.
Isn't it lovely? And it's lovely seeing what other people have done. We've had a question actually. This is from Chris. Hi Chris. So Chris is saying, what did she say? So she said, oh, this is a nice idea. Will you ever bring possibly the patterns without the threads? Because she's got loads of threads. That could be a good idea.
That is a good idea.
Nice little pattern booklet or something?
Yes.
Oh,
that's a serious one to think about.
Oh, Chris, we like
That's
that.
a good idea, Chris.
Any
Thank
more business
you.
ideas, please email them in. That is really, and this is why it's lovely hearing off customers.
Yes.
Because it's like, oh, I love this, but, and that, thank you ever so much, Chris.
It's, you know, what would be helpful for them.
Yeah, what you actually want and what, that's ace. That's ace, Chris. Thank you so much indeed. Chris, what patterns would you like as well? Because obviously it's nice to know what people are after as well.
Yes.
You know, what different patterns.
Yeah, I hope to eventually expand it with the sort of Christmas selection as well. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
So much more to do.
Yeah, there's so many. Like when you think about all the designs, because I mean, like your geometric designs at the minute are huge as well, aren't they?
Yes.
It's stuff like, oh, there's so many different ideas. That's a problem, though, isn't it?
Not enough time.
Yeah. Cacti, or Emily said.
Oh,
Emily's into do you want cacti, dear? I'm not saying anything about cacti. It'll go wrong, won't it, if I start talking about cactuses and things. Yeah. I'll end up, I'm sure it's just going to show up.
So I'm just tying off the end of the thread there because I've sort of stitched around the very edge of it. And then, what do you think for the flower?
Oh,
Maybe
it
a
has
pink,
to be
a yellow, a pink.
Yeah, mind you, yellow on that would look good, wouldn't it?
Oh, we could alternate them as well.
Oh, bit of both. Definitely a bit of both.
Why not?
Yeah.
Well, it's lucky, so I've pre-threaded some needles with pink and yellow. Otherwise, I'd spend ages.
She's organised. When you actually started off, I'm presuming, do you have to put a knot at the back and things? Because you need it really secure, don't you?
Yes, yeah. So I've been putting a knot at the back of them, but you can sort of do it whichever way you know. Sometimes it's easier to just sort of hook it onto a previous stitch, something like that.
Yeah, that looks really pretty.
That's coming up nicely.
And what's important with it, or what's interesting, like if you were, you know, obviously if you were sewing this and you had to outline it or something, that outline won't be as bold. I mean, that is so easy to see. I bet at first it can be a bit disconcerting because you think, oh gosh, it's a really bold line. I need to cover it. But actually, it doesn't matter, does it?
No.
Like if you miss the line, it's not a big deal because it's all going to wash away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it stands out really well. Like even on dark fabrics, it's easy to see it. And then say if there was a part of a design that you didn't fancy stitching, it would just wash away anyway. You don't need to.
I think that's really good. So you're not as worried about mistakes.
Yeah, yeah.
And what was that question, Lovely Ems? What size hoop? What size hoop? It's that nice little one, isn't it?
Ah, yeah, this is a 3-inch one.
3-inch hoop.
It's very, very cute.
Yeah, that's a good question. We do actually have some wicker hoops. So if you do want a wicker hoop, you have got a pack of 4 and it has got one of the Diddy ones. The Diddy hoops are so cute. The wicker hoops are dead handy because it does mean if you are going for the kits where you do get your beautiful small hoop, you don't have to use it as a wicker, you can use it as display. So if you do want those, they're only £9.99, 207657. Is your item number there? Yeah, I love how quick they come together as well.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's ace. And yeah, I like how, I think a lot of times, you know, when you're beginning or, you know, if you're doing a project, you don't have to be too precise.
Yes.
I like that sense of freedom that it gives you.
Yeah, I always say that about embroidery as well. It's quite a free craft, I think. Like if you do something wrong, you can just unpick it, you know, no one will ever know.
Yeah, absolutely. And with this, I just can't see there being much wrong. I can't say how you'd particularly go wrong. It seems to be one of those that you know, it's one of those that you can do.
Yes,
it's achievable. I love that. Did you hear the bells? Honestly, all you need to do is give me some bells and I'm in my, it's like, that's so nice. I'm just going to remind you at Christmas because this is it is lovely. It's so busy. That display is beautiful. That wreath is beautiful. It's such a gorgeous design. We are approaching 30% of the stock gone here. Yeah, the green is such a gorgeous colour. You've got that gold. Obviously, the different textures you've got going on because of the different stitches, the different designs. If you weren't doing these colours, imagine that in lilacs. You know, imagine it in pinks. It would absolutely change the look of it completely. You know, imagine these, they do, at the minute, of course, it's mistletoe and the berries, but you do that in a different colour and it isn't. But it does look fabulous as a Christmas one. And, of course, you have to have your jangly bells because they're the best thing ever. Every time you go past it when it's hung up, you have to give it a little jingle and for good luck. No, don't let the dog hear it. Yeah, Indian Lola be like, oh, we're having that off the wall. I've got home at, I've nipped back, chewed my sunglasses up, of course. Yeah. I didn't need them, didn't need my sunglasses. 88600099 is your item number. I did need that one. 22.49 is your price, and that is just lovely. I do want to use it as a, put it down, as a musical instrument.
Like a tambourine.
Yeah, it's just lovely, especially because it's in the display hoop.
Yeah,
because that's a good point actually, and I didn't mention that before. That I like how you finish the back of these with the felt. Because that looks really neat and tidy. And you get the felt in the kit as well, don't we?
Yes. My hoops are always really, really messy at the back, so I sort of cut out the felt. And also, when you sort of whip stitch the felt into place, it helps all the fabric on the front to stay really tight as well. So you don't get it sort of sagging in at the front under the stitches or anything like that.
It's lovely, and that is why. Sorry, it reminded me of a little drum because it is nice and taut and beautiful. Again, 886099 for that beautiful Christmas wreath in those lovely colours. Now then, we've moved on, you see, to the lovely yellow.
We've got the yellow coming, and we're almost done, really. It's come together really quickly.
So you've done the outline for the actual stem, and then the pretty flowers you're actually filling in. So is it filled in? No, you're doing the outline.
No, just the outlines. This is all backstitch. It's the simplest stitch. But yeah, say on the hummingbird, for example, where I filled it in, that's usually satin stitch where I've done it, which is...
So your satin stitch will give you... Sorry, I'm bringing her over again. So, minute. So your satin stitch, because that gives you that really sort of raised... and it looks really substantial, doesn't it?
Yes, and it goes really shiny with the stitches all sort of in parallel.
It's beautiful, and it just looks so effective. And as Sammy said, this is your choice. So you could do satin stitch on any of them because of the shapes that you've given us. They absolutely work with different stitches. I think that's really nice because you'll be combining stitches. Isn't that a beautiful design? Absolutely gorgeous. And obviously you've got your different choices. That's in your wonderful tropical. What did I call it before? I renamed it.
Paradise.
Paradise. Yeah, Paradise. I'm moving me lady. There you go, love.
So we've finished it.
Amazing.
I can't believe I've done it that quickly.
That's amazing. Super. So next.
So we have a big old bowl of water. Normally I might do it under like a running tap. It can just be room temperature, sort of lukewarm. It's absolutely fine. And so I'll take it out of the mini hoop that it's in and shake it out a little bit.
Does the temperature of the water make a difference so even sort of cold water it'll still dissolve?
Yeah, it still works under cold water as well, and then you just sort of take the corner of it and just sort of dunk it straight in there.
I love it.
And get it really soaking wet. I'll try not to spill too much over the side. And you can sort of see it's already started to sort of soak in, sort of come through to the paper.
That's like magic, isn't it?
And then after a while, you just sort of want to start giving it a bit of a gentle rub.
Look at that. It just goes. Oh, gosh, that's so quick and easy.
So easy, yeah. And you sort of want to give it a bit of sort of extra attention around where the stitching is to make sure it all comes out.
Wonderful.
But, yeah.
Oh, my gosh, that is so cool. Gosh, that is so achievable.
Yeah, and the thread always looks a bit funny when it's wet, and then once you dry it, it sort of pops up like that. It's brilliant.
That's it. And it's lovely, because you're using quality threads, you're not going to get any of the dye running on the threads. And of course, that when it dries out, you'll see the beautiful colours.
Yeah.
How easy is that?
So simple.
Wow.
And now I've got a new top to wear as well. Perfect.
It's brilliant. If you're like me, you've got like 50 million splodges on your tops and gesso and ink and all that. And can you imagine? I'd have little characters all over my tops. That's really lovely. What a fabulous
So we're all done, and then you just want to hang it up to dry somewhere. Ooh, there we go.
And that's it.
And that's you done.
Wow. That's beautiful. Thank you so much, Sammy.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'll go through the kit. So the first one that we've got for you, of course, is the tropical. Oh, I love this. It's bright, it's happy. You've got those beautiful, bright, gorgeous colours. Okay, you've just seen how easy this is to do. So just imagine now these. So you could just have one little image. That on its own looks really pretty. It might be on the top. Have you got just white plain t-shirts? And that just sat on a white plain t-shirt would look gorgeous. But of course you can start combining them. So Sammy says you might have your beautiful flower, but then the hummingbird might be just visiting the little flower. So you can start building up your gorgeous images. You've then of course got your beautiful tropical leaves. The pineapple is lovely. Now, the pineapple, I'm thinking, you know, on pocket of your jeans or something, that'd look so pretty. You've also got the sloth with his pretty little face. Oh, yeah, your lovely tea towels. You can have your sloth. Or, of course, yeah, you know, your bath towels. You know, if you've got boring bath towels or a bath mat, you know, it's just something a little bit different, isn't it? You've then got the amazing flamingo. So pretty. And again, really, really easy. You've got instructions. You've also got your QR code. So does the QR code take you through to videos as well?
Yes, so it takes you through to the blog section of the website where we've got sort of all the tips for whether you want a patch or straight onto fabric.
Fabulous.
All of the tutorial videos as well.
That's amazing. If you do want to get hold of your tropical one, stunning, absolutely stunning, bright, cheery, and just right for this weather. £12.49 is your price. 151,193. We're then going under the water, and you've got your beautiful ocean one. Now this one is the most popular, actually, and it is lovely. So what are you thinking with this, folks at home? Have you got towels that you're upcycling? Have you got maybe it's a dressing gown, maybe it's your lovely little bathroom one? I'm thinking the white waffly ones, your toiletry bag, that might be what you're going to be decorating. Maybe it's your boring slippers that you're flopping around in and you want to make them gorgeous, beautiful notebook covers. I mean, there is something dreamy about this. I think because you've got the beautiful whale, and again, you can combine them. So the whale you could be combining with the wave there, but they're all standalone. I love our little turtle there, the beautiful seashells and the lobster, and of course, the most magical creature ever, the wonderful seahorse. And it's the most magical because it's actually real. Now, your threads, beautiful, beautiful threads, DMC, so you've got that wonderful lustre in those threads as well. If you'd like to go for that, they're only £12.49. And remember, the actual paper just disappears. It is a bit like magic. The kids would love to do this as well because it is magic. Can you imagine upcycling something? I think it's a lovely idea. 493683. Next. Now, this is fabulous because, again, your designs... I think it's because of that one there. Yeah, drama llama. You've also got you've also got the bee. You've got the fabulous unicorn, the beautiful peacock feather there as well. I like that you've got the sun and the rain. You know, I'm imagining them on jeans again, but on one pocket on one side, one on the other, you know, and they're just lovely, aren't they? And this is it. You can absolutely stitch these onto denim. You can go onto cotton. You might be upcycling, a stretchy T-shirt. There's so many things that you're going onto. Maybe... because if it's stretchy fabric, you're putting them in a hoop. So if it's something like dancewear, like lycra or something, then they're going to go on that as well, aren't they? Because you just need to stretch the fabric.
Yes, yeah. Sort of however it will sit on your body, you can just sort of stitch it like that.
Yeah. Because some of these, like on your dancewear, look fabulous. Obviously, well, I'm saying dancewear, it could be at any age in your dancewear. And they do look wonderful. I'm going to show you those dungarees again, because just have a little look at your beautiful little rainbow. And that's such a nice stitch, you see. And they're going to wash beautifully. They look professional. don't they? That's the butterfly, which of course is in the next one for you. And again, that gorgeous stitch. And it's the way that just looks so professional. You cannot see any of the material that you've worked on. It's really good. People think you're very clever. 887323. Last but by no means least, my favourite, which is that gorgeous countryside one. And this is just, yeah, absolutely my favourite. You've got the beautiful leaping fox. My Indy does something a little bit like this, you know, which isn't always great. You've got the hare. Oh, hare's not the most fantastic creature. You've then got loads of gorgeous foliage. The smaller bee as well. So you could have the bigger fancy bee and then a little bee on something. The swan, the beautiful dragonfly, the wonderful little frog there. So all those gorgeous, gorgeous designs that you can then create on so many different fabrics, on so many different finishes, and that again, really beautiful, beautiful threads. And please remember, as you're checking out your basket, you can get hold of your needle keeper, which are super beautiful. I mean, that is such a gorgeous, gorgeous little needle minder, really, really pretty. And you have got your other designs. It will have a drop down so you can see the other designs as well. 152614 is your item number. Now, that Christmas one, remember the Christmas one with that beautiful hoop? Now, half of the stock has gone. If you do want to get hold of this, I mean, it's just gorgeous. It's so the right time to get started on this, especially if you're giving it as a gift. It'll make such a lovely gift and different as well. Then you might be personalising it. You know, you could use it for all sorts. And again, you might be putting that on something else. It might be something that you're then going to make into a cushion or something rather than actually hanging it on the wall, but it will look fabulous. 886099. Right, we're going to get back to Sammy for another demonstration. What's next, Sammy?
Well, I thought we could tackle the needle painting next.
Oh, beautiful.
And I want to do this because it's a technique that people think is really difficult. They sort of look at something that sort of looks a little bit realistic, and they think it'll be really hard to get their heads around, but it's absolutely not.
So
it's
simple.
Great.
Yeah, I like that. And I love it on that bright pink. It looks beautiful.
You know, this was originally a Christmas bauble that I was designing it for, and then it turned out so summery. I just thought, oh, I could do it for any time, can't it?
This has to be orange, just because it's sunny and shiny.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are you up to so far with that one?
So I've done the outlines here. So I've just done a couple of rows of orange stitching here, and that's just a simple split stitch.
Beautiful.
And then there's one row of yellow going around there, and I've sort of filled it in with the white as well.
Okay, I love that. So the rind, it looks really good.
Yeah. So it's really simple to sort of build up your little foundations, and then you just need to go around and sort of fill in all of the segments individually.
Yeah, that's so achievable.
Yeah, so you fill in the segments with long and short stitch, which sort of does what it says on the tin, really.
Yeah.
It's sort of made up of different length stitches, and you sort of you want it to look really random.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes things benefit from looking really organised, but with this, no.
Go random.
The more random, the better.
And so, what this isn't satin stitch then, is it, or is this?
No, it looks a little bit like it at the moment. I'm just sort of starting off this row. And then when I move down to the second row there, I'll start sort of splitting the previous stitches.
Right, okay.
And so
of course, because it's a split stitch, it's different.
Yeah. So when you sort of split the previous ones, it helps the colours to sort of all blend together more easily.
How interesting, yeah. I like that because again, it's a really cool technique, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, and it looks brilliant. It looks more realistic than any of the other embroidery I've done.
Yeah.
But
because you are literally painting, but with your fabric.
Yes, yeah.
It does look like a real blend.
Yeah, and it's a sort of different technique from other things. It's more about just where you place the colours, really.
Yeah.
So I've sort of started off with the orange here, and I'm just making sure that all of the long and short stitches are pointing towards the centre.
Beautiful.
You sort of want them pointing all towards a centre line.
Going the right way.
Yes, yeah.
And when you say long stitches, I mean, you're not going too long.
Not too long, no. So maximum probably a centimetre maximum.
Yeah.
But usually about half a centimetre or thereabouts.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not too fussed about sort of lining them up with other things or, you know, sort of finding a proper place.
Yeah.
Because with needle painting as well. If you think that something looks a little bit funny at the end, or if you don't like how it's blending, you can just go back and sort of stitch over the top of it,
Yeah,
and
of
add some extra colours as well.
Yeah, and that's it. It is really quite free, like you say. How many threads are you using on this one?
I'm using 2 threads on this one.
Super.
Yeah, so I think you know, really professional needle painters would probably use 1 and do it really delicately. But for this one, I wanted to keep it nice and simple.
Yeah.
And if you use 1 thread, it takes
Ages.
years and years to fill in a space.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Especially if you want the dimension as well.
Yes.
Because I like that about this. You know, it has got a really, it does look really tactile, doesn't it? It looks quite raised.
Yes.
I love that. I think it looks fabulous.
It was so funny as well. I was walking through the market in town this morning, and there's a big old box of oranges, and one of them had been cut open just like that. And I was like, oh, I need to take a picture of this.
It's real. Yeah, it's cracking his market day. We're fans of market day. It's a good day to visit the Angles.
Yeah.
Market day and sunshine. Yeah, because we were chatting before about the Edinburgh, and it's not been quite as warm up there.
No.
I bet it's been nice though, hasn't it?
It has been nice. It's been nice and warm, but yeah, coming down here, the heat really did it.
Cracking flags.
Yeah. So I've just sort of moved down a line there. I sort of had my first line of stitches all laid out, and now I'm just sort of moving down and like just extending the line a little bit, and just sort of sticking the needle in through random threads, really.
So now you start splitting it. So with the same colour, you are splitting it with the same colour initially.
Yes, yeah, splitting it with the same colour, and it just sort of starts to create that texture.
Yeah.
And then it's really easy to sort of add in the other colours as you go along.
And you make sure you actually, I mean, you're aiming to split the actual threads. Make sure you actually do that.
Yes, yeah. So rather than going in between them, like 'cause it's 2 threads, you don't want to go in between them. You just want to go straight through if you can.
Yeah. So if you were doing this as a, like you said, as a single, like obviously that does save time, because if you were doing it as a single, they would still split the thread, but it means they'd have to sew 2 really close together, and then
it'd be so delicate.
Yeah, that would be quite time.
So I've just done the sort of outside of the segment there in orange, because that's sort of where it tends to be darker on the orange.
Yeah.
And so then I've got a really bright yellow, and I'm just going to start coming up. So let's say we'll start at the top there, and I've split the thread with it.
Excellent.
And I'm just going to sort of continue the line down and fill it in. So it looks like it might be too yellow, like it might turn out sort of lemony, but the orange and the yellow really blend together to create the effect.
It is really clever, because when I look at the finished one, it's lovely how you do sort of blend. And it looks like, have you got, do you bring a tiny bit of white back in as well? Because it looks like there's tiny little flecks of white as well.
Yes, yeah, so there's tiny flecks of white and really small ones of brown as well, just for sort of extra shadows. And yeah, for those ones I use the single strands.
Amazing.
Just so it's not too obvious, and just adds a bit of extra.
Yeah. And I think that's it, because it doesn't look, when you look at it, it's not a flat piece because of all the layers of colour and textures. It's a very, you know, it's a really interesting piece, isn't it?
Yeah. And you could even, sort of, if you had the pattern, if you like doing the orange, you could get some green thread, for example, make a lime.
Yes, of course you could.
Get a lemon as well.
Yeah.
Have a whole collection.
A bit of grapefruit.
Yeah. Have a whole citrus wall of embroidery.
Which would be quite fabulous.
Yeah.
You're making me hungry now for some reason.
All right. Really refreshing.
Orange. Oh, I'd love an orange right now. Yeah, that looks really pretty.
Yeah, and it starts, there's the yellow as well. When you sort of start adding the yellow in, you want to sort of make it really jaggedy where the orange and the yellow meets.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, make it really random.
I love it.
And then it sort of starts to blend together quite easily.
Yeah. I'm going to show up finished sample because we've only got 5 minutes left, Sammy. It's gone really quick. Yes. So I know. Do you want to show another? Because I know you've got another demonstration lined up, haven't you?
I do. Yeah, we can See what you prefer.
If we could move on to that as well, so at least we can have a look at that one as well. That would be brilliant. Now, this is the finished sample, so this is where you're going to get. That is absolutely gorgeous. You can see where the colours, and I love that demonstration because it really shows just how achievable this is, but it shows how that blend, because that blend is so subtle but so effective. It literally looks like you've gone through with a pencil to get those colours blended. And can you see just the little shards of white in there? Absolutely, it's beautiful, is that? Remember, you've got your choices. So you can either go on navy or you can go on that really gorgeous bright pink. The choice is yours. And it's only $17.49. Super, super affordable. Brand new state. And it just looks so bright and cheery and lovely. 678-597. Now, we've 4 minutes left. So I'm going to shut up, hand straight back to Sammy. What are you showing us next, Sammy?
Well, we've got the hair here.
Oh,
and it's got its lovely little fox friend up there as well. And so I've sort of laid down a couple of stitches already. We've got a little bit of satin stitch on the moon up there, a bit of chain stitch here. So I thought I'd add in his nice sort of fluffy chest.
Oh, yes, because they look so proud.
Yes.
So, with this one then, so you've taken, obviously, your the stencil, the pattern that you've got in there.
Yes.
And then have you got the almost like your tracing paper, if you will?
Yes, yeah, the carbon paper. So when you sort of draw it out, you just need the fabric and then the carbon paper and then the stencil, and you just get a pen and draw over the top.
So easy.
And it sort of leaves a really nice imprint where it sort of won't rub off while you're stitching it. Yeah. But if you do go wrong, it's quite easy to remove.
And
just
it's
with a little
lovely soft imprint, isn't it? You know, it's very tactile, is that?
Yes.
So, the stitches. So, like you say, you're going to learn quite a few different stitches for these ones, aren't you?
Yes, yeah. So we've already got the lazy daisies that you recognised earlier. We've got the chain stitch, and now for the chest there, I'm just starting a little bit of stem stitch as well, just to sort of add a little ruffle maybe towards the side.
Beautiful. And that design is absolutely exquisite. I think it really captures the beauty of it, but also it's simple but not, you know, because it's built up of all those shapes. I think it makes it look really, really interesting.
Yes, yeah. My mum was asking me to make her hair for absolutely ages, so I was really pleased with how it came out for her.
Oh, they're just the best, aren't they? I always think when you see a hair in you know, in the wild, it just feels really special.
Yes, I've never seen one in the wild. I'd love to.
Yeah, my dogs keep finding them. Honestly, and obviously they never ever catch a hare, and I saw one the other day, and it was a lady was on the other side of the road in her car, and thankfully she was going really slow because the hare was running right in front of her car. Oh, gosh. And thankfully I was going really slow as well. So it crossed the road in front of her car and in front of my car. And I think we both looked at each other and sort of said, thank you. No, because we were both going so slow.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it was stunning. It was one of those.
That's really special,
we were both mutually happy with each other.
Yeah.
Because the hare was okay. Oh, yeah, we respect it. It were big time respect for each other. Yeah. It was like, oh, slow lady drivers, we love you. But, and the hair
later on you're like, oh, cool hair.
Yeah. And it was stunning. It was stunning. Because they're big, aren't they? They're amazing. Yeah, there's a few around here, actually.
Yeah, and great symbolism as well. It's all sort of rebirth and, like, growth, and it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely stunning. What have you seen, Emily? A wild sofa. That's another chat. It's okay, we'll talk about that later. Oh my gosh, we've 45 seconds. We've 45 seconds, folks. Okay, these are beautiful. I'm going to show you those very, very, very quickly. So you have got, with those, your 3 different options. You've got the hair. That is sensational. Absolutely my favourite. You've also got the brand new bright green frog, who is stunning. And then you have got the beautiful botanical, which again, and they feel lovely, they look gorgeous, and they're achievable. And the kits are stunning. Thank you so much, Sammy.
Thank you for having me. It was lovely. Show. And nice to see you in person as well.
When are you back with us, our lovely Sammy?
Oh, I don't know yet. Hopefully soon.
Oh, well, have a lovely holiday. Have a lovely trip.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Coming up next is Stamps Away. We've then got the wonderful Sweet Poppy stencils, and then that Jewellery one-day special. See you later.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, Luscious and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Welcome back, everyone. Second hour today with Stamps Away, which means that wonderful Ali Reeve is here. Welcome back. Look at us coordinating.
I know, we didn't notice, did we?
We didn't even notice it. We've done an hour of this already. We've been chatting all day. We hadn't noticed. We're beautifully coordinating.
We planned it, you know.
It was only Lewis pointing it out, going, those two look like they've coordinated with each other. That was just happy accident, wasn't it?
Happy accident.
Can I just say to you right now, folks, open up your account, whether it be on the app, on the website, on your phone, however you do it, and get ready to order, because if you missed the earlier show, oh my word, you are in for a treat. And so far, fingers crossed, touch wood, and this is real wood, everything that we had on the show this morning is in stock. Just. So, we're talking little, which is really, really good. Little and cute, just like me and Ali. That's what we're talking about in this hour, because we're talking about miniature albums and a variety of different styles. Ali, I say this all the time, but you've given us far too much in this bundle, because you've given us the ability to make all of these gorgeous little books and albums. You've given us the case flat pack to make up and decorate ourselves as well. You've given us a full DVD, because we know you love an Ali Reeve DVD. That's included in this bundle. You've given us ephemera. You've given us ribbon from a very, very fancy location. You've also given us stencils, templates that we can make forever and ever and ever. It's not like okay, you can make one lot of stuff and then you'll come back to buy more. You've given us the most gorgeous, glorious papers, the kind of papers that we used to buy from a very well-known retailer as wrapping paper. It's far too good for wrapping paper.
It's not card, but it's not paper. It's a really nice weight, so it's perfect for getting stuck into with these.
Let me show you. I'm going to show you the most colourful one, because I just love it. I mean, they're all brilliant. One's a pearly
white. It looks like a little row of people.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? So you've got one which is pearly white, one which is like a geo, like a white with a gold sort of geo, and you've got the ones with hexagons, textured hexagons, which is easy for you to say. And every one of the sheets that you get here, by the way, is 4 times bigger than you see on the screen because it's folded into 4. Now, look at that. And the great thing is, it's craft on the reverse. So you've got
lovely
two
patterns.
options.
Yeah. I mean, I use the craft a lot.
Yeah.
Because I love the finish of it, but I also like the peak of the colour coming through.
Oh, I love it.
The white hexagons possibly ekes out in the front end, which is my favourite.
It's such a nice combination. It really, really is. Let's show you what it can make, because these, I mean, have you seen this? This is just the most darling little bookcase, and you get this in the set as well. Now, Ali, I don't want to labour this, but, you know, I'm a boy, and we do talk numbers primarily. Your DVDs, and we have a DVD further down the show, different DVD, that's not with this bundle. Your DVDs are £9.99.
Yes.
You've got a DVD in this bundle. You've got this little bookcase. Obviously, you'll colour it yourself and build it yourself. It comes to you flat-packed. That's included in this bundle. I would stop there at £17.99, but no, not you. Oh, no. And look at the scale of these cute little books with tags, and the templates for the tags are part of your template as well. Look, you can make your own little adventure maps from around the world. I think
you could do a treasure map and have clues on each of the tags.
Your Easter egg
Forget
hunt.
just round the garden.
Yeah, and then, look at how cute this is. Remember, you've got the ephemera for decorating as well, and this is like a little cascading.
So this is using a graphic 45 paper, but it's using my scraps of graphic 45. You know that box that you've got in the craft room where you put all your little offcuts? These are perfect for that, because you need such a little amount.
Aren't they beautiful? They range between, is it 2 and 3 inches the sizes,
Yes.
I think, aren't they, roughly speaking?
The largest one is 3 inches square.
Which is
the
just,
smallest is 2 inches tall, and that folds out to have 8 tags in it. So
they
we're talking
are
dinky.
beautiful. Let me show you one of the, have I got one of the star here?
Yes.
This is one of the star, isn't it? Oh, sorry, I'm getting all my books all confuddled here. So there are 4 styles, and you've got all the templates to make all of the styles, but this, look at me, I'm so eager. So this, look, goes on and on and on, and it shows you multiple photos all at the same time. It's brilliant. But take it all the way round and tie it off at the top, and you've got a star, which is really cool. So think about your decoration making opportunities for this for a certain time of the year as well, which would be rather good to do.
And if you're doing it as a hanging decoration, just put your photos the other way round, and then they'll be the correct way when viewed.
Yeah. Do those little pictures you've got of everyone in the family from years and years and years ago with those Christmas jumpers, but from like 30 years ago.
That would be genius.
Yeah,
yes.
for the family gatherings, let's embarrass everyone on the Christmas tree. Why don't? Because everyone visits the Christmas tree. Oh, and you've got this one as well. Can I just show you this? Because we've got this, which is what's this one called?
It's like a little folio.
Yes, little folio. And look, so if you want to present someone with a little gift or a voucher or something like that, we had lots of ideas for this in the earlier show this morning as well. It just opens up beautifully. In fact, you made this one, didn't you?
Yes.
In the earlier show, whenever that was. You know, I couldn't remember what time this show was. What time was the last show? I can't remember.
It was 9 o'clock this morning.
Was it 9 o'clock?
It was.
Seems like, do you know, I have no idea. No idea whatsoever. So you get the template for that too. So, in a nutshell, for £17.99, you've got Ali's DVD. That on its own should be £9.99. You've got the little bookcase there. You've got the 4 different forever templates to make your albums. You've got 3 sheets of ephemera, and you want to see the way that can work later. Again, refer back to the 9 o'clock show. 2 sets of ribbon, 5 metres each, and it's the 3mm gauge, so it's super slim, great in scale with the size of your projects. Your 4 big sheets of paper as well. This is premium paper, is really, really good. And you're getting all of that for £17.99. That's why, are we on half or over half, Meg, at the moment? Oh, sorry, the phone's wrong in the gallery. But I'm pretty sure it's half the stock, if not over. Half the stock sold out and gone on that one at £17.99. That is awesome, and you're going to see some of that in action in this hour as well. Okay, approaching 60%. So even in the time it's taken us to go through there,
I think we might know what the phone call was.
Yes, that's what that might have been all about. 507 804 is your item number. This is the second of 2 live hours with Stamps Away today, so while it's in your mind, and I have to tell you, without telling you too much, that there will not be an endless opportunity for you to have this much value in this kind of configuration with this quality of products for long. I think that's fair to say, Ali,
I think that is fair to say, and I'm feeling that window may be shrinking all the time.
It is, yes. That door is closing quite quickly. Now, what I would say to you, word to the wise, if you're buying this kit, which is your forever kit, you want to go on making more, and eventually you'll go through, you know, the consumable goodies in that. So how about taking a top-up bundle here, which actually has different elements in it. So we've got a replication of the papers there, so the same 4 papers in the initial bundle. 2 different ribbons, so you've got brighter ribbons in this one.
Yes, I went for nice, real bright colours in this one.
It's lovely, and you've got a whole mass of... How long is this, Ali?
I don't know.
It's a lot. 30 metres of twisted paper string.
I didn't dare unwrap one and go off on a walk with it.
Yeah, it would go a long way. It would go a heck of a long way. And you've got your 3 sheets of ephemera. Now, all of that, £9.99? Wrong. Absolutely wrong, isn't it? It's so wrong, it's right. You've got to grab that as quickly as you can. Even if you just love what Stamps Away do, you want to try a little bit of their ephemera, enjoy this gorgeous paper, then absolutely go for it. Oh, now, 1/4 of the stock of that has gone. Now, I've got to mention the scrapbooks. I'm going to stop and do that right now, Meg, if that's all right. We have got... now, small in the scale of this show, this is not.
Yeah, this is giant.
Yeah, this is... In the scale of this show... These are actually quite large. Now, it's wonderful textured paper. It's super premium quality as well. I would guesstimate that that's got to be somewhere around the 200, 250, do you think?
I would go sort of, 190 to 200.
OK,
because
all right.
it is really
but
nice.
It's got a lovely, lovely paper. Now, this comes from a retailer that you may have heard mention of or seen mention of on their tags in this show so far. You get 3 of these, and their retail price is £6 each, hence our usual price of £17.99. You're getting 1, 2, 3... Oh, sorry, nearly showed you a label there that I shouldn't. 3 of those for just £9.99. Sorry, not sorry.
Exactly.
That is brilliant. Can I just say, we didn't mention those in the earlier show. They were over there ready for us to mention. We didn't get round to it. So if you haven't got those, they come from a very, very reputable place, and there won't be endless stocks of those. Once it's gone, it's gone.
But what I like about them is they've got enough pages in that you can nick some pages out of the scrapbook and still have a nice full scrapbook, but then you've got some beautiful paper for making pages for your journals, stamping on, making cards from, you know, because it's wire bound, you can borrow some pages out quite easily.
Nice little sketchbook maybe as well. And listen, you've got 3 of them, which is brilliant. Anyway, I'm going to scoot on from those because they'll be gone in a trite. A trite? Trice. Trice is the word, I think, isn't it? Right, now, let's talk about buying your own books now. OK. What, in the time it's taken us to get here, you said that would happen, Meg, didn't you? This is now limited stock. Now, this is your bookbinding cradle and accessories. Ali, do you want to give us a quick 60 seconds of how this works and what it does?
So basically, it enables you to pierce your holes perfectly on the fold of your pages for your books. So it holds everything in place for you. You go straight through, you can create your holes, so you can then stitch the perfect bound of a book.
Now, that can be big books, but also, Taz, in my hand here, in fact, I'm going to keep it covered up for a second. I've got a shell, and that's a book bound with this tool. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Look. Look. Look, look, look. Look at how cute that is.
This is where my fascination for small things really comes into its own.
This is a walnut shell. That's also a book.
And if you go to the middle, you'll see that it is a stitched, bound book.
Yes, and it is stitch bound using, let's go right to the, am I in the middle? Nearly there, hang on.
Because I used old book pages, they're nice and thin, so
There we go, there's the middle. You can't even really see the stitch there unless I really angle it and
But
point
there
it
is
out.
stitches.
Cool, isn't it? And that's a walnut shell. How cool is that? I just love it. And listen, you can go from that to, let me show you this, because this is beautiful, because this has got almost like invisible stitching on it because of the way that Ali's decorated here. But the stitching points using the guide in the tool are there and there and there, but Ali's put beads in between. And this is an acetate book. This is so clever.
And it's a thick acetate, but
Yeah.
the cradle enables you to be able to push through because you've got that raised bit with the, so you've got the direction to go in. It makes it really easy to go through even thick acetate like that.
And all of that made with the tool. Now, it's not just the tool, it's not just the cradle that you're getting, though. You are getting the piercing needle, and the most key part of the tool is this very, very scientifically, mathematically developed comb.
Yeah.
Which gets you exactly the right points for your binding.
It guides you through so you get even stitches if you want. But the other great thing is it holds the paper in place for you, so it makes it... So even if you're just doing it one-handed, it's kind of giving you an extra hand.
Look at this. It's so gorgeous.
Can you see I like making little things?
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Ali's had a field day with everything on the show today. 95% of the stock sold out and gone, so I'm going to have to move on because we're approaching sellout and some more conversations. So let's go to the website right now while you check those out. 527172 is the item number for that. Here's everything else that's on the show as well. The DVD, which is album and book making with Ali. There is the sari yarn as well, which is very, very popular in the early show there. Yarn made out of recycled saris. It's amazing, and it's got lovely colours in it too. You've got the Herculite casting powder is available there on the show as well. If you're thinking, well, we've had a few conversations about moulds and things today, you might be thinking along slightly different lines. There's acetate panels on the show, there's all sorts. So, I'll let you go shopping away. Book Cradle is a technical sellout right now, so if you do have that in your basket, please check it out. We will have a little conversation in the background with another member of the Stamps Away team while Ali starts performing miracles.
Right. Okay, so we're going to start off with a star book. Now, the star book template looks like this, because basically you need pages of different sizes, and this also allows you to do the cover. When you're making a full star book, you need 5 of everything. So I've kind of cheated and not unfolded my paper.
Okay.
So when I'm cutting, I can cut multiples.
Good idea.
I have pre-cut, so you're not going to watch me do all of them. But basically, it tells you how to do it all. You need 1 of the full size, that's your cover. And then you need 5 of each of the other sizes. So the other sizes are that edge there to that edge there. That edge there to that edge there.
Yeah.
That edge there to that edge there. And that gives you your consecutive different sizes.
Whatever the word is. Yeah.
So all you do is, once for the cover, for the next page, I line up my edge there to save me some cutting, and I mark 1 line in, along there, and then that gives me the panel to cut out. And you will end up, by the time you've done all of them, you'll end up with lots of bits cut out, all the sizes you need. Okay? And you can see I've done it because my pages are... But that is really handy cheat of keeping your pages folded up. Right, so the largest one is my cover. So I go back to my template. Now, the cover is the only one you need to do this on. Notice you've got 3 lines in the middle. You're going to score all 3 of them, because you need your cover to have like a spine that goes round all the pages. So I'm just going to fold all of these different ways, so that will give me my cover with its little spine that folds in and out as I need it. Okay, so that's that bit done. That's the easy bit. Next, you need 1 of each of your sizes. And again, if you want to, you can use the template. You just line it up and score the line, or you can just fold them in half. We've put the score line there if you need it, but you can just fold them in half this way as well, because you've got the sizes now. You've used the template to get your sizes. If you want to do a decorative one, like I have with some of them, where I've cut a hole, a fancy hole through the middle, you do it once they're folded, and then so you could cut. I did a sunrise one. I've done like a walk through forest, so I've cut different size holes out of here. Also, I've done another one where I've built a scene up. So each layer, so one layer is got decorative pictures cut out of a page. It's all covered on the DVD, so you'll see all the different ways of doing it. But I'm just going to keep this the simplest. So you've got all your 3 pages. Ali, just quickly.
Yes. We've had the conversations. We've had a confirmation that we do have some extended delivery stock for the bookbinding cradle and the accessories, because it kind of, it felt a little bit, if you just joined the show and you wanted that ability to be able to bookbind in such a quick and simple and handy way. And actually, it's good for everyone, but also particularly good for people who do have slightly less dexterity, because it is like having an extra pair of hands. And the way it gives you such a professional finish is really, really cool. So, going out for you on the 29th of July, we have managed to wangle and wheedle.
If somebody was on a generous mood, I think.
Yeah, I think they were.
Shouldn't leave them
just
unattended.
take advantage of that. There you go.
So, while you've been sweet talking, I have run a little bit of glue along the very edge, and you just put the smallest page and you line up on the edges. See, naturally, when you're bookbinding, you want to put your spines, your folds together. But for this, you're going on the... Well, I suppose it's the leading edge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you join them all there. Now, you might want to just pop a little clip on, just while you go round, and you do exactly the same thing on the other side. If you like using tape runners and things like that, you can use those, but I tend to go with a wet glue because it gives a really good, strong bond. And if you accidentally don't line it up first time, you can do a little wiggle and get it sorted. So can you see, you've now got your 3 different layers. So if you were doing a scene one, you can see that you've got your foreground, your midground and your background, and that's where you can do your fancy messing about. So you do that another 4 times, as if by magic.
That was quick.
Clever, wasn't it? This is something I sit and do, the sort of the construction bit I sit and do with the telly on or something. And then all you're going to do is you're going to run around and add glue again to the leading edge, and you go round and you join one to the next, and again you might want to pop in and just pop,
to hold it, yeah.
Either hold it, or I have some clips. We do put clips in with the
bookbinding.
Yeah, just because sometimes you just feel you need an extra hand. So,
what's your glue of choice, Alan?
I'm using our acrylic glue. I think it's on the website.
Fabulous. So if you shop,
If it's-
is it on the show, Meg, or is it a shop by brand? Okay, so shop by brand, stamps away, and you'll find it there.
Okay, so round there. Now, you don't want to join back round to the start there. If you're doing Christmas decorations and you're not planning on folding them up, you could join it straight like that.
Yep.
But if you want to have it as a book, this is where your little cover comes in. So you put, again, just glue on the edge there. That wraps round to there. Whip the clips off. If you're wanting to have it tied, you add the ribbon at that stage inside the cover. And there you go, you've got your little star book if you give your glue 30 seconds to dry.
And I'll show you another one of the finished ones over here while that grabs for you. I'll untie this one I love it. Actually, untying the ribbon as well is just like, yeah, it's like an extra treat with this. It's really, really nice. Because you've got the super skinny ribbon with this as well. Again, that leading retailer brand that you would have heard of. It's super, super quality, and you're getting, what, 10 metres of it in the bundle, which is...
You get the deep sage and the taupe.
Super, super generous.
So
and
nice sort of neutral colours.
Yeah. You can see with this one, Ali's used the ephemera. Oh, we must talk ephemera as well when we go down the counter again, because there's lots and lots of new ephemera on the show. And I love the fact, and I didn't realise until we saw earlier, that in your bundle, one of your sheets, half of the ephemera, and this was deliberately, half of the ephemera sort of vintage panels here have been left intentionally blank, because they've got almost that kind of vellum kind of feeling to them.
Whatever you stick them over is visible underneath, so that means that you can take just a normal black and white photo, put that over, and it'll give it that sepia look.
Yeah,
because
you were making your own new ephemera earlier, weren't you?
Yes.
Out of all sorts of things, which is brilliant. If you didn't see the 9 o'clock show, and we're pretty sure it was 9 o'clock this morning, we were both here at least.
Yeah, were we?
I think so, yeah. It seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it? But go and check that out on Rewind, and Ali was making her own ephemera. A what? A ferry?
A ferry. I wasn't making a ferry.
No,
definitely not.
She wasn't making a ferry. She was making ephemera. I love that word. It's nice, isn't it? So, yeah, check that out. We are really, really busy across the show. Right. Over 60% gone on the bundle here. I honestly, and I have said this, I think we've only done maybe, what, 2 or 3 shows maybe together?
This might only be our 3rd one, you know.
We haven't done that many.
No.
And I've said to you every single time, she doesn't listen to me ever, but listen, most people don't. I don't blame you for that. But the value you've got built in to these, for instance, these sheets...
They're at least £1.50 each, aren't they?
I think, yeah. I seem to remember, if not, maybe slightly more. I can't remember what the little price tickets used to be, because I used to buy sheets like these for wrapping paper, and they were really difficult to use as wrapping paper because they're too thick for that.
Yeah.
They're perfect for this. You're getting 4 massive sheets of this fabulous paper. So let's just be conservative. If they were... Let's just say they were £1 each. Well, that's £4 straight away, isn't it? Ali's DVD, we know is £9.99 because there's another Ali DVD on the show, which is £9.99. So we're up to, what, £13.99 already, and we've only scratched the surface there. Then you've got the little MDF bookcase there, which has been specially designed for these projects.
Yes,
it's not
we measured it so that the little books would fit on.
Yeah, so it's not like you just went to another website and just went, OK, we'll have some of those, thanks. Click, there we go. Add to basket. You didn't do that.
No, he actually made it fit my books. He kept going.
From scratch.
3 times he asked me what size they were.
Let me just show you what it looks like when it's all decorated up as well, because it is the cutest, most darling.
I love the fact you can get... Because a lot of people say, well, what do you do with your projects? You know, they take up too much room. But this, you can get so many little books on there. You could do little ones for each holiday, each relative, and they don't take up a massive amount of space, but you'll have so much fun doing them and then flicking back through them, especially if you use your photos.
They are amazing. I was saying in this morning's show as well, if you've got a member of the family that you can't spend time with, or maybe someone that's starting to struggle with their memory and whatever, this is a really lovely way of keeping those things relevant and in front of them. It's a really interesting way visually of seeing them as well.
And it's tactile as well,
yes.
Which I think we associate a lot more with things that we're actually handling and flicking through and things like that.
Yeah. Now, very, very quickly, I don't know where we got to in terms of our price tags, but the general point here I'm making, because you've got the templates to make these forever, 4 different styles. You've got the 2 ribbons there, so that's 10 metres of superfine 3mm ribbon, and the ephemera pack, so 3 sheets of ephemera there. £17.90, I mean, really? £17.99. That's why we are 2/3 of the stock now sold out and gone. Just please be quick. Now, if you want the replenishment kit, it's a very posh word.
I was quite pleased with myself with that one.
Replenishment kit. Ooh, get you. The replenishment kit has different ribbon. Also has the paper string, and you've got, is it 30 metres of that? Yeah, 30 metres of the twisted paper string, which is super strong string. And you've got the ephemera, and you've got the papers over again there as well. For £9.99, do yourself a favour. If you're going for the £17.99 bundle, get one of those as well, because once you've started using the album-making kit and you want to come back for that, it might not be there.
No.
In fact, there's a good chance it won't be there. I'm just telling you now, word to the wise. Something else that you are absolutely loving, we've brought it back on extended for you, and that involves a lot of work, let me tell you. Not for me, not for Ali. Well, yes, for Ali, yes, absolutely. Approaching 40% of the stock, the extended delivery stock, and we've sold a huge number of these today, I have to say, in fairness, a huge number. This is your bookbinding cradle and the accessories, so you get 4 of those clips that Ali was using earlier. You also get your bookbinding, what do you call it, cord string?
Thread, I call it.
Thread. Right, yeah. So you've got the tool itself, which is super, super strong. I mean, this is none of your flimsy kind of, you know...
No, this is 6mm MDF, so it's nice and sturdy. So that means that, you know, if you are using things like the heavyweight acetate, where you know that you can push down and it's going to take the support for you.
And you've got the needle as well. So you've got everything you need. You can start bookbinding as soon as this arrives, because, of course, you can make pages out of whatever you want to, can't you? And away you go. It's a nice way of repurposing. And actually, on the show earlier, Ali just made this very, very simple, very, very easy. But just to demonstrate, it was from one of the papers and some paper on the inside. And look at how neat the stitching is. Look at how professional it looks. And that's cool. And that was made literally out of a few odds and ends.
Exactly. Copy paper I use a lot for the pages. But I also like getting old... things like old school books, you know, exercise books. Now, this is a little bit of a cheat because we do tunnel books, but you buy a book and then you start doing it and it's like, I seem to have 150 pages I've got to do here. So what I did was I took my pages, restitched them into the amount I needed, and made it that way. So that's how to cheat at tunnel books.
Brilliant idea. And there are so many ideas for this as well. Remember, you can have it as a notebook and bind it at the top as well, and make it more portrait if you want, which is a really lovely idea. And when you've done the stitching, of course, in between the stitches, you can add beads or pearls or, you know, other embellishments. It's just, honestly, it's phenomenal. Oh, let's just talk about this one very, very quickly, Ali. Tell me what you backed this in Liberty fabric.
Yes, it's got a bit of Liberty on the back there.
Why not?
So
how cute.
Basically, I had a velvet antique clutch bag that was falling apart. So I quickly glued the fabric onto some card, and it was, you can see it was disintegrating down the side, so I embraced that and I cut the card to match and then I've used that to create the cover. Genius. Now that one, the stitching is hidden on the inside because what I did was I stitched a piece of fabric in as I was stitching it, which I've then attached that to the cover so that you don't see the stitching on the outside.
That's really super clever.
But you see, with the Liberty going over that, you could have just glued that over anyway, but it is all hidden in there.
That's beautiful. Listen, we need to move on because there is so much happening on this show. It's untrue. $9.99. Remember, we are on extended delivery stock here. And how much? Oh, sorry. I thought you just said a number. Sorry. 29th of July. That's what she was saying. I knew I heard a number then. 29th of July. That's when it's going out. Whenever that is. It's not long anyway. It's about a week away. Right. OK. Next up, the DVD. Now, again, this DVD just truly extols the virtue of our first bundle, but it gives us quite a broad breadth of different skills here, this DVD, doesn't it?
So it covers your traditional bookbinding using the cradle, and it covers things like making a spine, and that's it.
I love this. My brain still hasn't quite worked it out yet.
To be fair, it is a bit of a... But also that it covers making albums in other ways. So you've got the Jacob's Ladder. I've put the photo on there for you as well, just in case we need you to be quiet in the corner for a few minutes. I'll give him that. He'll play with that for a few minutes.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
it's great for kids, that one.
It's so cool, isn't it?
But yeah, so there's the instructions to make that. There's the instructions to make the accordion. See this on the little shelf, there's a stack of books, all different sizes.
Yes.
That's the accordion one that's shown how to make.
Oh, OK, let me show you.
That's on the DVD as well, because it's just a simple folding one.
I just love these. I just think they're so cute. And look, inside...
Tonka one side, Marvin the other.
So beautiful. Look. Beautiful! Just love it. So the DVD teaches you all of those skills, so it's new skills, and aside from the DVD that comes with the...
Yeah, so that's a different one. So if you love making books, get both of them, and then you have got a huge range, a whole library of books you can make.
And Ali loves a DVD, and you love a DVD with Ali in it, and there's no little man like me getting in the way and interrupting every 2 minutes. Love it. £9.99, and there's a lot of skills to be picked up in making that as well. Lovely. 844753 is your item number. Right, sari yarn. I never even knew of such a thing this morning until we did the first show, whenever that was. 9 o'clock, we think. We were both here this morning. But this is sari yarn. So it's basically recycled saris which are spun into a yarn which you can use for all kinds of decoration.
Yeah,
Could you use this as your actual bookbinding as well? Does it go to a single thread?
No, because of the way it's twisted together, that would weaken it. But
okay.
what you can do is, like on the one I made with the Liberty fabric, you can make tassels that hang down the side, you can make little bookmarks. What it's really nice for is tying onto your tags and things like that. It's just fabulous.
Rather than just plain string?
Yeah,
that's
just,
a good idea.
For your closures on your books and things like that, it's just so much prettier and so much more texture to it than normal string.
Yes, it's lovely. So we're saying contents may vary because, of course, saris do vary. So there'll be a variation of colours. So even if we said to you it was going to be a blue one, it would have an orange, a green, and all colours, you know, in it as well.
Even when you have a pack that's supposedly all lagoon, they will all be different colours within that. And you'll see, what's lovely is occasionally you get a gold fleck through it and things, because obviously the material that's been recycled will have that gold, and you know it's beautiful and it's so soft as well.
It's lovely that it's a recycled material as well. It's kind of giving something else a new life. We're all about that these days, aren't we? Nearly half the stock sold out and gone of that. We've had very, very busy shows, both of them. Let's talk ephemera right now. Now, the ephemera is on a pick and mix, I believe, isn't it? So you choose 3 packs. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? 3 packs for £11.99. So I'm just going to show you some of the new ones because they are lovely. Now, these have been specially designed, haven't they, for the smaller projects as well.
In the kit you have ones we've shrunk down. These are our traditional size, but again these fit on the pages of the mini books really nicely, because also that's a nice size for a card topper and things as well.
Yes, it is. I'm making your own ephemera as well, customising these completely. So I'll go through the options that we've got. These are the new options, by the way. So this is vintage collage. Which is lovely, and you can see one sheet of that is completely open.
It's not a misprint, I specifically asked.
Yeah.
Because no, people think I've forgotten to print it. It's like, no.
And I wonder, we might have another chance in this show for you to
have a little play with
make
that,
a new one again. Yeah, because then Ali can show you how, because you can see through it, and it's, you know, you can customise it entirely. We've got mini words, which is lovely. You get 3 sheets of those. Remember, you're picking any 3 of these 3-sheet options in your pick and mix, and don't limit yourself to just 3 of the pick and mix. You know, make the most of it.
And also, don't be afraid to buy multiples of the same pack.
Absolutely,
because
yeah, 3 of the same if you want to. This is journaling journal extras, so it's got the little clips, but they're all flat. So you've got paper clips and pegs and things like that, but they're all flat. Oh, look at that! Ephemera staples.
Now, I said on the first show, these have got, even the ones where it looks like the stapler's gone wrong. I got back and my husband went, you do know that a stapler has a second setting so that you can do the pegs going the other way? I'm like, no, I didn't know that.
Why did you ever want to do that?
I don't know, but apparently it's a thing. So they're not faulty staples on there. But I thought they were.
They're ones that butterfly out the other way. We don't know why.
We don't know why, but
if you know why, maybe you're medical or maybe you're suitably qualified, then do email in and educate us.
I just always thought my stapler was broken.
Yeah. This is the journal tabs. And again, they're so cute because they're like little cotton reel looking shapes as well, actually.
But they're designed to fold round your pages.
So you fold them.
But again, you can capture things inside. So you can put little words, you can put little bits of book page, little photos and things inside, so that when you've got your tabs going down your journal, it will have a little bit extra in it as well.
You could always use that as well, could you, as a way of going over your stitches in a bound book as well, couldn't you?
And
around
also the other thing, I use them if I want to attach a photo and I want it to be able to be lifted up. I use things like the ephemera to hold them in place, to act like the sticky tape for them. Hence why in the extras there is actually sticky tape. Because one of them is faded antique
yes.
sticky tape.
There is, look, yeah, that's the extras. It's brilliant. I love the fact that you're a true crafter, so you're always thinking about, right, what are the possibilities, what are the different things. This one is called Distress It.
Yes. So I love the fact we've put a fingerprint on there.
Pretty much says it. No, it's not mine. Definitely not mine. Not guilty, Your Honour. That's lovely. Lots and lots of text. Oh, did I go the wrong way around? Oh, let's see. Yeah, no, still no. It's someone much bigger than me. Someone much bigger than me. Next one.
My lord.
Stars. Circle and stars, I beg your pardon. Love that. Again, really, really lovely textures. That reminds me of vinyl records.
Yeah, it's got that kind of, it's got a very 70s vibe, that one.
Yeah, I love it. And I love the stars as well. I don't know why, I just love it. Next, squares and stuff. Good name. Like that. Bit of splat, bit of honeycomb, bit of random gorgeousness. I love that. With a really, really bright sentiment over the top of it. Super cool. Embossed sentiment over the top of it. Definitely. And a bit of a, what do you call it? Like, that's one of those things that you dread seeing in your window screen, isn't it?
I wouldn't condone it, but you could have a lot of fun with that one.
Oh, yeah, you could, actually, couldn't
on
you?
other half's windscreen.
That would be genius. Yeah, just out of, you're just out of view, so they don't notice it straight away.
Yeah, but we don't condone that.
No, absolutely. Always prank responsibly. There are other options on the website. I've just shown you the new ones there, so there are many more choices on the website. You choose any three for just £11.99, so that will give you 9 sheets in total. I say pick 3 different ones. You might just pick the same one 3 times over. It's completely and utterly up to you. That's the joy of a pick and mix. And listen, don't just stop at 1 pick and mix. If you want 2 or 3, there's nothing on that website that says, oh, 1 per customer. 1 per customer. There's a limit here. No, if you want to pick that pick and mix again and again and again, you absolutely can. You can, can't you, Meg? I haven't just said that and I've made it up, have I? So if I wanted to do another pick and mix, then I could just go back and add more options, couldn't I? Blimey, I just thought to myself there, is that actually possible? Everyone's gone quiet. So, yeah, you just select another pick and mix, don't you? What Meg's going to show us, just so... I should know this. I've placed enough orders of my own by now. Yeah, that's it. There you go. So you've got 2 pick and mixes in your basket. Oh, superb. Love it. Very, very good. Right, well, there you go. That's how to use the website. Like you knew I probably should have done as well, do you know what I mean? I do use it quite often myself. But you can't know everything in life, Ali, can you? Always learning.
Every day is a school day.
Absolutely. What are we doing next, then?
Right, so we're going to do a little cascade bound book. So I've just got 5 colours of card. It's all the same size, but I want to make the book look bigger. This is a really handy trick if you're wanting to have bigger pages in a journal, but you haven't got bigger paper. So I'm starting folding it, but each time I'm overlapping the back page by about 1 centimetre, and then when I fold round, that's making the front page shorter. So now, instead of having a little page, my back page is bigger. And you just keep doing that until I've got a lovely rainbow of colours going here.
Is that the style that you've done here on the Pantone cards?
Yes.
Because this is, I have to show you this if I can. Sorry, Taz, I'm having a backwards and forwards like a yo-yo here, aren't we? But look, Ali's done exactly the same thing with some Pantone colour charts here. And isn't that just the sweetest?
It's just,
are these the kind of like? Are these like?
They're the proper printers ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Apparently those books are really expensive. I just dismantled it.
Oh well, you know, hey ho. But
still look at the colours.
But similarly, in some of the DIY superstores, don't they offer you like the paint colours in stuff like this? Just say. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
It's a much nicer way of walking around looking for what colour you want, having a little book out. Look very posh.
I'm about to paint my estate. I might just take a few of these cards. They'll be happy with that. Anyway, can't condone that either. Ali, stop encouraging me. Right. Seriously.
So I've just done, my front page was getting a little bit short, so I've stuck with 4 pages here.
Okay.
So again, I've creased them, I'm popping them in my cradle. I'm going to take my handy hand bit, position that in, and you see how it's pushing all the pages down. Again, I'm just going to roughly make sure that that's in the middle. Take needle, pokey tool, whatever. 1 hole. So this is quite thick card. 2 holes, 3 holes. They're perfect in there, and they've gone right through, even though, I mean, I don't know what this is. It is quite thick card, actually. So my cradle can go to one side. And obviously because the whole theme of today is miniature books, I'm doing mini books. You can do any size book you want in here. In fact, on the back counter is a rather large book.
That's a massive book. Look. That's huge.
But you just...
1, 2... That's got pretty much all the stitches in, hasn't it?
But you can just extend it. So what you do is
just keep going, yeah.
Yeah, you do one half, then you move the book
Of course,
up
you
the
can
other
go as big
end.
as you like.
Yeah. So you could you could do one as long as this counter if you wanted to. You
So
might
now-
need to use a few binder clips to hold it together.
Oh, you've got all sorts going on here, haven't you?
Oh yeah, that's...
You've raided lots of different publications here as
Yeah,
well.
I think
Loving it.
there's a bathroom showroom leaflet in there.
Nice.
But the cover is actually made from a cardboard box. And the acetate corner, if you look, has still got the hole punched in because it was actually plastic packaging.
From like shop packaging.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Love that. Yeah, look, you can still see the thing where it hangs
And
on
that
the
all
shelf.
started because the piece of cardboard folded and made it look like a cover. I thought, oh, and so there I made it into a book.
Brilliant. Love that. The best things in life are old, loved and rescued. Ain't that true? Ain't that true? Right, where are we at, Ali?
Right, so I have gone through the first hole.
Sorry, just wandered into your shop there.
Up the hole, across the middle, down the other hole, back up the middle. Now at the middle, try and come the opposite side of the thread to where your tail is. Pull it through. This is the bit I was really struggling with this morning, tying a knot. My fingers didn't seem to want to coordinate. Tie across, snip off. One little cascade book.
And look at how close the pages stay together as well. That,
I mean,
for
that's
me...
proper sturdy card as well. So I would just run my scissors along there to create the...
And that's why the size of the cord is really, really key to this, because that's what's going to keep those pages nice and neat together, because you're not adding any bulk to the middle, are you?
I mean, I have done some with... I've stitched them with wool and all sorts of things just for interest. Or added the beads in, obviously pulled it out a little bit. But yeah, it's the fact that the important thing is that you're piercing through all the pages. So when you're doing something thick like the card... I don't know if you can... I'm sorry, I'm really testing cameras here. When you pierce through, you kind of get that little bit coming out, almost like pushing through the explosion at the back. Well, when you've pierced through all of them at the same time, that's going through each page. So it's kind of like they're almost interlocking.
Yes.
So that helps as well, because you've pushed down onto it, you've pushed through, and it's almost like making them all join together.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
So you could almost... If you had the patience and a glue that's set like stone, but yet was flexible, you could almost do it without the string then, couldn't you?
There is a binding method that they do that. I think it's one of the, it's one of the glues that they use it on the repair shop. It's one of the, I think it's one of the leather glues. But yeah, but that actually helps. So it also means it helps when you're threading as well, because it feels like you're only going through one layer, but you're not. You're going through 10 layers, however many layers. I wouldn't do more than sort of 10 layers at a time, because you're starting to stretch your outer layer too much.
Of course.
But yeah, then you can join them together and that's all covered. And
I love it. I just love it. And I love that cascading one. I think that's really, really cool. That'd be good for just like a handy reference card for, again, reminders for someone.
Yeah, you could,
things to do on a Monday, every Monday.
Yeah, you could have, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That was lucky.
Did you have 7 there?
Yeah.
Do you know what? We're so in tune today, aren't we? Accidentally, the whole way. It's bizarre. Let me show you. Let me show you one of the little books here, because I think this is such a genius tool. It's wonderful. You'd think straight away that this was bought from like a vintage shop, wouldn't you? This kind of little notebook. If you saw it and you think you'd happily pay what, 4 or 5 quid, maybe, if it came with a little pencil or whatever, you'd happily pay that, maybe even more. When you look at how classy the paper is that's made out of as well, and that would all have been made with, you know, one good paper and some copier paper.
So that's a sheet of graphic 45, and anybody that knows graphic 45 knows it's a hard paper to work with because it's double-sided and you have to make that choice. Make books out of it, you don't have to.
No, that's how you get to enjoy both, don't you? That's brilliant. It's almost like luxury lined, isn't it? Like one of those very designer wallets.
Yeah.
It's lovely. OK, so the bookbinding cradle. OK, over 40% of the extended delivery stock, and when I say extended, we're not talking about months into the future, we're talking about next week, 29th of July. And it's such a good tool to have on your side. And it's one of the simplest and easiest and most intuitive ways of being able to bookbind in a very, very broad sense as well. Because whether it be your little 2-inch projects, or whether it be, you know, your full-on A3 homemade planner.
Oh, yeah.
Go for it. Absolutely go for it. And you can use pretty much anything to make the pages as well, can't you? Yes. That's the joy.
Wallpaper samples, you know, make friends with a DIY store, and when the range has been finished and they've got the sample book, go, please, can I have that?
Can I just show you again? Because it's just like, I just can't resist the opportunity. This here, look. It's a book. Look, it's a book. Yeah, no, I know it looks like a shell, like an aged shell. But look, it's a little book. Fully bound. Look, you can see, there's the stitch in the middle there. Fully bound. Covered over on the end. Oh, and look, this. You're thinking, oh, it's just,
when you're dealing with something so small as that, what I do is I do move the piercing guide along a little bit to give me extra holes. So I'll do 2 holes.
Create more.
Yeah, and then move it and do so that you've got holes closer together, because you still want an odd number of holes, and you want, you know, the least I would do is 3, but I think I did it enough to. I can't remember one of them. I think I even did 5 in it,
because actually,
just to make sure.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I mean, I guess if it does come back into a point, it's kind of okay if it's tight enough. But with something that kind of narrow, oh, looks like a lovely sandwich there, doesn't it? But you don't want it to wiggle too much from side to side. It's a book, so you want it to open and read as a book would. It's so cute, isn't it? And listen, can I say, £9.99 for your ability to bookbind with such a simple tool, but it's like that extra pair of hands that gives you that professional finished look. Because yes, of course, you can, having seen this, yes, of course you can fold paper, you can hold it still, you can put the holes through it, etc, 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 but you don't need to. And actually the key to this is something that when you look at, you think, innocuous, how can that make such a difference? But this was mathematically worked out.
Yeah. He actually, on the computer, he worked out how far the slot had to be, so that on a 6mm piece of MDF, the needle would pass through and line up in that crease of your paper.
See, that's awesome.
I didn't even know how his brain worked to get to there.
Oh, I don't know. Let's not question why. Let's just enjoy. Let's just enjoy. It's just £9.99. We're approaching 60% of the extended stock sold out and gone. I don't think we can push our luck a second time on this, so please grab this now while you can. I tell you why, it's like everything on Stamps Away, and I'll keep saying it until eventually they start listening. The prices are so good for the quality and the thought and the planning that goes into something like this. It's all made here in the UK as well. Stamps Away is essentially self-contained,
yes,
isn't it? Which is marvellous, and it's amazing, and it's developed by people who craft and care about crafting and care about saving money as well. So give you always the best value. I tell you at the moment, well, it's always, but right now, everything you have from Stamps Away is just absolutely almost like gold-plated in terms of its quality and in terms of its value and its added little extras as well. I'm saying that definitely. And we've only done like 2 or 3 shows together, and I see straight away, and I keep saying to Ali, those prices.
But the thing is, I know if I get something home, it's like, OK, those papers in the big bundle might not be your personal taste, but you can practice on them so that you get your albums and you choose which is your favourite style before you crack open your more expensive paper. It's that kind of thing. It's like, for the sake of me putting 4 pieces in, it means that somebody can then make the perfect album after they've had a practice and a play, and you will make little albums because it's craft card or it's pearly card, but it's just that way of making sure that you get everything that you want out of it.
You all right with us making to sell as well?
Yep.
Honestly, I'm having a word at 3 o'clock. Right, you've got 5 minutes, Ali.
Okay, let's make a very quick mini tag accordion book, because we haven't done that one yet. Okay, so I'm using a piece of map. I've got an old, out-of-date road map. I think it's so out of date, I don't think it knows what a motorway is. So they're another good source. You know the big ones you used to get at the motorway services and every car had them in?
Yes.
They're a really good source for maps.
Oh, we've all got probably at least 3 or 4 of those.
And they're bound to be well out of date.
Yeah. You always find them, you put them in what you thought was a very, very safe place by the spare tyre. So the only time you ever see them again is when, unfortunately, the recovery people come and have to get the spare tyre out, and you're like, oh, look, there's another one of those map books that we never used.
Yep, they're always... Or you buy them when you're already lost, a bit late then, really.
They just generally remind people of a certain age. They just remind them of arguments on the way to Cornwall, don't they, most people?
Yep. Right.
I told you to turn left a mile ago.
With the accordion one, I need to mark that long line, and then I'm going to score. Now, this map is, as we've just discussed, quite old, so I'm going to go carefully with my scoring.
Yeah, because it's kind of quite delicate paper they used to make map books out of, isn't it?
But again, it folds up nicely. And do you remember we said earlier about, you know, having things like the tags for decorating?
Yeah, yeah.
That is a really, really tiny tag, so quite easy to get lost in your pile of scrap paper. So by having it also in the main template, you at least stand a fighting chance of always having the tag you need.
Oh, do you know what? I've just thought maybe I'm continuing a conversation that actually someone mentioned in the gallery just a minute ago. Maybe the whole reason sat-nav was invented is so that you could shout at that rather than your other half.
Oh, no, because they still argue with the sat-nav as well. You argue with your other half.
That's okay, but at least you're not falling out with each other, are you?
Yeah, but now there's a third person in the argument.
Oh, no, that's true, actually, because maybe the other person is then going, well, don't blame the sat-nav, it's just doing its job.
Yeah.
But I don't know why my mum programs the sat-nav, and then literally the first turning, she's like, oh, no, I wouldn't go that way. I was like, well, why did you ask the darn thing then?
Well, we've now started not doing the sat-nav until we get to the bit we don't know.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot easier.
Yeah.
Right, this is harder.
You don't end up down a little country lane that's single track and a ford in the middle.
Our business park has a farm entrance, and most of the time the gate is shut. But the occasional time when the gate isn't shut, you do get people driving down this little track in their nice-looking sort of officey car, and it's like, don't think you should be going that way. Oh, sat-nav sent me that way. Right, so while I was doing that, I was folding up. So let me just show this. So on this one, you've got these two sides, they fold up. That's there and there. And then it folds over. You glue the little back bit here. That glues together. And you just glue one end of each of the whole line. And then when that folds up, that gives you your 4 little tiny pockets.
A map's such an interesting thing to work with, isn't it?
It is.
They're great.
I mean, again, I don't know if you noticed, but when I was actually doing the cutting out bit, I was using the fact I could see through the template to choose an interesting part of the map. And also, because you've got the template there and you're working at, you know, right, I've got to fold that up, you can make sure that your place names are up the right way and things like that.
Ah, yeah.
So there's the main little book. So let's make a little tag. We've got time to make a quick homemade ephemera tag to go in it.
It's all right, Ali knows that. She can do it.
Right.
Got about a minute, Ali.
Okie dokie, so we'll do it very simple. I've got an old postage stamp here, and I'm going to take a word. Fly seems appropriate. And I'm going to be really quick here, and I'm not actually going to glue that down in place. I'm going to...
Straight over with the ephemera. That's sticky already, isn't it?
Yeah, so that'll hold that over there like that.
See how you can see through it? Instant vintage.
So there you go. You've got a lovely little tag, which I would then cut out,
Fussy
and
cut.
that will fit inside.
While you're cutting that out, Ali, in the 9 seconds of the show, when are you back with us officially?
Sometime middle of, what's the next month? August. Sometime in August, because we're at the end of July, aren't we?
How
yeah,
can
no,
we be?
I
We
can't
are.
remember off the top of my head because this week got confusing.
The thing to do is to keep an eye on the programme schedule because things do change. For instance, today's show was brought forward. So always keep an eye on the schedule, but make sure you're back for the next Stamps Away. Make sure you check out your baskets as well. Ellie, thank you, a joy.
Thank you very much.
As always, see you very, very soon. Go home and rest now.
Have a
Enjoy
cup of tea.
album making as well. You stay where you are and check out your baskets. And after the break, is the Snowflake Bauble still in stock? We will find out with Lucy and Sweet Poppy Stencils, and then more from Catherine and Zuri in an hour's time.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your day. It's nice and sunny outside, but you know what? It's lovely to have you here with us for the craft store and another delightful show with Sweet Poppy Stencils. Now, if you've not seen stencils from Sweet Poppy before, oh my days, they are absolutely gorgeous. We've got some wonderful designs. They're really easy to use as well. They're made from stainless steel, and we shall be talking all about them and the brand and some great demonstrations with our lovely demonstrator. It's Lucy.
Oh, thank you.
How are you?
I'm all right.
Do you know, Lucy, it's really strange because you are that side of me. You're normally that side of me, so it's really weird turning that side and seeing
I know,
you.
it's a bit weird, isn't it?
But
And
how
I'm
are
sat
you?
down. I'm all right, yes, I'm
Yes,
fine.
you are sat down. You normally
Let me
stand
back.
up. Oh, you're all right. We're looking
yeah.
after you.
You are, you are.
That's
Nice
the
and
main
comfy.
thing. That's the main thing. What can we look forward to in the show today?
We'll have a little play with some colour and wonky fir tree and some foiling as well.
Yes.
So try and get to show you as many different techniques as possible.
Excellent. Looking forward to it. Right, shall we introduce everybody to the first option we have in the pick and mix? Now, you can choose any two, and these are all brand new.
Not all of them.
There's a couple
returning.
But you know what? They're brand new to someone. They're always brand new to someone. Now, the bell, 60% of the stock has already gone. It's a beautiful bell, and you've got that lovely bow on the top as well. But we're very, very busy for that one. You could choose that if you want to. Next along, you've got the Christmas... No. They're not in that particular order. You've got the wreath, which has got the pine cones on and the poinsettia.
That's it.
It's a beauty, isn't it?
Elegant.
Yes, I like that. It's elegant. So you might want to choose that one. The next one along, you've got the leaning Christmas tree. This is a bit different. It's called a wonky fir tree.
A wonky fir tree. I asked who drew the other two. I said I wanted a tree. And she said, well, what sort? I said, well, a fir tree, you know, sort of wonky. And that's what she did, and it's a wonky fir tree.
I think it's lovely.
Quirky, isn't
and this is a great example. So we're talking stencils here. This is a little bit of decoupage. So how's this been made?
This has been built up, so doing it a couple of times and then lovingly cutting it out. We've been asked, would we do a die for it? It's got to be... For us to do a die, it has to be cost-worthy, you know, so it's not too much out of someone's price pocket, and it's got to be achievable as well. Not all of our stencils can be put into dies.
Right.
So we're working on it.
OK. Perfect. Lovely samples. We're getting very, very busy. I just think that is absolutely delightful. I really do.
It doesn't need much, does it?
No. And it's something a little bit different, isn't it? It's a talking point. Right, you might want to choose that one, but we've got more for you. It's a pick and mix, and you choose any two. So the next one along, we have got this one, the...
pine sprig.
The pine sprig with the bow in the middle. Now, as that's positioned on your stencil...
should be long ways.
OK.
Yeah.
So where are we? Are we at that one?
That's it.
I'll pick up a finished sample and show you that. Well, I would... The reason why... I know there's lots of finished samples, but there's a reason why my question, and the finished sample doesn't really show it, that looks a little bit wonky on the stencil itself. Is it just positioned in that way to fit it on?
Yes,
right.
Exactly. If we'd gone bigger, makes price point go bigger.
Yes.
So the more metal we use, the more expensive it becomes. So if we tilted it slightly, we could keep it within that price point.
Oh, that is fantastic.
So it just means you turn your stencil slightly, that's all.
Perfect. But if you did want to, as they say, have it on the wonk, you can do, if you wish. $18.99 for any two. Have you seen the two you're going to pick yet? You might want to choose the next one that we've got for you. And this is your Christmas Snowflake Bauble. 70% of the stock has gone of this particular collection. And my word, this is gorgeous.
This sort of set everybody a frenzy. It went a bit viral when we first brought it on in August.
Did it?
It lasted 5 or 7 minutes, and we've never been able to bring it back because we just cannot keep it in stock. And everybody sort of knows the Snowflake Bauble. And it's perfect because it showcases, not only can you have it on its own, but you can showcase all your tiny little elegant stamps, your quirky stamps, your cutesy stamps. There are that many on the internet of images that we've seen. It's just beautiful. And again, it's done by Emma. We sat when she was drawing this, and she has to go inside my head, and I said, well, I want this, and I want this, and I want this. And watching her move it around and everything, it's just amazing how she works. She's a CAD designer, so she draws cogs and gears and pumps and things.
Yeah.
And how she works and how she gets some of the stuff out of my head to what I want, because I'm a bit demanding
My
sometimes.
friend's learning CAD at the moment. It's very interesting.
Clever people.
Very, very clever. This is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
And like you say, you can't really keep it in stock. So this is a good opportunity to get hold of it, and in a pick and mix as well. So you might want to choose that one or the one next to it. That is absolutely beautiful. And this is the Trio Bauble. Now, 80% of the stock of this one has gone, and then it's going to be discontinued, not to come back?
Yeah, we have decided that we have to cull some. This design was one of the first ones that Tracy from Lavinia designed for us many years ago, 11 years ago.
Wow.
And it's not because we don't love it anymore, it's because we need new, and certain ones have to go to make room for new, because we can't keep growing and growing and growing the size of the stands and things.
Yes, of course. Wow. Now, we're very, very, very busy for this one. I'm just going to turn it the other way, actually, because I like to do that. There could be flowers.
Could be.
Could be a sunshine.
Yeah.
Or it could be the starts of your doodling. Do you know what? I really like it that way.
There's room in there, isn't there, to have a little doodle.
Yeah, there definitely is. And maybe a shooting star or something, which would be really pretty. Oh, I like that.
We've got a beautiful one in one of the heart apertures that Eileen's done. Bright, bright green, with it going horizontal.
Ooh,
stunning.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning.
That would be a good idea. Just another couple of samples there to show you. I really like that one with the different colours. Is something like this difficult to achieve with a stencil?
No.
Or has this been coloured afterwards?
So it's been coloured afterwards. So white paste, and then just sitting once it's dry with your pens and just lovingly colouring over and shading. So, you know, it's one of those ones you can just sit and doodle, really.
I really like that, actually.
Yeah,
we
that's
are
Janet.
approaching limited stock. Remember, when this is gone, this has gone, and there's not many left. We certainly won't be having it back, and those stock levels are dwindling away.
Yeah.
So this really is, and could be, your only chance to get hold of that.
And we've only
remarkable.
got, it's not as if you're going to be able to see it with us for months and months and months. We've got a handful left in stock
Have
with
you?
us. Yeah,
Well,
we
there
haven't
you
got
go.
many.
You
I
know-
gave you the biggest stock.
And that was one of your, was that one your first ones, did you say?
It was one of the very first ones that Tracy drew for us.
Yes, yeah.
Many years ago, yeah.
Wow, so it could be a collector's item. Could be, in my opinion. So we've got limited stock on that one. And the final one to show you, is the good, excellent staple of winter and Christmas.
I just love it. It's a traditional snowflake, and it's a nice large one to make a statement. So, you know, just pasting over and a little sprinkle of glitter, or even with the die. So we've got a die for it, a buddy die. Even just die cutting it, it just is so elegant, and back to back, it will make your Christmas.
Oh, that would
decorations.
wouldn't that be wonderful? It really is beautiful, and like you say, it's such a fantastic image, and it just says Christmas, it says winter. It's absolutely delightful. And I guess, again, you know, when we look into stamps, when we look into stencils, we see all the other things we can do with it as well. And you could just take those elements. They could be little Christmas trees as well.
Never thought of that.
Or branches.
Never even thought of that. What a good idea.
Or they could be the antlers on a stag.
Oh,
yeah, could
what a
be that
good
as well.
idea.
Did you know in nature, no two snowflakes are the same?
Oh, a bit like a fingerprint then.
Yeah. Isn't that incredible?
Wow.
The amount of snow that falls down. Now, we have had a sellout. Which one has gone? The trio. It's gone and sold out. Oh, we don't have any more, so I'm going to avert your eyes from that, if you don't mind. I don't want to tempt you with that anymore. We've gone and sold out of that one. It is a pick and mix, and you can choose any two. It's excellent value for money. It really is. These are absolutely delightful. And if you're still thinking, well, I'm not sure how to use these, I've never seen stainless steel stencils before, we're going to show you exactly how to use them. But you can go to the website and see all of the other options for you. We've got some great mediums. You wait till you see that being used. It's gorgeous. We've got stamps available for you. We've got apertures. Now, the aperture stencils are wonderful. They really, really are. And again, I would recommend you going to have a peruse on those. And if you want to go for any of the aperture dies, they're £15.99. You choose any two. So we've got some great shapes there for you. The triangle, the slim triangle, the square, the circle, the full heart, the slim heart, and the star. The star's got to be my favourite. Love stars.
The star is brand new.
Is it?
Yeah, it's the newest out of all the apertures. It came when all the bell and everything came. So they're your foundations. You're not going to not use them. They're your base. If you struggle for colour or anything, they are what is going to give you that base to build up.
I think they're fabulous. I really do. Remember, these are stainless steel as well, so they're going to last. Right, so that's how you pick and mix any of your stencils, if you want to go for those. But I think we're going to go over to Lucy in a moment's time, and we're going to have a demonstration. So let's head to Lucy. What we're going to have a look at first, Lucy?
Okay, so we'll have a little play with the wonky fir tree. So we're going to go with some colour on the background, and I'm going to use the oxides, only because I just love oxides. But I'm going to use the sprays. So give them a good old shake, because they've got all the chalkiness in the bottom of them. And we'll use Selvage Patina and Kitsch Flamingo, and I think I've got a little bit of fossilised amber left.
Okay.
So give them a good old shake. Now I tend to put, to me, there's not a right, there's not a wrong way of working with whether it be inks or anything. If you get the look that you're after, that's it. That's the right way for you.
So you've created. Did you need to create circles with that spray?
No, I just...
Wow. It's like the Mistrons from Captain Scarlet.
Spray and hope. So...
Oh, that's a nice colour combination.
Right, let's see what we've got. So, give it a quick blast. Don't want too much of a pool.
I've got some news on the Christmas Snowflake Bauble. Oh, it's technically sold out, so that's your news. It came and it went. So I'm going to have to remove that one away for you. And is it that one there? Yeah, I'm really sorry that I'm taking these away from you. But again, it's a pick and mix. You do need to be in quick, and I don't want you to miss out. So, yeah, go and have a look at all of those items.
It lasted longer than I thought.
Yes, yeah. I think it's wonderful, I really do. So it's a lovely stencil. They're all gorgeous. I like the wonky fir tree as well.
Well, each year my granddaughter will do her Christmas card. She's only 7, and she'll work with the stencils. Obviously, because they're sharp, you know, we watch what she's doing with them.
Yes.
But the fir tree, a couple of pairs of eyes on it. There you go. And she'll easily make her Christmas cards.
Now, when we say they're sharp, let's just explain to people at home, because they're made from stainless steel. Yeah. I guess it's the edges we need to be careful of. It's not like a scissor, is it? It's not as sharp as a scissor.
It's as sharp as a knife. Some of them have got very pointy parts. So the wonky fir tree is sharp. It's also fragile. So the longer the spines or the bridges we put, the more weakness we put on it. So, you know, you've got to be careful, because if you wiggle it, you're going to knock it out of shape. So just be careful with it, that's all.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I'm not one of these that mop up and can do something fabulous with that. It's not me.
Don't worry about that.
Unfortunately, it's the OCD in me. All I see is, mess.
Just need to be clear. Okay.
Right, so we've got our base. Pop that into one side. So let's give it another quick blast. So if you're going to clean your stencils, ensure that you put them flat on a surface, warm soapy water, flat on the surface, gentle nail brush over the top of it.
Great.
And they'll be fine. And then I pat them dry.
Yes.
So I'm really bad at shows. I'll use kitchen roll. I'll use tea towels, but it's the worst thing for your stencils, so use kitchen roll.
Is that because of the fibres that might get on there?
Yeah, they snag them and catch them, you can guarantee. So nothing worse than you've just got a brand new stencil and you've damaged it.
Yeah, you
so,
don't do that.
So, good old magnetic sheet. And I don't use it to store.
Now, we do have the Essentials Toolkit, and I would definitely recommend going for this, because it's going to give you brilliant results. Now, you get the magnetic sheet, you get the spreader, which is also stainless steel, and you get 2 rolls of stencil tape. And when you see Lucy use the spreader, you will understand how it is quite the essential to have. £12.99, 683,492. And I guess you can use that with other areas of your art as well. But it's definitely worth going for, and it doesn't cost a lot of money. That is a great price for an essentials kit. Remember, that's stainless steel, the scraper, and Lucy's going to use that, and you'll get a chance to see. So pop that into your basket, 683,492. I definitely think it's worth it, don't you, Lucy?
Oh, definitely. I don't just have one magnetic sheet, one spreader. I've got about 6 spreaders because I'm always losing them. So, you know, it's worth sometimes, if you bought one, get one again. You get 2 reels of the stencil tape inside it. It's not an industrial strength magnetic sheet because what you want to be able to do is be able to pull away the stencil without force against it. So we don't put an industrial strength in there. So I'm just working out where that's going to go. Quite happy with that. And stencil tape. So we're going to go in with the brushes.
Now the brushes are available, and we'll bring the details up for those. Just ignore those particular details. We'll bring up the brushes for you. There you go.
Again,
excellent. $11.99. Now these are absolutely gorgeous because you may have seen lots of demonstrators use brushes like this on our shows, and you may have watched them with envious eyes. Well, we've got 3 different sizes for you. Half the stock has gone, and you get 3 different sizes, and they come beautifully packaged. And each one has its own little box, so if you are giving these as a gift or you want somewhere to store them, then you can do. So you get the 3 boxes, and the actual brushes themselves are so soft. They are absolutely perfect for using with your stencils. You can see there. And I'll just take my finger over the top, see just how wonderful they are. So they're very dense, almost like a sponge.
Yeah, they're really packed tight together. I've come across some brushes that they're beautiful and soft, but they're not as tightly packed. And if you have a little look at ours, they are really, really tightly packed together. Just to give you that use, mine have been going since August last year.
Yes.
I don't wash them. I just keep them out in fresh air to keep them nice and dry so they don't go mouldy or anything. Because you've got to remember, if you're using wet ink against them and then you stick them in a bag, it's like anything, it's going to get that horrible smell. So I keep mine upright and I keep them nice and fresh. If I was going to wash them, then what I would tend to do is warm soapy water, shampoo even, give them a good wash and store them so your bristles are down.
Right.
If you store them up on a tea towel, the water will soak into the bristles. It'll loosen all that glue inside the head.
Got you. Good tip there. They're absolutely beautiful. And again, what a fantastic price. $11.99. Don't be fooled by that price. These brushes are premium brushes. They are incredible. $11.99. Wow. 387-478. If you're thinking about a gift for somebody, I think this would be a wonderful gift because it could possibly change the way somebody crafts and gets great results. So it's always an idea to think about gifts, think about presents, someone's birthday, even Christmas Day, we say. But treat yourself first of all. $11.99, and you get sizes 1, 2 and 3. 387-478. Back to you, Lucy.
So, take off. So if for any reason, say you had a bleed or you know, sometimes you can overwork and it bleeds out. Don't stress out. All you're going to do is just get yourself a little black pen and just go over it and fill it out so nobody will see any little marks or mistakes, and you're just touching up. Okay, so don't think, right, that's it, straight in the bin. I used to think, oh, it's not perfect. In the bin it went, but little black micron pen, perfect, solves all those problems. So, little stamp.
If you were to cut down the elements of your wonky fir tree, you could almost use them as like grass foliage if you turned it the other way, which would be a good idea.
Very good, full of ideas.
You're very inspirational,
I could have done with you
Lucy.
last week when I was looking at a blank piece of paper thinking, what am I going to do?
Well, you know my number, just give me a call. I'm full of it, Lee, that's what they all say.
Need you on speed dial. Right, so we're going to go in with, Noel set. It is one of my favourites. I am sorry I used this earlier and I just do love it. So, Merry and Bright. Oops. And I'm not one of these that can wing it with one of the blocks. I'm not that brave.
Well, you know, stamping platforms are perfect, aren't they? Because if
they're
it
a
doesn't stamp
godsend.
out right, it's not a cheater's way of stamping. It's not a lesser way of stamping either. I think it's a fabulous way to stamp.
Just helps you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Makes you more confident, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
In areas that you wouldn't even consider going in.
And also precision stamping. You know, if you need to add something, you need to make sure you stamp it in exactly the same place again. It's the way to do it.
So we'll give it a little bit of snow. I've not got quite enough on there.
Now, we are busy. We've got 3-minute queues on the phones, Lucy. The best way to order would be the website. It's very easy to go there. It's thecraftstore.com, and you can head to Sweet Poppy Stencils, head to the show. All of the details will be underneath if you're using the app, so you'll be able to shop using the app or by going to our website. Makes it really, really easy. But if you're on the phone lines, because that's your option and that's your choice, then just bear with us. We'll get to your calls.
So already matted and layered on a little bit of black. Sorry, I am a bit of a black girl. I do love a bit of black on most of my cards. Tends to be my mood.
Well, I like it. It's, you know, some people like to put white because it makes things pop.
Yeah.
But I think black adds the drama and makes everything else stand out.
I'm all about drama.
Yeah, which in reverse makes the actual stencil.
Well, because I tend to do a lot of... The stencils tend to be created in silhouette. So we all know that they'll all work in a black silhouette.
Yeah.
And it's, I suppose, my safety. I know that will work, so I tend to always
Well, it's
do
a good
that.
way of when you're demonstrating to you need to show the stencil, you need to show what it does. So, yeah, it's a good go-to colour to use.
So, little insert again from the stamps. They've got so many different little, you know, Christmas greetings from our house to yours, and that's it, nice and simple. There we go. Nice and sorted. You could put little enamel accents on there for your baubles, or
I love that.
you know, anything
Could you
like
just
that.
stand that up? I think we're showing it to camera. Which one? Yeah, camera 1.
How's that?
Yeah, look at that. Oh, I like it in black. I think it's very effective. Very effective. I've got another sample here, actually. I like this one. I think it's by Janet. And Janet's used some micros on there, but also some textured paste underneath. Can you see that? That's wonderful. That's really nice. A little bit of texture on there to the elements that are on the tree.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Very nice. Very, very nice. Love that. Something a bit different. Right, you pick and mix. We are dwindling. You choose any two, but we've had a couple of sellouts. Now, you've got the large bell, which is magnificent. It says Christmas, doesn't it? But it could also say wedding. You could have two of those just slightly angled together, and that could be the wedding bells, if you want it to be. Your next one along is your poinsettia wreath. Really like that one, your poinsettia wreath. Very, very pretty and usable. Very, very usable. Everybody likes a wreath at Christmas time, don't they? Next along from that, you've got your wonky fir tree, which we've just been using. 70% of the stock of that has gone. Wow, we've been busy for that. Very, very busy. And then you've got your sprig, which I love. Just love that word, sprig. Brilliant. Now, when you're looking at that, when I first looked at that, I thought, ooh, do we use that sort of diagonally? No, it's just placed like that on the stencil because Sweet Poppy stencils need to fit more on, so that's absolutely excellent. It's a beautiful stencil to go to. And then you've got the snowflake. You've got the snowflake. Can I show you a couple of samples of each? Let's have a look at the bell first of all, because this is beautiful. Look at that. Isn't that lovely?
Screams Christmas, doesn't it?
What, again, we're talking about a stencil, so stencil the bell, but add a stamp into it, add that lovely snow effect, and then stencil the bow, but cut it out and stick it on. What a great idea. Makes it 3D. Here's another idea with your stencil, which is beautiful. And then if you want to use it with your different inks and maybe another stamp in between, you've got the opportunity to do that. That's a beautiful one with a robin on. That almost looks 3D.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Isn't that lovely?
Susan Bradney, and she paints with the re-inkers of distress inks.
Yeah.
There are a couple of tutorials that she's done on the social media pages.
Yeah.
it's amazing. She's done them in slow-mo, so you watch and how it builds up, and it is, I'm just going to say, just painting with distress ink.
That is
inkers.
remarkable.
Amazing, stunning.
Love that. That's your sprig. Beautiful design. This is what we mean, how you've got that large design, but it does go straight across the card, which is lovely. We sold out the Christmas bauble, didn't we? Your snowflake, let me show you a sample of that, because that's using it on repeats. That's almost like building up your patterned paper. That's a delightful one, isn't it? Doesn't that stand out? What a great idea to put that on a round circle so it looks like a bauble. How lovely. Very, very busy across the board for all of the stencils, but it's a pick and mix of any two. So you get to choose two. If you want 4, you're more than welcome to go for 4. But of course, the price just goes back up. It doubles if you go for 4, should I say. Now, if you are a Freedom member, you don't pay any P&P. And if you want to become a Freedom member, this is how you do it. It's £7.97 a month. Now, think about how many items you buy from us here at the craft store. You might buy 1, you might buy 2. If you buy 2, it's definitely worth becoming a Freedom member, because you've paid £7.97 a month and you can buy whatever you like and never pay any P&P. The other advantage, of course, is the fact that you get great discounts. You do. So on some of the items, if you head to the website, there's a blue banner, and that means you've got an extra, sometimes 10% off, sometimes there's a little bit more. And we have great events as well for Freedom members. So that's how you join. It's 888 to 888 in your basket. I don't know where to start. I kind of disappear. And then I kind of come back again. So yes, I was. Can I stand here? Because it's not all about me. Of course it's not. But I don't want to be a floating head or just floating top of the head for you. Let's have a look at the stencils. Now you can choose any 2, and these are your apertures. And if I show you some finished samples here, you can see the star, and this is brand new, Lucy.
It is. Yep.
Brand new today. And a star doesn't have to be for Christmas.
No.
A star can be for any time of year. Here's a lovely sample. Look at this one.
That's
with the
Tracy.
bee.
And she's iris folded in between. So she's drawn it out, then cut it out, and then iris folded.
Wow.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
That really is beautiful. That's beautiful. The next one along from the star, the square. The square. Now, let me see if I've got a sample of the square. I'll just show you a collection of samples, actually, because we've got all kinds of different shapes. So we'll go through the different shapes for you. So you've got your circle, you've got your triangle, and you've got your slim triangle. So your tall triangle, your slim triangle. You've also got your heart as well, which is a beautiful design. There's your slim heart. And then you've got your full heart. Again, a beautiful design. And that's all of them. So let me show you this one, because this is combining the slim triangle, the tall triangle, and the circle together. Or it could be 2 slim triangles. But I think that's a brilliant idea.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. Love that. This is a very clever one. Now,
So that is with one of the stencils that's still available on the website.
Okay.
It's our plaid background, and Susan's put it down, and then she's put the triangle over the top, and then she's inked over the top of it. Once she's lifted those, she's then used one of the white winter stag over the top. So that is another stencil of ours. So literally 3 stencils in one. So it's pulling all your stencils. So as you collect your stencils, don't think that's all you can do with it. Think about the layers that you can build up.
Is that really a stencil, that plaid?
Yeah. Amazing, isn't it?
Wow.
I'd be chuffed to bits to get that through the post for...
I'm still... I believe you, of course I do, but I'm still trying... I'm thinking, is it, or is it card under there? That is amazing. But the triangle really does give you that lovely aperture, doesn't it? Another way of using it, maybe with some of your stamps that you've got, building up those backgrounds, again, mixing your shapes. Great idea.
Your layers, build up your layers.
I mean, I think with stencils as well, sometimes we think it's got to be a full, flat colour, but it doesn't have to be.
Not at all. And you don't have to use all of it.
No.
You can just use part of it.
Yeah, I like that idea.
So that's the stencil I was on about that goes on its side.
Oh, yeah.
So don't think that just because we do it downwards, that's all you can do with it.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Twist and turn them, see how it suits you. Another beautiful design there with the love heart, isn't that? Again, I'm still thinking, is that paper underneath? It's been cut out. But that's the beauty of your stencils, because they're so... I'll say sharp, but I don't mean sharp to touch,
Sharp,
but sharp
as in
the image.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Stunning.
That gives you that crispness.
Crispness, that's the word I'm looking for, the crispness of it. And you'll see here there's no bleeding through. And that's why I was thinking, is there a bit of card on top of there? But that's how defined your stencil is going to give you the
This is
results.
why the apertures, we decided to put them in a pick and mix this time. I could have said, right, this pair. Not everybody wants a full heart, they like a slim heart. So this allows you now to pick which ones you like the most. And they're your foundations. So over time, I would recommend that any time we bring apertures, get a couple, put them in your stash. You will use them so much. When Paul said to me years ago, we need a circle, let's do a circle, let's do a square, I looked at him and went, no, we're not doing apertures, they're boring. And then the girls asked me, Eileen asked me and said, oh, could I have? And I went, of course you can. So we did the circle and square. Then people asked, well, could you do a triangle? Could you do this? Could you do... So, yeah, it's, you know, it's amazing how they build up.
Well, I'm just looking at the square just here. Now, that's your matte and layer done.
Yeah, exactly.
But you're using a stencil.
One piece of card as well. It's great. It's
Wow.
no effort at all. It is just literally getting a bit of ink on your brush or gently with a sponge. I would recommend a brush is easier.
Yes.
And just dragging it, just a hint of it will build it up.
And you're saving paper because you're not matting and layering. You know, if you don't really want that decoupage look of it coming out, this is perfect. Think about maybe doing something like this and popping a photo in there.
Exactly.
And then you don't have to buy the mount to go with the photo.
Exactly.
You've got it right there, you've made it. Brilliant idea. £15.99.
Your journaling. How often do you build up layers in your journaling and things like that? These take no effort whatsoever.
That could be a journal page just with the square.
And
Great
they're always
idea.
in my stash. My apertures are always, I always bring them to TV with me because I never know what's going to sell out, and you know I can quickly whip that out and
do
one.
another. Yeah, I just think that is fabulous. £15.99. It's a fabulous price as well because you're choosing any two, and the star being the brand new one to the collection. Sorry, the star's over there. There you go. 641460 is your item number. Right, Lucy, we're heading back to you.
Okay, so we are going to do a little bit of foiling. I've forgotten my anti-static, I can't even say the word, anti-static bag, so maybe a hit and miss. The pastes were never designed for this.
Okay.
It's just that Julie Rose out of our design team a few years ago, or quite a few years ago, discovered that if she reheated it with a heat foil, it seemed to stick. So for us, it's brilliant because it's yet another technique that you can get with you know, with your medium, so it's an added bonus, and that's what you want. You want one paste, one stencil, but a whole range of different techniques.
Yes, definitely.
You don't want just a, what's it, a one-something pony?
One-trick pony.
One-trick pony.
One-trick pony.
We don't want one-trick pony. We want lots of techniques.
Mind you, if a
to keep
pony
costs
could do
down.
a trick, I still think that is pretty cool. Apparently our producer's horse can do tricks.
Oh, fabulous.
If you ask Roger to say please, he lifts his leg. Roger is a horse, just in case you're wondering.
Right, so we've masked off, we've got a magnetic sheet underneath. Always work with your magnetic sheet. We've got a cardstock and then we've got our stencil. This stencil, I work downwards with it. If it's the bell, then I will turn it on its side.
Yes.
And the reason being is the channels. Okay, so we tend to work with the channels. If we work against it, if we pull it this way, it's going to hit all those bridges, it's going to creep under.
Got you.
So if you've not been successful, look at how you're pasting. If you're still not sure, send me an email and I'll say, well, turn it this way, try this way.
And will your email details be on the products, the packaging?
Yeah, they're always on the products.
Excellent.
You can go on to the Facebook pages, social media pages.
Yes, and what's your social media page?
We have Simply Sweet Poppy
Simply like a tongue twister.
Simply Sweet Poppy Stencils, or we have Sweet Poppy Stencils.
Excellent.
The Simply Sweet Poppy Stencil is manned by all the DT team as well, so there's an abundance of knowledge there.
Lovely, lovely.
So we're going at an angle and up and on. Check that we're all full, and if we're happy, that goes back in your pot to be reused. And again, we're not pushing, we're pulling towards us, there's no pressure. and then back in. So you're just screen printing. That's all you're doing.
It looks so satisfying, you know, every time you do that. And that's because you're using part of the essential tools that we've got available for you. And that's why I said it really is a good idea to get hold of them.
Oh, definitely. I never spread the medium without the spreader.
Yeah.
Years and years and years ago when we first started, we did use a palette knife, and then, you know, you sort of goes under and you think, oh, that'll be fine. But over the years, we just found that the spreader just works amazing. And if you've got dexterity problems, you know, you don't have to put pressure.
No.
You can just pull it with you.
And it does it all in one go. Like you say, it's like screen printing.
That's
whereas
it.
if you use a
your bread and butter in it. Yeah,
you just
definitely.
keep going.
So we've used translucent, and that starts off white, but it will dry clear. So you would leave that, you wouldn't force that to dry.
No.
That, because of the fine areas, this will dry within about half an hour. This will take a little bit longer, so about an hour to dry.
So much detail in there. Just one pass of the stencil, it's amazing.
She is just amazing with, she gets it so spot on at every single time. I'm very spoilt, bless her. I give her a huge want list, and she tries. So it's completely dry, laminator on. So yeah, you can use your foiling machines, whatever you want. But for me, it was a case of, it's a technique. I don't have to buy a new machine. I don't want a new machine that I'm not going to use.
Yeah.
What I would say is I would normally anti-static all the way around.
Okay.
Forgot me anti-static.
Is there something else you could... What is in an anti-static pad?
I believe it's called Fuller's Powder. And it just takes off all the anti-static, the moisture from your hands and
Can I
things.
do that on my hair when my hair gets all static then, I wonder?
Oh, no, because you'd have all white. You'd look like you had dandruff.
Yes. That's true.
What about a dry tumble dryer sheet?
On my head?
Yeah, give it a go. But do it at home, just to see what you look like.
It's normally in March when it goes all static. So it's dry and windy. Yeah, it's just March. It's ever so weird.
Mine in the studio.
The month I was born.
It's terrible.
Yes.
It's like all over my face. Right, so these are heat foils. These are our stamping heat foils. If you've got a heat foil, then use your heat foils. We're going to discontinue these.
Okay.
The only reason, because it's my job to roll them, and it's horrible. I hate doing them. They take weeks to roll.
They?
Yeah. So I just we'll just bring someone else's in. It's easier. If I don't like.
I can't wait to see what this looks like.
Right. So you could put a sheet over it, but you're wasting.
Yeah, the middle part. Yeah.
Yeah. So all I'm doing. So if you wanted, there's a lovely wonky fir tree. It's a biggish card that's got gnomes on, and it's got foils.
I shall have a look for the one with gnomes.
And this is the foils, and she's got lots of different colours and things on there. So ideally you would use...
I've got it.
Take my glasses off.
That's amazing.
Isn't it good? It's gorgeous.
Are you ready for this? Look at that. That's incredible. With the two gnomes on. Knowing me, knowing you. That's just wonderful. Look at that. Just different pieces of foil on there?
Just different pieces of foil. That's all magical. It is. I keep saying that's all it is. I don't mean to knock their ladies' hard work, bless them. They are amazing. But they just make me smile.
And that was by Julie Rose.
That's Julie Rose who discovered this technique for us. And any of our mediums will work.
Okay.
So, sandwich between copy paper.
Yep.
Not your laminating sheets, because you will laminate it. It will seal.
But you take it through your laminate. Is there anything else you can take it through? Can you take it through a die cutting machine?
Only one of these ones that have the heat plates. You need the heat to warm up the paste.
That's what a lamination machine has.
Yeah, it's got to warm up the paste to make it tacky again. Now, when you do this, you either foil it that day or the day after. I've noticed that if you foil it any later than that, a bit of hit and miss.
Is it?
Yeah.
Right.
So, now, I haven't tried this, but someone mentioned to me the other day spritzing it with water. I've got to give it a go to see if
What,
a gentle
and then put
spritz,
your foil on?
and then put your foil
Because
on.
it remoists
Might
the
do.
paste. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Remoist, there's a thing I've never thought I'd say live on TV.
so we
Reactivates.
reactivate. Yeah, that's nicer, isn't it? So we're just taking off our heat foil. And everybody, well, most people have got a laminator somewhere stuck in their cupboard. It's not a fancy one, it's not an expensive one, it's just one I've had, the cheapest of cheap.
Now, what's great about this is that the actual foil isn't sticking to anywhere else other than the paste.
Only the paste. Now, I've missed a little bit, but I have got one prepped. So I could re-put it on and catch those little areas, but
that
just gives you your elegance then, doesn't it?
And like you say, if you did have other colours of foil, like
Yeah.
the red, you could have put the red on the poinsettia, mixed up a bit of different greens on the
That's
foliage
it.
going around. Oh, I like that technique.
So we've got one already prepped, and I did one gold and I did one red. So we've got our red, and I've popped my, we've got our gold, and I popped my berries on, because finding your gems is as hard as taking tape off the back of a sample on TV. They go everywhere. So, whoops, there we go. So let's make sure we've got it the right way. So,
Now, have you used one of your aperture stencils in the middle of that card?
no.
Oh.
No, that's... In what way?
When you opened it up, I think I saw a red square.
Ah, no, that's my matten and layering for in a minute.
But you could use one of your aperture
You could
squares.
do, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you could. So, we've done a red one as well. But I didn't paste all of the stencil, I only pasted what I wanted.
Okay, you can do that.
Yeah, just mask off your areas, and you can easily do that. That's easy enough. And that way you're not wasting anything. So I've got a little bit of dimension. You could build that up as much as you wanted. And then pop that to one side. So we need a little verse in there. Let's see what we've got. One of my favourite Christmas greetings.
Christmas greetings.
And that's
lovely.
from Joy and Peace. So, right, it's bound to be wonky, so let's pop that there. Rip it down. Because everything needs a little insert. You've got to finish your inside as well as your outside,
Yes.
haven't you? There we go. So a little bit of tape.
So this is where you could use one of your aperture stencils, a
definitely.
square or a star.
Yeah.
Would be nice at Christmas.
And you could even then put just a hint of, say, the poinsettia in the corner of it,
Oh,
couldn't
yeah,
you?
that'd be nice.
See, this is why I need you on speed dial.
Get me on speed dial anytime.
There we go. And there you go. A nice... I'd like
There
to
you
say
go.
quick,
Look
but
at that. Now that's lovely. Look at the berries in there. I just can't get over how fine that detail is, but how lovely with the pine cones as well. That is fabulous. What a great demonstration. Absolutely fantastic. I bet you can't wait to use your stencils at home with your lamination machines in such a way. Now, if you did like the stamps used in that particular demonstration, we've got Joy and Peace for your Christmas cards, and a great price at £9.99. You've got 9 stamps in total. So deck the halls with Boys of Holly. Boughs of holly. You know, as I read that, I knew that was wrong. Deck the halls with, I used to call it balls of holly.
Boughs of holly.
It's boughs. I've always said balls, never mind. Let it snow. No wonder the vicar looked at me strangely when I was singing the carol. Right, so that's a great little set for you there. £9.99, 952444 is your item number. I used to be in the church choir, you see. And then the next one is Noel. So you've got your Merry Christmas, season's greetings, joy to the world, that lovely snowflake in there. You've got Noel, from our house to yours, jingle bells, merry and bright, and happy Christmas, another little snowflake, which doesn't have to be a snowflake, you can use it all year round. Absolutely fantastic. And that is £9.99. 909007 is your item number. Next, we've got a die. Now, if you went for the snowflake stencil, this matches beautifully. I don't know if I've got a sample. Yes, I have. So you can stencil and then you can die cut. It looks gorgeous. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? So is that how we could use it? We could stencil the snowflake first, then we could use the die to cut out the stenciled image?
Yeah, you can do. Or with that particular die, it's so detailed that if you run it through, now I would recommend, because it's so detailed, run it through twice.
Yep.
It would look beautiful on some of the pink frog card that they had yesterday, and I'm sure there's masses on there.
Yeah.
You know, it would look stunning on its own. So
Yeah,
you
it
wouldn't
certainly
necessarily
would.
have to use them both together.
Like a bit of mirror card or something like that,
Yep.
or they had the velvet card
Oh,
would
that would
look
look- oh, wouldn't that
divine.
look gorgeous?
Or they did have some speciality card, which was like a mirrored multicoloured card. That would look fantastic.
Amazing. Yeah.
And if all you'd have to do is get a little bit of thin wire and you could dangle them as your Christmas decorations.
You could do back to back, easy enough, especially if you've got children. Run a few together and build them up. Builds the most beautiful depth of a snowflake.
I tell you what, Crafts 2, John's non-shed glitter card would be absolutely perfect
Lovely.
because that's double-sided. So you'd only have to cut them out once. And then that's your Christmas tree decorations sorted. How much did you pay for new Christmas decorations? My word, they would be lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. If you want to go for your die, it's only £10.99. It's an absolute bargain, it really is. 421429 is your item number for that one. Now, the brushes have proved to be very popular. Oh, they're approaching limited stock. You have got sizes 1, 2 and 3, and they come in these absolutely delightful boxes. So if you are thinking about giving these as a gift, perfect. You can use them for your stencils, they're perfect for that, but you can use them for blending as well, they're also perfect for that. The way they work, they're just quite extraordinary, really. They're like a soft sponge, but you'll see that they're so dense, all the fibres, so close together, that they will give you that perfect, beautiful blending technique time and time again, and they're going to be perfect for your stencils. Ergonomically designed as well, beautifully to hold in your hands. And slightly flexible, so that's good, because you do need sometimes to put a bit of pressure on when you are blending. So you've got 3 sizes there, and look at that price, £11.99. That's for all 3. 387478 is your item number. You do need to be quick though, because they've gone limited stock. So don't panic. Head to the website, use the app, or give us a call, and we'll process your order for you. If you want to go for more than one, maybe you want to multi-buy, because it's a great gift idea. 387478 is your item number. Now, your essential toolkit, Lucy's been using her essential toolkit for the demonstrations. You saw just how easy it was to take your spreader all the way down on your stencil so beautifully. £12.99. You can also use this for other areas in your craft. You've got the magnetic sheet, which again is a genius idea for putting underneath the card or the paper that you're working with, because it keeps your stencil still. Great idea. And you also have the tape as well, for just taping along the top of the stencil. Again, you saw that in the demonstrations. £12.99. It's a great little item to get. 683492. When you get it, you'll think to yourself, why haven't I bought it before? Right, so that's your essentials kit. You can, of course, head to the website and see all the other items we've got for you in the show. We've got 7 minutes left, so let's head back to Lucy. What we're going to have a look at this time, Lucy?
Well, we'll show you the star aperture. So just how easy it is. So all I've done is I've got a piece of cardstock which is 145 by 145 mil, and I've just popped it onto my magnetic sheet, and just a couple of distress inks. So we're just building up some colour. So we're pulling it in. So this is winging it now. So see whether or not it'll do what I want it to do.
I'm sure it'll be 5-star, whatever you do.
You haven't seen my bin. So we're just
Now with the stencils, I'm already thinking now we're using some inks.
Yeah.
Which has been great. We've used some smooth paste. But maybe I've got some really chunky paste at home. It's got a bit of texture to it, like a concretey style. And I want to put it on something to put outside. Could I still use the thicker paste with these stencils?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah?
But what I would say is make sure you wash your stencils. So do what you need to, straight into water, and then gentle nail brush over, making sure you get in all the little nooks and crannies.
Yeah.
Some of the more detailed stencils, if it's a real chunky, thick paste, might not go through.
Okay.
But it's a case of trying. Embossing powder, emboss over, your powder over will work for you as well.
Yeah, that'd look great.
But the embossing powder works with the translucent because it doesn't bubble. It'll work with the pearl white as well, because it gives you that base. So it's endless.
We've just had a great suggestion of making like the Hollywood stars and putting a sign on your bedroom.
Yeah, if you've got like teenagers as well, you know, how hard is it? Even, you know, mail cards as well. People say, oh, it's really hard for mail cards. Well, simple, you know, you're a great guy. You're a star.
I wouldn't go that far. I'm just kidding. I just there's something about a star. I don't know what it is, but I'm quite obsessed with the image of stars. I love them.
I don't know what this is going to look like, but I can hear Eileen in my ear saying, every colour has its own space.
Oh.
Because sometimes when I go too much, I end up creating mud, so it's amazing how I can do that.
That's quite a good tip, actually. Every colour has its own space. Yeah.
Let's have a look. Right, this is the new. I've not tried this one. This is the new. Oh gosh, that's vibrant.
Oh wow.
This is the new prized ribbon.
Prized ribbon.
Yeah. So this was released.
Is this the latest new?
This is the latest. Yeah. I possibly should have had a deeper green, but
I like that.
But it just gives you.
This would be great for bunting as well, wouldn't it? To get the same shape on each of the pieces of bunting.
I didn't think I would use the hearts very much, but I absolutely adore the hearts, especially with the beautiful hairs and the foxes that we do. It just works. You know, people have said, well, my husband said, well, why have you got two hearts? Nobody needs two hearts. I'm a full heart girl.
Yes.
A lot of the girls liked slim hearts, the folky hearts. So, you know, at least this way we cover everybody's, and we're not saying you've got to have both of those hearts because maybe you don't like both of the hearts.
You can choose. You've got how many minutes left, may I ask? 3 minutes left, Lucy.
Right, so let's take this off and see what we've got.
You can still buy after the show if we have the product, because we've had a very, very busy show. But it's a good idea just to have a peruse of the website and maybe get your orders sorted now and check out your baskets.
There you go. So you get absolute perfect shape every time. It's just, I just love them. They are your foundation.
Excellent. I thought I just found an anti-static bag in my pocket, but it's my mask, so I won't be passing that over to you, sorry.
It's not really the thing to put, but you would just stamp.
Oh, that is beautiful. Look at that.
We're not back now until possibly, I've got nothing booked in, but possibly September, maybe October. We don't know yet.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, so we close for holiday.
Do you? When do you close?
11th of August. I cannot wait. We have been, and it's thanks to everybody, so busy since March last year.
Well, then that's fantastic for you.
I can't wait. I'm turning the phones off.
How long are you going on holiday for? Or how long are you having a break? 2 weeks?
2 weeks. Phones are all off. Computers are off.
Are you staycationing or are you going away somewhere?
Well, we're hoping to go away, but at the moment, you have to jump through hoops.
Yes, you do.
Which is good.
That are on fire.
That are on fire, yeah.
Yes, coated with petrol.
Yeah. So, yeah. So we don't know yet, but I'll maybe in someone's back garden. I don't know.
Oh, that would be nice. Yeah.
But I'm going away.
Why don't you go and get a tent and put it in your back garden and you'll feel like you're going on holiday?
No, the kids will find me.
Yes, they will.
They probably just find out we're going away as well.
Oh, right, yeah. Sorry, your mum's going away.
Yeah. They are 30 and, well, 31 and 29. They're not
they
babies.
still miss you though. Doesn't matter how young you are or old you are. That's wonderful. Look at that. And that Noel in black, again, go-to colour, but really stands out, doesn't it? It looks absolutely fantastic. And I really like the fact that you've put different colours onto that star as well. And again, look at the clean, crisp lines that you've got with that star. And that's the beauty of using the Sweet Poppy stencils. You do get that lovely, crisp lines. It's a great way of showing that on the white cardstock as well. Fabulous, fabulous. Right, the pick and mix that we've been very, very busy for, we do have some left for you. Just a final reminder of what we've got left. So we'll start with the bell. It's a beautiful bell. You've got the bow on the top. It doesn't have to be for Christmas. You could turn it to the side. You could have two bells together, and it could be the bells of a wedding day ringing away, which is lovely. And here's a gorgeous example of how you can use that particular stencil, which is fabulous. Then your next one along is your poinsettia wreath. We saw this in demonstration. It's a beautiful wreath, and you can use lots of different techniques to build and create your cards. Then you've got your wonky fir tree, which we absolutely adore, and again using that with foils will give you some brilliant results. Your next one is your pine sprig. Again, you've got a really nice big large detail to work with there. And the next one along is your snowflake. That's a choice of two for you. £18.99, 170854 is your item number. Lucy, thank you so much.
Thank you, Janet.
Another fabulous show. Hopefully we'll see you soon.
Yes.
Have a lovely holiday, whatever you choose to do. And I hope you, I hope we've got some lovely new things to see after that. I hope it's September, not October. Want you back sooner. Need you back sooner. Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
Great
Janice.
show, and have a safe journey home. Don't go anywhere, though, because we've got the final call coming up for your one-day special. Yes, the final call for your one-day special, your Zuri one-day special with Catherine, then Emporia dressmaking, and then Craft Yourself Silly, a brand new one-day special, launches at 6 p.m. tonight.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry. The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. We've been bringing lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery for necklaces and bracelets and earrings, and we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hello and welcome. It is marvellous to have your company. I'm really chuffed I've got another How We Are, Catherine, because A, Zuri's amazing, B, Catherine's amazing, and C, I'm dying to see the things that you were prepping earlier.
I know, we did a pour this morning, didn't we?
Yeah.
Hopefully, fingers crossed, we can demould.
Oh, I'm really hoping so. Because it's nice and warm, so hopefully they'll have cooked nicely.
Yeah, it's very cool in the studio, so I did take them into our green room where it's a little bit warmer. So yeah, we'll see. I've not tried it. So we'll find out live on air.
Fingers crossed. Now, normally it'd be last call, but we missed that at launch. So basically, yeah, we've no one day special, but we have got new today molds. We've also got some repeats that you might have seen before, but you might not. And on the website, you will see loads of different molds, shot by brand, and there is a beautiful selection. First of all, now this is one of the new ones, and it's absolutely sensational. The lunar calendar, and it's another one of those molds that you get the different layers that you build up. Obviously you can use it independently, but yeah, the layers mean you're creating a beautiful 3D piece. And this, Catherine, is just sensational. I mean, the detail, as ever, is phenomenal.
It really is, isn't it? Gorgeous. I think we're so lucky to have these molds here, you know.
Yeah,
I
me
really
too.
am. And if anybody's collected the astrolabe, this, although it's a similar concept, it is not the same. They go hand in hand together. They work beautifully with the zodiacs. They work beautifully on their own. I mean, the back panel there could actually be the back of a clock.
Yeah,
I did mention earlier you could use a mechanism for a clock.
Yes.
Because you've got that area in the centre will actually form the hole, so you could easily apply a mechanism to that if you wanted to.
Yeah. And it is, I mean, when it's actually finished, these are beautiful, just beautiful. And for $23.99, I mean, that is a big, beautiful mould, and what you're creating is so effective. Like, when you look at that, you could be making these as outside pieces. You know, that is a real centrepiece for something, isn't it? Just on its own, it looks amazing.
Do you know, it really is. And you've mentioned outside. I mean, we have got the resin on which you can use outside, the air-dry polymer. You can also use that outside.
Wow.
Things like your concrete and cement mixes. You know, if you want to use something that's a little bit more porous, normally I'd say not with the hearty, not for outside. Even if you seal it, it will, you know, eventually the moisture will get to it. But there's so many different mediums that you can use here in these moulds that will work indoors and outdoors, and of course for food as well.
Yes, of course. I mean, they are a multi-functional mould. Beautiful. Now, £23.99. As we said, that one brand new today. 969279 is your item number there. Now, the next one that we've got for you, and this is part of the horoscope range, and we have got seen quite a few of the horoscope ones now. I mean, again, these are phenomenal. You've got the beautiful character, which of course is synonymous with the horoscope, and the detail. I mean, Zuri is all about the detail and the design, and then you've got that incredible frame. And like you were saying before, Catherine, the frames are different in each one, and that alone, that is so much work just with the frames.
It really is. And if you want to take just the frame out, you can do. I did show last night. We'll maybe get time to do it again this, I'm not sure, but you can certainly lose the poem if you want to, and then use your rice papers, your photographs, your beautiful papers, put other things sat within the frames as well. I mean, previously with Zora, we've had various fairies, we've had the angel blues that would look stunning sat in a frame like that. Your florals, have you managed to get those? But I mean, Sagittarius as well, the detail. When you see that, it's absolutely gorgeous.
It is. I mean, again, it's you can see the actual bow and arrow there. It looks like it's so 3D. It literally looks like that's been cast separately and adhered onto it, whereas actually it is all part of the mould. And then, of course, you've got the beautiful poem as well. It is fabulous. No, it won't. No, because it takes a long time, and I wasn't smooth. Now, 273129 is your item number. £23.99, brand new today. We have got another one within, again, your beautiful the birth signs here, and that again is stunning. This is Libra, and you have got the wonderful scales again, all the detail, a different frame, and then the poem as well. And it is the way that these come out, because you can actually read the poem. I mean, again, the quality of these moulds is just sensational, isn't it?
It really is. And because you've got those beautiful flourishes in the framework there, I mean, you could add anything, as I've said there. It could be florals, it could be characters, it could be whatever you wish. They're going to work for any scheme, for any occasion. I always look, every time we get the new moulds, I don't look at them and think, oh yeah, there's Libra, there's the scales. Yes. I look straight away and think, how can I break this down? Yeah. What can I use there? And there are so many elements that you can take out. The scales themselves with those flourishes, the stand, the base, the top, you know, you've got a left, you've got a right. So I can almost see, just looking at it there, beautiful flowers again, of little faces in there, magical faces, almost a totem pole in the centre. You could kind of stack bits together as well.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, there is so many elements. I agree about the faces. I can absolutely see faces. It's fabulous. Yeah, only $23.99, brand new today. 852-225 is your item number. And again, it's seeing the picture and seeing that detail that you are absolutely going to be able to achieve. Now, as I say, if you do want anything else, please check it all out on the website. It is thecraftstore.com, where you can, of course, order anything. You can get your clay. We have got two. Now, this is your hearty clay. It's a really good price, is this? Only £17.99. For one of these, it's actually £9.99 on its own. So actually, you are making a saving on that one, even though it doesn't tell you are, but you are. You're getting to under the big packs as well. 040721 is your item number. Now, if you do want your coloured clay, and with the hearty clay, you only need the teeniest little bit of clay, the coloured clay, to add to your white, to actually colour tone your white. It's super strong. Now, you're choosing 3 of these for $13.99. The first one is your magenta. We've then got the yellow. We've also got the gorgeous blue. We've got black. We've also got a red. We've then got the beautiful green. For $13.99, 3 of those. 516165 is your item number. Now, we've also got the Moderna, and I love this. This is your air dry polymer, so it feels different. It's got a different weight as well to your air dry clay. But the fact that you can actually air dry your polymer without needing to oven bake it is fabulous. Only £11.99 is your price. And with that one, that one is going to be. Is it a bit stronger when it dries? This
yeah,
one?
it's not.
Right.
Yeah, it's like a cold porcelain. It's very strong. It stays a little bit flexible when it's dry, but you can put this outside. I've used this on my pots. I've painted over it. I've used mediums over it. You can use it as it is. It says white on the packet, and it is kind of an off-white. As it dries, it goes a little bit more yellowish. So you know, you can put those mediums on there. But you can also make this very, very thin. So if you're making petals of flowers, you can go like tissue paper with it.
Wow.
So you could almost see a transparency through it. You can still add colour. If you're going to add colour with paint, something like a gouache or an oil-based paint is better for this one.
Right, okay.
But it is brilliant. The other thing I will say about Medina is, and we haven't done it during these shows, but I actually mix this with the resin as well. So and it works a little bit. You know, you were talking, we couldn't remember the name of the product that you could fill the mould with to stop the resin getting into certain areas.
Yeah.
I've done this with Medina.
Oh, really? How
the resin can stick a little bit to it, but I have managed to take that away. So I've used it as a little bit of a dam in certain moulds. I'll try and explain through demo so we can see what I'm talking about there.
Yeah. And obviously because, so that would take longer to set than your...
The hearty starts to dry relatively quickly on the surface. That you will need to give it a good 24 hours to really set. I mean, it starts to dry quite quickly, but to really cure, you want to give it 24 hours.
Amazing. Yeah, I like that stuff. That's your Moderna. Moderna. Anyway. Yes, only £11.99 is your price. You've got a nice big block there. It's 6 foot. That one is going to be all squished. I have to put it down because I keep squidging it. It's 641548 is your item number. Right then, our lovely Catherine.
Okay. We'll start with the lunar calendar because I've got the reveal to do, so fingers crossed. And during the other show, the first show this morning, I had some black mixed, so I did fill Libra as well.
Oh, wonderful.
So we'll see if we can get that one out. I've not tried it, so now, well, it is coming out, so that's a good start. When you add the resin tint, it can slow the curing time down a little bit on your moulds.
Right.
Now, I wasn't able to get the air bubbles out of this one so much because there was another show straight after, so I couldn't put the air gun on. So I can see there's 1 or 2 little bubbles in there, but it's fine. It's picked up all of that detail. At this point, this is where, just as a reminder, because I've demoulded at this point, look how malleable that is.
Yes, that's amazing.
So you can totally, I've got a bottle somewhere, let me just find it. You can totally attach that to something. So what I would do at this point, you don't need to glue it on. Attach it around whatever you want to attach it to. Put some cling wrap around there so it holds it tight, and then leave it to finish curing for the full time. So we did this at 8 o'clock this morning, so how many hours is it? I can't do the maths at the minute. I'd leave it 24 hours and then it should be fully cured. And then you can use a heavy body gel or something to stick that on in place permanently.
Amazing.
So very easy to do that. You can actually put your mediums on the surface of the resins at this stage, even though they're not fully cured. As long as you can get it out of the mould without stretching it. I'm a little bit worried about the scales because they've got strings on them, and I can see I would normally leave this a little bit longer just to be safe, but do you know what? It's the final show, so I'm going to go for it. Let's just ease that out. There we are, that's one out.
It's mad how flexible it still is.
Yeah, it is. It really is. So if you're really struggling to get it out of the mould, give it longer to cure. I mean, it's surprising how little time extra sometimes it needs. You think, oh, it's not ready, and then 10 minutes later you try again, and it's okay. Yeah. So let's have a look at Libra. I've done this with the Resin Tint Max. There we are.
Wow, how cool.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That's
the detail in that is beautiful. Before the end of the show, we'll put some paint or wax on there and really bring that detail out.
Yeah, because at the minute, the detail doesn't show as much on telly yet, does it? But when it's, when you put the stuff on, it'll really, really pop.
Yeah, we'll bring that out.
So with your resin, if it's not cured 100%, does that mean really you shouldn't put anything on it, or is it okay?
I've done it so many times because I'm an impatient crafter. I always do it during demonstrations. I've done it when I've been prepping at home as well, and I've never had an issue.
Excellent. Okay.
As long as that isn't sticky, you should be okay. But if you want to leave it until it's fully cured, great. But to be fair, I've never ever had an issue.
Perfect.
So it depends how impatient you are. But yeah, if you feel any stickiness to the resin at all, it's not cured enough.
Just leave it.
Let's have a look at the lunar calendar. Now, if you remember, for those that have been watching all of the shows, the first pour I did was this one last night. And I only did 2 of the layers, so I did 2 different techniques. So this was the resin mixed with, I mixed some clear resin up. Part of it had the turquoise Resin Tint Max in, part was the blackout, and I did kind of a marble effect.
Perfect.
Because the moulds are a matte finish, you get a matte finish, unless you want to change it. So the second layer, I dusted the mould with Luscious powder, which we've got on the show, which is a mica powder.
Gorgeous.
And I had a bit of an accident with this one. I'll explain why if you didn't see the earlier show. I did put some clear resin on that to bring the shine to it, which worked really, really well. And then before the 12 o'clock show, I got one of my gloves and blew it because it had gone inside out, so I blew into it to blow it the right way, and it's one that I'd used concrete with, and it had all concrete dust in it, and it landed all on the wet resin.
Good.
So I had to try and wipe it off.
Textured now.
So, well, it is a little bit, and I've had to wipe some of the resin off. But do you know what? You can see the colours, and you can see the sheen, but that would be a much better finish if I'd not had that accident. The third layer is this one, which we couldn't reveal earlier. So what I'd done with this was Luscious powder into the mould, then clear resin halfway up the mould, and let that cure enough before I then put the black layer on. So I have no idea what this is going to look like. So let's hope we can get this one out as well.
Oh, I hope so.
It doesn't look bad, actually, because the clear resin was in... I think I did that last night,
so
actually.
That's really the one that's going to help hold the second pour.
This is the top layer, I did do a repo of the other 2 layers earlier on as well, so they've not been curing such a long time. I'm just easing this out because this is quite a deep mould. Oh, look at that!
Wow.
Oh, wow.
That is so cool.
That is very nice, isn't it? So that, again, is the Luscious powders directly into the mould.
Yeah.
Clear resin first, and then black resin. So I don't... Can you pick up the different layers? You can see where the mica powder's gone into the clear, but then you've got that black on the back, which has given us even more colour coming through.
That colour is only from the micas, only from the Luscious powders. Wow.
Yeah, the micas and the black resin may show through to a point, but it's mainly the Luscious.
That is amazing. Those Luscious are there. You're getting 2 25mm pots there. You're getting 5. 2 of them for 26 quid. That'd be like Italy, on it, all the big pots. You're getting 5 pots for 26 and 25 pence. And you don't need much as well to get that kind of coverage. 164502 is your item number.
Do you know, I may as well try and get these out. These are the ones I poured earlier. They are a little bit, again, they're a little bit softer than I would like, but because it's the final show, you can see what would happen if you're a little bit rough with them and they're not quite ready. You could stretch the resin. Yes. So ideally, I would leave it a little bit longer than this, but I'm now impatient to see what sort of effect I've got with this one as well.
So what did you do with this one?
I can't remember. I'll soon tell you when I see the other side. This has had Luscious in it as well.
Amazing.
But you never know what you're going to see until you totally reveal it.
Yeah. It's really exciting.
There we are. So a little bit, there's not so much pink in that one, but you can see the beautiful detail. And again, you've got that. Oh, that looks like a planet in itself,
it really
doesn't it?
I mean, the Luscious powders colour it beautifully because it's quite, you know, the way it merges together. It's what's the word I'm after? Like, it's not specific, is it? You know, you get a beautiful, beautiful sort of a shading, but you never know what you're going to get, really.
You don't, do you? So you can see the difference. If you want to glaze it, a very thin coat of clear resin. You don't have to pour it over the top. Yeah. You can paint that on, or I usually just put the glove on and, you know, use the fingertip just to sort of wipe that on there. You can get silicone. In fact, I've got one here. You can get makeup sort of spatulas and things as well, which is silicone, because they will just clean off. The only problem with those is it's hard to get an even finish. You can kind
of course,
it does self-level, but you don't need to put lots and lots of resin on there. Yeah. But then, just to explain about the rivet, and we discovered, didn't we, a lovely lady, Jennifer,
what was it called?
Let me know that these are called a Chicago screw.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I remembered one word, but not the other.
I have looked online, actually, at these. You can get them with all different length barrels. So it is basically a barrel with a thread on it, and then you get the little screw end as well. So here we've got 3 completely different looks. The marbled effect, we've got the Luscious powders with the glaze on, and the one that we've just done. That is, again, the matte finish, and that sits perfectly. You don't need to worry about lining it up because it fits perfectly. And then all you need to do is put the little barrel through, make sure you get the holes lined up and you've got no resin blocking those holes, and then you put the screw in from the other side. Oops, dropped it off already, there it is. Put the screw in from the other side, and you have got a little screwdriver head space there as well, so you can tighten that up with a proper screwdriver. And you could allow those to spin if you wanted to, or do what, again, Ian did, and put a little motor in there.
It's gorgeous.
Isn't that lovely? I love those colours.
With the colours, that is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you, Catherine. I'm so pleased you managed to get that out of the mould.
So am I.
I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased I saw it. Wow. I mean, it is an incredible mould. The detail that you get, and it's so different as well. And yeah, you can be decorating so many different things with this. It is a standalone piece, but of course, it's one of those pieces that you'll use with other things. You know, like you could use it with your florals, you could use it with your steampunk. It fits in with so many other looks. Now, £23.99 is your price. Can I pinch that one, Catherine? Can I pinch it to show?
I've not screwed the barrel to
I'll hold it. I'll fold it. Look at it. I mean, it's just sensational.
Look at the depth from the side, though, when you see the 3 layers together as well.
Yeah, it is a really sturdy piece, isn't it?
And you will use those layers separately, I think, as well.
Yes.
For instance, I did mention, didn't I, look how it all lines up as well. You can see exactly.
You can actually see behind it. Look,
This
nice
is so
spinner.
well designed and thought out. It really is.
Oh, I love it. Let me see, I wonder. Oh, the resin
I
might
think
be
the resin's,
sticking.
yeah,
the resin's
it's still a little bit
sticky,
tacky.
so I can't make it spin. But, oh, yeah, that is a thing of beauty. £23.99 is your price. 969279 is your item number. Please check your baskets out with these. Remember, this is your last hour with these. So if you do want any of these, you know what to do. Do check the website out, because we have got a whole shop of gorgeous jewellery products for you. And if you've missed these shows before, you will have missed some incredible moulds. How many of you think this is good? Have a look, because I don't think they've brought out a bad mould yet. They're all incredible. Now, this is beautiful. The violin magic. This is another one where the violin looks like it's been cast separately and then placed on top of that mould. It's actually part of the mould. It's just a really clever design. I mean, the depth of that is sensational. You've got so much detail, you know, and this is the thing with jewellery. You really do. They get that detailed image perfectly. Now, if you'd like this, again, another beautiful mould for £22.99. It has been really busy as that one. 597072 is your item number. We've also got the beautiful, and that's right in front of me. And now, this is the interesting one, the astrolabe. And again, this is another, it's just such an interesting piece. Like, if I bring this one in, and whichever way it's meant to go. But it's one of those, oh, let's have it that way. It's one of those that, it's ridiculously detailed. This is the one that Ian put what did he put on it? A thingamabob, a motor, thank you. I couldn't think of the word motor. He put a motor on it so it actually moves, which is just sensational. Yeah, I really like that as well. Again, only £23.99, your price for that one. 969750 is your item number, if you'd like to get hold of that one. Have we got the pic? We're getting it. We're getting it. We're having a tweak of the video, but it's definitely worth showing. And I tell you what, if you have got any photographs of your work, then we'd love to see it. This is the one that Ian sent in. And watch. Hold on, bear with. Look at that. How cool is that? It's got a motor in, so it actually, and look, it lights up. So not only does it actually move, but it lights up as well. Really cool, really cool. If you do want to get hold of that, £23.99, 969750. Hold on a minute. Yay! 750 is your item number. But yeah, if you have got photos of things that you've created with jewellery, we'd love to see those as well. In fact, did we get some in at 12 o'clock and we didn't get a chance to show? Can we? Yay! Oh, that's the ace. We've got loads, she says. Boom. OK, next we've got for you. And again, this is incredible. The butterfly woman. And we were saying with the butterfly woman, she looks like she's got attitude. You know, she looks like she's very magical. Maybe she's casting a spell. Maybe she's a little bit angry. Who knows? She say a woman's scorned. Someone's messing up fairyland with the litter. If you do want to get a hold of this, £22.99 is your price. I mean, yeah, the detail. And I love what you were saying in the earlier show, Catherine, that you can lift out some of these details and use them independently. And that's breaking it down again, isn't it?
Yeah, I did say earlier, and I love doing it actually, the leaf on a dress makes beautiful petals. If you imagine a parrot tulip, which have got gorgeous sort of rugged petals, but very elegant at the same time. So you can build those together. You know, you can extend a dress. You could take her wings away. She doesn't even have to be a fairy. She could be whatever you want her to be.
Just an angry lady.
Yeah. She could be a mermaid, because she could be coming out of the sea with her hair.
Yeah, yeah. I just... Sorry. I think she's fabulous. And I do, I think she's strong. That's what she is. She is a strong lady. £22.99 is your price. 967092 is your item number. Now, next, we like this. This is another one that's got multiple uses, the machines. There's so much in this. You know, every time you look at it, you'll see a different element. You'll get inspired. And as Catherine was saying, you know, break it down. There's so many elements that are in here that you can lift out of it. Oh gosh, it's just phenomenal, and it's huge. For $34.99, when you look at all the different embellishments and all the different little cogs and so much stuff in it, it's incredible value for money. This one's a fun one, isn't it, Catherine?
I love it. We're going to work with this one next, actually. I think I'll show you how to use the Medina with the resin.
A nice one.
So we can separate the two.
Do you have a favourite, or does it change every time you've got a series show?
I honestly can't choose favourite. It was, up until the last one day special, I did say the Angel Blues, which sold out in super quick time, was one of my favourites, and it made me very emotional to look at the character, and hopefully we'll get that back, so a lot of people missed out on it. But then when these came out, because of the size of the mould, and if you break that down, I think, didn't we say it works out at something ridiculous, like $1.59 a mould, if you work it out?
Right.
There are... It depends, I think it depends how you
this.
count the word machines, whether it's one word or single letters.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it changes it. I think we counted machines as single letters, but the large piece at the bottom we only counted as one. But anyway, it's a ridiculous...
And you wouldn't.
It's incredible value when you look at what you've got within those moulds there.
It is just stunning.
Yeah.
And earlier on Meg was saying that you can get so many different words out of this. About 40 words out of that machine. I got about 2. Sin. I got sin out of it. Nice. Oh, nice. Men. Men.
I think I've found the longest one so far. Chimes.
Chimes. That were good. What? Scam. Wine. No. Yeah, turn the M upside down. Boom, you got yourself a
I think I can find the shortest word.
What?
I.
Oh, yeah. I.
Yeah, I am, sir.
I am machine.
Yes!
Boom. 964730 is your item number. And what happened is I'm on my last hour and I no longer function. I am machine and I need powering up. The coffee has run out. I apologise. 964730 is your item number. Next. And this, just the title makes me giggle. A little bit of everything. Oh, you've got a little bit of everything in here. And this is lovely. The wings, you've got the crown, you've got the beautiful pocket watch, you've got your fleur-de-lis. It's one of those that you've got a lot of classic elements in this one, haven't you?
Yeah, it's beautiful. And it's the best name for it because it is genuinely a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
And there's some elements in there that you don't even realise what they are until you bring the detail out with the wax.
Yes.
We did it earlier. I used the hot glue in one of the little circles there, not realising it was actually a compass. You've got the the north, east, well, the north, south, east and west on there. Yeah. So your hot glue works in these as well, especially when you've got smaller moulds like that and little elements, and it's a quick and easy way of getting, you know, something decorative.
Good grief, I wouldn't have noticed that. Absolutely stunning. £34.99. Again, the detail in all of these moulds is just phenomenal. And I love something like that, because that is literally air-dry clay. It doesn't look it. That almost looks like stone or something, doesn't it? It's so interesting. And again, the characters. The characters are just incredible. They all look like ancient gods, don't they?
They do, yeah.
It's just, like gorgeous Greek gods. Now, 323777 is your item number. £34.99 is your price for that one. Now, as I say, shop my brand, as I say, because you will see all sorts on here. There will, I bet, be moulds you've missed. And honestly, they're all so strong. It is a huge collection to choose from now, but they're all so beautiful. And of course, the best way to have a look is, of course, shopping by brand, and then have a, you know, bring up that big picture and look at that detail. If you've got any questions, email in, but we will try and find those photographs as well. But up to you, Catherine.
Okay, right. So I did say we'd use machines, which we are going to do, but I'm going to bring in a little bit of everything as well, and the clays. So just before I start with the demonstration, just to show you the difference between the air dry clay and the resin again. This piece here has been taken from machines. And of course, being air dry clay, I did a bit of a blend there. That's why you can see the different colours. But there's still waxes and things that have been applied over the top. Obviously, with air dry clay, you can place the clay wherever you want it. So it's very, very easy to pick out the elements that you want to work with. You can stop and start wherever you wish. When it comes to the resin, if I bring this one in. Now, this was in the car, so it got very hot, so it's bent a bit. But you can do you know, you can actually flatten these out again. If they do get a little bit distorted, apply your heat gun and just put something heavy on top and it will flatten out. Yeah. This is resin. If I turn it over, you can see the colours that were poured in there.
Yeah.
And from the front, of course, I've added, again, some waxes, a little bit of paint, some of the rust effect that we've got on the show as well, which looks really, really good. But being resin, it's very difficult to sort of just take the woodpecker or just take the owl or just take the cogs, because it's self-levelling, so it's going to want to flow. So that's what we're going to come back to. I'm going to show you how to work with that. But while I've got the Medina out, and you can't do this with air dry clay as successfully because it's very, very porous, but because the Medina is like a plastic when it's dry, it's very, very strong. Something like the Cameo, you could take the Medina into the area of the lady's head first of all. So I'm just working into that particular area. She has got one or two little curls at the back. So I'm just adding this in here. Now, this is very different to working with the Hearty. The Hearty, I recommend that you take it out straight away. Don't leave it in the mould to dry, because you'll find that will actually make it stick more. If you cannot get the Medina out in one go, and it's a lot easier with the smaller moulds, but the larger, very intricate ones, I would actually say allow this to dry or set in the mould a little bit longer.
Fabulous, okay.
You can actually put these into the freezer as well, or the fridge, and let them harden a little bit, and then try releasing that way. That will help. But a warning there, because I know a lot of people do it, if you leave it too long in the freezer, you can actually make the clay brittle. So,
of course, that makes sense.
So, you know, we are impatient as crafters, but if you can allow time for things to set naturally, then that's the best thing. Now, as I just use my fingertip there, I can reveal the spaces in between the curls on her hair. So that is meant to be a space there. If you don't reveal that, it's not the end of the world. You know, it won't really show. Nobody will really care too much about that. But that now is full. I can now pour resin over the top of that. So the back layer could be resin.
Wow, amazing.
And because of the colour that you get from the Medina, a true Cameo, it was like an ivory, wasn't it?
Yes.
I must admit, I've got one or two specks of something in this one. But that is the colour that it will go.
Amazing.
So that is the Medina, and the back is resin.
That's so cool. Yeah, that's
so you can definitely mix the two, and the resin, because of the material that I've used there, and that goes really deep into that mould and it sticks. The resin doesn't seep underneath. You wouldn't get that with the Hearty clay. It wouldn't have the same effect.
That's a cracking tip. I like that.
Do you know, it is lovely to work with, and again, you could then put that outside. If you wanted to use it on a wall plaque or something like that, you can use it outside.
Amazing.
But because that works so well, I realised that for something with, for instance, the machines, let's say I want to make resin, but I don't want to do the whole thing. Well, how do I do it? How do I stop it flowing through? And you can use this.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do first of all, we'll do the woodpecker, I think, because, we can see the legs there. We'll do that bit. Let's go in with a little bit of the Luscious. I'm just going to grab any colours. Woodpeckers, what are they? Red? Red, pink, blue, I don't know.
Those Luscious, there's a lot there, isn't there?
There's,
That's huge.
These were a lovely surprise for me. I didn't even know I was getting these. These were put on the show, and I was left, I think there's different options, there's different ones to choose from.
Super. Oh, now the first one we're showing you is Spring in Your Step, and that is just lush. You've then got In the Pink. We've also got for you the Juicy there, which is rather lovely. What's it called? Not that. This says, yeah, that's Peacock. The next one, that's still Peacock. That's... Go to that website. I'm talking in order. Have a look at website, but they're all absolutely gorgeous. And it's the way they colour the resin. Oh, it's just sensational.
I've used other pigments before, but I've not used the Luscious before. And normally what I would say is when you put your powders into your mould, tap out the excess because it can cause areas of, you know, air bubbles. It can trap the air bubbles. But actually what I found works really, really well with this is any excess kind of rises to the surface in the resin. So you get the colour still against the face of it, but the excess rises. And we've seen from the lunar calendar the lovely, lovely effects. So what I've done, you can see the woodpecker. You can see, I'm going to leave him because his legs come onto the post here, but obviously his tail ends about there, that goes into the pipe work. So I don't want that to flow all the way along, so I'm going to take a little bit of the Medina and I'm going to add that to the pipe work there where I think his tail would naturally end.
Almost make like a full stop.
Yes, so I'm making a little dam.
Right.
Now, because I've put the Luscious in there, I'm hoping that's going to stay stuck. It looks all right, actually. So make that, you know, use it sparingly if you can. You don't need a really wide piece, but you don't want the resin to flow over the top, so it needs to be as high as the outer edge there.
Beautiful.
Although saying that, some of these molds you don't have to actually fully fill with resin. As long as you've covered the detail, you'll be all right.
Yeah, because they're quite deep, aren't they?
They are, yeah. And I'm looking again, there's a little area there where I can see that the resin would also flow out, so I'm going to block that one off as well. I'm just going to fill in underneath where the clock is as well, and it looks as though if I don't get this area here, it's going to flow out there as well. So we'll just put a little bit of the clay there. Now you can let that set, or it will work as it is, as long as that's properly in the mould and it hasn't got a gap underneath, which we'll soon find out if it does or it doesn't. But I'll mix some resin and we'll pour that in. Hopefully I've found all the areas to stop that flowing.
It looks like it,
outwards.
Doesn't it, when you... Yeah, I can't see any more little...
what colour resin shall we mix? Or shall we keep it clear?
Oh, no, I don't know. Don't give me options. My brain's a bit fried now.
I'm going to use it on the cameo as well.
Well, I bet black would look... Is black too harsh on the cameo?
I don't think so. I think it'll look... I think would look great. We'll go with the black, shall we?
Black,
okay, right. So
I think on the cameo it'd look... that black and white would look striking.
It would. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to reveal this during this hour because the resin's going to have to set, but let's get some more resin mixed up.
Amazing. We've got the resin on the show as well.
We certainly do.
If you do want the resin, I mean, this is the stuff that you use all the time, isn't it, Catherine?
Yeah, this is the Elichem Total Cast. Elichem do different variations of resin. This one is a 1-part resin, 1-part hardener. It's a great resin, not just for moulds, but for jewellery making. Also, if you want to coat images, paintings, pictures, photographs, you can paint this on a surface, give it that glaze, that protection. You don't always have to use it in thick amounts. You can just spread it on very, very thinly.
You forget this sometimes with resin, don't you? Multiple uses. You've got choices. So if you're into this, if you want the big one, you've got resin, obviously your resin and your hardener, 2 kilograms in total, £78.96, and you do have your flexi on that one. It's 290,488 today, just 39.48. If you wanted the smaller one, so it's 500 grams in total, and that's £27.60. 851436.
You know, if you've never used this before and you're going for the smaller one to try it out, I know how many people have come back for the larger ones afterwards because it is very, very addictive. Now, I'm probably mixing more than I should at this time because I can't take these home with me today. And I have now mixed a full pot.
If you've got lots of your moulds ready, you just fill the moulds, don't you?
That's why machines and a little bit of everything, or if you managed to get the flowers last night, are brilliant for use with resin, because not only are you going to get the most amazing results because of the detail that this is going to pick up, but also if you've got any spare amounts, then just fill the moulds up. Even if they don't fill, and you put a tiny bit in there, you can let that cure and then go with another colour on top to build those layers. That's exactly how I did the violin.
Yes.
You know, so you've got the turquoise in the bottom, that picked up the detail, or the majority of the detail. That cured enough so that the two colours didn't mix, and then I poured on some black afterwards, and that was the result. And it's one of my favourite ways of bringing out the detail, and it's so easy.
It just looks, when you look at it, it looks like it's got blue paint over the top, or it looks like you've got a blue wax over the top. I mean, you can see from the side, you can actually see the break where the first and the second resin are.
Yeah, you can see the layers.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. And obviously we've still got that mould on the show for you as well. And yes, we have. If you'd like to get that, there you go. That is it. There we go. And that's what Catherine was just talking about. You've got it half and half rice, half chips, which is just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And that, of course, is that beautiful violin mould for £22.99. 597072. Yeah, we got pictures. Oh, I love seeing your pictures. Right. So, first of all, Sylvia's. Oh, now then, that's your machines.
Ah, yeah, that's
Clever.
brilliant. And they look like the flowers from Flower Festival, I believe, as well. I'm not 100%, but yeah, they look very familiar. Yes, they are. I recognise them.
That's amazing. So that's from Sylvia. I love that. Oh, man, look at that she's done. That's your little bit of everything.
Yeah. I love the colours on that as well.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you've got the sun and the moon, the Adore and Forever, all part a little bit of everything. Yes, the flowers again, they're perfect.
Yeah, that is incredible. Oh, now Ian, obviously. Oh, Ian, look at that. That's sensational. And it almost looks like they've been fossilised into the stone. Yeah. That's wonderful,
They're the
Ian.
Zuri seahorses. I know a lady did post yesterday that she was trying to buy that, and I couldn't find it on the website either. And I did say I'd try and find it. I believe it's probably sold out again, that one.
Oh, what a shame. Hopefully we'll be able to get that back in next time. That's lovely. We've got a few more from our Ian. And as ever, wow. I mean, that is Game of Thrones. But that was the one. Did we sell that out earlier on? Oh, the medieval gears, because I was trying to sell you some medieval gear, which sounds terrible. If you do want to get hold of that, I mean, that is an amazing mould. That is incredible. Absolutely incredible for me, and that is limited stock though, is that mould, £22.99, and yeah, that is sensational. And this is the thing, if you're making to sell and making for gifts, that kind of thing that Ian's done there, that would absolutely be amazing if you're making it to sell. I've got one more from Ian. I wonder, Ian, your backgrounds, I wonder if that's how you're making your backgrounds as well. That's sensational from Ian as well. And that one, it's a little bit of everything. I don't know. Is it? Or is it? Which one is that one?
I can see Violin Magic in there.
Is there?
Yeah.
Wow.
What else is in there? I think there's various different moulds have been used there.
I thought it were mitt form as well, but no, actually. Is that? Oh, gosh, it's one of them. I'm trying to guess
I think there's a mixture of different manufacturers in that one, actually.
Yeah, I bet there is, actually. Oh, who do I recognise that one?
Yeah, I recognise someone that's not here.
Moving on.
But I can see Violin Magic, and I think there's Stamperia in there, if I'm not too
do you know what?
mistaken.
Yeah, I think there might have been a Stamperia.
Yeah.
Ian, thank you. We love seeing your work. It's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, if you do want to send photos in, we've only got about 15 minutes, but you know, it is studio@thecraftstore.com. Are we mixed?
We are. I've actually separated the resin into two pots just so I can mix a couple of different colours again.
Cool.
Rather than rummaging around for something different to the last show, I'm sticking with the turquoise and the black because they're out and they just work really, really well.
Yeah.
So, to use the resin tin, I've mixed the two resin parts together. I've got to admit my pots weren't the cleanest, so I've got little bits of pink floating about in that one, but never mind. So let's go with the turquoise first of all. And I'm just sure you can use even a cocktail stick and pick up a little bit of colour. This is so highly pigmented. These pots will last you such a long time. I've just given that a stir with the end of the paintbrush, and I'm taking off as much of that as I can. And then I'm just going to go straight in to the mixed resin. And look at the colour that you get from such a small amount. You can mix your colours together as well. This is a pick and mix, so, you know, you may have been collecting these colours. If you're... Is it a pick and mix of two? It is, isn't it?
Yes.
If you really just want two, and you haven't bought these before, I would probably suggest go with titanium white and the black.
Right,
because they give you the most perfect basis to work with.
Yes.
You don't need to use any gesso or any base paint before you start putting those finishes on. That means you are not losing the detail. You're not compromising on the detail of your resin at all, because the colour's already there. That's why I love these so much. Let's just clean that off.
I love it because they are, it is like you said, that is going to last for ages.
Ages.
It's just basically the stuff on the paintbrush when you've actually stirred it. It's not even all of the
No,
paint
I'm scraping off as much as I can of the paintbrush there. So I've literally just got a thin coat on the end of the paintbrush. And this is the black. And you'd think black into clear resin would not mix. It would not give you a true black, but it actually does.
Yeah. That is absolutely
If you go for the black and the white, obviously you can mix greys as well of all different shades.
Yeah, of course.
More than 50 of them. You know, lots of different shades of grey.
Oh, yeah,
black
we
and
like
white,
all the
depending on the ratios. And that is all you do. You just simply mix that in, give it a good stir. There will be air bubbles in here. If you want to avoid air bubbles, then you can let this stand for a few minutes. Even if you put that into warm water, not hot but warm, that will help the bubbles rise to the top. That will, you know, decrease the amount that you'll... Yeah, there's lots of different ways that you can get rid of the bubbles. First of all, I'm going to go with the black into our cameo.
Oh, fabulous. Oh,
so,
it's a shame you have to wait to reveal, but...
I know. I'll make sure I keep it for next time. I'll put it on Facebook or something, just making sure I've caught a chin there. Right, OK.
Giving her a 5-day shadow or whatever it's called.
So now it's just a case of literally pouring the resin over the top.
Fabulous.
And let this cure. So I would probably give this one, because there's the clay in there as well, I wouldn't demould this after 6 to 8 hours. I'd give it a good 24 hours before I demould it.
Yeah.
It could still be malleable after that time. You could also add a little bit of heat with your heat gun, and just do it gradually, but you can soften the resin up and shape it a little bit that way as well. So I'm just going to give that a helping hand.
Fabulous.
Just to make sure that resin has gone to the sides, because although it's self-levelling, there is likely to be air bubbles trapped underneath the surface that you can't see, and that will stop it flowing into its place correctly.
I mean, look at how that is fabulous.
Oh dear.
How rich that...
That's going in the bin now.
That was a mess. How rich that black is.
Yeah.
It's just sensational.
Now, you may pick out one or two bubbles pop in. Because they're starting to rise. But if you take the heat gun, let me just turn this on, get a bit of heat going. And even though that's black, I can see them popping all the time, actually. But when... If I just... Can you see what I'm seeing? Yeah. So it will go much more shinier looking and also more fluid. That will help it just flow and sit nicely as well. But that is really decreasing those air bubbles. That's probably enough. If you give that 5 minutes, 10 minutes to sit, you could probably go back in with the heat gun and get a few more out. But for me, that's that for now. That's going to have to go somewhere flat so it doesn't all pour out again, which it probably will do the way I've just picked that up, but it will settle again.
Super.
Let's bring in our machines. Now, this is where I've made the little dams.
Oh, yes.
So let's go with, we'll mix these. We'll do the marbling again for anybody that missed it. So if I go in with a little bit of the black first.
Wonderful.
Just pour that into that area there. I can always put a little bit more in afterwards if I want.
When you're actually pouring it in, I suppose you were saying before that you can take out excess, because you don't need to overfill it, because it does self-level, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. So we'll just put on a little bit of the green in there as well. Now, there are the legs. So do not worry if you get the resin. In fact, let me top that up a little bit on purpose so that it's overfilling, because I want to show you something. So I'll just put a little bit more in there. Let's go with a little bit more black as well so we can get that mix. So that now is too full. So if you take a spatula and scrape.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that it's on the top of your mould. That will easily come away. As long as you scrape the majority of it away, so it's only a very thin layer, then you can make sure that you've worked where you need it.
Yeah.
Make sure there's no air bubbles in there. And the dams are working, look, it's not flowing past those points.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm going to give that a little bit of a stir to give that marble effect. So it depends on the effect you want. Obviously, we've not been able to demould this, we can't see the colours, but remember we've got all those beautiful luscious powders underneath. So some of the colour will show, some of that powder is going to start to rise to the top. We'll start to see it coming up, but you will get that beautiful colour underneath as well.
Fabulous. Oh, it's one of them, you have to wait, you have to be patient. But it's absolutely worth the wait, though.
It is, yeah. And I've got loads of...
Cool.
It really is. I've got loads of resin left, so once we've gone off air, I'll make sure I use that in some of the moulds.
How long have you got to use it?
You've got at least 50, you've got a good 15 minutes, even if it's quite warm. The cooler it is, the probably longer you've got.
Right.
Let me just explain here. Where I've scraped that resin in, if I wanted to spread that around, I could let that set. It's only covering a certain amount of there. You can still top that up with another colour. You could either go straight in with more colour now and mix it, or if that was a solid colour, and you've just got that into the base detail, you let that cure and then put another colour on top. That's how you get the violin.
Excellent. And
the effect of the
things
violin.
like that are brilliant because it means you're not wasting anything.
You're not.
You know, your resin, not only have you got tons of images there, but at least with the resin, because you have got tons of images, it means, if you scrape it across like that, you're absolutely sorted. Is that all right? I don't mean to move that. What am I mentioning? Picture! Yes, indeed. That's lovely. And that's from, was that James? Yeah, stunning. Absolutely stunning. Which one was that one?
That's Elvin, that's the horse, Lexus the Elvin horse.
Lexus, oh, I love how you remember all of these. I'd be rubbish at this thing. Yeah, that's sensational. And again, with something like that, I presume that's black resin with a, do you reckon that's a colour wash over the top there?
It could be. In fact, we'll do that. We've got time to do that finish.
Amazing. We've got 7 minutes. Thank you ever so much for sending that photo in. Another incredible finished product with the wonderful Zuri moulds. Right, if you do want anything, check the website out. But, Catherine, it's funny, right, can I say, there's this chair at the back with... honestly, I have been dying to sit on this now for nearly 2 hours. I'm not going to, but that is one of the moulds. I know you haven't got this one now, have you? I presume.
No, this is a sample. This was a very rickety chair that Hayley left me to upcycle. So I used the flowers from the flower mould that was the one-day special to decorate, and also the vase, and it sold out so quickly we didn't really get to see it.
Such a shame, but it does look really pretty. But it shows you what you can do.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do so much. Is that air dry clay?
That is actually air dry clay. I usually use resin, but because I didn't have a lot of time, the air dry was quicker. I didn't have time to wait for the resin to set.
Because the air dry, can you glue that before it actually even dries properly?
Yeah, glued it on, made sure I didn't touch it till it was fully dry then, and that is a furniture paint that's gone over there, dry brushed as well.
Perfect.
The vase is actually done in the same way, but that was a clear vase, and you'd never know it was a clear vase.
Oh no, you wouldn't. That's amazing.
There are some lovely flowers in a little bit of everything actually that would do the same job.
Yeah, absolutely sensational. I haven't tried to. Yeah, that looks lovely. It's a chair that keeps taking me eye. I'm not going to sit on it because you did say it was rickety. It could be.
I've tightened it up now.
Have you? She's fixed it as well. Hi, Catherine.
Yeah, put a new seat pad on it as well. Yeah, you're going to do it. Just don't look underneath. I didn't bother painting underneath. Right. Now, the liquid metals I absolutely love, and I'm going to use a silver. It's my favourite, actually, out of the three, I think.
I'm so pleased you're doing this. The liquid metals, are these the pentart ones?
These are the pentart. Now, if I just find a couple of other things, because we've got time. We've got an air-dry clay, although it's green, dark green, that's air-dry. We've got resin here as well. Oh, I've got some clear resin that's got some flakes in it, which you can't really make out the detail. This is the sun and the moon. So we'll do different things. So with the paint, onto air dry first of all, straight on.
Wow.
One coat. And although I say normally, you know, you don't put too many layers of paint on if you can help it, because you'll fill in the detail. This is so liquid that it is, the name is perfect, liquid metal.
That is sensational. And
that is
look,
one coat on air dry
You
clay.
can even see, like, when you're going over with your paintbrush, you can even see the reflection of the paintbrush. I mean,
Yeah.
it is incredible stuff.
It is, it's brilliant. And
Incredible.
yeah, and you can mix the colours together. I like doing that. I do love mixing the colours.
Yeah.
This is clear resin.
Yeah.
This was matte, actually, and this is where I went over the top with a layer of clear to bring that sort of crystal effect out. But look at this, it's like magic.
See, at first it's like, I have no idea what that is.
Yeah,
But then
look
when
at
you
that.
do that,
Look at that.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
So
That
if
is
ever you
stunning.
cast anything and you don't like the colour,
stick that on it.
Just, yeah.
And that just looks sensational.
I mean, look at the detail in these moulds.
Yeah,
look
yeah,
at the ear there, the muscle in the face, the jawbone.
Yeah, that's
just incredible. It really, really is.
And can I just say as well, we did say some of the pictures were Ian's, and Ian's gone, that weren't mine, actually. So we apologise to Ian for putting your name to everything. And we apologise to whoever sent those emails in. And we've given the credit to Ian. So I do apologise to everybody there. Just got a bit mixed up. That looks sensational.
Then,
I
of
love it.
course, while I've got the brush, without dipping it again, in fact, I'm going to take a little bit more of the paint off. This is not water-based, this is solvent-based.
Right.
But that doesn't mean,
So with your because it's solvent based, you'd have to clean it with terps or something, would you? White spirit.
Yeah. Do you know what I found worse though?
What?
If you get a white with some of the the alcohol.
The alcohol,
the alcohol gel.
Really?
Yeah, that seems to have.
Not the.
I've just wiped with that,
Yeah.
and then there's been a tiny bit of residue still on the bristles. But then when I've sort of flicked the bristles after, it's just gone to powder and.
Wow.
Yeah. You can use this outside as well.
Alcohol stuff. You
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Oh, I love the smell of that stuff.
Now look at this.
Oh, look at
if
that.
you love the effect that you see on the packaging, which is a graphic image, computerised graphic image, but all you need to do is go with a dry brush over the top to bring that out. If you want a little bit more colour, you can do. Mix these, as I said, you can still add your waxes over the top as well. So you can mix the different mediums.
I bet that dries super quick as well, though, doesn't it?
It does dry very, very quickly. I
That
mean,
is
I'll
phenomenal.
probably continue to build it up a little bit more to really pick out the detail on the writing there, but I know we haven't got long. But I really, really want to see...
Yes, I do too.
...a little bit of detail come through on this. Look at this. Look at the detail
And the resin
in
isn't
Libra.
even cured properly yet,
No.
but wow, look at that. I love it because it is a proper wow.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah,
just
that's
gorgeous.
phenomenal.
And then I'd probably go with the teal or the blue wax over the top of this to bring out that detail further, so you've got the best of both worlds.
Wow. Those liquid metals are super busy. £14.99. You're getting all three for that. The antique gold, your silver and your copper. Which is amazing. The Oren extender, because of course it's coming from Pencil, sorry, Pentart, I said the wrong company then, but it's the 27th. Oh, we've only got seconds left.
Oh no.
Look at it, look at it.
The paint is not dry, but even so, I'm still putting a little bit of blue wax, and it will give a better effect when it's properly dry, but just
it
to
works
bring
so cool.
just to bring a bit of colour out, so you can either mix them together or have a bit of patience and do it afterwards.
That's
But,
so
yeah,
lovely.
beautiful detail.
Catherine, thank you. Please check your baskets out, everybody. Wow, that's all I've got to say about that. When you're back, Catherine?
Next week, Tuesday.
Oh, have a nice weekend. Oh, what day is it? Yeah, it's Thursday. Have a good weekend. Okay, so Emporia dressmaking coming up next week. Then got crafting yourself silly one day special, and then it's shipping.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, press cut, and the craft artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hi, I'm Abs from All & Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. All & Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dyes, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the All & Create shows.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, a very, very different look for this show because we are dressmaking with Emporia Dressmaking, and the lady behind Emporia Dressmaking is from my part of the world, the gorgeous Garden of England, down there in Ashford in Kent. Welcome, Claire Heel.
Thank you very much.
It's lovely to meet you and lovely to work with you.
It's lovely to
And
be
of course,
here.
you come from the most beautiful part of the whole country,
It is
as
very
we know.
lovely.
I have to say that quietly because I live in North Yorkshire now, but you know, Kent is the place,
It is.
Isn't it? Listen, tell me all about Emporia. What's the story? How did it start? And what brought you to today?
So, I opened a fabric shop in 2013 in Ashford in Kent,
Yeah.
and called Emporia.
Oh,
weirdly
there's a
enough.
chance.
Weirdly enough.
Yeah.
And after a year or two, I decided to start working on my own patterns. I used
Yeah.
to be a costume designer, so
Did
I've
you
got
for what?
films and nothing.
Like what?
Oh, I can't remember. Nothing massive.
Oh.
Adverts and short films and things
Oh,
like that.
lovely.
Yeah.
Have you
but
dressed
then-
for anyone well known that we would know? Are you allowed to say?
I can't remember. It was a lifetime ago for
Oh, okay.
children. Johan,
So,
Johan
costume
Griffith,
design?
Jared Butler, people like that.
Oh, get you. See, I'm always going to winkle the gossip out one way or the other. Right, so costume design.
Yeah, so then I stopped and had children. I've got
Right.
3 boys.
Yeah.
Then opened this shop in 2013. Started classes, wanted to do my own patterns, so that's how the patterns kind of evolved.
Yeah, so you've got a local following and people loving the cut of your jib, so to speak. Any award nominations we need to know about?
Maybe. We've been nominated for the British Sewing Awards as Best Independent Sewing Store in the South East.
Fantastic. Where do we go and vote?
Sew Magazine, sewmag.co.uk/awards. There you go.
Very
remembered.
good. Very good. Well remembered.
My marketing manager will be happy with me. There we go.
Fabulous, yes. Well, listen, stay with us right the way through this hour, and you'll have even more reasons to nominate as well. Right, we've got 4 fabulous patterns, just absolutely perfect for the summer. They're amazing designs as well, and they all have lovely names as well. So we're going to start with Cassie. Cassie, because you're Cassie as well, Clara. You're wearing a
I'm
Cassie,
wearing
aren't you?
Cassie.
And here is a Cassie as well. Tell me the thinking behind and the styling behind Cassie.
So Cassie is, they call them buffet dress, so you can go to the buffet and fit as much in as you like.
Oh, OK. So does that mean there's something going on in the midsection that just...
It means you've got a lot of room to keep
Good,
going
I
back
like
to the buffet.
this.
They did, on the Sewing Bee, they did a whole episode about buffet dresses.
Oh,
so
did they?
It's all the rage at the moment.
Lovely. So the pattern that we've got here, or the bundle that we've got, actually makes all of the designs that we've got on the show, but you can buy the designs, individual patterns as well. So Cassie comes in sizes 6 through to 24
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
So again, which is great. You need a breadth of sizes, which is really, really good. The length, you can make this longer because you've got this more
So, yeah,
like
I've got,
a maxi.
yeah,
haven't you?
I've got
We
it as a
can't see
maxi.
you.
So it's
In fact, do you want to step out here just for a second? I'll step out. You step into that space, and then we can see. There's a longer length Cassie. So a maxi Cassie.
Yeah. So yeah, it's 2 tiers or 3 tiers. You see, there's first tier, second tier, third tier.
Fabulous. Right, if you drop that, I'll run in, and it'll be like that never happened. But that was worth doing, wasn't it? Because actually, it just shows you that you can adjust the length of that, which is good. And anyone that dares to suggest it would suit me nicely is going to get a severe finger wagging. It's already been done once, Emily, thank you. And you'll love the fabric that this has been made in as well. It's really, really nice. We'll come back to that in a moment because that is on the show. So if you do want to shop ahead on that, you can. And we've got all of the patterns behind us here. And the back of the pattern, which the pictures are on the website, will actually show you what your fabric requirements will be as well. So depending in which size and which number of tiers you're going to make, it'll tell you how much fabric you need.
I was going to say, Cassie comes in 2 bodice options as well. So you've got the picture on the back there. It's got a tie strap version as well, like a sundress.
Oh, okay. Yes, which might be even more favourable in this heat.
Very much.
Oh, it's very hot at the moment, isn't it? So that'd be really, really cool. So that's Cassie. Let's meet Frida next, shall we? Because Frida is here. And she's here, so you can take whichever one you like, Taz. But I think, actually, should we start with this one? This is lovely. Frida. Now, when I first saw this and you said Frida, I thought ABBA straight away. Because it is very, like, floaty and movie, isn't it, Frida? It's lovely.
Frida Kahlo I was going for, but ABBA's fine as well.
Well, Lou Withers will have one of these then, because she's one of our absolutely prized and loved guests here, and she's a huge fan of Frida Kahlo. But yeah, I mean, that is beautiful. It's nice open styling again, isn't it?
It is, very
made
comfy.
for the real woman.
So that's for a top or a dress as well. It's got really big pockets on the dress as well.
Superb. Let me find Frida pattern. Let me show you. Now, you can use any fabric for this, I take it?
Yeah, a softer fabric, so it's a bit floatier. If it's stiffer,
So we've got this on the show, and it's like a lawn, isn't it?
That's viscose, that one.
Oh, OK, right, yeah, but it's got a nice light feeling. It's a lawn sort of feeling, isn't it? Again, you've got fabric requirements are on the back of the pattern there as well. Very, very clear as well. I love that, because you've got all of the measurements that we need, all clearly laid out the way we need them.
Yeah.
That's a true dressmaker speaking, isn't it?
Yeah, because you need to know how much fabric you want to buy, don't you, when you look at the back?
Definitely. It's wonderful. So that's Frida, which you can have in a variety of different lengths. I'll show you the other Frida, because I've got the other Frida here, which is very, very nice. This is a lovely fabric as well. We've got this fabric on the show as well, which is beautiful. This lovely black and flower fabric. But again, this is lovely. It's really nice and really, really simple. There's no kind of complications to this in terms of wearing it. It's very, very nice and easy.
Yeah, we try to make everything as easy to make as possible.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? And you haven't got a button there at the top. You can just...
No, but you can do, or you could add a little bit of ribbon and tie it together if you're modest.
That's cool, isn't it? Very, very nice indeed. Now, you might be looking at the trousers here. The trousers, I'm just going to lift, just careful there, because these are these are super cool. Now, these are almost sort of, dare I say, because I'm just a boy, so what do I know, but are they a bit sort of culotte? Meet jumpsuit kind of trousers? Tell me.
Culottes are wider, really, aren't they?
Oh, but, OK, right. See, I told you I know nothing. You tell me.
It's fine. They're casual trousers, and they're elasticated around the waist, so they're comfy. Perfect lockdown trousers, or coming out of lockdown trousers. And they have an elasticated cuff around the ankle, which you could put in or leave out if you want to make them smarter looking.
Oh, so do they gather again at the bottom?
Yeah, there's a little elasticated cuff.
Let me show you. You don't mind, Alice, do you? There you go. Oh, I just called her Alice. This isn't Alice,
That's
is it?
Alice.
Yeah, this is Alice. Yeah. Well, that's her name, Emily. That's why I was speaking to her. She doesn't mind. She doesn't mind being gathered at the ankles, which is lovely. So you've got the... What are the sizes? Do these have pockets? Do you mind, Alice?
They've got quite deep pockets.
You've got hip pockets here.
Yeah, the cutaway pockets.
Fabulous. Lovely. Alice comes in sizes 8 to 20. And I guess you give us options for different leg lengths as well.
Yes, you can make them into shorts. You can widen them. You can make them into culottes if you widen the leg.
That's a nice idea, actually, isn't it? Lovely. So we'll look at, again, all the fabric requirements would be on the back of the pattern book. And you see Alice and Frida work extremely well together as a top and trousers, which is lovely. So, finally, Esther, so that's the third one. And the fourth one is over here, and it is sienna. Sorry, did I walk into your shop there? I'm so sorry. It's like I've never done this telly thing before. Come on, Sienna, don't be shy. You can come in a bit. So Sienna is here. This is lovely, and again, a little more strappy, Claire.
Yes, this is... so this was sort of aimed at summer holiday vibes, so we're all wishing for a summer holiday. It's perfect for this weather.
Love that. And again, I think in that yellow Frida fabric, this would be really, really lovely as well, don't you? Because it's very, very easy to wear, very, very summery. It may be, you know, you have that over the cosy as well for a bit of poolside glamour.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? I love the tie tops as well. Very nice. So size range on Sienna, 6 to 24. Again, all of the... Oh, sorry, you saw my best side there. I do apologise. All the fabric requirements you need for the different sizes and whatever are on the back of the pattern. So the bundle for all 4 of the patterns is there for you. Now, you did say to me, Claire, as well, open one up, Derek, because you want to see the pattern paper and everything inside.
Yes, it's on proper pattern paper, and it's colour-coded like a rainbow, so it's easy to find your size. Sometimes it's difficult with patterns. They're all dots and dashes, and it's quite hard to find your size. But
okay. So full, easy to follow instructions, but what we want to see is the actual pattern. Let me just pop that there for a moment. Oh, okay, right, so you've given it, that's the magic, isn't it? That's what we want to see. So you follow the colour coding dependent on the size that you want to make, and that's going to be the same for every single one. I'm not going to open this up completely, but you can see the very, very clear sort of coloured lines that you just follow for the size that you want to go for. That's superb. So, of course, with that kind of quality, I mean, look at this. There's like a little rainbow going on in the pattern there. Every colour, look, you see that? It's like a little prism. I love it. So that means, of course, we can remake again and again and again. Yeah. And of course, and how are you about people pattern hacking? Because I guess
we love a pattern hack.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
good.
Love seeing what people do with the patterns.
I like it when people are open to that.
Yeah,
and do you like those being shared and whatever?
Oh yeah, we have Instagram, we have Facebook, so I love seeing people share them. I'm very nosy, so I like to see what people do. Cool,
that's really, really good. So. All of those patterns are available. So the bundle there is there. It's on 2 flexis as well. But you can also break it down into individual patterns as well, which we'll look at now on Words and Pictures, I think Leonie calls it. Here it is. First one is Alice. Alice, who... Oh, the trousers is Alice. That's who Alice is. 167504 is the item number there. Again, they range from size 8 to 20. We've got a nice gather at the waist and at the cuff as well there for you, $14.99. Next up is Cassie. Cassie's the first one, and Claire has a Cassie on as well, as we saw. Size 6 through 24 there as well. And there's a couple of different options, isn't there, with Cassie as well, because you've got a different one with a tie top, haven't you, with Cassie?
Yes, there's a tie strap.
Which is lovely. 435848. Next one, Frida! Knowing me, knowing you. Which is lovely. Here's the dress pattern, sizes 6 to 24. $14.99 again, 149893. So that could be a top or a full dress, completely up to you. And finally is Sienna, that I'm stood next to right now. She is brand new. Oh yes, this was literally launched yesterday. So how hot off the press? Oh, that's a lovely, lovely picture. Oh, I like it. See, it is made for the real woman. That one could go to the buffet with you as well, couldn't it?
Oh, definitely.
Very, very easily. So stylish. Of course, we've got lovely fabric ideas for you as well. We have this very fabric that Sienna is made in here on the show as well. You can shop ahead for that on our website, because all the fabrics that we've got, the pieces made here, they are all on the website for you to buy. And of course, you can see the back of the patterns on the website too, so you know how much fabric to buy. Right, Claire, what are you going to have a go at first? A bit of Sienna, I think, isn't it?
Yes, I'm going to show you Sienna how easy peasy she is to make. She's such a quick make. So the first thing you do is the tie straps, which are very skinny tie straps, but So they've got half a centre seam allowance, which is a bit fiddly, but it's...
Half a centimetre?
Yeah, because it's quite narrow strap. It's okay.
Is this precision sewing then?
It's okay.
Which foot are you using? Just your regular?
Yeah, just the normal one, yeah.
Okay. So you've got, how many of these are we making?
So there's 4 of those.
4, yeah, 4.
Yeah.
2 each side, of course, Derek. Needs to be, doesn't it?
So when you've done that one, if you attach a safety pin to the end and push it through, and push the tube through, pull it out, you end up with these.
Lovely. Or you might have a... Is it a
that?
bodkin you can use for that as well?
I think so. I'm not really sure what a
Oh,
bodkin.
okay, well, that's fine.
So once you've done these, we're going to pin it to the shoulders. So you attach it all 4 sides of the shoulders.
Oh, got a question, Claire, for you from Karen.
Oh, yeah.
She says, do you need to trace the pattern pieces?
If you want to. If you want to keep it
pristine,
so that you can copy it and use it for somebody else if you want to make, or if you lose weight or put on weight, you can make a bigger or smaller size. So, yeah, it's easier if you do trace it and then you keep it like that.
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with just cutting into it if that's how you feel.
Yeah. So up to you.
Up to
completely
you, yeah.
honestly. Fabulous. So these are the ties going onto the
Yep, so they're getting attached here.
Yeah.
So 2 of those. There. So it's an easy peasy make. You'll make it in an hour or so. You'll be ready for going out in the evening.
Oh, that would be good, wouldn't it? So this is what... So obviously you would have cut all of the pattern pieces first, but is this the first part that you then do?
This is the first bit that you do, yeah, you do the straps.
So we've cut out the less interesting part of the process, which is cutting the fabric.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we don't need to see that, do we?
There's not really a lot of tricky things for me to show you, so it's not the most exciting thing
it's just
to show
actually,
you. But
it's 2 panels, in effect,
it's
isn't
the front
it, really?
and back, the shoulder
line.
straps and the facing pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's actually not a lot to cut out.
No, and then, so that's all 4 straps, that's the 3rd one.
So if you wanted the arm holes, because I notice it's quite a long arm space there. If you wanted that to be slightly shorter,
you could hire it, yeah.
You could
Raise
just do that, because some people might be a little bit
wear
conscious.
a t-shirt underneath it if you don't like your arms.
Yeah, or a little
or if
cami
it
or
gets a
something,
bit chillier.
Yeah.
As it does here, doesn't it?
That's a good idea. It's certainly nice and fresh in here, isn't it,
It's
compared
much
to outdoors?
nicer in here than out there,
Yeah, I know.
goodness.
Yeah.
So once you've done the tie straps, you're going to sew the side seams. A few pins.
So your seam allowance is going to be a bit bigger here, is it?
So the seam allowance, our seam allowance usually is 1 centimetre. It's just on the strap that it's half a centimetre.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's quite close to the. Is that more of a thing in? See, because I'm used to watching quilting shows, so that's usually 1/4 inch, isn't it?
Yes.
So a centimetre, but obviously for dressmaking.
That's how I was taught. So I always do.
Less bulk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of dressmaking patterns are 1.5 centimetres. But
yeah.
I always do centimetre. It's less wastage of fabric as well.
What's your favourite kind of thing to make, then, Claire, in general? Clothing?
Sorry?
Clothing?
Oh, clothing, yeah.
Yeah, always dressmaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have less time to make things for myself these days, which is a bit sad because I'm always making things for work.
That's called being a victim of your own success. But that's pretty good. That's a nice place to be, actually, isn't it? That's
Yeah,
not a
no,
bad
it's
place to
great.
be at
So
all.
we're always working on the next thing and the next thing, but we
Yeah.
always have to test them out ourselves as well, so that's
Oh, of
nice.
course,
So-
yeah. And you must go through different prototypes and different fabrics as well.
Yeah. So that's this one side seam, and then the other one.
So you do all of the designing, do you, Claire,
I
as
do,
well?
yeah. Yeah.
So that must take some time, actually.
It does.
As well, does it?
Well, it evolves over time sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it comes from conversations with people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess the thing at the moment is people do want that that wriggle room in their clothing, because people are and have, over the lockdown and everything else, they have changed size and shape, be that up or down.
Yes,
you know, like
definitely.
It's happening for a lot of people. So it's really good to have clothes with
yeah,
plenty
I
of...
don't really like designing really fitted things because it makes me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So I like to design things I might actually like to wear as well.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Try to make things without zips or buttons and things like that as well to make it even easier for people who are learning or, you know, are intermediate beginner or whatever.
Yeah, and I noticed because I mean, in the last few months I've recently lost a fair bit of weight, and it's shown me how a lot of high street clothing is actually quite rigid. Things become quite shapeless if you actually shrink.
Yeah. Oh, really?
If you grow, everything kind of, you know, just doesn't look right, doesn't fit, because there's rules and regulations and buttons and things that stop you from being able to keep wearing that thing. But if you shrink, you realise how shapeless things can be. So this is really lovely because it's got the shaping in the right places, doesn't it?
Yeah. So that's your side seams.
Okay.
And after that, all you have to do is put your facing on. So it's super quick, super easy to make. So I've already sewn the facing together. Can you see that? So that's the front and back. So the top is inside out, the facing is the right way round. So you can slip that inside that.
So your preference, I suppose it's a time of year as well. Your selection of fabric will be determined by time of year as well, won't you?
Yeah. I love a bright print though, so that's why these are all super bright.
It's quite nice to make clothes that feel like clothes you would wear if you were going on that exotic holiday, even though you can't, because we have this really lovely weather right now. It's about seizing that moment, isn't it?
Yes,
really?
definitely.
Yeah.
But like Cassie, I wear Cassie all year. I've got her made out of needle cord as well for the winter.
Okay.
I've extended the sleeves, so long sleeves with a gathered cuff. So I can wear her all the time.
You could do that in kind of like a lightweight denim as well, could you?
Yeah, yeah.
That'd be quite nice.
I've got one of those as well.
Have you?
Got lots, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's good to do.
I think she's our most popular pattern, so that's the one all ladies who work in my shop wear a lot as well.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's a good general kind of all-purpose. You need to feel comfortable, especially if you are stood up all day, or you know you're on view all day long, and you know you are a little bit kind of conscious. You want something that sees you through the whole day feeling comfortable.
Yeah, I find it comfortable because it's not tight on your waist. I don't like things that are tight on my waist.
Yeah. It's also, actually, our producer Emily's just made a very, very fair point as well, is so much that it's ageless as well. Some designs you look at and you think, OK, well, that's very youthful. That's for the young uns. Yeah. And then, you know, you'd have more mature styles where this, you can see everyone in it, can't you?
Yeah, my mum has a lot of them. I've made a lot for my mum. She loves wearing them as well, so all different ages wear them.
And it's just your fabric choice then. The style works, then you just tailor the fabric choice to something that is right for you.
You can make it out of jersey as well. That's really comfortable. I've made a few out of jersey. You just don't do the dart, so you don't need the bust dart.
Yeah. And do you do any? I don't know if this is a daft question or not, but it won't stop me from asking it. Do you do any overlocking in your dressmaking, or do you?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am a tiny bit lazy.
Because I know some people have bought an overlocker from us and are always looking for projects where that can come into play.
Yeah, you can overlock, like with the gathers. Some overlockers do gathering stitch, so you can do the gathers and attach it like that way, definitely. No, it makes it look much neater if you use an overlocker.
So, where are we at?
So, I have pinned the facing around the neckline and around the shoulders.
Yes, this could be a thing which is worth taking time over, isn't it, to get this right? Because this is a bit... do you know why, most of all? If you iron your clothes, and I know lots of people avoid ironing, so they choose their fabric so they avoid it, but facings can be the devil of all things actually when you're trying to iron something.
Yeah.
Because if that facing wasn't placed in correctly the first time, you notice it every single time you go to iron that garment again.
So that's pinned all the way round. Now I'm just going to sew all around the neckline, across the shoulders. I'll just show you the first bit and then...
Okay.
So that's going around the armhole, and then once you get to the shoulder, there's notches. So you stop at the notch, and then you turn across, and then you're basically sewing across the shoulder strap to, sandwich that in between the facing and the front.
Yes. Making sure it's nice and flat, I guess, as well.
Yeah, maybe sew a bit more careful than I am. I'm going a little bit fast.
That's all right, you're on the telly. You know the golden rule of being on telly is do as I say, not as I do.
Yes.
Always. But that's a time thing.
Yeah.
That's your universal get out of jail free card, by the way. You can have that for free.
I'll do this one and then I'll show you what it looks like.
So, it is a quick make, this, as well.
It is. I'll just stop here and then I'll turn it out and show you what it looks like. So pretend I've sewn all the way around. Okay. You snip across. So you've sewn around and across and down. You snip across there so you get a little corner. So it turns through quicker. And then on any curved neckline, you just do little snips so that it's a nice curve. And you turn that through, and you've got your nice straps.
Gorgeous.
And it's as easy as that, and then that's almost finished. And then you just need to hem it, and tie it together, and pop it on, and off you go.
And Bob's your uncle, and Vanilla's your aunt.
There you go.
And that's it. You've got your very own Alice. Oh,
Sienna.
not Alice. Sienna. Need to get these in, but we'll have another look at all of those at the moment so we can all get those onto our head. Right, let's look at the fabric then. Let's start with this one, shall we? Because we had a Frida and an Alice, didn't we? The trousers and the top made out of this one. Of course, you could make any out of any of the fabrics that we've got on the show, pretty much, couldn't we? So it's just down to your preference, or maybe you have fabric already. But this is fantastic. So this is floral poplin. Black and red floral. It's a nice sort of medium print floral as well. Not too small, not too large. Really nice scale.
Yeah, it's lovely.
And it's a really nice... You would describe it maybe visually a busy fabric, but that's a good thing, actually, for the amount of movement that is in these designs. You kind of want that, don't you? You don't really want to accentuate every dart and seam and whatever. Yeah. You want something that does... You know, it shows the shape beautifully, but you've got that choice in when you wear it as well.
Yeah, it's got bright colours, but it's all got a dark background as well, so...
Yeah. And again, it's not specific to... It's not summertime colour, necessarily, but yes, it is, in the floral. It's not wintertime colours, yet it is because it has the dark backdrop.
Could be poppies, couldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. So... do we double-check the width of this? So it's 142 centimetres in width. This fabric, and it's 1 metre in length. Now, listen, can I just ask you, because I should have asked you before the show, if I order 2 metres, do you cut from the bolt, or...
Oh, yeah, you can get a continuous length.
Right,
yeah.
OK, so if you order 2 metres, you'll get it in one continuous 2 metre length rather than 2 1 metre pre-cuts, which is really good. Thank you for that. That's amazing. Right. That's really good. So you've got your own cutting table and everything. Of course, you've got the shop, haven't you? So you're very used to and adept to doing that. So 371541 is the item number. For a poplin, it's really quite nice. I mean, you can see, just if I put my hand under that, you can see there's some nice movement to it. Not too light, but not too dense either.
It's lovely. It's a lovely fabric.
It sits beautifully in the middle of that, actually, doesn't it? It's lovely. It's really, really nice floral, too. OK, let's move on to... This is probably the biggest print that we have on the show. Do you know what? I have got a shirt which is so similar to this, and I love wearing it. I love wearing green anyway, this lovely sort of... slightly khaki sort of background, but this has got the big bold lily print as well, what I love. Now the price you've got on screen here for this viscose is $15.99, and it's for 2 metres, which is brilliant. And that's 142 centimetres in width. What I will do as well, I'm just going to go and get sienna again, just so I can show you a finished sienna in this fabric. I'll put it on the front of the pod just so you can see it briefly. I know that's going to look a bit weird, but I'll stand out of its way just so you can see how it floats and how it hangs and how it sits. Obviously, it would need a little bit of a steam. Obviously, it's travelled and whatever up, but you can see that it looks absolutely fantastic. It's all right. That's just the bottom of the stand. It's fine. I'll reconnect it in just one moment. But you can just see that lovely float in the fabric. It's very, very light.
Yes, lovely
and very, very airy and breathable. Okay, it's okay, it's all fine. She's still in one piece. Sorry, Sienna, love. I'll be back. Right, 40% of the lily fabric has sold out and gone already. It's all right, she's okay. She's getting professional attention. Right, move on. I know you're not meant to have favourites, but this is my favourite, I have to say, because I just love it. And how trend-led is this colour right now this year? Yellows and mustards.
Yeah.
Everywhere, aren't they?
Yellow is a good colour for the
Handbags,
summer.
footwear, everywhere.
Yeah.
Gemstones this colour, people are buying. I talk about jewellery elsewhere, and gemstones, you know, these colours that people are going mad for this year. Because people are, I think this is the year where people are saying, you know what, normally I wouldn't be comfortable with a colour like that. It might be a bit too in your face for me, personally. It depends on your personality. But I think this year, people are saying, well, you know what? I'm not waiting anymore. I'm not hiding inside myself anymore. I'm going to start wearing colour. I'm going to start being braver.
That's how it should be.
And I love this variety, because you've got, like, a bit of polka spot going on there, a bit of floral, a bit of, you know, actually, I think this would be lovely for fussy cutting for your crafting as well, just to one side, because you'll have bits left over, so you'll use that in your crafting as well.
It's quite 70s, isn't it, the
yeah.
prints?
It's a lovely, lovely colour combo. Shall I show you the Frida from that fabric? I'm going to do it again, you know. Just so you can see how sort of floaty and gorgeous. Actually, you can see it from there, really, can't you? You just see the movement in the fabric. That's really what I'm trying to illustrate here. Is just how it's just how that fabric moves, and just how light it is, and just how forgiving. And as you come from the bust line, then you've just got that very, very open fall. So rather than nipping back in to an hourglass, you've actually got the luxury of that, you know, because I mean, like even though I've recently lost weight, I've still got the same tum, even though I've lost a bit of weight. The tum is still in the same place, and it's something I'm only too aware of, especially on telly when you see yourself from the side, etc., etc., etc. So actually, when you've got that natural fall, boys don't have this option, of course, because, you know, we're not built quite the same way. Where are you going, Derek, with that? Anyway,
you can have that if you like. You can wear that.
Yeah. I probably could in some kind of strange. I'd have a shirt in this fabric. I'm telling you that right now. Anyway, 841066 is your item number. 15. Oh, it's warm in here now all of a sudden, isn't it? 15.99 for 2 metres. That's all right, Claire. I'll get you back later. Right. Okay. And final fabric. Now, do you know what? This is a beautiful, beautiful lightweight lawn fabric. When you see it from that distance there, and that camera is what, I don't know, probably 8, 10, 12 feet away or whatever, it gives you that kind of, like, slightly winterberry kind of feel.
Quite Christmassy, isn't it?
It is a little bit, isn't it? When you see it in kind of full flow, it is a little kind of, it's brilliant. And actually everyone's making their sort of Christmassy, wintertime kind of projects right now. And a lot of people, it's funny, because even in the winter, when you're in, of course, we whack the heating up, and then people overheat. You know, again, men of a certain age, not just ladies of a certain age, men of a certain age have the same issue where we overheat. And it's actually nice to wear something that's cool and breathable, and again, has just that right shaping to give you a shape, but without showing every lump and bump, because, you know, we've all got bits. Whoever you are, whatever size you are, even if you're a perfect 8 or 10 or whatever, you're still going to have bits that you look in the mirror at and you're kind of like, oh, no, please don't go in too close on that. You know, do you know what I mean? We're all exactly the same. So why not have something that is flattering, that works for every shape? And, of course, you can make any of the designs out of any of the fabrics that we've got here, but a lovely lawn. Oh, a lawn fabric.
Feels lovely, that one, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It's awesome. You're going to be demoing with this one next,
I'm going to show
aren't you?
Cassie in a minute,
OK, fabulous. So, again, 1 metre of that, £13.49. If you order multiple metres, they'll be cut as one from the bolt for you. 148 centimetres, this one, in width as well, if you're matching it up to the patterns, because you've got the fabric guides, how much fabric you'll need for each of the patterns, on the pictures, on the websites, on the patterns. Too many words, Derek. Right, OK, Claire, let's come back to you. So we're going to make a Cassie with this lovely sort of berry fabric.
Yeah. Again, there's not a massive amount of instructions because very, very simple, but I'll show you darts first of all.
Okie dokie.
So if you've never done darts before, sometimes it's easier if you use a ruler and draw a line from your notch to your bust point.
Okay.
And then you can just follow a line rather than guessing.
And the dart just gives you...
Just gives you a shape around your bust.
Yes.
Yep.
I would add something at this point, but like, I don't know what I can add to that. A dart is a dart is a dart, isn't it?
It is.
But they're very key in dressmaking.
They are.
Because they are really what gives you that kind of
It gives you a
lovely
shape, otherwise
definition.
it's
Yes.
a bit boxy then.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, otherwise it's shapeless, isn't it?
Well,
It's
yes.
just a bag, isn't
Well,
it?
yes,
You may as well just
you're
put a bag
wearing
over
a
your
sack,
head. And it is lovely. And actually it can really do you a favour either way, because maybe you are slightly heavier busted. This helps because it helps provide the room, because it gives you that little
Yes,
bit more.
yes.
It does almost accentuate slightly the bust, and that helps the fall of the overall piece as well. It's really, really nice. Conversely, if you're not so heavier busted, you have to be very careful how you say these things, don't you? If I was having a normal conversation with you, I'd say it completely differently. But, you know, if you're not so generously busted, actually it can help in exactly the same kind of way, just with that definition as well. OK, back to Claire now, Taz, please. I've had enough bust talk. Sorry.
It's all right.
It's so warm in here now.
Well, this is the other darts, so obviously one each side.
OK. And how far in do the darts generally go? Does that vary by size?
How far in do they go? What do you mean?
It was an Emily question, if I'm going to be fair.
They sort of go to there.
Oh, no, but into the actual fabric, I think she means.
How far into the fabric? I'll show you. There you go.
Thanks for that question, Emily.
There we go.
Okay, yes. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
and then you iron them flat, like that. So the machine's got a bit tangled there. And then
Coolio.
after that...
Lovely.
So then, this is your first layer of, first tier of the skirt. So I'm going to put my sewing machine onto the longest stitch length and do a gathering stitch. So it's just a long line of stitching, basically.
Can I... so you've got me started on bust questions now, but can I just ask one? No, 'cause it's a pertinent one, because this is Cassie here as well,
That's
isn't
Cassie,
it?
yeah.
Right, so, Taz, if you can zoom into this kind of area for me, without being too specific, so cover that amount for me. So, the dart, where should the dart end up in relation to your
So the fullest
bust?
part of your bust.
Right,
so it
so
should,
in the middle.
Yeah. It shouldn't
Sorry,
be right
I've made you do that visually, haven't I?
Be right at the pointy bit.
You
but-
can see here, it's actually, so the dart is running from here to here, but it does finish here. So it should finish at
yeah, not
the,
right at the pointy
No,
bit.
not at the top of the mountain.
I've never had
just
to explain this so
up,
much.
up the side of the middle of the mountain.
Yes.
Okay, right. This show is going very, very differently than everyone expected. Okay, I might just stay here. You carry on, Cassie. I'm just going to sort of hang around
Right,
here.
I'm just going to iron my darts flat.
Okay. Oh, you're going to have to look at me again now, aren't you?
Sorry, just turn around.
What can I bring to the party now?
I'm back.
Okay, individually, the pattern for Cassie, the details are on your screen there, £14 and 99 pence. It's okay, she's back now,
Back,
Taz.
sorry.
She's back.
So that's the first tier.
We must do this again sometime, Claire.
This is fun, thank you.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
So that's your front, that's your first tier. So obviously that is wider than that. So we're going to gather it until it's the same width. So my thread isn't working. There we go, the other end. There we go. So I find it easier to do the front and then all the tiers together and then join the front and back together. But you can join the front and back and each layer of tier. It's up to you
Okay.
if you prefer to do it that way. So once you've gathered it, pin those together and even out your gathers. Again, you're probably a bit neater than I will be because I'm doing it a bit fast. So I pin it in the middle so the gathers are evened out.
So you said you're on Facebook and all of the social
Instagram,
media.
yeah.
Do you do like you're doing here? Do you do on those as well? Do you do little live
You know what?
videos
I haven't got
and
around to it yet. That's on our list of things to do to get a YouTube channel. But
oh, okay, right.
There's two of us who work in the office, and
Right.
it's quite
there's
hard.
only so much day.
There's only so much we can do.
Yeah, of course. But for those people locally, do you do anything? Try again. Do you do anything like workshops?
We do. We've got a classroom, so we do classes as well. Yeah.
So if you're down anywhere near Ashford in Kent, look up Emporia Dressmaking. Because if you're thinking, oh, I wouldn't know where the first place to start, I don't even have a sewing machine, you're like, what can you teach me? Then maybe go and seek out Claire and the shop. And if you are a dressmaker, you want to get involved in advancing that, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody has the pattern and they're struggling with it, they can always email us and we'll reply and help them out that way as well. So
and all the
that's not
contact
a
details are
problem.
on the patterns as
yeah,
well,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Fabulous. Oh, yeah, we've got Claire's home number here. It's 01... No, we haven't really. I'm joking, I wouldn't do that to you.
So that's all pinned on there, the gathers. So then you're going to sew that together.
So again, quite a simple project. You wouldn't
yeah.
necessarily maybe call it a beginner's project, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's just step by step, really. It's not really that scary.
Actually, do you know what?
There's no zips, there's no buttons.
So this is... Oh, that's Frida. Let me get the Cassie instructions. I want to have a little look through the instructions.
Yeah, so all the instructions have drawings for each step.
Yeah.
So it's
so everything
easy
you're
to
doing
follow,
right now.
yeah.
And of course, you haven't got someone like me interrupting every 2 seconds asking silly bust questions. But if you have any silly bust questions, you can email them through to Claire yourself without the embarrassment of doing it on national TV. That'd be quite good, wouldn't it? Yeah, so step-by-step instructions, as you can see. And again, lots and lots of pictures there just to help you out. So you've got the strap bodice version, and there's also the T-shirt bodice version as well. And of course, the pattern pieces are amazing. Really high quality pattern paper, which you can trace if you want to through your lightbox or whatever, or you can just use the pattern pieces as is. And good true sizing. Now, let's talk sizing for a second.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people say to me who do dressmaking, I've remembered over the years, who have said, don't go by shop sizes. So what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's what a lot of people say about patterns. I try to go on ready-to-wear sizes, what size you would wear in a shop.
That's
so
good.
my fit model is the lady who's on the Frida pattern and the Cassie pattern.
Yeah.
She works for me, that's Charlotte. So she's my fit model. She wears a 14. I start off with a 14 when I make all my patterns.
Perfect.
So you should theoretically be able to say, I wear a 20, so therefore I will make a 20.
So it's real sizing?
Yeah.
That's good to know, because quite often people will say, oh, actually, don't go by the shop sizes.
Yeah.
If you're a size this, go for that.
Then that makes people sad. They go, oh, I'm that size, and then I have to make that size.
Yes, because you might be attending the shops, but they say, oh, no, make for a 16 of the pattern.
Yeah.
And you're like, what?
Yeah.
No, thank you. 3 dress sizes up? I think not.
So, theoretically, you should be able
Good
to buy.
for you.
Thank you.
Good for you. No, it's good to do, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
It's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you sent me as a fella a shirt pattern...
Exactly. You want it to make sense.
If you're a small, make the pattern extra large, I'd be horrified.
Exactly. You want it to be what you think you are.
Yeah.
So that's that. I've added the first layer. So you go from there 2 or 3 layers, whichever one you want to do.
Now, did you... I'm sorry, I just need to check. I was listening, but I was also hiding my embarrassment after all the bust questions. But when you were doing the gathering, did you use a gathering foot?
No, so I put my sewing machine onto the longest stitch length and did a big long stitch and then pulled the thread to gather it.
Can you use a gathering foot, then, is a second question.
You could, but I don't see why you'd need to, really.
OK, cool. That's good to know.
Because you need to even it out to match the width of the piece you're attaching it to.
OK. What's next?
Next bit. I've gone quicker than I thought I was going to be.
Oh, no, that's all right. That's fine. I tell you what, do you want me to go through the options?
Yeah, I mean, I can add the bit. I'll add the bit to the back while you're talking, and then.
OK.
Because it's the same thing again, unless you want to see me doing that.
Oh, well, I don't mind. I don't. Yeah. Let me show you all of the details. I'll come back in just a second. I'm not quite sure what we'll do next, but hey. We'll work it out. Right, let me talk to you about what we have. So, 4 different patterns. We've got a bundle which gets you all 4. With an extra little saving there, and there are 2 flexis, and you've got the 4 designs here. Let's start with Cassie, which is here, which is lovely. Cassie is the one that Claire is just making at the moment. So many names to try and remember at the moment, isn't it? And yours. I nearly called you Cassie earlier. So this is Cassie. So Cassie does have that lovely dart definition at the bust line, and that lovely gather. And you've got 2 different versions of this, because you've got like a 2-tier or a 3-tier. So the 3-tier takes it to a dress, yes? OK, cool, yeah. And a 2-tier makes it more as either a shorter dress or indeed a top.
You could also just do one layer and it's like a peplum top.
Yeah, fantastic. So sizing on Cassie is 6 to 24. All the fabric requirements are on the back of the patterns, and of course if you're buying the bundle you get all 4. You can buy them individually. You can see the individual details at the bottom of the screen there for Cassie, £14.99. So you've got a real size chart there, so you go to your true size and it will show you, depending on the width of your fabric, how much fabric to actually buy, and the fabric is on the show if you want it as well, which is superb. Lovely, so that's Cassie.
I was going to say, my lady who I designed for is 5'7", so if you can guess the length on yourself from that.
Oh, that's good to know as well, isn't it? So it's about knee length on someone who's 5'7".
Yeah, so it's much longer than on me because I'm very short. So.
I can't even remember how tall I am. I think it's about 5'4" or something like that. Anyway, listen, I'm not going to be making one of these anytime soon.
I'm 5'3", so the maxi is long. Well, it's the right length on me. It's long.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's good. Right, so that's Cassie. Then we have Frida. Frida. Come on, Frida. The star of the show. I love Frida. I think it's a really, really lovely, lovely top. Again, now, describe the line that we've got here. Is that a gather again?
That's a gather, yeah.
OK, all right, so that's coming right the way sort of across the bust line, really,
yes,
isn't it?
It's higher than the bust line, otherwise it's a bit...
Oh, yeah, of course, that's right. You don't just...
Unless you're breastfeeding, then you might not.
Yeah, OK. Yes, absolutely. So that's coming up and over, of course. I don't know why I'm asking these questions. But again, because it does have that gather at the bust, it does give you that generosity underneath.
Yeah.
And you see, if you get a nice light floaty fabric as well, that is just giving you that comfort factor, isn't it? You can imagine what they're saying there, can't you? You just imagine.
And if you're shy, you can use a button at the top or a bit of ribbon or...
Yes. Yes, you can bring that across and then just gather it. In fact, quite a lot of clothing has that.
Yeah.
Gives it a slightly more formal look there.
Yeah.
You just put a little loop on one side, don't you, and a button on the other. Or you could do it with a tie as well, I suppose, if you wanted to. But I quite like, on this fabric, because you've got the floral on one side, and when you reveal back, you've just got the little spot on the other side.
So I've interfaced the facings on that because it's viscose, so it's quite floppy, so that's got some interfacing in it as well.
Cool. What do you use for your interfacing?
I've used the iron-on interfacing.
OK.
Yeah.
Yeah, OK. So this is a top or a dress?
Yes.
Is that right? Yes.
Yes.
OK. Because you can see there from the packaging, there is Frida as a dress.
So the dress has big patch pockets on it.
Ah, OK. So is this the lady that's 5'7" again?
Yeah.
So this is
Charlotte.
Charlotte. Hello, Charlotte, again. Lovely. You've changed your hair for this pattern, haven't you? Yeah, she had longer hair the time before. She had it tied up.
That's because I force her to model every time we have a photo shoot.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Bless her. Well, there you go, 2 in 1, you see. She's brilliant. She looks great. Really, really nice. So that's Frida. Next will be... Oh, this is the other Frida here, isn't it? So this is the other Frida made in the different black and floral fabric. And again, what we've done is we've teamed it up with the same fabric in the Alice trousers, which we'll get to in just a second. But that's the other Alice in a slightly sort of darker colourway. But again, you can see breathability here. Perfect. Because that is so generous as a top, could that lend itself as well to potentially, because there is so much space in there, for maybe maternity wear as well?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, because that was one of my first thoughts when I saw this particular one, this fabric.
Definitely.
Because the way the fabric falls, you know, obviously it will accommodate,
definitely,
you know, as time goes on.
Yeah.
As baby comes along, which would be lovely. So that's just another option. Anyway, right, next to Alice then, are we? Alice is next, and Alice is down below. And there she is. Alice down below. Now I'll do this subtly. I'm just going to make this a crop top for you. A quick second, if you don't mind, Frida. So this is Alice, which are the lovely stretch pants that we have here. They are brilliant. I mean, everyone loves a bit of elastication, don't they? Especially at the moment. And actually, again, it's like you don't need to belt it. You don't. You know, there's no buttons or zips to worry about. It's just very, very simple. And again, you know, it moves with you. So if you make it to fit like the smallest you will be, you've got then...
They're very loose fitting as well, so you've got room to change.
Yes, you have.
And
yet
really
they gather again at the very bottom, and they've got, again, I'll pop my hand in that pocket as you can see. So it's a nice, generous...
Yeah, it's a very deep pocket.
Yeah, it is quite a deep pocket, actually. Wonder where that was going to go.
And everything in there.
And then you've got the gather at the cuffs as well, so you've got more elastication. So they're almost a little sort of jumpsuit kind of style, a little bit, which is very, very nice. Because that varies what you can wear them with as well, doesn't it?
Yes.
Because you can dress those up with a pair of heels, or instantly you can pop those on with your flip-flops at the seaside, can't you? Just as easily. Lovely. And again, not too bad as a maternity potential, because you've got that growing space in there, which is lovely. So, Alice pattern goes from size 8 to 20, and again, go true to size if you're getting these as well. So there's... Is that Charlotte again?
No, that lady actually is called Charlotte, but it's a different Charlotte.
Oh, you know how to confuse things, don't you? She says, I've only got one model, she's called Charlotte. Hang on, this is the second model called Charlotte, but not the same Charlotte as the last two.
It's a different Charlotte.
OK, all the fabric requirements, depending on size you're making, is at the back there as well. I love this.
The other model has got a different name. She has got a different name.
Oh, OK. Right. OK, so that's Alice. And then finally, Sienna. Sienna, come on, Sienna. In you come. This is lovely. I love this top. It's really, really nice. And I love this fabric. Just this top and this fabric combination.
It's very floaty,
spot on.
isn't it?
Absolutely spot on. It's really, really lovely. You've got the tie top. Is this the one that has the option of the different top? Or is this...
So you can make it as a top or a dress.
Ah, OK. Yep. Yes. Let me get... Oh, OK, right. OK. So who's the model on...
So that is Ashley.
Hello, Ashley. Nice to meet you. She said she only had one model, and you're the third we've seen in 4 patterns. Just saying.
Charlotte's my fit model. She's not just my only model.
She's wonderful as well, isn't it? Now, you told us how tall Charlotte was.
She is 5'9".
Oh, OK.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So you can see how that sits there. So you can actually make this longer as well, did you say?
Yeah, so it's a dress and a top.
OK, perfect. Sizes 6 to 24, and again, go true to size and all the fabric guidelines. Those pictures, by the way, you don't need to zoom too close into them, but they're, just to say, they're on the website, because that will essentially tell you how much fabric you need, depending on which size that you want to make. It says really simple as that. Lovely. So we've met Ashley, Charlotte, Cassie, Sienna, Frida, and Alice. Oh, and you're Claire. No wonder I'm confused. Right, if you want to see Sienna individually, half the stock of that has sold out and gone. Details are at the bottom of the screen there for you. 772091 is the item number. Right, OK, let's go back to the website then, shall we, and see what else is there and everything that we have available on the show. So all 4 of the patterns together in a bundle with a saving. Individually, the patterns, any one of the 4 there. Plus, we've got 4 fabulous fabrics all available, and they are cut. The meterage is cut, by the way, so they're 1 metre, or I think one of the options is 2 metres there on the viscose. But if you order multiple units, they will be cut from the bolt for you as one single piece. There's threads on there as well. What else have we got? Cover. Oh, there's an overlocker there. Oh, have we got any in stock? I didn't know we had any in stock, to be honest. The Britannia CS4000 Plus is in stock right now. £349, which is one epic price. I didn't know it was back, to be honest. I thought it had completely gone. £349 if you're looking for an overlocker. All the details are on the website. Right, Claire, we've got about 5 minutes left of the show. What do you want to show us in 5 minutes?
Well, I could show you what I did with the gathering, if you like.
Oh, yes, please. That would be great, yeah.
So I did my longest stitch length, so on my machine it's 5, so I've sewn along there. Then you pull one of the threads to to gather it
So
along.
how many lines of stitches do you do?
I've just done one.
Just one?
If your fabric's a bit fiddly or flimsy, maybe 2 lines might be easier.
Yeah.
So gather it along like that, and then pin it to your top, or that's the back piece. Pin it in place, either end, and then in the middle, and then even out your gathers. So even that out. That's not very even, but you get the gist there.
So did you grow up in Kent, Claire? I'm going to be nosy now.
I didn't actually. My dad was in the army, so I grew up all over the place. I was actually born in Kent, but then I lived in Germany and all over the place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you've been a bit of a wanderer,
Yeah.
and you've landed back in
Kent.
gorgeous Ashford.
Yeah.
Nice part of the
It is
county
lovely.
as well, isn't it?
It is lovely.
Quite open and nice and green.
It is. We used to live in London, and then once we had children, we moved to Kent so we
You
could get a
don't wanna live
garden,
in-
basically.
You don't want to live in that London. Ooh, no, no, no.
Now my eldest has moved back to London to go to university. Everybody's drawn back there. But...
Ooh.
So now I'm going to attach the tier to the back piece.
There's too many people in London, isn't there? There's too many people.
many
Can't move for people, can you? It's so hot down there as well, isn't it?
It's very hot.
I mean, we think it's hot where we are right now, but blimey, you go to London, stand in the middle of London at 3 o'clock in the morning, then you'll see hot. And Ashford's brilliant for getting to places as well, isn't it?
It is, it is. So, once you've attached that...
You've got nice beaches not that far away as well.
Yeah,
haven't you?
there is some lovely Canberra Downs and
Yeah,
Dimchurch.
beautiful.
Lovely, yeah.
Dungeness.
Yep.
That's quite nice.
That is.
Atmospheric.
Yep.
So, people are going to look you up on Facebook and you are Emporia Dressmaking.
No, so we're Emporia...
Oh.
I think we're Emporia Fabric and Patterns on Facebook.
OK, well, if you look for the word Emporia, it
Yeah.
will lead you to it.
Yeah. And on Instagram, we're Emporia_patterns.
OK.
So I'm going to join the front and the back together for this time. So we're going to sew across the shoulders and then under the arm. So there's
hang
no
on,
sleeves.
Just point to us again where you're going to join
Sorry.
it, just because we weren't quite there in time.
So
there you
across the shoulders.
Perfect.
And then because there's no sleeves to set in, it's got a grown-on sleeve. Going to sew under the arm, down the sides, along there.
Fabulous.
And same
I'm not
the
sure
other
that we're
side.
going to have time to do
No,
it, to be honest
well,
with you. We literally
just
have
pointed, so that's enough.
1 minute we have ish. OK, which is brilliant. So that is Cassie, isn't it? Cassie is... Shall I drag Cassie into where I am right now? Come on, Cassie, come with me. Here's Cassie. Oh, I am good. See, I'll make a removal man one day. So there is Cassie, and she is a gorgeous shape. And it's difficult to see. The great thing about these designs, I love, is the fabrics that you've chosen don't necessarily highlight the design, but all of the design features are in the right place. The overall look ends up to be brilliant without you having to know where all the darts are and the gathers and things like that. One quick question before we go from Sue. Thank you, Sue. If you're going to make it in jersey fabric...
Yep.
Did you say we do or don't need the dart?
You don't need the dart. So if you take the dart out, and you might want to go down a dress size as well, because jersey's obviously stretchier than cotton. So.
OK. So why don't you need a dart in a jersey?
Because jersey's stretchy. You only put a dart in to give you shape when you're using a stiffer fabric.
Right.
But jersey fits to your body because it's stretchy.
Well, I think I've taken a lot from this show, I have to say. Claire, you're back again, aren't you, at 9 o'clock?
I am,
You're
yes.
in Janice's safe hands at
I
9
am.
o'clock. I can tell you that. There'll be no silly bust questions from Janice. I can never promise you that. So that show will be at 9 o'clock tonight. Please do make sure you check out your baskets. Lovely to meet you, Claire.
Lovely to
and
meet
Claire's
you.
back at 9 o'clock tonight. It's never that time again, is it? Is it that time again? A brand new one-day special. It's Craft Yourself Silly with our lovely Hayley with Janice after the break, and I'll be back in an hour.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and craft yourself silly here at the craft store.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zuri Designs. Zuri Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zuri Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zuri excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows.
A very good evening, everyone. I hope you are well. It's 6 o'clock, which means we have a brand new one-day special for you. One-day special is launched every day at 6 p.m. It's a discounted product, a fabulous price, but it's only for 24 hours or while stocks last, of course. This is your very first show, so you're here at good time. It's great to have your company. And it's all about being creative with fabrics. And I'm not alone. You know that. I have the wonderful Hayley Smith with me.
Hello. I was just cutting some stuff out. Sorry. Just getting some stuff ready for later.
How are you, Hayley?
I'm very good. This is a very special one-day special, as in it is all only here. Things happened a little bit last minute.
Right.
Which I'm not going to lie about. It was some things were a little bit last minute. So none of this is even on our Craft Yourself City website yet.
Ooh,
so it's all brand spanking new.
So am I right in saying you can only get these here?
Just about the whole counter you can only get here.
How exciting is that? Right. Now, there are two options on your one-day special. You've got your vintage or your hint of colour. Still both very vintage in their style of tickets and ephemera that you have on the fabric there. But one's vintage, so you've got those lovely sepia brown colours, and then the one is your touch of colour. Now, included in the kit, you also get buttons which correspond colour-wise to the projects that you're working with, which is excellent. You've got this gorgeous, what is it, a combination of twine and wool, Hayley?
Yes, so you're getting lots of different fibres in there. So there are some kind of fluffy fibres that you can kind of pull apart and... Oh, see, I twisted them up beautifully, and look what she's gone and done.
Well, I thought to myself, yes, they looked beautiful twisted up. But you still have the twisted up one at the front. But it's nice to see
20 pieces. They're all 1.5 meters each, and you've got loads of choice in there. You've got all those kind of nice vintagey colours, some of which you're going to maybe use on their own, some of which you're going to split up even further and just have a really good play with, because this is all about kind of adding texture to your work. You've got a little piece that's kind of halfway through under the counter, which starts to show you how this comes together. And there's actually enough stuff in the kit to make a quilt that is, I think it's 37 inches by 42 inches.
Wow.
And I'm talking everything is in there. So you're
this
gonna...
is an example of what you could do.
So the only thing you need to add to this is you need to add some scraps of your fabric. And we'll show you how to start putting this together in a minute. But what you've got is you've got the 5.5 inch roll, which is going to be your calico, which is going to be your base to create those collage pieces. That's the taller of the two rolls.
Yes.
Then you've got your smaller roll, which is in an ivory quilting cotton. That's what you're going to use in between everything for your borders and your binding as well. There's enough to do your binding there too. And then you get the backing fabric, which is 1 metre by, I think it's 1 metre 40.
Yes.
Of, again, the corresponding ivory fabric, and that's quilting cotton as well. And then on top of that, you're getting your ephemera sheet in whichever colourway you want. You are getting 30 metres worth of fibres, and you are getting the coordinating buttons as well.
Now this tool here, Hayley, tell me about this.
So that's your binding tool. That will allow you to create the binding strips that you are going to need to make the edge to go around your quilt to finish it off.
Beautiful. What an absolutely fantastic deal. All you need to do, well, you don't need to do anything. You could have both if you wanted to, absolutely. It's going to be available to you on FlexiBuy, which means just £20 today. We'll send out your kit to you. And if you do want to go for both of them, then the price will be double that. So it'll be £40 today and £40 in a month's time. Something a little bit different and something that you could actually turn into a keepsake as well. Really love the design of these, and I think you're going to be fascinated when you get them home to have a look at all the different tickets on there, from cinema to buses to admission.
Over 100. I was trying to count them before the show. There's over 100, and I think there's even over 110, but I might have missed a few out. So I would say there's 110 plus.
Now, are they the same design on each panel? One's colour and
yes, they're the same designs, but one's colour and one's not. But there's no two elements on there that are the same.
Love that.
So you've got 110 individual elements which you can add on to your design.
Are they from proper real tickets?
They're not, because we weren't sure whether we were allowed to use them or not.
Yes.
So they're to all sorts of things, and you know, there's ones in there to cinemas. There's ones in there which just say 50p, and it doesn't say what it's to. Could be to anything. There's bus tickets, there's tram tickets, train tickets. You name it, they're on there.
I think it's brilliant, isn't it? It's nice to just sit and reminisce as well. Something like this, a project like this, will give you that chance, because there might be a style of ticket, a style of font in here, or something that just brings back a memory for you. We've got one here. What's this? Angry versus frantic.
There's some wrestling tickets in there.
Good. Very good. I love that. Excellent. Right. Choose and decide which project you want to go for. 291329 is your item number. Right. Now, let's talk about on a roll, because this is something fairly new.
Yes.
That you have.
What we have is we have a ginormous great big machine, and it chops things up into rolls, into what we call reels, because obviously these are the full fabric comes on a huge big long roll, and we're slitting it up into these smaller reels. So we did a one-day special I think it's 2 months ago actually.
Yeah, I think it was.
Where we launched all of the plain colours. And the first thing everybody said is, when are your patterns coming out? So that's exactly what we've done. We've brought, these are like a raindrop spot. They're not a really kind of crisp, round dot. Yeah. Because when you roll the fabric for slitting, if it that doesn't come from the factory rolled exactly spot on, then that's going to look a little bit off. And that's why we went for this raindrop spot, which is absolutely perfect, because those little drops go in all sorts of directions, and you can get a really kind of nice effect from these. And it's just a little bit more irregular, which means that you're going to not need as much accuracy when you're sewing things together, because you're not kind of focusing entirely on those kind of round regular shapes of the spots.
Now there's 40 metres on each roll, 2.5 inches in width, and we've got some beautiful colours. They all go perfectly together. So you have the coral, which is a gorgeous colour. Next to that is your mango, a nice mustard colour. Then we've got some blues down the bottom for you. You've got strongest steel, and then you've got almost blue. Now you can have more than one if you want to. It'd be nice to colour match. 136413 is your item number. Absolutely fantastic deal. Let's move on because we've got more.
20 metres on each of those.
20 metres on each of those.
20.
Where did I see 40?
Oh,
It said
sorry,
40.
that's me fibbing.
Yes.
It's 40 metres on
It is.
those. That was my fault. And that's equivalent to 2.5 metres of fabric if you
Yes.
had it as a whole big piece.
Yeah. So 40 metres on those rolls. We're moving on to our next set for you. And these are your batiks, and these are 30 metres. And what I like about this, you can see we've got the colour changing. So you've got a little taster, well, quite a large taster of each colour on here.
10 metres of each on these. So if you think about when you use a jelly roll, and it swaps between lots of different colours, and it gives you maybe metre 10 in each strip, this means you don't have to join them.
Yes.
It comes as one long continuous piece. So if you're wanting to, especially for your borders, your binding, your edging, where usually your 1 metre piece would then be a problem because you're going to have a join in the middle of your border of your quilt, then this kind of takes all of that away.
Beautiful, isn't it? Love this blue. And the pattern of similar to that will run all the way through for your different colours. And that one is your stained glass marble. The next one we have for you, this is your Ice Baby.
Well, because all the on a roll ones are named after songs.
Are they?
Absolutely every single colourway. Emma takes a long time doing this. This takes longer than probably cutting the stuff up, is coming up with the names for everything.
For these batik ones or for...
Well, for absolutely everything.
What song is Coral then?
Emma finds them, not me.
Right, okay. Okay, right. Well,
Emma finds them, not me.
This one is your Ice Baby. Fantastic colours in there as well. £21.99, 30 metres on each, and you're saving £3.50. Let's move on because we've got sets of 3 for you now.
Yes, and these
really
sets
like
of
the collections
3
of colours that you've got here. So the start. Oh, they're individual. Sorry.
These are we've put them in the sets because the 3 colours that you see on that top set are in that top combined roll. So if you like the individual colours or you want to extend one of your rolls with an extra colour, then this is the way to do it. These are all 20 metres, so that's equivalent to 1.25 metres of fabric. And yes, there's stickers on, so Janice knows which one's which.
But I can't actually read them, so
you didn't
there
put
you
your
go.
glasses on.
It's not about my glasses, it's about the colour you've used on the tape. We could talk about that all night, but let's stop there.
Okay,
the first one is Marble Peach.
Marble Peach.
Yes.
And then you've got, oh, I can't see that from here.
No, nor can I. You see, you've got the same problem as me.
Well, I've got 10 miles away though.
Now, the
You've got
blue one here is your...
Do you know what?
Pebbles and Marbles.
I think I've got a list.
I've got that one. And then you've got the green one. I will have to find my glasses, actually. Give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Get your glasses out. Because the top set there, they're all kind of marble themed. And then the bottom set are all ice themed because of the way that they're dyed.
Pebbles and Marbles, I was right with that one. And then you've got Marble Peach, which is the top. And then you've got the Marble Moon. Thank you very much. Then you've got the bottom set. That one is your River of Ice.
Ice themed.
River of Ice. That one is your Walking on Thin Ice, which seems I am at the moment. And then you've got Cold as Ice. Cold as Ice. So you can buy these individually, £16.99. If you are going for the mixed roll, this is a way of extending one of the colours in that particular roll. Right, let's move on. We've got the sparkle in the rolls. Now, we do have this in larger pieces of fabric, but let's start you with the rolls, okay? And you've got City of Gold, some gorgeous colours in here.
Yes, so you've got your kind of creamy colour, your sandy colour and your beigey colour in that. And when we get to the individual metres, you'll see all of these colours much more clearly because we've laid them all out. We tried to lay them so that the sets were together as well, so you could see. So if you have a look on the we'll get to them in a minute. We'll have a look.
Let's get to them in a minute. So I want to ask you a
go
question about the sparkly bits. This will be the first question. Can we wash it? Will the sparkles stay?
Okay, your sparkles, yes, you can wash. It's a 30-degree wash, and it does advise not to tumble dry it.
Okay.
As well.
Perfect. So you've also got your ruby shoes. And then you've got your sapphire moonlight. So let's show you those colours because you can only see the outside.
Ruby shoes is 2 different pinks, like a rose pink and a more of a fuchsia pink, and a purple as well. And your moonlight one, that is a turquoisey blue. You've got like a sky blue in there, and you've also got a really kind of nice light grey in there as well.
Beautiful. Perhaps I'll pop them that way, and then you won't read the stickers at home. Not that there's anything bad on it. There you go.
No swearing on the stickers. It's just to tell you which ones they were.
Yes. 894837 is your item number.
So, on this set, what I'll do is, as we come to what's on the rolls, I will tell you which ones they are on the rolls.
Okay.
So.
This is a pick and mix. You can choose any 3. They're half meters, but you're also getting your pattern. Well, it's 2 patterns, isn't it?
Yes, it's 2
patterns.
bag patterns.
One is to make a fabulous bag, and the other one is to make another fabulous bag. Full instructions, full pattern, everything in there. So you get both of those patterns with your pick and mix. You choose any 2. £17.99. Let's take you through. Sorry, any 3. Let's take you through the colour options. Okay, so you've got ruby, which is a beautiful red. Now, are these batiks as well?
They're not a true batik because they are actually, the design is printed on there first, but it's got kind of a mottled batik style background, and then on the top of that you've got that really kind of fine dusting of glitter on top,
like
which
that.
Just adds a lovely shimmer to everything.
Like that. Next is the moonstones. A nice pink, isn't it? Nice and lovely and bright.
So that's the kind of the rose type pink. The fuchsia pink that's next to it. Yep, you've got all 3 of those
all
there.
3 of those in there. Your next one is your pink sapphire, so deeper pink. We've got your amethyst, which is absolutely beautiful. Next along, that's a nice purple. Next along, you've got your onyx, which is a nice grey. And then you've got your sapphire, a beautiful deep midnight blue sky. You've also got your opal, like your opal.
So now we're coming into the colours that are on that, I think it's moon something roll. There you go, that one. So that's your first colour that's on there.
And that is on your
that's on the outside.
sapphire moonlight.
And then
you've got your topaz.
So that one's not on the roll, but then the next 2
but the next 2 are, which is your Lucy in the Sky. And then you've got your black pearl. That's nice. It's not really black. It's like a dusky, marbly grey.
Yeah, I think that one would go with an awful lot of things.
Yeah,
it's got a lot of potential, that one.
Really like that one.
The one next to it, actually.
Yeah, the mother of pearl. That is beautiful. That really is. That is nice. And it just adds to that detail with that sparkle. Next along is golden brown, texture like sun. Then you've... Oh, hang on.
Okay. Oh, no.
It's not my fault. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. There you go, is the next one. You've got Goldfinger. He's a man. Then you've got...
You recognise some of the songs.
I recognise most of the songs. I just don't recognise Coral as a song, but it might be. And then you've got your emerald, which is absolutely sensational. It is a pick and mix. Choose any 3. They are half-metre pieces, £17.99. 185845 is your item number. We've got more fabrics to show you. Then we've got some great demonstrations coming up from our Hayley. What have we got to look forward to, Hayley?
We're going to do the one-day special. We're going to start from scratch and almost do it like a craft along and do a bit each hour.
Yes.
And show you exactly how we came up with that.
Perfect. Excellent. And all shows will be available on Rewind as well. Now, we've got some limited edition for you. These are absolutely gorgeous. I keep changing my mind as to which one's my favourite. Now, we're already busy for all of these. So, 22 metres.
Yes.
Wow.
So, they are weird numbers because, I'll be completely honest, to put together this show's a nightmare because everything should have come to us on rolls. It didn't. It all arrived on boats, and they all arrived with weird numbers of amounts of meters on. So we thought, fine, let's just go with it. So yes, some are in weird quantities like 22 meters, but that's because the bolts came to us with
still
11 meters and 11 meters
Yeah.
on, and we thought, well, there's no point in cutting 1 meter off and wasting it.
Of course.
We may as well just add it on.
Now you've got 2 fabrics in this one, as you can see there. So you've got a lovely grey, and then you've got the cream one as well. 2 beautiful, beautiful fabrics, all rolled into one. £16.99.
Are limited edition. They will not be coming back. So whatever stock we've got here now, that is it. Game over. I'm not re-rolling them again.
Okay, right. You've heard it here first.
That was quite grumpy, wasn't it? I'm not doing it again.
It was. I really like this. I like the colours in here.
I forgot the swatches for this one.
You did
but
indeed.
You've got a dusky pink one.
Yes,
so
I like
the
that.
pink flowers that are on the front there.
Yep.
It's kind of that colour background.
Right.
With
got
different
you.
colour flowers on.
I think that's.
And then the last one you've got is a really kind of deep navy.
Yeah, I
with
think that
those
might be
kinda
my
nice
favourite. That
bright
might be my
flowers on top.
favourite. I love that. That's very vintage.
Yes.
Beautiful colours.
Really, really cute.
And then there's 33 metres in that one, in
Yeah.
your florals. Then the next one is your dragonfly. You've got some bees on there as well. And if I just turn that to side, you can
So,
see that subtle change in
This one
difference
I
of
definitely
colours
should
as
have
well.
brought swatches for, because your top one, you've got dragonflies on a white background. Dragonflies, bees, flowers. We've purposefully picked prints that aren't directional, so that you can have these kind of any way up, because the dragonflies are flying in all directions, the bees are flying in all directions, so you can kind of use these lots of different ways up. The next colour in there is a lighter blue background, you can see it there, and it's got exactly those same patterns on, but on a light blue background. And the third fabric that's in there takes out some of the elements of the one you can see on the top there. That, what I would say, is your feature fabric, and then the other one's more densely packed with a lot of the elements that you can see on there, but not actually the dragonfly, so it's all flowers and things.
Love that. £29.99, saving £5, 215330. We're very busy for all of those. Doesn't surprise me. What a fabulous deal. But as Haley said, when they're gone, they're gone. When they're gone, they're gone. Right, let's move over, because we've got some more fabrics on a roll for you. We've got lots of options. Really, really handy. We've got all of the plain colours here, but we've got some great colours. 40 metres on each roll, £26.99. So you've got your pistachio, your baby blue eyes, you've got the silver, Lily the pink, you've got Walking on the Moon, you've got your Back to Black down there. You can see all the colours on the website.
The ones that you've done on the top, they're the new colours. They're
Right.
on new editions. The other colours we have had before, but those 5 on the top are our nice new ones. And we've brought you lots of pastels, because again, that's what you asked for, so that's what we did.
Yeah, and pastels are always popular, aren't they? But we also have the sharper colours, deeper colours for you as well, so all kinds of different tones. You can head to the website and see all of the deals for you, and then you can check out your baskets and also turn that into a flexi buy if you're going for your one-day special. Now, we've got a happy hour deal for you, and this happy hour deal is for this hour, and this hour only, I assume, yes. And it's 2 sets of fabric scissors, £13.98. Great price. You get 2 10-inch scissors. So you could have one for fabric, one for paper if you wanted to, or both for your fabric. Yes, that's what Hayley's telling me. Well, you... Yes. Yes.
Kind of normal, everyday use. But they've got really nice long blades, which means if you're dressmaking and if you've got long straight bits to cut, these are perfect, because they've got a really good long blade on there, so you can it's just easier to cut straight.
Yeah.
Because if you try, I mean, this is the kind of the extreme. But if you're going from kind of really tiny blades like that, where you're having to do lots of little snips, you're going to gradually move your way off. If you've got long blades like that, where you can just do 2 or 3 larger snips, you're going to keep your lines much straighter.
Are they sharp to the very edge?
Yes.
Good. Brilliant. Yeah, because some scissors sometimes struggle, but you can see those are absolutely perfect for you. 637652. Now we have another happy hour deal for you. You've got 2 choices in this as well, and it's some fabric.
So these are some of our honour rolls, and we've called these our bands because, as you can see, there are different bands of colour within these. Now you get 10 metres of each colour, so it's 40 metres in total. So on this one, which is the Purple People Eater, you've got ivory, Is it ivory? Yes, it is ivory. Ivory through to the kind of lilacs, and they've got proper names. So I think these ones are Purple Rain, Purple Haze, and Deep Purple on this one. And then on the other one, we've got white, and then we've got 2 different greys. So it's Grateful Dead and Grey Day, and then through to the Back in Black.
Brilliant,
Some
fantastic.
really useful ones, and continuous pieces, 10 metres in each colour.
Yeah, it certainly is useful, and it's useful to save £10 for this hour, and this hour only £19.99 with that happy hour deal, 031927. Right, I think we've seen everything on the counter now. Let's have a look at the demonstration.
So we are going to go from the start on this. So you've got 2 rolls in your one-day special kit. So this is the first one, which is a 5.5-inch calico. Now, you can't deny it looks like toilet roll.
Well,
so let's just get out of the way and move on.
I was thinking more kitchen roll, or medicated toilet roll. I don't know.
No, moving on. Okay. So
you get a medicated toilet roll.
I'm just trying to move on from the medicated toilet roll, and you've gone back there. Don't go there. What's wrong with you? Okay, so one of the things that you will need to add to your one-day special, sorry, I should not talk and rip at the same time. Shh. Okay, so what we are going to do with this is any of your scrap box is perfect for this. So all those bits that you've cut off previous projects, this is what you're going to add to this. So let me get some other darker colours so you can see, because I've put quite a beigey colour on there. I'm just trying to get it to match in with the other one that we've got.
Now, we've had a question from Heather. It's a great question, Heather. Thank you very much. How big will the completed quilt be? Haley?
Sorry, what?
How big will the completed quilt
be? It is 42 by 37.
42 by 37?
Yes, inches.
Excellent.
Not centimetres. That would be quite little.
Inches.
Yes. So there's enough backing in there. There's enough of your sashing and border pieces to go in there. There's enough of this to make that size quilt. And probably there's more than you need to go in there. So you'll have absolutely plenty at that. You're obviously getting 30 metres. Oh, Janice, they were lovely. Now look at the state of them.
Why?
Look at the state of it. Because I know exactly what you've been doing. You've been making yourself a little wig, haven't you?
I haven't.
You have?
I wanted to get them out to show.
It's really, this is like a really nice bundle just to have a bit of fun with. So this is exactly what we're going to do. And we're going to start by layering up loads of pieces on your roll. So this roll is going to be your backing piece. Now, I will say it's handy to kind of leave it on the roll while you're starting to put this together, and then you can just do a bit at a time. Yep. And it makes it easier when you get to your sewing machine as well, because you're not dealing with one huge long bit that's all over the place. So what I'm doing is just placing some bits down. I've got no adhesive or anything on here because I'm not particularly worried about it not being straight. I want that kind of rough and ready and vintage look.
We're not washing anything before we put it together, are we,
No,
Hayley?
no, I don't think you need to for this. Because of the type of quilt it is, it needs to be looking kind of quite rough and ready. If I put that bit in there, you'll be able to see some of the bits that we've already added to the one that you've got over there. These are a couple of little offcuts that came from there. And the bits of fabric are just going down completely randomly. You're just chucking anything in. But if you have got a feature fabric, like this one that I've got here, let me pop that on there. You can kind of cut feature bits out of this. So, for example, if I wanted to take this here and perhaps I wanted to take it out as like almost like a clamshell kind of shape, then I can do that and have kind of feature pieces on there as well as my just random rough, torn, ripped, cut, whatever you've got left over. It's nice to do these as memory pieces as well, using old bits of clothing.
That'd be a nice idea. Because I guess, Hayley, could you make the quilt a little bit bigger if you had some extra backing to add to it?
Absolutely. I mean, we've got these rolls available as extra ones, and we've also got this exactly the same colour as the ivory that's within the kit. That's as a 40-metre roll as well. So you can extend this as much as you want to. So let me just clear those off. So we've got a little feature piece that we're going to add in there, and all you're going to do is keep building these pieces up. Let me get a few more bits and bobs on there, and then we'll start to show you how to get all this sewn down. So when you sew it down, you can use any method you want, really. You're just wanting to hold all this. I'm really sorry, I'm going to have to rip again. There you go. But can you see how this is now starting to build up? I'm going to go for those long scissors again because I can get those nice, big, long, straight lines. I don't need to worry about the edges too much because when I put this together, let me just grab one or two of these. You can see sometimes there's little bits I've got on the back here that are just overlapping a little bit. Yeah. And what I tend to do is before I start stitching it together, I'll just straighten those off to the same size as the fabric was before I start.
Now, we've had a sell-out already on the happy hour deal. Yes, the Purple People Eater. I believe you've got that with you there, Hayley.
I have.
It's gone and sold out. Now, you can still get Fade to Grey. That is still available for you. 40 metres on that roll. But the Purple People Peter has sold out.
B, who says he's going to catch it? He says it's going to be fine.
Well, health and safety, be careful.
And he didn't. That wasn't a particularly good throw.
Right, now I've got some news on this beautiful, beautiful fabric roll. The Supermarket Flowers, it's limited stock. Is it limited? It is. It's gone limited stock, and it's not coming back. So grab that whilst you can. It's absolutely beautiful, gorgeous ditzy design. And then you've got the two colourways in there, which is wonderful, isn't it? £16.99. Limited stock, though. Time to get that in your basket and check out 686057. Back to Hayley.
So I'm going to put one more piece of fabric in, and then we're going to take this over and start stitching it. Okay. And what I'm doing is I'm varying the fabrics. Now, the reason that I wouldn't wash this first is because I would stick anything in this. I would really stick all sorts in it. So ribbons, I mean, this is a piece of like a Dupion satin kind of thing. You can chuck anything at this, and because all those fabrics are going to wash and kind of move at different rates, I wouldn't worry about it too much and just get it looking nice, because this kind of scruffy kind of quilting method, the more it's roughed up and you know, moved about, the better it starts to look. So,
just to let everyone know at home, we have just sold out of the Supermarket Flowers on a roll. So, sorry, that's all gone now, but you can have a look at the other ones that are available to you. Hayley?
Okay, so I'm just popping pins just in each of the pieces just to hold those in place when we start to put this together. And the method that I used on the one that you've got as a sample over there, is I've used just diagonal. I don't know, maybe you can see a little bit better on this one because I've used a white thread, but I've just used diagonal stripes on this one because that's going to hold everything in place. And all I'm doing at the minute is putting like a background on. I wouldn't at this point get involved with putting things like the fibres on, because you want a solid base to work from first. So that's what we're doing. We're just establishing that solid base to work from.
So we'd put maybe the fibres and the buttons and embellishments on afterwards.
Yes, that's all kind of a little bit later on. So we're going to get to that in a second. So I'm just going to move in this machine.
Just while you do that, I just want to show everyone at home the two different panels. You might be thinking, oh, how can I make a choice? This is your vintage. It's the same images on each one, but that's your vintage. So you've got the like the tea-stained elements. So you've got tickets, you've got logos, you've got emblems. Absolutely fantastic. Love that. So that's your vintage with the sepia colour. And then I'll take this one away. You've got a hint of colour in the next one. Same images, but a hint of colour. I keep changing my mind. 1 minute I like the vintage, and then I like a hint of colour. They are even Stevens when it comes to popularity. I don't know which. I think I like the hint of colour.
I've got my anti-social sewing machine today.
Excellent.
The cotton, the fabrics are 100% quilting cotton. So if you want to play with them and add, you know, stains, inks, dyes to them first, if it's going to be a kind of more of a showpiece, then that's fine. If it's going to be one that you are going to wash, just make sure that those inks and dyes and stains will be permanent if you are going to go ahead and wash it. But it's 100% cotton, so you can add all of that and throw everything at it before you start cutting it up and adding those bits in.
I think they're fabulous. So that's the choice in the kits, just the 2 colours that you've got, or the 2 colourways, the vintage, which is the sepia, or you've got a little hint of colour. And then, of course, your threads and your buttons will coordinate with the actual panels you're going with. So your vintage, you've got all the lovely colours for your vintage. You've got some browns in there, you've got some pearls, you've got some pearlescence, some purple and some natural wood ones in there, which is great. And then with the hint of colour, you can see you've got your pinks, your purples, some nice little greens in there as well, so it's more brightly coloured, and you've also got your fibres in there as well, which correspond. So it's a great deal. You also get your strips and you get your backing fabric as well. 2 payments of £20, 291329 is your item number for your one-day special. So it's a great project to have. It's a great project to sit down and maybe do with yourself or other members of the family. Or how about this? Why don't you treat yourself to one, and why don't you treat someone else to the other? And you could both make it at the same time. It will look different, but you can go through the process together, and that's really nice. You can also personalise it as well. Maybe you've got some old fabric material that you've been thinking, I need to do something with this, like a memory quilt, isn't it? Then you've got the opportunity to do that. I know people do that with some older clothes, or maybe their christening outfit or something like that. It'll give you a good chance to make that memory quilt. So your choice is your vintage or your hint of colour. 291329 is your item number, 2 payments of £20. That's your one-day special. Back to Hayley.
Hi. They've given me a booster seat.
I thought she was sitting on a couple of phone books, but they're foam.
They've given me a booster cushion, but this is what I've got. 2 fantastic machines, and I usually demonstrate on the 100Q, and it's exactly for this reason, because this is a fantastic machine. This is the Jade 35, but it's not made for telly. Is it? It's not made for telly, but we're all right. So,
we'll get close up on the fabric so you can lift that up.
So, I'm going to show you first of all the diagonal lines, and this is why I said before to keep it on its roll, because this is going to make your life so much easier, because you're going to keep the roll to the back over this side, and then you are going to stitch. I'm going to just widen that stitch out a little bit so it goes a bit quicker. I'm going to stitch in our diagonal line. Now this is an automatic cut on, and that's why I've brought this machine. So I'm just using the foot as a guide, and then I'm kind of lining it up with that first row stitching. So whatever angle you start on, stick with it. It doesn't have to be a set angle with this. There's a lot of freedom in this. And if you want to use decorative stitch, absolutely do it. Go for it if you want. If you've got the capability to put text in there, you know, you can put some kind of hidden words in as well. You can have a lot of fun with this kind of work.
I mean, you might have some of your own buttons to put in there, and your own pieces of
absolutely.
Fabric,
this is what it's
pieces
about. We're giving you the starting point and the kind of little bit of inspiration, and it's for you to take it from there and then kind of run with it. So we're just going to keep going, and the cut facility on this does make it a little bit quicker, because obviously I can just cut it off and then restart the row rather than going back and forth. Now, I would definitely recommend doing that, cutting it off and keep coming in the same direction, because you can see my roll's over here, it's out the way, I'm not having to drag it all over the place. Now if I was to keep turning that round and going in the opposite direction, then that's when it starts getting messy. But all this is going to be hidden once we stitch it together, so we don't need to worry about that too much. So we keep sewing in those diagonal lines, and just keep an eye on where your pins are and where those fabrics are overlapping, because sometimes they're going to overlap nicely, like that one where I can just sew straight over the top, and then other ones, like the one we're coming to shortly, will be going in the other direction. So I'm now get rid of this pin. There you go. So I'll put a few more of these in. Do you fancy doing a little tiny recap?
Yes,
While
yes,
I do a few more of these.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's remind you of the half-metre pieces. We're very busy for these. They're fabulous. And they've got a little bit of sparkle in there, got a little bit of sparkle. We also have some strip rolls available for you, and that's a different item number, but it might be worth going and having a look at these to correspond with the fabrics that you're buying here in the half metres. We've got 3 sets of those. Now, you get 2 bonus patterns included with your pick and mix, and they are to create and make to one wonderful bags. You don't have to use these fabrics. You can use any fabrics to make these. Full instructions and your patterns included. And you choose any 3 half meters. So let's take you through your colours. You've got your ruby, which is very vibrant red. You've got your moonstones, beautiful pink. You've also got your pink sapphire, which is a deeper pink. Love that. Love the amethyst because it looks like an amethyst as well. Absolutely beautiful. I know here on our monitors it looks a bit blue, but that is a gorgeous, gorgeous purple. I'm sure you're getting that at home. Then you've got your onyx. Your onyx is a lovely slate grey. You've got your sapphire, that deep midnight blue. The next one is your opal. So you've got your opal there, which again is a lovely blue. More of an aqua blue. This is your topaz. Beautiful that. You can really see the white in the background. You've got Lucy in the sky with diamonds. You also have a black pearl, like that. You've got your mother of pearl, which is a nicer, lighter grey. Really nice. Very subtle, that one. Golden brown. Texture like sun. You also have your diamonds are a girl's best friend. You've got gold finger. And then you've got emerald there, which is gorgeous. Those two colours go really well together, actually. They go very, very well together. Right, I know, it just keeps... There. I need the weight. Can I just pull these a little bit more, just so it doesn't fall down? Can I keep going? Keep going. Is that... I don't want it too far down because then I won't be able to read the colours. I could always move the stickers, but that would take a lot of effort. Let's move on. Okay. Right, let's talk about the blue one. These are limited editions, and once they've gone, they've gone. This one is sensational. I love this. How busy are we for this particular one? Half the stock has gone. Really like the colours in that. Isn't that beautiful? So it's the same pattern. The first set has the blue in the background, and if I turn that to the side, you see we've got that lovely dusky pink and then the darker blue. Still the same pattern. Love that. I definitely go for that. 33 metres on that one, £24.99. So then you have got your dragonflies and your bees. Now over half the stock has gone of that. Really nice, delightful colours in that one. So almost like a country cottage style, isn't it? It's beautiful. So you've got your creams, and you've got your lilacs, £29.99, and you get 36 metres on that one. How sensational is that? Right, the happy hour rolls that we've got one left, which is the black, and that's limited stock. The purple people eater went, and now the black roll is limited stock, 40 metres, £19.99. Just to show you the width of that particular roll, Hayley has it with her.
They're all
2.5 inches?
2.5 inches.
Excellent.
Because that's the size that will work with all of your jelly rolls. It will work with, you know, jelly rolls, Swiss rolls, freedom rolls, strip rolls, all the same size.
2.5 inches.
It's just, I think it's got a bigger
illusion?
hole.
It probably has got a
we've
bigger
now
hole.
managed to jigger things about so we can put smaller centres in.
Yeah, it,
So
just, it must be an
it's better.
illusion. It looks larger than 2.5 inches, but it is
No,
2.5
it
inches.
is 2.5 inches. They're all 2.5 inches wide.
And you can always use the roll that's in there as a project for something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, you
Why
certainly
not?
could. You certainly could.
Okay.
So that's your happy hour deal, and we're technically sold out just by
Bee-hoo,
showing it there.
catch.
Technically sold out, so well done if you got that one.
Oh, he's not
dear.
there. Oh, he's coming. It's fine. Ready?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was a better throw, wasn't it? Yeah.
Okay, right. Let's go back to the one-day special and back to Hayley.
Okay, so next step is to be looking at adding some of the extra bits, some of the embellishments that we have put with the bundle. So one of those options is adding some of your... That's just thread from when I was sewing, actually, but that's quite nice. We'll keep that. It's actually thread that's come off of this one here, this kind of Dupion style one, this kind of sparkly, light-coloured one.
Okay.
So we might hang on to that. But there's loads and loads of different fibres and yarns and things in here. So let me pick a sparkly one. Let's have a little sparkly one in here. So there's absolutely tons in there, and it doesn't always have to be like a big kind of squiggly thing like that, because that's not always what people want. And it's nice to sometimes just put it on as a little a little band across there. Now, if you're going to do that, I would recommend working with a little zigzag stitch, quite a wide zigzag stitch, but a little zigzag stitch to hold that in place. And you can use something like a cording foot or a piping foot that's got a little channel underneath to hold that in the centre for you while you zigzag over it. Yes.
Could you hand stitch that afterwards?
Absolutely.
I mean, that'd be a nice little
Absolutely.
sort of evening project to do.
Yeah, once you've got your roll together.
What's the stitch that looks like a nest that goes up?
Oh, I know what you mean. Right, so what you would do is you do 2 rows of running stitch.
Yes.
And then thread this through it in
That's
and out
it.
so it
That
goes
would
like
look quite
an
nice,
S.
keeping some together.
Absolutely. You can hand stitch any of these on. Obviously, some of the bigger, chunkier ones that might be in there. If that's too big to add on, then you can always split them down. This one is actually kind of 4-ply in there, so you can split those down and add those in as well. So you can have, you can make your kind of directional things if you want. You can even write names and things like that into it if you wish. Otherwise, you can just kind of have a bit of fun with these, and you can splay these out even further, some of them, and make it almost like a felting fibre.
And they're really soft, aren't they?
They are. These
Really
are all
super
super
soft.
soft. You've got some that are variegated, like this one that starts in kind of, pinks and oranges and goes through browns and greys. So you've got lots and lots of different options in there. I can't guarantee you'll get ones that are identical to this, but they'll be very, very similar. The other element that comes with, there's 2 other elements actually. You've got your bag of buttons that's in there. Now there's 50 grams of buttons in here, and 50 grams of buttons is quite a lot of buttons. If I just shuffle those along a little bit, there's quite a lot of buttons in there, and you can play and have a lot of fun with these, because if you have a look at some of the embellishments, there's a lot which are kind of sewing related. So if we're maybe going to add some of them on. Now, this one I've just added a bit of fusible webbing onto the back of, just because it was going to be quicker for me for demonstrating on TV. Okay. You can, of course, stitch these on. So I'm just going to quickly iron that in place, because I can then take one of the buttons that I've got within my set, maybe I want a slightly bigger one than that, and then just replace it with one of those. So that's the one that I've just ironed on, and then I can take one of my buttons, again that one's a little bit small, and just replace it with that. So you can kind of build up a 3D element to it. So you see, I mean, there'll be loads of different ones. I think that one's a bit too floral for that particular application there. I would maybe put that kind of later on or further along. But something like that one, which exactly covers the button itself, is perfect. And then with this one, I can either line that up with one of the needles, or I could split the difference and have it going in between them. So you can have really good play with this. Yeah. And it's not about necessarily precision. It's not about doing anything to a great deal of accuracy. The one thing I would say is, if you're adding the logos and things on, just be aware of where you're placing them. So if you kind of know, there are instructions to make a quilt in there, and it will tell you how long each of those bits need to be to create the quilt that's the size that we said, the 37 inches by 42 inches. So it will give you fixed sizes for each of the bits that you need to create. Now, if you want to work those as smaller bits, that's fine. However, what I would say is just be aware of your placement of your logos and things, because what you don't want to do is just kind of work your way all the way along and have things that maybe you're not going to get a full piece of. I quite like having half of them hanging off like that and then sewing them into the next one, because I think it just kind of adds it, adds an extra element to it, that it is more kind of truly a random piece. But if you don't want that, then cut your pieces out first and then go ahead and attach these. The fibres I would put on at this stage as well. The buttons I would probably save until after you've done your stitching together. So the panel that you've got under the counter there, I would actually use that at that point to add the buttons onto, because it's just going to go through your machine a lot easier without the bulk of having the buttons on there.
When everything is put on, you've got your fibres on there, you've got your buttons on there. Would you recommend this then being a quilt to use on the bed and you can wash because you'll have lots of buttons on there, or would it be more of a decorative quilt
I think
that goes on top
if
of
you're
the
going to
bed?
hand stitch a lot of bits on, I would probably recommend it be more decorative. I mean, you could still hand wash it.
Yeah, you could.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Not a problem. Just whatever you're going to do with it, just bear that in mind. And how you attach things to it.
Let me just turn this one around because you can see the strips that Hayley has created along the top there, down the side and along the bottom. But let me turn that around so you can see the mechanics
Don't show
of how
the workings. I haven't trimmed the.
Well, no. This is I just want to show everybody, because if anyone's new to patchworking or quilting, you can see that's in a strip. But when I turn that around, it kind of looks like you've got panels, like
and
one,
you could also
two,
always go
three.
back
so
in
it makes it
to
easier,
this, you
doesn't
know,
it?
and you could add some of the embellishments and things to overlap the bits where you've joined it, where you've put the stitching in, to kind of break that sewing line up, and add some of the fibres, the buttons, the embellishments to make it look like it's one continuous piece.
Yeah, it's a great way of starting your journey into patchwork in a very traditional way as well. So that's why I wanted to show you that it was just one panel like that. I guess there's nothing stopping you from making a panel and then slicing it into 3 or 4 and then mixing it around a little bit and changing the shape.
Absolutely. If you're maybe going for a couple of different colourways, you could, as a beginner, great, because you can literally throw anything at this. Your stitching doesn't have to be straight, your stitching doesn't have to be that neat. You can throw everything at it and it will still look stunning when it comes out the other end. If you're more advanced, then you can start kind of playing around with a bit more techniques and how you place things and how you want things to look on the other side of it to create something that can be absolutely stunning with this.
And I think what's nice about this as well, you can actually do this with members of the family. You could sit down and do it collectively and then just bring all of that together. So you've got something, you could sit down with your daughter, for example, and you could do some with your daughter, or you could hand it to your daughter, you could hand it to your son, you could hand it to your dad or your mum.
All they've got to do is pin the pieces on.
Yeah.
You can then take it to the machine and stitch it up and add the other embellishments and bits and pieces, because the embellishments are there really just to kind of tie everything back together. I mean, why not have a different member of the family do each panel? It'll tell you what size to cut each strip to work
that's a
on.
great idea.
And get everybody in the family to do a strip of their own.
It's a brilliant idea, it really is, and it's a way of bringing you all together. So let's talk about your one day special. You've got 2 choices. You've got one in the vintage, that's the colour of the panel, and then you've got your hint of colour. So let's take you through exactly what you're getting. Let's start with the vintage first of all. So the panel, I've got one under here. Let me show you this. I want to show you the full panel. The panels are the same, but one is in sepia and the other one has that hint of colour. Let me get this the right way round for you and bring that in. So you have a good size there with all your tickets on there and your logos. Absolutely fantastic. Take a few moments when you get this home just to have a look and a peruse, and then you can cut those out individually if you want to, or you can chop them up into mini blocks if you wish. Let's take that away. You are getting your fibres. Now these are beautiful, and you get a substantial amount on there that you can then, let me turn it that way, you can then start to divide into it and start to pull the fibres about and start to build and create your designs, even if you just got one piece of that fibre there and just placed it across, or maybe turn it into a little bit of an infinity sign or a crisscross, or start to divide those up like so. So you get your fibres included. You also get your buttons. So you've got plenty of buttons in there. Now the buttons coordinate with the colour. So the vintage, you'll get vintage coloured buttons. With the hint of colour, you get the beautiful coloured buttons. And you also get your, is this your button threader?
What? Oh no, that's your bias. It's a tape maker. Sorry,
yes,
it's not bias. It's,
okay,
it's a tape maker. So that's going to make your binding.
That's it.
For the edge of your quilt.
You also get your backing.
Sorry.
Now the size of the backing that you're getting included in this deal is 34 by 37. 37 by 42, and then you get your rolls to start creating those designs on there, and then your fabric to go in between. So you get a great deal, and it's £20 today and £20 in a month's time. All you need to do is choose whether you go for the vintage or you go for the hint of colour. I keep changing my mind. I like the hint of colour, then I go back to the vintage, and then I go back to the hint of colour again. But in the lead at the moment is the vintage. That's interesting. In the lead at the moment is the vintage. So it's entirely up to you what you go for. If you want to pay for it in one sitting, $39.99, you're saving £15 on that one-day special price. It gets better and better when you think about it. When you think about what you can do with it, and when you think about who you can do it with, you know, sit down with your family and friends and create something, create a memory quilt, which is amazing, isn't it? Your details at the top of the screen, 291329 is your item number. That's your one-day special. How long have we got left on this particular show? We've got less than 5 minutes. Do we still have the scissors available as a happy hour? We do. We've got 2 sets of fabric scissors, 10-inch scissors. They are a happy hour deal, but only for this hour. We've been selling out of the other happy hour deals we've had in the hour. £13.98. 637 652 is your item number. There they are. And they are sharp right to the tip, which, of course, is really, really important when you're doing anything with your fabric. Right, so your one-day special, pop that into your basket, sit back and relax and watch the rest of the demonstrations. We've got about 4 minutes left.
Okay, well, what we'll do is we'll very quickly put one of these strands of fibres in. So this is a quarter of a strand of one of these kind of big chunky ones that I've got here. I mean, that's nothing. It's a quarter of a tiny, tiny bit, and you can see how far these are kind of going to go. So I actually quite like that little bit of a curl on it. So I'm going to leave that in, and I'm going to take the machine and sew it on. So let me just slide this back a bit. And again, keeping that roll, you'll be able to just kind of work on it and then roll it back up and put it away and then cut it off as you go.
Hayley, if we didn't want to make the quilt, could we make other projects? Maybe just long strips
absolutely.
of like
if you wanted
a memory
to just make a whole strip of the quilt pattern comes with it, that's a bonus. If you don't want to make the quilt pattern with it, you can make other things with it. You could just maybe make cushions or anything you like, really. It's you're creating one great big long kind of collage piece of fabric. So I've got a zigzag stitch on here, and it's quite wide. Left to right, it's kind of the full width of the foot, but it's also quite wide in terms of how the amount that the feed dogs feed the fabric through, because this needs to be quite chunky, and I want the whatever's underneath it to be visible through the thread. So I'm just going to take the speed down on this as well, because I don't want it to just run away with me, because I need to be moving this left and right as I go to keep that kind of almost curly element to this as we stitch it down. I'm just allowing that to sit where it wants, and then just trying to keep up with it in terms of me stitching where it wants to be. I'm just going to move that around. And that is the other advantage of keeping it on the roll, is if you need to move that whole thing round, you just pick up the roll and pivot it, and you don't have to kind of fight with the whole thing, and you can roll it back on as well, so you can have a roll either side as if you want to. So I'm just going to pull that straight a little bit, and then come back across.
I think these strips would be nice collectively as a bag.
Yeah, why not? I mean, do them in different colours and then piece them all together for a bag.
How about a jacket?
It's
How about
calico.
a jacket, Hayley? The backing of a jacket.
Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, all you're doing is you're creating your own fabric.
Yeah.
You're creating your own fabric, and then how you put that together and stitch it into something else is entirely up to you. But what you will find is, because it's a good quality calico that's on the backing, which is the roll that you start with, and then all of those extra bits that you're adding to it is going to make it quite, stiff's not quite the word, but it's going to make it reasonably solid, which means that you'll be able to use it for heavier weight things. So bags, perfect. Seat covers and things, brilliant for that as well. Because the more it gets roughed up and the more it gets worn in, the better it looks. So
because you want that vintage element, don't
as
you?
we like to say, high traffic areas.
High traffic areas.
Brilliant for that. High traffic cushions. We like that.
Well,
don't we?
I don't think I've got any high traffic areas in my house at the moment after the past 18 months.
Which are like the ones on your sofa that you sit on all the time.
Yes, of course.
And then there's the cushion that goes on the chair that nobody's ever allowed to sit on and you're not allowed to touch.
Yes. Why is that?
I don't know, but I'm high trafficking today.
A decorative chair.
This kind of technique is going to look a million times better.
How
once it's got a bit of age to it.
on a table with some glass on top? That would be amazing because you can have all your memories underneath. It'd be a talking point. Hayley, we're back at 8 o'clock tonight.
Well, let's do that then.
Yes, let's do that. Thank you for this hour. Do check out your baskets. Go and have a look on the website. We've had quite a few sellouts, so you do need to go and check what's still available. And we'll see you back at 8 o'clock tonight with another edition of your one-day special and more demonstrations. If you've got any questions, you can still email them in. We'll get them to Hayley and answer them in a later hour at 8 o'clock. So it is studio@thecraftstore.com. It's been great to have your company, but stay where you are because we've got more to come here on The Craft Store. In fact, we're live all the way through until 10 p.m. Right, coming up next, Pink Frog Crafts Happy Hour with our Derek. He's looking forward to that. And we've got Craft Yourself Silly One Day special back at 8, and then we're back with the Emporia dressmaking.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. We've been bringing lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery for necklaces and bracelets and earrings. And we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. On our shows, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
I know, it's a happy hour. And it's a Pink Frog happy hour. We love Pink Frog. We love Pink Frog for every single reason, but I think what they're most famous for is their just amazing cardstock. And you get gargantuan amounts of cardstock for ridiculously low prices ordinarily. And when this pops up and shows you our first offer, I think this is really, really good. Watercolour card can be really, really expensive. And you just don't know, do you? When you go out and you look, it can be super, super expensive to buy. Tell me, yes, that's a really good point, actually. Emily's just suggested, actually, let's ask you at home, what do you love about Pink Frog? And in terms of the card stock that you buy, if you've used Pink Frog card, if you love Pink Frog card, I know that the Super Smooth is like legendary. I absolutely hear that everywhere, no matter which guest, no matter which company. So many people, I say to them, what are you stamping on? Oh, Pink Frog Super Smooth. What did I say there? Pink Frog Super Smooth. Let's start with watercolour card. And this is, you know, if you've been taking part in the Matthew Palmer craft alongs recently, and it's kind of got your juices flowing in terms of your watercolour colouring, then you need your watercolour card. But it's really expensive to buy, isn't it? I go out and I see a variety of different brands. I don't know how good it will or indeed won't be. And I know that if it's Pink Frog, I know it's built for the job as well, which is amazing. You can feel, well, you can't feel, I can on your behalf, but I can feel the amazing texture that this has. Of course, watercolour card is great, so any of your water-based mediums you can throw at it and just absolutely go to it. I do also love the fact that it's an A5 size, because when we've been doing the Matthew Palmer craft alongs, and I'm just picking that as an example, you've seen many other shows using watercolour pens and paints and inks and all sorts. That with the craft alongs, we've been working on a small scale, I think even half of A5 actually, which is really, really good when you get started because you can see impressive results and then go on and on and on. That is brilliant, isn't it? Because that's a whole stack, 280 GSM, so indeed it is construction weight as well, which is really, really good. 100 sheets of that. For £12.49, so you're saving £7.50. That's really, really good. Now, it's a happy hour, so you're only going to make that saving for this hour. This is that little window of opportunity has opened up for you. It's working out at about 12p a sheet, which is not so bad for watercolour card, is it? Good, strong watercolour card as well, which I love. You can stamp on that. Yeah, it'll take pretty much all of your mediums because watercolour card is really, really good. Particularly good, though, for painting and for stamping as well. You'll have different favourites in terms of your cardstock, I know, but that one is always a super, super popular one. So if you like it, and you've never, ever shopped with us before, and you're thinking, OK, do I need to join a club and sign up and all of that kind of thing? You can join our Freedom membership, which is £7.97 a month, which will give you free P&P for the rest of that month, which is a pretty cool kind of idea, because if you think about it, less than 3 lots of our postage, so less than 2 orders worth of our postage, Freedom membership gives you postage for all of your orders for the whole month, even if you're just buying a pot of paint tomorrow and it might be some ribbon the day after and it might be a stencil the day after. You think about it, if you're adding £3.95 to that every time you're placing an order, that can build up over a month. And you know, if you're crafty, how many orders you're going to get in a month. So Freedom membership might work for you. But the happy hours, anyone can join in. Everyone gets the same saving, which is really, really good. And all you need to do is go to our website, thecraftstore.com, pop in that item number, or it'll pretty much pop up on the front page anyway, the products that are in this show. Or we've got an app. I'm holding my imaginary phone here. This is my phone. It could be my tablet, or it could be my laptop. Either way, you can log on to thecraftstore.com and you will find it. And you can buy from different countries as well. So if you're watching us internationally, you can buy from us as well. Right, let's move on. And we have got the legend that is, I mentioned it briefly before, this is the absolute legend. Now, I would never have expected a Super Smooth to be on a happy hour show. And you're thinking, well, why, Derek? I'll tell you why. Pretty much, I mean, there are so many guests, so many different companies that are here with us at the craft store who demonstrate and bring stamps to us. And I will always, you know how nosy I am, so I'll always say to them, OK, what is it you're stamping on? I think probably 9 times out of 10, they're going to say, yeah, it's Pink Frog Super Smooth all the way, because it is my go-to, because it gives you nice, crisp, detailed stamping. It feels absolutely beautiful. As the name suggests, yes, super smooth. So what have we got on offer today then for you? 300 GSM, which is good, strong, super smooth as well. Again, that could be construction, and it could make really, really nice kind of envelope boxes, little fancy boxes, whatever you want to, but great for your card making, and you can just stamp away. Scores beautifully as well, without cracking. You can print on it as well. Inkjet and laser you can print onto your Super Smooth as well. Have a little look on your printer settings and have a little play around with it, but it's legendary for that. It's legendary in so many senses even. So we've got 160 sheets here, A4, and look at your price tag there. I mean, for any 300 GSM card, you know, for 160 sheet, you're going to pay dearly. And usually, with this kind of specialist card, stamping card, don't you usually buy it in those kind of plastic sleeves, and it's a pack of 10 or a pack of 15, and you think, OK, I've spent a fair bit there, and I haven't got a lot in my stash for it. This is a good stash builder. This hour is all about a stash building opportunity for you at special low prices as well. You're saving a £5, and actually, when it comes to your crafting goodies, it is every little pound and penny that you can save, because that means more stash, doesn't it? It's as simple as that. Because, again, you know, Super Smooth and the watercolour card, in essence, on telly, not the most gloriously glamorous things to look at on the television, but I tell you what, they are absolute essentials for your stash. So it's worth getting as much as you can, whenever you can, for as low as price you can. Because it's not about compromising on quality. The quality is absolutely always there. You hear it mentioned on so many shows here on the craft store. £16.98. Take that happy hour deal while it's good for this hour, because come 8 o'clock... the new show starts and all the prices revert to their usual price. It works out at just under 11 pence per sheet, because Emily's doing all the maths along the way for you. In your head, Emily, that's very, very good. You've been here too long. It's been a very long day for Emily as well. Right, OK, next up, something which is really, really cool. And these are quickie glue pens. And my first question, I'm going to be honest with you, because I'm a baby steps crafter, so I'm fairly new to crafting, but I'm picking up lots of new things all the time, and quite some substantial stash. And we've got quickie glue pens here. And the first thing I said to Emily is, OK, what would I do with a quickie glue pen? And she told me, so I will demonstrate for you. Because this pen, what you need to do when you take the lid off, by the way, is just take off the little dot that will probably be on the end of the pen. So what this does, it allows you to deliver at a very, very fine point. In fact, is this a 1mm nib, or is it a 0.5? I think it might be a 1mm actually, so it's a very, very fine nib. But rather than delivering ink, it's delivering glue. I'm going to the paper, Taz. Are you ready? Should we go down? Ooh, here we go. Now, when this comes out of the pen, it comes out at a slightly off-white colour. So I don't know whether you can see whether you can see it. It's like a little bit sky blue. Well, I'll show you what I've drawn when I've finished drawing it. So if you want to go around and highlight, and you want to add glittery details or gilding flakes, or what was the other suggestion we had earlier? Foiling. You can add some foil onto this as well. And then all you need to do, see, I'm quite good at letters. Well, I say quite good. Yeah, I'll let you be the judge of that when I'm finished. But I'm going to go into concentration mode for a little second. I'm going to show you my very, very limited artistic ability. In fact, I'll do the other letters a little quicker because I realise I'm going quite slow here. Although we have got the whole hour, so listen, we're not really in a rush. And it delivers that glue really, really consistently, because I'm going at varying speeds here. But actually, I can see it. Now, can you see that at home at all, what I'm doing? Because actually I can see it well enough. I can see it well enough to be able to carry on. Now, the best thing to do, our Emily said to me, is draw it on, leave it just for a few seconds, because it will allow it to go slightly tacky. Now, I'm not sure what kind of results I'm going to get here, because I'm using gilding flakes rather than embossing powder or glitter. The other thing about this is they've got like a little propeller on the lid, so when you put it down, it can't roll any further than literally a couple of centimetres, because it will stop itself. Because there's nothing worse. If you've just done a whole line of writing, as I've done, and a pen rolls right the way over it, it's going to distort it completely. Now, will this work with the flakes, do we think? Do we have a glitter? Do you have a glitter, just to be on the safe side, Lewis? Just because I've got a gilding flake here. So what I'll do... I'm going to do just a little concentrated area and just pretend I'm drawing something, because this does allow you to freely draw something. So I'll put some gilding flakes just on that and see what happens. Let me see. Now, of course, with the gilding flakes, I'm going to take just a little tiny, just like a little tiny amount, and pop it on there and make sure that I completely cover it. And I won't rub it off or rub it away until I've got that area that I've pounded completely. So there, you can put your, I think it's probably better with powders and glitters, actually, isn't it? But you can see, you can get that on. And foiling, that's going to work fantastically. Oh, okay. Yes, we're going to try with the gilding flakes, then we'll take it off with the brush, and hopefully it should reveal my marvellous lettering. That's what we're going to try. We always come into these situations, don't we, as a craft channel, and we're like, should we probably have had the ingredients ready to play before we started the show? No, this hasn't dried, so what I'll do is I'll just pat the gilding flakes. I'm going to use probably too much here, but I'm just going to exaggerate it, and then I'll brush it off. And you get 5 of these glue pens as well, by the way. Thank you very much, Lewis. Right, I'm going to test it on my one word. I probably should have done a bigger area, but it just, and I would have used glitter, maybe. Actually, this is, oh, hello. Oh, hello, all is being, have faith. Oh, Lewis, you were absolutely right. And look, that was the exact right point to put it on. And I'm going to make a heck of a mess, and I do apologise for that right now. But hey, this is a happy hour. Yeah, messy crafting, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Gilding flakes, you got them. If you've got it, flaunt it. If you've got it, use it. Now, I could brush in, can't I? I can brush in what I have there, and it would do just the same thing. Probably just a bit quicker, Derek. Oh. Oh, I'm liking this. Do you know what? I'm super, super impressed. You know what? I never go for demos because I think, no, don't do it, Derek. You're not an expert. You're here to present, not to do anything. Right. Right, now I'm just going to be a bit more rigorous with it. Right, you know what I'm going to do now, don't you? Is that all right? Okay, I'm going to pick it up, and I'm just going to. I'll do it away from me. Oh, I tell you what, our kid, you've not done too badly there at all. Okay, there you go. That's what we're in right now. So, what do you think of my lettering? Bit retro, but nice and neat, isn't it? Nice and neat. And that was with gilding flakes. I wasn't so sure. And that was all done with a quickie pen. And you get 5 of them for £12.49. Oh, I might come back and have another play with that a little bit later on. Right, so 5 of those, £12.49, saving £7. Sorry, thanks for indulging me, and thanks for still being there. Please feel free to get in touch as well, by the way. studio@thecraftstore.com is our email address. Right. Now, I don't think I've ever seen a mirror card in A3. Honestly, I don't think I've seen it. I've seen loads and loads of craft demonstrations. And, now I like just that big flex there. Look at that effect that you're getting. Every colour of the rainbow. I just have no idea how they make these kind of cards, because I just think it's, how on earth do they do it? It's just amazing. This is A3, it's single-sided. That's all you would want it to be, because it's got such glory and such colour in it. Look, every single colour of the rainbow is there, and you just see so many different colours. It's brilliant. Right, now listen, we can look at Pretty Shiny all night, but I've got to talk to you about this, because this will go quickly, I think. 25 A3 sheets. Of course, you can cut those down as you want to. Never waste a single speck, of course. £14.49. So you're actually saving more than you're spending here. So you're saving £15.50. You're only spending £14.49. And it's good, strong weight as well, I have to say, in terms of the card as well. You don't have the GSM, do you, on this one, Emily, at all? Yeah, 300. So again, that same kind of construction weight. How pretty is just that. I think for costume making as well, wouldn't this be good, because it's a bigger scale? Yeah. You know when it's International Book Day or something like that, and suddenly, and of course, little Katie or whoever it is tells you the night before, oh yeah, by the way, we've all got to dress up tomorrow. Couldn't you make some amazing costumes using those bigger scale pages? I love it. If you've got something like this, by the way, if you've got some of this and you've used it, I would love to see your pictures. Drop them into studio@thecraftstore.com. But I love that visual effect you can get with it. And of course, because you've got a much bigger scale, even taking it around something, look at that amazing effect. You could make lampshades out of that, couldn't you? Because you can do the whole concertina thing, can't you? Replace your really dull and uninteresting lampshades with something like that. How cool would that be? I love it. Very, very nice. Yeah, only do it safely, obviously, only if you've got one of those kind of lampshades that goes up and above and whatever. Be careful. But you know what I mean. That would be lovely. 171948 is your item number. Saving more than you're spending, which is always good news. We're liking that. I've just never seen this kind of... It's all about... See, again, it's about the quality, but it's the amount of it that you're getting for the price tag that you're paying. I mean, you can pay... You go to craft stores... You know the ones, we've all been there. Again, you get packets of something like this, but it's a much smaller size, and you get like 5 sheets. And it might be like 5 sheets for a £5 or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, it can be very, very expensive. You've got A3 there, and you've got it at £14.49. And if you like that, you'll definitely like this. Oh, you'll absolutely love this. This is called Pillars of Light. So actually, this does the effect that I did when I was bending the rainbow. It does that already. It's already sort of pre-programmed, so to speak. I've made it sound like a computer, isn't it? I'm so sorry. It's a paper. But it's really cool. Oh, do you? Oh, cool. Now, apparently, so our Emily tells me, you get some instructions with this as well. I don't know if I've got them here. But you get instructions for bag making and... What was the other thing? And box construction. That's pretty cool. Oh, yeah, bag made out of this, like a decorative bag to give a gift. How do they do it? Because it's like real-life lasers passing through that paper. And can you see, if you look from a little bit of a distance as well, the reflection of one onto another? Look at that. That reminds me of a dance floor I used to move on many, many, many years ago. No, I'm not telling you any more than that. It was in London, that's all you need to know. Look at that, though. How cool is that effect? I'm thinking now this would make a really, really nice kind of backdrop, potentially. You know how people make, like, light boxes if they're selling products or whatever, they sort of stage them and photograph them beautifully for all the social medias and whatever. Wouldn't that be good to make, like, a little infinity box like that, or a little... Yeah, how cool would that look? How striking. And for die cutting, you know, big letters and big messages, you could do a big happy birthday or, you know, for a party or a celebration or something like that. Again, what Pink Frog have done for us is what it feels like no one else is doing for us. Because where else do you see any of these kind of specialist cards in A3? Unless you go to one of those specialist stationers and you'll buy literally 1 sheet at a time, and it'll have a price ticket on the back of each one. But you've got 20 sheets here of A3. Again, it's 300 GSM, so amazing. Oh, my word. And look, the stripe completely changes when you hold it on a flat plane. How clever. How honestly do they do that? I'm going to have to go for lessons with Pink Frog and find out how the devil do they make this kind of paper, because I want to know. Because I think it's super, super clever. 803625 is your item number for that one. So you're basically saving a third on that price tag. You could be paying £29.99, good price. You'd happily pay that. But you'd even more happily pay just £19.99, wouldn't you? Which is really, really good. So saving £10. Lovely. We've saved quite a lot along the way, haven't we? OK, now this one may be a little difficult to show on your TV screens, because this is, and I'm going to try not to move this, but this is a very, very fine gingham check. Now, you get a mix of colours, and we've got a selection. If I just move that very slightly to one side, you can see, if you have a little scan over here, you'll see a selection of the colours. So there are greens in there, and oranges, and reds, and blues, and lovely mustard ochre-y kind of colours, which is that massive trend colour that we talk about all the time at the moment. It's all 150 GSM, so it is paper. And it is single-sided with a white core, but it's all about matting and layering, isn't it, and creating those wonderful, wonderful looks. If you make things like paper bows and embellishments and tags and things like this, again, this is a really, really quick win as either a matte or a layer or something like that. It's difficult for a TV camera to look at it, because to you it's going to look very dazzling. You need to see it with your own 2 eyes, and it is just like a very, very fine check gingham. Actually, what we'll do is we've got the still image of the picture, which just broadly shows you all of the different colours as well, because this is a massive, massive offering. Yes, I would say it's not the strongest of colours. It's quite sort of picnic kind of sheet you know, kind of texture, do you know what I mean, in terms of its tone of colour. Yeah, like a summer, well, I don't know if I could say summer dress, Emily. I don't think I've ever had one of those in a fine gingham check. Was yours, what colour was yours? Red. Yeah, it was always red or green, wasn't it, for a school skirt? I do remember, yes, the girls, when we were chasing the girls around the playground back in the days when you could, before the days of correctness. It was pure innocence. They always had, like, green checked dresses on, didn't they? I never caught them because I was too short. 886440 is your item number. Again, sorry, I'll get us back on subject, I promise. Sorry, everyone. We're saving £12.40 there. So, again, we're saving more than we're spending, £9.99, and you are getting 112 sheets, which is lovely. Again, assorted colours, and a really lovely assortment of colours too. Be good for your card inners as well, wouldn't you? What do you call those? The inserts. Thank you, Emily. Yes, I knew it was something with in it because they go inside, so they'd be really, really lovely for that. Really fun projects that you can kind of make up with that paper as well. It's going to really give you some nice inspiration. Great for journals as well. Put photos and other things on top of them. It'll look super, super good. Right, similar vein. Even worse to look at on television, but it's really, really lovely to look at. It's the same kind of vein of colour. Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for us to look at this on a camera, just because this is why you never see anybody on TV wearing close checks or close stripes, because a camera, looking at it on TV, it goes all wavy and weird. I don't know why. It's because TV cameras' eyes aren't the same as our own human eyes, because of, I don't know why. I don't really care either, but it's just one of those things. Here's the colours, though. It's almost like, do you know what it looks like? Do you know when we used to have plastic straws? It's the same kind of gauge of line as when we used to have lots of plastic straws. Cool, isn't it? It's really nice, and you get lots and lots of different colours in there as well. These yellows and oranges and greens and purples and blues. 120 sheets in this one. And these, yes, these are single-sided as well, with a white core. I can show you that, because actually it'll be even easy. There you go, it'll be easier for us to see the whole thing overall without giving you a migraine via the TV. So £9.99. 777825 is your item number. Here again gives you a absolutely still shot, which shows you all of the papers fanned out beautifully. There we go. Photography's always better. It's just TV cameras have a problem with things that are close together. It's lovely. 777825 is your item number. Again, saving more than you're spending here. So you're saving £14. You're spending just £9.99 for 120 sheets of assorted colours. Fabulous. So you probably get about 6 or 7 sheets of each colour in that. It's 15 colours. Lovely. OK. Here's another assault on the senses, but this is super, super good. Now, this is a really, really bumper bundle. Now, this is silver and holographic mirror card. Now, your silver on this pile goes all the way up to here. So you're getting a lot of the silver. Let me see if I've got one up here as well. So this is an absolutely true silver, one of the most used colours in mirror cards. Look at that. It's stunning, isn't it? I mean, the reflection is almost true, actual mirror. Looks like you could do your makeup in that, doesn't it? Sounds wrong for a boy to say, but I have to for the telly. So, yeah. So how many sheets of the silver do we... Oh, OK. Right. I'll go through and have a little look in a bit more detail, because I think it might be that we've got 5 of each of the holographic designs, and maybe it's 100 of the silver. I'm just guessing out loud, but we'll have a look at the designs. So... in the holographic, oh, dizzy, I'm so dizzy. Yeah, that was that club I was telling you about before. That's what the floor used to do, the lights used to do in the floor. So that's one of them. That's one of them. Believe me, Lewis, you won't have heard of it. Look, now that's quite kind of... alien neon, isn't it? I quite like that. I love how the patterns go in and out. Again, it's just pure genius, isn't it? It's lovely. It reminds me of, you know, you can get those T-shirts that have pixelated patterns on them, and they move, but they have a battery pack and whatever. It reminds me a little bit of that, but it's great for your crafting. I mean, gosh, look at the colour. Oh. Now, this is like a Liberty fabric in a holograph mirror card, isn't it? Because look at how it's like fine florals. Hey, flower power. I'm loving it. Look at all the different colours. I love that. So we get some of that. I am going to count how many sheets of each of these holographic designs we get in just a second, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be 5 of each of these holographics. So I'd imagine there's... I'll have a little look. I'll have a little count up in a moment. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you are going to get absolutely loads, which is fantastic. Yeah, I think it is 5 of each. I'm just looking down. I'm seeing 4 of the red on the bottom plus this one. I'll check it out for you in a minute. 247 742. So that's pretty similar to the other alien-y looking one that we said before, the blue one. So again, they're going to team up really, really nicely together in your projects. Great for die cutting, mad and wacky kind of things. Great for toppers and tags as well, aren't they? But and I'm glad you've got so many. Oh, hello. That reminds me of. Do you remember old versions of Top of the Pops? And what they used to do is they had this camera that could kind of replicate whatever they were looking at, and it would go round the screen many times. This is a bit like that, isn't it? This week's non-mover at number 5. It's ABBA and Mamma Mia. How cool is that? It's like there's a little set of crazy Ibiza disco lights going on in the background. I've never been to Ibiza, I'm just saying so. There you go. And then, oh... Now, these are almost like little, I want to say from, hang on, from which angle? Don't move it too much, Derek. From these are like psychedelic little Swiss rolls, aren't they? I love them. And again, look at all of the colour that travels through. And again, bending and moving it around. Oh, I'll have to move it really slowly. I do beg your pardon, in case your TV's doing strange things. That is stunning. I love it. Right, okay. Let's try and work out by default then, shall we? Just because we've got time. We'll try and work out by default what we've got of what here. Yes, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to take it as read that we get 5. So 5, 10, and 15, and 20, and then we've got 25, 30, 35. So I'm gonna take it then from that, because we've got 35 of the holographic. So that will be 35. So that will be 80 of the silver then. 80 of the silver, 35 in the holographic different designs. There we go. We got that all sorted, didn't we? Sorry, I've left that a bit messy, but I'm sure when I get back here, it will all be beautifully arranged again. I do try my best to clear up as I go along. There you go. That's lovely. I do love that. How much is it? I've not once mentioned the price, I don't think. I'm so sorry, Emily. I get so carried away with these. You know what a metallic magpie I am? £13.99. Right, have we got enough that we can put me down for one later? Oh, will I get the happy hour price there? Oh, if I dart out of here quick enough before Janice gets back in, I might be all right. £13.99. That's really, really good, actually. I am such a metallic magpie. And I've got loads of metallic card at home, but nothing holographic like that that moves in that kind of way, like I am. OK, and finally, Esther. Now, these are double-sided foam pads. So what you've got here on a very, very big roll are 1,500 of these. And these are... you got the size, did you, Emily, of the completed one? Are they... So they're an inch square, and they are 2mm deep. So what you can do with these is you can cut them down into smaller ones if you want to, because that will give you perfect size. And listen, you're never going to need to buy any again, are you? 1,500 of this size on this roll. So if you're cutting them down, of course, you've got 4 times the number, haven't you, if you want to, for smaller. But again, they are big enough. Oh, are you working out the number? Oh, yeah, yes, you would, yeah, 6,000 smaller ones if you were cutting them into 4. I think you're overthinking, aren't you? Overthinking. That's a big roll as well. So 1,500 of foam pads, 2mm depth foam pads. And, of course, remember, if 2mm isn't deep enough, then you can build these up as well, of course. You can put them on top of each other and make something slightly higher for your decoupaging. It's brilliant. And they're nice quick release as well. Rather than you having to have scissors in your hand as well, you don't need to at all, which is really, really good. 103,564 is the item number then, is £15.99. So, again, you are making a nice little £3.50 saving there. Again, not the most glamorous thing in the world, but a great big stash builder that you won't need to buy again for ages and ages and ages. Right. Let's go, because we've also got a 7-day saver, which is a pink frog, on this week as well. It's watercolour card. Remember, we started with A5 in this show, but we've got the A4 as a 7-day saver, which is brilliant. 80 sheets of A4 there, 280 GSM, making a £15 saving this time. So just £16.99 there for you for 80 sheets of A4. And, of course, you can cut that down as well. Working out just over 20 pence per sheet. I tell you what, we're good. Pink Frog are excellent, and we love the relationship we have with Pink Frog as well. They're an amazing company. I think when it comes to paper and when it comes to card, they so are the go-to, aren't they? If you want quantity and you want quality and you want to pay the best price, I think they're just an excellent combination of all of those together. Right, OK, I'm going back down to that end of the counter, which means you need to watch a little film, and I think it'll tell you all about Flexi. I'll see you down there.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Thank you, lovely Catherine. It's been a really, and it is being a very, very busy show with Pink Frog. Listen, while I'm going through, because obviously I go through each item quite kind of deliberately, but you have seen everything that we've got on the show. So if you want to go and shop ahead of me, then by all means, I won't take it personally. If you want to go now and say, right, I'm pressing you on mute to stop you talking, and I'm going to go and do my order now, that's absolutely fine. Things are very, very busy right now. OK, let's go back to the top of the show. And we're going to start with watercolour card. Of course, you know that we've got the A4 on the 7-day special, but we've got the A5, 100 sheets of that at 280 GSM in a happy hour right now. And I think A5 is just a wonderful, wonderful size. If you want to, well, I tell you what, I want to get this for and have this size of watercolour card for. I did one of the first, most recent Matthew Palmer watercolour craft along. And I have been inspired by that. And I haven't had time to go back to it yet for 1,000 different reasons. But I'm off to holiday in Cornwall in November, and I want to do some watercolours. Why would you not want to capture those dramatic coastlines, those rolling hills, those just interesting things that you see in a place like that? And rather than sketching it out and then transferring it onto a watercolour, I want to be one of those people with a board, rested on a little easel, just sat at the top of a hill, whiling away an afternoon, capturing a wonderful landscape or something like that. And you need the right ingredients to do that. And this is just the right size, because it's not too ambitious. If you're starting out in watercolouring, you don't necessarily want to do big images, do you? And if you're card making, of course, if you're watercolouring, the smaller the better. Because if you're batch making, obviously, then you can kind of get through them. But you can really express yourself. Of course, these are great for adding any water-based mediums to your stamping as well. So don't think, okay, watercolour card, well, I don't really watercolour, I don't have paintbrushes and everything else. No, but we'll stamp straight onto this. Use your markers and your pens that are water-based, your water-based inks as well. Do your spritzing techniques onto your watercolour card as well. Throw your multimedia mediums at them as well, your gel pastes and all of that kind of thing. Stencil into that as well. It's just going to give you that extra dimension, isn't it? Because there is this kind of lovely tooth, I believe it's called, to the watercolour card. It's got a real depth and a real beautiful kind of gravity to it. It's not just about it being 280 GSM and what that means in numbers, but it's about the fact that this will take on moisture and allow you to have the freedom to, you know, express and move different mediums into it as well, which I think is a really, really good thing. It's definitely a plus point. Listen, if you want to go bigger, we've got an A4 offer on the 7-day savers, but right now in this hour only, because this is a happy hour, £12.49 gets you 100 sheets of A5, which works out at about 11. Did you say about 11 pence? Oh, that's the next one, isn't it? So it's about 12 pence, isn't it, per sheet, isn't it? 12.5 pence. We don't do halfpennies anymore, do we? I just started collecting them when they went out of circulation. That's typical, isn't it? Absolutely typical. And of course, there wasn't those machines that you go and pour all your coins in and cash it in back in those days, either. You had to wander to the bank and bag it all up. Anyway, where did that come from? £12.49. Right, next up, we have got Super Smooth, the legend that is Super Smooth. You hear about it all the time. This is your ideal stamping card, really, isn't it? But also so good for everything else because it is super smooth and because it folds beautifully, it scores beautifully, and your stamping is so clean onto this cardstock. It is so much the go-to for so many of our demonstrators, I cannot tell you. It's really, really cool. 300 GSM. Again, which is super, super strong as well. So if you want to construct bags, boxes, other projects as well, you absolutely can with this. Now, this again is all about the happy hour saving that we've got here. 160 sheets of 300 GSM of A4 for £16.98, which is really, really good. So versus the regular price of £21.98. I don't know about you, but I'm always a lot more cost conscious when I'm just stash building. Do you know what I mean? If you're going to offer me a tape runner pen, I want a really good deal on a few of them because I don't want to keep buying one at a time now and then because they run out at just the wrong moment, don't they? So I want to buy 5 or 10 at a really good price on a bit of a deal. So I think even though, I mean, we're looking here at something which looks, I know, in terms of a TV offering, it looks pretty innocuous, but this is one of the most powerful tools in your crafting arsenal if you do your card making or construction as well. It's super, super good. And just to show you the quality as well, I was a little unsure whether my combination of the Quickie glue pen and the gilding flakes would work out. But actually, do you know what? 9/10 of that is putting it onto the right medium as well, isn't it? And this is the super smooth. And do you know what? I didn't use anything like an anti-static bag or anything like that. You impressed, don't you? But Hayley's super, super impressed with that. Look, yeah, see, there's a little grain of talent in this old noggin of mine. 617188 is your item number for this one as well. It is absolutely phenomenal. Now, I've got some boards to show you, which shows you different mediums going on to super smooth. Oh gosh, let me show you. Wow, 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 wow. Right, make your way around that, if you will, because it will show you the different kinds of materials and mediums that go on. So gesso onto it straight away. Yes, honestly, I'd forgotten about gesso and how that really, really works beautiful. Texture paste can go on straight away. So any of your mixed media kind of materials, gilding wax. Obviously, you've seen gilding flakes because we've just used some of that. Stencil, so stencil through, it's absolutely beautiful for inking through. Again, it will take all of that moisture and different variations of mediums. What's that there? Watercolour pencils, of course. Yeah, so everything that you can watercolour onto, you can go onto your super smooth. But again, look at the stamping and look at how crisp the stamping is and how there's been no bleeding and no fading between all of those different options. Let me show you another one, because I've got a couple of different ones as well to show you. I'm going to drop another one in, if that's okay. Great for your construction, as you can see here. Made a wonderful, wonderful frame. In fact, a lot of the companies that you'll see here at Craft Store, if they're going to make a frame construction or a box construction, often the demonstrator has made it with Super Smooth. Let's carry on our journey. Doodling, or as our Lou Withers calls it, moodling. Don't forget, she's got a one-day special, 24th and 25th of July, this weekend, this Saturday and Sunday. Oh, we're there already, aren't we, nearly? It's nearly the weekend, everyone. Yeah, distress paper. Of course, you can give it that stone paper look as well with this, can't you? Simply scrunch it and then ink over it, and you've got a really, really interesting look. Embossing, of course, with your stencils, it comes out so, so crisp and so, so defined. And there are so many more. There are so many more. Die cutting, embossing, letterpress. Yes, the letterpress technique. Heat embossing. I could go on and on and on. I've got so many different things. Distress oxides, distressing with water. That's what Super Smooth is great for. Basically, absolutely everything. Right, OK, Quickie Glue. Quickie Glue over here is what I did my little happy hour demonstration there. So we've got 5 of these, and they literally are a Quickie Glue pen. So it's like a gel pen, really, but actually instead of ink coming out, it's glue, and it comes out in a very, very fine tip nib as well for you. It dries clear then, so you can put your glitter and your gilding flakes and all sorts onto it. Might just be good for actually fine dyes as well, intricate dyes. You can actually just you know, do that. Really, really good, and also great for flat back gems and things like that, because you can also pick up the gem with the end of the pen as well, because it's gluey, isn't it? So it makes a bit positioning quite easy. And the end of it is designed because it's got a little propeller on the end of it, so when you put it down on the desk, it doesn't roll and roll and roll. It can only roll as far as the next propeller, which is really, really clever. You get 5 of them in this offer, and they are £12.49, where normally they're £19.49. So you're making a £7 saving there for you, and they are brilliant. I love the result I got from that as well, because it really, you could sign your own cards with that and then go over with glitter or gilding flakes or something like that. Really, really good. 499194 is your item number, which is brilliant, and a nice big saving on that. Again, I'm just going to say it again, and I don't say the things that I say just for the sake of it. I'll only say it if I believe it to be true. I don't think I have seen, personally, in fact, I know I haven't. I'm not saying I don't think. I just have not seen any kind of mirror card sold in A3 before. Or if I have, I've maybe seen the price of one and just thought, well, no thanks, I'll just move on. Do you know what I mean? In a shop. But this is fabulous. So this is rainbow mirror card. We've got loads and loads of different textures of mirror cards and holographic cards in this show. They're super brilliant. If you're like me in a metallic magpie, this show is just perfect for you. So you've got that sort of soft and wavy look, but look, when you just concertina it, just bring the corners together, you get this lovely sort of stripy kind of affair going on. And it really is every colour of the rainbow is in there. It's superb, isn't it? Now, normally, 25 sheets of A3, because this must be very, very expensive to produce as well. Hey, it must be. It's specialist card, isn't it? I don't even know how they do it. I'm going to have to get a masterclass on how they make these rainbow and holographic cards, because I think it must be a fascinating process. Normally, £29.99 for 25 sheets. Good value for money. I don't think that's a bad price at all, but I like it even more now it's less than half price. £14.49. And you've got 25 sheets of A3, which actually means you've got 50 sheets of A4. When you do the maths like that, you think, oh, yeah, that is good, actually, isn't it? It's really good. £14.49. And what would you be doing with this? Making those lovely bag projects. You know, when you make, like, handbags out of card. I've just done a very quick handbag there. You know, it hasn't really got... It's just, yeah, this is my latest design. I'll release the pattern on my first show very soon. But... You know, for that kind of construction, you get the idea. You get the idea of how stylish it is, how it works with the light, just how funky it is. It's really, really lovely, and it feels great. So it's single-sided, and it's got a white core there, but it is, it's 300, yeah, 300 GSM. So it's good and strong. So if you want to do construction with it, brilliant. And actually taking this around corners as well, you know, score it. And I bet you'll get even more looks with it. It is super. I love it. So that's that one. 171948 is your item number for that, 25 sheets. And then I'm torn between this and the holographic. I would kind of, you know, like kind of want both. See, I love this. This is called Pillars of Light. Now, ordinarily, to get those lovely stripes of light with the rainbow card, I had to bend and contort, didn't I? With this one, it's kind of pre-programmed in that you've got these lovely stripes of gorgeous, what looks like laser lights. But how clever, isn't it? I mean, one piece on another like that. So one going horizontally and one going vertically. That's just, it is mesmerising. Do you know what? I was thinking at one stage in my life of making a meditation app, because people said, oh, you've got a really nice voice to listen to. So I thought, well, if I calm it down a little bit, I could make a little meditation app, and I could make the video to go with it just by moving some of this paper, couldn't I? Now just breathe in deeply, relax, let the cares of the day just wash away. You wouldn't get that app, Hayley Smith, no? Oh, she wouldn't have that. She's too highly strung, you see, that's what it is. She can't relax. I bet if I got an app out, I could send you to sleep every night. Easy. I can talk a glass eye to sleep. Right. So you get 20 sheets of this. That's the best offer you've had today as well, isn't it? 803625 is the item number. This is great, again, for bag and box construction, and does come with instructions to give you guidance to make bags and boxes out of that. 803625 is your item number for that. Again, that's really, really good. It's less than £20. OK, next up, I don't know whether to ask you to stand back or whether I should stand back. I'm not quite sure, because this is difficult to look at on the TV. In fact, we may just nip over and have a look at our photographs of it, because this is wonderful fine gingham check paper. 150 GSM, 112 sheets, and you've got lots and lots of different colours. Now, I'll hold it dead still, Taz, I promise. But I might not be able to speak at the same time as you move. So you've got lovely pastel shades of colour. I wouldn't call them too pastel. They're not wishy-washy pastel, but they're sort of soft. They're like a fresh kind of tablecloth, kind of soft tablecloth kind of look and feel and vibe about it. Do you know what I mean? Love this, because there are so many different colours. It's assorted, of course. So you've got like lovely soft browns in there. You've got quite vivid reds there. You've got schoolgirl skirt, dress, or whatever you call them, green as well. All the girls had that green, didn't they, in their uniform? It's 14 different colours, our Emily's telling me, and it's single-sided, by the way, just so that you know. So it's white on the back. So it's around about eight sheets per colour. How many colours did you say there were? Oh, 14. Right. Okay. It's like basic maths again, isn't it? 14 times 8 is about 112. Lovely. 886440 is your item number then for that one. Again, be really, really good for your inserts, card inserts as well, just for matting and layering. I was just thinking of some of the dies that we've had recently as well. Just die cut, if you're making die cut backgrounds, you know, really crazy ones. We had some quilt square dies yesterday, but you could do that. But remember, it's 150 GSM, so it's more of a kind of paperweight. But I just think it's lovely. Very, very nice indeed. 886440, your item number there, £9.99. Right, similar vein, different pattern. So that one's got that way, and this one's just got that way. And the exits are here, here, and here. In fact, they're down there and down there, I think. But we're not going anywhere yet. So this one is your very, very fine stripes. And the best way I can describe this, again, it's a little bit like the stripe. You know when we used to buy striped plastic drinking straws? It's almost that kind of stripe. It's as fine as that, and it's as colourful as that. Again, you've got a nice selection of different colours there, an assortment of different colours. Same GSM as the gingham check, so it's 150 GSM. 15 colours on this one and 120 sheets, which means there are 6 or 7 sheets of each, I'm thinking. I can't do maths that quick. Let's go and have a look at the still picture on the website, because that's a bit easier to see the colours there. Yes, you've got yellows and oranges. Yes, bit beachy as well. Yes, beach huts. If you're cutting out beach huts, that'd be quite cool for that. Stick a rock. deck chairs. Yeah, absolutely. All of that. Clothing for characters as well. Yeah. That'd be all right, wouldn't it? Nice stripy shirt or a nice stripy pair of trousers or a pair of shorts or pantaloons. Yeah, that'd be cool. 777-825 is your item number for that one then. 120 sheets in total, different colours, sheets of each, £9.99. Again, saving more than you're spending. Right, back to my favourite, so we can indulge in this for the last part of the show, because this is wonderful. Can you remember the numbers, Emily? It was 8, yes, no, it's 80 sheets of the silver, and then there's 35 of the holographic, which there's 5 sheets of each, there's 7 5s of 35, so 7 different styles of the holographic card and 5 sheets of each. We've got there. It's only taken us 51 minutes, but we've got there. Right, okay. Silver kind of speaks for itself. It's like a true mirror, because you can see, you know, like a really precise reflection. Hang on. Down periscope. There we go. See, that's just the... I don't know, it's like a magic trick there. Now you see it? No, you don't. Now you see it? There you don't. Oh, it's magic. It's amazing. I probably could... Yeah, I could almost do my makeup in that. And looking at my makeup today, I maybe did. That's great. It's brilliant. And you know, because you've got 80 sheets of it, you can absolutely go to town. It's not like you need to be stingy with it. Do you know what I mean? You can absolutely just be outrageously extravagant with it. Again, you can make your... It's construction weight as well, 270 GSM, and it looks fantastic. Very, very high quality. Right, OK, let's go through the 7 different holographics then, shall we? First one I'm going to show you is this one, which is this lovely fine floral, which is gorgeous. And again, you can see how many different colours come out of that. In fact, the slower I move it, the less sick you'll feel, and and the more it'll show off the breadth of colours. So that's one of them. Here is another one. This is a squarey one. Oh. Why do I feel like we didn't look at this one the last time around? Oh yeah, maybe we were closer last time. Oh, that's lovely. I won't do it too much though, because I don't want to, you know, the cat might be watching. The cat will be thinking, oh my word. That's a good job Hayley Smith's here actually, because either the ducks might be watching this and they'd be like, oh, what's going on there? What's going on there with that shiny paper? That's lovely. That's the funky alien. I'm just calling it the funky alien, not necessarily the name it has. And that's the more coloured rainbow funky alien, which I love. This one, really cool. That's like the dance floor one. The disco lights in Ibiza. Lovely. This is the swirly one. I want to say in spiral carpets, and I don't know why. Maybe because it looks like a rolled up carpet in some kind of weird way in my brain. And then, there's a good job Leonie's not doing this show, I'm telling you right now. Just be glad it was me and not Leonie. She's having one of those days. I think she's been in the sun too long today, quite frankly. Look at that. Wonderful. Anyway, you get all of those. So, 35 holographic, 80 of your silver mirror card. Hi. And a great price tag, £13.99. 247742. Right, where are we going? Are we going somewhere? Oh, are we? We're going to do Freedom, everyone, and show you why you should be a Freedom member, because it does make so much sense. And here is, oh, said Leonie, pre-recorded, good. I'm glad she's not saying it live. Watch this.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Do you know that quickie glue pen, the bit where I just did the drawing when I was showing you the 7th time around, it's still tacky. So I could still put flakes on that now, and it's like, 20 minutes later. Anyway, right, I'm going to bring you back to the most popular item on the show, because we've only got a minute and a half. So that's it, because I can see Hayley Smith, she's like, come on, it's nearly time for me again. So, clock watching. So I'm just going to remind you of the details of the Super Smooth. This is 160 sheets of your 300 GSM Super Smooth card, probably one of the most popular card stocks that you hear mention of here on the craft store. Fair to say? How many people do you hear talking about it? From lots and lots of the stamping companies that come and see us. This is such a lovely deal. It's only good for less than 4 hours. Now, Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, she does use it. She absolutely does. Hazel, as we know, Hazel, who comes and demonstrates Pink Frog, of course she uses it. Leonie uses it. Paola uses it. Everyone does. I mean, like, so many people use it. Our lovely Karen, I know, everyone says, as soon as you hear that word Super Smooth, you automatically, you just think of Pink Frog, don't you, straight away? Listen, you've got 160 sheets here for £16.98. That saving is good now for just over 3 minutes. Bless your heart for sticking with me through this hour. It's been a massively busy hour. I'm not surprised at all. Take advantage of it. Use the break to check out your basket and get everything you need, and then you'll be fresh and ready, back ready to watch for the one-day special hour. Happy hour deals expire in exactly 3 minutes from now. So next up, we are crafting ourselves silly with the one-day special. I love it. Beautiful fabrics coming your way, and then even more with Emporia dressmaking at 9.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts 2 stable and the ones that I design.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry. The Easy Matte Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Hi, I'm Emma. I work with Cricut to help you get the best out of your machines. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. I love Cricut because it allows me to take craft projects I have in my head and make them a reality. You can customise and personalise your papercraft projects, your home decor, clothing. You can work with iron on vinyl, paper, card, wood, fabrics. The possibilities are endless. On the shows, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows.
A very good evening to you. How are you today? We're live all the way through until 10 p.m. In fact, we're live every single day. We go on to repeat, though. after that. So whatever time you wake up, whatever time you come in, we'll always be there for you, giving you inspiration for all of your wonderful creations. So you can watch us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week if you want to. Now, your one-day special launches here on the Craft Store, 6 p.m. every single night. And it's a discounted price on projects and items for 24 hours or while stocks last. Now, we launched our Craft Yourself Silly one-day special at 6 p.m. tonight. And it's a project to make a quilt or anything you like, really. But what we're giving you are the materials to start being inspired and creative. Now, you have two options. You've got your vintage with nice sepia colours on there, with all your tickets and your emblems, or you've got the little hint of colour. Now, whichever one you choose, you get your calico, and you get 10 metres of that, and you get 15 metres of that wonderful ivory cotton as well. If you want more, we'll bring details up at the bottom of the screen. You get your backing fabric, and the size of that is 37 by 42 inches, which is the size of the quilt that you can make when you follow the pattern that we will send you out to. Now, you don't have to make a quilt if you don't want to. You could make a whole variety of different embellished items, because also you are getting your threads, which you can now split up and use in various different projects. You're getting your buttons, and you're getting your bias binding tool as well. Now, your buttons in your vintage all match the vintage colour, and the buttons in the hint of colour all match the hint of colour. Now, let me show you the panel, and then I'll introduce you to our fantastic guest that we've got for the hour. This is the vintage. Look at that. So we've got some tickets on there. We have got some designs on there like emblems and logos. It's quite fascinating, actually, to look through them all to see what there is. There are tickets for buses, tickets for cinemas, tickets to the wrestling as well. We've got Mad Jimmy and Wild John. Yep, they're going at it with one another. They certainly are. In a wrestling match, they'll be slam dunking one another all night. You could have a free drink, actually. There's an invitation to a wedding party. It admits 2. Isn't that lovely? But the theatre, that only admits 1. We've got an exhibition that we could go to if we wanted to as well. Now, these are all individual items on there that you could cut out individually, or you could cut out blocks. That's your sepia. Now, your sepia is all in the vintage style colours. Can I show you a hint of colour? I can indeed. Look at that. Now, which do you choose? You could go for both, actually, because it's available on Flexi. £20 today for 1 kit, £20 in a month's time to complete your payments. And if you're going for 2, well, it'd be £40 today and £40 in a month's time. So you've got your coloured tickets there. I'm kind of edging towards the hint of colour. But the vintage is in the lead. Now, let me show you an example of what you can create when you put all the elements together. So it's like a memory quilt. So let me show you this. Here you go. There's part of the quilt. Now, you can see how that corresponds to the pattern that you're getting included. So all the strips together, but they'll be unique. Now, it's a great idea to do this with family and friends. You might want to add some fabric as well. And just to show you that that's a strip, so you've got that in mind, I'll just flip that over. You can see there that strip running along. It's a great idea, it really is. And we've got a fabulous guest to take us through our demonstrations and to explain all to us. We've got the lovely Hayley Smith.
Hello.
There she is.
Just prepping some more demos.
Wow, are you?
Yes.
You're
organised. We thought,
Yes.
because I know one of the most popular items has been the sparkly fabric, so we thought we would do a quick demo with that.
Yeah. Yeah, the sparkly fabrics, we're getting down to
You'll
those.
get there. You've got some other admin to do first, haven't you?
Shocking.
That's what it is.
Admin.
It's admin.
Admin.
It's admin.
This is seasoned presenting. I've been to the school of life for what I'm doing now. It's admin, let's face it. Details on your screen, 291329. That's the item number. Head to the website, which is thecraftstore.com. Or you can give us a call on 01733 62000. There you go, so I've learned that, which is good. And this is fabric on a roll. You've got different colours to choose from, 2.5 inches in width and 40 metres in length. You've got the coral. You'll notice you've got a lovely ditzy pattern on there. You've also got to choose from your mango, nice mustard colour. Down the bottom, you've got strong as steel. And then you've got almost blue. So there you go, £26.99. You're saving £6 on that deal. So that is a long, long amount. Yeah, 40 metres, as I said. Right, lovely. Shall we move on? Let's do some admin on this one. Right, the admin on this, details at the top of your screen, will now change. Because my lovely producer is pressing all the buttons in there and making all this happen. There you go, just like that. And my director is going just like that, and like that, and like that. And occasionally like that. Those are the actions that they do. Right, so you've got two options on the batiks, and you've got 3 colours in each. So that's your batiks, which are lovely, and those are your 3 colours on your first one. This is your stained glass and marble, £21.99, saving £3.50, 580229. Ice Ice Baby, bum 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 bum. Didn't he get into trouble and go to prison? I think he did. £21.99. 280229. I'm sure he did, but he's out now. But I might not be right. That might not be correct, and I do apologise. Right, 580229. You've got your 3 colours in there, and that is your beautiful batiks. Saving £3.50, £21.99. Moving swiftly on. There you go. I didn't step over anything. I just raised my legs. Right, next you've got a choice of colours. They don't come in a set of 3. You've got a choice of colours. Right. The first one is the marble peach. Let's just pop that there. So there's your marble peach. Lovely that, isn't it? Superb. Reminds me of a tomato, I don't know why. Then we're moving down to this one, which is your pebbles and marbles. And that one is your blue marbles moon. There, you might recognise some of these names. It's all about bands and songs. Walking on Thin Ice, which is just what everyone says to me when I arrive at work. Then your next one is your River of Ice, and then you've got your Cold as Ice. Cold as Ice. Who sang that? You're as cold as ice. Cold as ice. Some Ollie Bellin. Yes, yes, we are. Right, let's talk sparkle, shall we? Let's move on and do some more admin on this. I kind of like this admin thing.
It is, though. It's got to be done.
Yes.
But, you know, it's nobody really wants to do it, so it's admin.
Oh, does that mean I'm an administrator?
Yes.
Oh, I like that. An administrator.
Is that good?
Can I have, I've got a pocket, I'd like some pens to go in my pocket if I'm administrator.
I've only got scissors over here and I don't want to throw them.
I've got one in my bag. I'll go and get one because I like a pen or two, and I need a clipboard. Can I get a clipboard and a whistle so I can get people on the coach?
That's it.
Oh, please let me have a clipboard. Clipboard, no whistle. I've got my own whistle, but a clipboard because I want to keep administrating as I go on.
But then you look like a PE teacher, like a swimming teacher.
Oh, don't call me a PE teacher. That's what they call me on those silly forums. Look at that PE teacher.
Well, if you get a whistle, then you'll be PE teacher. So I think don't have the PE, don't have the pens, have the clipboard.
People say I look like a PE teacher.
No whistle.
I'm just like bland and boring and not attractive.
Oh.
It's okay. I'll just carry on with the admin.
See how they've got something else.
Catherine's a lovely presenter. Leonie's a lovely presenter. Adam's a fabulous presenter. I'll carry on with the admin. Right, next. It's all coming out. Sparkle rolls, 36 metres, £34.97, 894,837. This is your City of Gold. Then you've got that beautiful pinch. That's your ruby shoes, and you've got the 3 colours in there. And then you've got your sapphire moonlight and the 3 colours in there. 894,837 is your item number. The City of Gold is very, very popular. £34.97. Now, these rolls correspond with your metre fabrics that we've got coming up, your half-metre fabrics that you've got coming up. You see, I can't even administrate my information properly. Right, next up. Let's move over. It's a pick and mix, and any 3 that you choose from, but you're getting 2 patterns as well, which the administrator has left over there. So the administrator will just lunge and come back. That's my PE teacher coming through. That's right.
So the legs underneath is the PE teacher.
Yes. Do I not refer? Did I refer to myself in the third sense there? I am the administrator. Why not? Sorry, I'm not. I am kind of 2 people. That's what she says anyway. No, I don't. Yes, you do all the time. Anyway, right, it's getting a bit weird now. We'll move on. You can make your own patchwork bag. And we also have another bag in there as well. £17.99. You save £10 and you choose any three. Let's go through the colours. Your first one, you have got your ruby, beautiful red. You've got your moonstones, the moonstone. Oh, no, that's Jetsons. That's the moonstones just there. Next up, you've got your pink sapphire, which is a lovely pink colour. Then you've got your amethyst, And then you've got your onyx there. So if you really want to be onyx, get your onyx. You've got your sapphire, beautiful colour, that one. Next up is your opal. Next up, you've got your topaz. Then you've got your Lucy in the Sky with diamonds. Lucy in the Sky with diamonds. There you go.
Do you need your glasses again?
I don't need my glasses. I'm all right for now. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
We have got
checking.
your mother of pearl. Mother of pearl. Beautiful colour. Then you've got your... Oh, I missed my black pearl. Sorry. There you go. It's really nice slate grey. Mother of pearl. Then you've got golden brown. Texture like sun. Lays me down. I met Hugh Cornwell. I interviewed him in a hotel room once. That's what I called it. Then we've...
You weren't working at the hotel and doing the admin, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Just checking.
I was working for the BBC at the time.
The BBC?
Yes. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Beautiful. Then you've got, are you ready, everyone at home? Goldfinger. Yeah, I can't do the last bits, we'll get sued. And then you've got emerald green, emerald or emerald. Beautiful. Lovely fabrics, you can wash these, the sparkle will stay. The sparkle will stay. Right, I've got news, the ruby option. The ruby's technically sold out. We have got some more, so I don't need to take it away. It's going to be dispatched from the 25th of July, so there you go. Very well administered, Janice. I thank you. I thank you. Are we moving on? I think we are.
Is this going to be a thing now that I've said it's admin?
Absolutely. I am the I need a name. Janice the administrator. A badge.
Yeah.
Someone make me an administrator badge.
Okay.
Janice the administrator. Administrator Jan. The administrator Jan. I am the administrator Jan. There you go. Right. The janitor. That's me, sweeping down the counter as I go. Right, we have got this beautiful fabric here, £29.99, saving £5. It was £34.99. 2.5 inches in width. I'm really liking this. And 36 metres in length. You've got the different colours in there, so you can see the light and the dark, and then the lighter colour
yes,
as
so
well.
The colour you see on the top there, the pattern you see on the top, that's replicated on the kind of light blue layer. Exactly the same pattern, just with a light blue background. And then the one in the centre there, that takes all of the elements that, apart from the bee and dragonfly, so lots of florals and things, and puts those all together in a much denser pattern. It's much more closer together. And that's your last one.
Beautiful. And then down the bottom, I love this one. This is gorgeous. Look at the patterns in that. And you've got gorgeous colours in here as well. This is your floral. So you go through your blues, you've got your lovely dusky pinks, and you've got your darker blues. Absolutely sensational. £24.99. 351913 is your item number for that one. And then we've got some plains for you. But there's nothing plain about these beautiful colours, is there? We've got brand new pastels. Ooh, little bit there. Sorry. Oh, a little bit of windy pops, a little bit of indigestion there. Sorry. Sorry. Oh. Now, as the administrator, I'm also the janitor as well. So I'll just... is it on the trolley? It is. Just give me a moment. There you go. I don't know. Administrator, janitator. What else? What else can I be tonight? The janitator.
That's kind of a mixture between the janitor and the administrator.
It is. I like that. The janitator. That's right.
Okay.
Right. Your brand new colours are your pastels. So we have got pistachio, baby blue eyes. You got the silver. Oh, you got the silver. Yeah. Lily the pink. Walking on the moon. Walking flying on the moon. And then you've got your other colours as well. So you've got some purples and blues in there and your whites and your greens. You get 40 metres on each. And it's a great way of just extending your fabric in your stash. £26.99, saving £3, 439 236. Go to the website to see all of the colours available to you. Now, we also have a happy hour deal. Now, this is Holly Jolly Christmas. Holly Jolly Christmas. Here we go. £39.99. Beautiful. Look at the holly leaves in that. Now, our Haley has this. We're going to have a look at this in real life or through your TV screens. Saving £23 for this hour only. £39.99, 494 442.
Excellent admin. Well done.
Are you pleased?
Yes, I am.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Thank you.
So I've got the full roll here, but what I've also done is I've brought, this is the bit that we cut off the end, but because this is coming off the end, I can actually dismantle this one and show you all the colours properly. So you've got that really kind of stunning navy blue background, which I think is really nice instead of one of the traditional Christmas colours, and you're getting a huge amount on here.
Yeah.
These are 70, is it 75 metres on these rolls?
25.
It's
we'll
more
check.
than it's more than 25 on there. So
yeah, there's a lot.
I think it's 25 metres of each colour on this one.
Do you think? Wow.
So
we could unroll one and find out later. No, we can't.
No,
no.
Unless you're rolling it back on. No.
Well, I could be the rollevator as well.
Okay. So you've got your navy blue, you've got your cream one in there as well, and you've got grey as well. Obviously, yours is 2.5 inches. This is just a piece that we've cut off the end, so you can see all three of those colours together. And you're getting 25 metres of each. So
Okay.
even if you're just doing borders or using it sashing, there's an awful lot on there to get
Fabulous.
through. And a
Fabulous.
good, oops, I've spilt that on the floor now. I'll just...
oh, you get to unravel one, but I can't then.
Just going to hide it. I'm not going to unravel this one. This
We're getting
one's
busy
nice.
for this, actually, Hayley.
So it's a huge amount of fabric on there. Absolutely huge amount of fabric. There's 25 metres in each of those colours. So, I mean, even if you're thinking about doing your bunting, your binding for the edges of quilts or loads of Christmas projects, you'll be surprised how far binding around the edge of things goes. Even something like this mat, which is about 60 centimetres either side and probably about 45 centimetres there, that's going to be over 2 metres.
Yeah.
Just to do that. And even if that was kind of placemats or table runners or something like that, do half a dozen of them and then you're already up to 12 metres, and that's only half of one of the colours.
Fabulous fabrics. I like the way that you can actually sew the strips together and make a wider fabric and then cut into it and do... What was the quilt that you did that time where you added all the strips together?
Oh, Bargello?
Yeah, Bargello.
Bargello,
That would be
yes.
fabulous for Christmas. Now, we're busy for this. 30% of the stock has already gone of your happy hour deal. It's only for this area, and it's a £23 saving for this hour. Oh, I think I've administrated quite a lot there. How about a demonstration now?
Okay. Well, let's. We're going to do the one day special in a minute, but because these fabrics have been so busy, we're going to have a little bit of a closer look at these, because I don't think sometimes on the counter there it's actually picking up how much sparkle is in there, because here doesn't look that sparkly. But if I just give it a bit of a, I think I'm going to go for this darker blue one, and just give it a bit of a wiggle to see if you can actually see how much sparkles in there.
Wow. Oh, do you know what? Do you know that darker blue one there? That's like
That's the
looking out
best
into the
one
midnight
to kind
sky.
of see it on, I think, is that darker blue one.
Yeah, look at that. Lift it. Oh, look at that.
So this is 100% cotton. It's got kind of a printed batik style background, so it's got that kind of blendery kind of look to it, which means there's lots of different colours within there. So even if you pick one colour, it's going to have lots of different shades and tones within there, which means it'll match a lot more easily.
Yeah.
Well, I've just seen what's happened. It'll match a lot more easily with fabrics where you can't get a perfect match for it.
Okay, I just think they're absolutely fantastic. Now, am I right? I'll do some administrating now. The pink sapphire There you go, this one here, the pink sapphire, is limited stock, everyone. We don't have any more. It's absolutely beautiful. You can use this for all kinds of different projects. You know, if you wanted to use this like for a cushion or for a bag, for example, how about a lining of a waistcoat or the back of a waistcoat for Christmas time?
Absolutely. Any of your Christmas projects, because obviously it's got that little bit of sparkle to it, or just anything that you want to add a, you know, make it look a little bit more special. So maybe you've bought a panel and you want to put a either an edge or add a border or a backing to it and just make it look a little bit more fancy, then this is a great one to go for. But what I'm actually going to do is use one of the rolls. It was nicely rolled. It's now in a mess. And we're going to make the pattern that comes along with the ½ meters.
Okay. Is that how magicians do tricks, when they just keep pulling something out of a box?
Yeah, if it's on a roll like that, it's a lot easier to pull it out the centre, because then it still holds its form.
Oh, what a great
And then you can pull and pull and pull and pull, and it doesn't all go everywhere.
Great tip. So this is your Japanese knot bag.
Yes, so this is
not
Japanese
knot weave, because that would be terrible.
No, that's
if you got
different. That's different.
Yeah, that's terrible.
So I'm just putting together loads of strips, and now this is what I've done while we were kind of in between the break, and this took kind of probably about 15 minutes to get this far, and all I'm doing is just using the template as a reference. I'm actually going to put it underneath, because then I can keep going on top and making sure that everything is covered. So just position that so everything is covered. Just go that way a little bit more. Yep, can't see any of my pattern underneath. And then I'm going to add my next piece on. So when you're adding, oh, hang on, I need to twist it just a little tiny bit more, because I need that corner to be, oh, hang on, I'll pull it down a bit so we can see. There we go. I need that corner to be completely on the pattern, and just making sure that everything else is covered. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So now I'm continuing to put the bits on all the way up. And what you need to do is actually position it like that first. So you've made sure that you've got everything that you need. Just pull it down a little bit more so we can see, because I've gone off the top a bit. There we go. So position it right side up first to make sure that I've got all of that pattern piece covered. And then when I'm happy with that position, then I'm going to flip it over to mark my point where I'm going to sew it. Because if I just line that up with that straight in line with the previous piece, then when I fold it out, I've barely got any of my piece covered there, because you can see I've got this underneath because I was ironing, and I didn't want to iron straight onto the board because it makes them go all wavy. So if I lined it up with the previous piece, that's no good. I need to line it up with where I know I need to be, and then flip it over, and then sew it from that point.
Okay.
It's similar to the way that you do foundation piece work. So yeah, definitely spend your time to line these bits up. I mean, you could do just a huge piece that was going to be big enough to do the, you know, big square that was big enough to do the whole panel. But if you want to make the most of your fabric, then this is a kind of way to...
I like it when you put all the strips together and then you cut into it and make different shapes, like the Borgello.
Yes, yeah, I mean, a Borgello could be done with any of the strip rolls that we've got here today. And obviously with the batiks and things, they're a brilliant time saver on that as well. So let me just grab the machine and stitch this on. And we're going to
now, remember, if you have any questions, you can email in. It is studio@thecraftstore.com, and maybe some ideas or suggestions, or even other names for me.